To hell with Tang San, to hell with Shrek, long live the Spirit Hall. A young man equipped with an intelligent chip arrives in an alternate world, where the collision of dual attribute spirit souls manifests an extraordinary spectacle of science fiction and martial prowess. Years later, when Yin, the saint of the Spirit Hall, ascends to the papacy and ultimately is crowned as a deity, he reconstructs the divine realm, becoming the emperor of all gods. Throughout his journey, he has steadfastly believed in one principle: a person's vision determines their destiny. Thus, from the very beginning, he has gazed beyond a singular realm, contemplating Douluo, god of wine, god of madness, Qin Emperor, heaven's jewel change, and divine seal throne. Each world will serve as the foundation for his ultimate ascension to the divine sovereign, embarking on the path to supremacy. Chapter 1. The Evil Spirit Master. On the Douluo continent, within the southeastern territory of the Sylvis Kingdom, lies Maple Forest Town. The round moon has just begun to rise, and the quaint town at night is quite lively, with brightly lit streets and numerous shops, while the sounds of merriment echo from various ends. To the south of the town, a broad road leads to the official highway, bustling with travelers and establishments at this hour. Near the southern exit of the town stands an inn, a two-story building accompanied by several low structures, forming a reasonably spacious courtyard. It is situated far from the town center, surrounded by few households, giving it a rather secluded ambience. The inn's first-floor hall serves as a simple dining area, while the second floor and the first floor each house several guest rooms. However, at this moment, although the hall is brightly lit, all the dining patrons and staff lie sprawled on the ground, seemingly victims of an unseen assault, while strange sounds emanate from one of the guest rooms on the second floor. Within a guest room on the second floor, several figures are entangled in a fierce struggle. The situation inside the room appears peculiar, with the half-open door almost shattered, and the sounds of collision indicate the intensity of the confrontation. Scattered across the living room and bedroom are several diminutive figures, appearing to be no older than 6 or 7, their expressions twisted in agony, unaware of who could be so ruthless. An eerie resonance fills the room, leaving an unsettling dizziness in its wake. Meanwhile, in the living room, a fierce battle rages on, with 4 figures continuously clashing, surrounded by a swirling array of colored halos. At this moment, the combatants retreat simultaneously, forming 2 factions. 3 figures cautiously shield the unconscious children behind them, their wary gazes fixated upon the malevolent presence, exuding darkness and foreboding. These 3 figures consist of 1 woman and 2 men. The men, appearing to be in their early 30s, wield curved blades and are enveloped by a triad of halos, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 pale purple. The other man, of similar age yet somewhat peculiar in appearance, possesses notably shorter limbs than average, with a slight protrusion on his back resembling a massive carapace, radiating a dusky yellow aura, adorned with 3 swirling halos, 1 white and 2 yellow, the latter tinged with a hint of purple. The sole woman among them dons a flowing white dress, appearing nearly 20, with a delicate countenance and an enchanting demeanor. A pair of pristine wings extend from her back, and her exposed skin is adorned with fine white feathers, while her eyes possess an avian slant. Upon her, the 3 halos of 2 yellow and 1 purple emanate an extraordinary aura, with the 2 men subtly positioning themselves to protect her. Opposite these 3 stands a man cloaked in an ominous aura, clad in a pitch-black trench coat and matching robe. He appears to be in his 20s, yet his skin is unnaturally pale, reminiscent of a sickly hue rather than a healthy complexion. Behind this man, a pair of bat-like wings, dark yet streaked with crimson patterns, can be faintly discerned. His eyes gleam with a sinister red hue, and the sharp canine teeth visible at the corners of his mouth render him particularly menacing, releasing a pungent scent of blood whenever he speaks. His eyes, glowing a frightful red, emit an unsettling light, and his nails bear the same hue. Surrounding him, 2 yellow and 2 purple halos pulsate rhythmically, while an overwhelming wave of disorientation emanates from his being. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? We are the enforcers of the Spirit Hall from Gnarl City. The man wielding the curved blade gazes cautiously at the figure before him, fully aware that the adversary is likely an evil spirit master. However, the opponent is a 4-ringed spirit master, far beyond his capability to confront. Thus, he can only hope to intimidate the foe with the name of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall? I, Razor, have come for the vermin of the Spirit Hall. A deep voice slowly resonates, and upon mentioning the Spirit Hall, the man named Razor steps forward, his red eyes flickering with increasing intensity. Razor, you are the blood-sucking bloodbat Razor. Uncle Bart, Uncle Leiden, this man is the notorious evil spirit master we've been hunting. The only woman among the 3 pales upon hearing the man's response, hastily divulging all she knows. The 2 middle-aged men standing before her, upon hearing her revelation, feel their hearts sink. Unlike the girl behind them, who has just emerged from the academy with little experience, they have spent over a decade navigating the spirit hall and are acutely aware of the dangers posed by a notorious fugitive evil spirit master. Opposite them, the evil spirit master, named Razor, refrains from launching an immediate attack, instead relishing the thrill of the hunt, his blood-red eyes occasionally fixating on the girl's vulnerable spots, his tongue instinctively licking between his sharp teeth. Razor's actions have not gone unnoticed by the three facing him. The girl's eyes reveal a glimmer of disgust, her delicate form trembling involuntarily, betraying her true feelings, while the two middle-aged men exchange furtive glances, their resolve crystallizing in their hearts. Ding, ding, ding. The middle-aged man Bart, hunched like a turtle, was suddenly enveloped by three radiant rings, unleashing a surge of formidable energy in an instant. First soul skill, Rock Turtle Shield. Second soul skill, Profound Earth Barrier. Third soul skill, Earth Guardian. Waves of earthen yellow brilliance erupted around him, as a shield of the same hue materialized before him, while two streams of earthy energy rapidly oscillated, seemingly constructing layers of defensive rock formations that swiftly interposed themselves before Razor. Third soul skill, Primordial Slash. At that very moment, the figure of Like, wielding a curved blade, forcefully propelled the girl behind him towards the door, as a soft lavender ring of light burst forth in radiant splendor, casting a purple glow that flickered upon his blade. Miss Leah, we will hold him off. You must hurry to the town to seek assistance from the mercenaries. As Like spoke, he completed his charge and stepped forward, the curved blade in his hand erupting with an unprecedented surge of energy, a beam of light arcing towards Razor with relentless speed. Razor coldly observed the movements of the two, while his second soul ring shimmered with a yellow halo. If you alert those mercenaries, it could spell trouble for you. Second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Claw. A crimson aura surged around him, as his deadly claws glowed ominously, exuding a sharp and potent scent of blood. The blood-soaked claws struck with a howling wind against the layers of earthen defenses. The acrid scent of burning filled the air. The power of this claw far exceeded what the ordinary mind could fathom, and should it land upon flesh and bone, it would likely pierce through the very essence of a human body. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Yin. Boom! Inside the guest room, blood-red claws struck against the layers of ochre barriers, instantly triggering a powerful explosion of energy. The radiant ochre glow of bait was cast out, crashing through the wall with a resounding thud, leaving him lifeless in the corridor, his fate uncertain. At that moment, the primordial slash released by Lake reached the front of Razor, who, with a sudden flourish, unfurled his bat-like wings, unleashing a barrage of claw shadows. The crimson hue on each claw momentarily subdued, before each unleashed a sharp, foot-long gleam, clashing with the slashing attack. Accompanied by the thunderous roar, the pale purple blade of air was ultimately worn down to nothingness. At this juncture, Lake finally realized that his companion had been flung away, the curved dagger in his palm flickering once more as two soul rings, one white and one yellow, prepared to shimmer. Yet, a blood-red claw was already upon him. Razor let out a piercing shriek, and the first soul ring on his body radiated an intense glow. Both Lake and Miss Leah, who was turning to flee, froze momentarily at this terrible sound. I was merely toying with you. Did you truly believe you could withstand my might? Seizing the opportunity, Razor clutched Lake by the throat, lifting him effortlessly before turning his gaze towards Miss Leah, who had reached the door. With a cold smirk, he warned, "Don't move. If you attempt to flee, he shall." Miss Leah trembled, but in a split second, made the most judicious choice. She yanked the door panel and tossed it aside, then sped towards the end of the inn's corridor. Although she hailed from an academy, she understood the gravity of the moment. If she were to be captured, the sacrifices of the two men would be rendered meaningless. As long as she could escape the corridor, she could soar into the sky, racing to the town for aid. Why must you waste my soul skills? Razor nonchalantly discarded the incapacitated Lake, his form darting like a specter, while his fourth soul ring suddenly flared to life. The deep purple soul ring pulsated with light. A cloud of black mist erupted, accompanied by a shrill wail that engulfed the entire inn. Just as Miss Leah prepared to escape, her head grew heavy, and she found herself face to face with a repugnant smile. "My dear, I came especially for you. Why the rush to leave?" Razor was enveloped in a blend of black mist and crimson light, these energies swiftly enveloping Leah, rendering her powerless as she watched him carry her back into the room. Razor brought Leah back to the guest room, leaning in to inhale the scent of her neck. Ah, the fragrance of a maiden is truly unparalleled. Tonight is indeed my lucky day. Meanwhile, outside the guest room, both men were in dire straits. Yet Lake had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon seeing Laya captured by Razor, his eyes blazed with fury. "What are you staring at?" Razor had no intention of being courteous, delivering a kick that sent Lake crashing into the corner, before carrying the rigid form of Laya towards the bedroom. "I have no interest in the blood of filthy men like you. Tonight, with this lovely maiden and a few little ones, I can feast to my heart's content. The Spirit Hall will inevitably pay a heavier price." Razor impatiently kicked open the bedroom door and tossed Laya onto the grand bed, hastily tearing off his clothes. Unbeknownst to him, among the heap of fallen children on the floor, one seemed to stir slightly. A tide of memories surged through Yan's mind, the anguish overwhelming him. Suddenly, he appeared to grasp something, a flicker of doubt igniting within. "Little Yin, this is for you." "Yin? What name is this?" "I'm not called that. It hurts so much." Beep, beep, beep. The AI Dawn is at your service. Two chaotic streams of memory clashed within him, as if a tempest had erupted in his mind, intertwining countless flows of information with peculiar electronic sounds. Douluo, continent. Heaven-Do, Empire, Spirit Hall, Spirit Awakening, Flame Lord. Orphan Sister Laya. It turns out in this life, I am Yin. As Yin pieced together his fragmented memories, he remained in a daze, yet had a rough understanding of his current predicament. He was now called Yin, an orphan from the Sylvis Kingdom of the Heaven-Do Empire on the Douluo continent. At the age of 6, his talents were recognized by the Spirit Hall during his Spirit Awakening, and he was taken in by Sister Laya and her companions, along with a group of children, to attend the Spirit Hall's Junior Academy. On the third day of their journey, after finishing dinner and preparing to rest, they suddenly heard a strange noise, and then it was as if he had blanked out, losing consciousness until this moment. Now, as Yin sorted through the information, he had to confront the dire situation at hand. This new era's youth under the Red Banner seemed to have traversed time once more, landing in the world of a novel, becoming a supporting character with some narrative significance. Yet, it appeared that his circumstances were not as they seemed. He had never read about this minor character facing a life and death crisis in his childhood, although he was unsure why the current events diverged so greatly from his understanding. Yin was not prepared to wait idly for his fate. He cautiously moved his eyelids, peeking through a narrow slit to observe his surroundings. It was a hotel room adorned with a distinctly Western decor, a fireplace flickering beside him, and a heap of boys and girls, seemingly around 6 or 7 years old, sprawled beside him. Within the bedroom, approximately 7 or 8 meters away, a man could be seen hastily disrobing. From his position, Yan's peripheral vision caught sight of Laya, who lay on the bed, utterly defenseless. A surge of anger flooded through him, an instinctive impulse almost compelling him to leap up and charge forward. "Stay calm, stay calm." Yin quickly suppressed his urge, wary of making too much noise. Though he had just awakened, the distant memories corroborated the present memories of this body, allowing him to grasp much about his situation and understand the disparity between himself and the man before him. A four-ring soul master, a level far beyond what he had previously read about in novels, was at least 3 major ranks above him. Such a soul master was no ordinary foe, far beyond what his slight frame could confront head-on. To escape or save someone, he needed to devise a plan. Chapter 3. The Greeting of Lime Powder. In the guest room's hall, near the fireplace, Yin cautiously shifted his head, relieved that the sinister soul master was currently preoccupied with his vile impulses, oblivious to Yan's subtle movements. "What is this?" Yan's gaze carefully scanned the surroundings, suddenly freezing. Scattered around him and the other boys and girls were some white, block-like objects. Judging by their contours, they appear to be several white stones, though most had been damaged upon hitting the ground, some shattered into multiple irregular pieces. These white fragments were not particularly hard. Their fractured surfaces bore some sandy holes, suggesting they were crafted from a type of soft rock. This is a statue made of limestone, or rather, crafted from scrap material. No wonder the seller particularly cautioned against dropping it. In Yan's mind, fragments of memories echoed. These statues were gifts purchased by Sister Leah to amuse them during their journey. The white doll-like figures, numbering around 10, cost less than a silver coin. And while they lacked monetary value, their material was reminiscent of an industrial substance in Yan's recollection. Limestone, also known as blue stone, scientifically referred to as calcium carbonate, is a stone of superior quality that exhibits a deep blue hue and possesses remarkable hardness, making it an excellent medium for sculpture and resistant to damage. However, the pieces Leah bought for Yin and the other children were evidently not those precious stone carvings, but rather sculptures made from scraps. Yet to Yin, their significance was far greater. These white fragments, with their irregular milky surfaces and some sand holes, scattered white dust on the ground. This milky limestone was considered scrap during the extraction of blue stone, but in industrial terms, it represented the highest purity of limestone ore. Calcium carbonate appears white, but when mixed with other elements, it takes on a bluish tint. While pure white limestone is deemed as mere scrap in the stone trade, it is, in terms of purity, the richest in calcium carbonate. When calcium carbonate undergoes high-temperature calcination, it reacts chemically to produce calcium oxide and carbon dioxide. Calcium oxide is also known as the essential lime powder in the world of martial arts. Yin found himself in a perilous situation, as the malevolent soul master was poised to commit unspeakable acts against his caring older sister, Leah. Given the nature of this villain, it was apparent that he was far from a benevolent figure. Once he had finished his nefarious deeds, Yin would likely meet his own demise. So it was imperative to devise a means of self-rescue. However, after assessing the strengths of both parties, he realized that he and the group of fallen children had not even seen how this fiend had approached. They had only heard a strange humming sound before feeling dizzy and collapsing. This indicated that the opponent's power was undoubtedly beyond what he could confront directly. As for escaping, he had contemplated slipping away while the villain was preoccupied, but such an act would likely draw attention, and he lacked confidence in his ability to retreat unscathed. In this dire circumstance, the only option for self-preservation was to weaken the adversary and create an opportunity, and a lime powder emerged as his best choice after careful observation. "Please do not betray me, little spirit of dawn," Yin silently implored in his mind, then cautiously moved his palm, gradually gathering several scattered white stone fragments in his hand with utmost slowness. Suddenly, his palm underwent a transformation. Concealed by obstacles, he hid himself from view and thrust his hand into the roaring fireplace. A minuscule yet potent energy fluctuation flickered through him, and his entire arm became as solid as granite. Dark red flames surged in the fireplace, causing the temperature, which had been merely a few hundred degrees from burning wood, to skyrocket to 1,000 degrees. The fireplace? What has caught fire to raise the temperature so dramatically? In the guest room, the bloodbat razor was preparing to leap into action when he suddenly paused, glancing at the door. The flames in the fireplace, originally a vibrant orange, had inexplicably transformed into a dark red hue, a peculiar sight that piqued his curiosity. Instead of stepping outside to investigate, he focused his soul power, activating his first soul skill, and a strange, subtle sound wave radiated from him, sweeping across the hotel. Afterward, his expression relaxed slightly. He had found nothing unusual. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? Beside the fireplace, Yin was filled with anxiety, yet fortune favored him as Razor ultimately did not leave the bedroom. As Razor slowly turned, a small boy cautiously withdrew, slipping the handful of white powder into his pocket. "Uncle Lake, little blue, little tiger, what has happened to you?" In the bedroom, as Razor approached the bed, preparing to pounce, a child's innocent voice suddenly echoed from the hall, causing him to frown and turn back toward the sound. "Little Yin, run." At that moment, Leah had regained some strength and was at least able to speak. Upon hearing the voice, she couldn't help but cry out for the little boy to flee, but this seemed counterproductive, for the startled child appeared to be heading toward the bedroom instead. Sister Leah, accompanied by the cries, was the sound of approaching footsteps. Razor, casting a mocking glance at the still weak Leah, walked toward the bedroom door. Just as a small boy stumbled into view, colliding directly with him, mere meters apart. In Razor's eyes, a cruel glint flickered as a blinding white cloud suddenly engulfed his vision. The powder struck his head with precision, and the intense burning in his eyes forced a scream from his lips. He had underestimated the situation. He never anticipated being ambushed by a mere child. The lime powder coated his eyes, causing involuntary tears to flow, yet the more intense burning pain was unbearable. Calcium oxide, scientifically known as quicklime, reacts violently with water, producing calcium hydroxide while releasing intense heat. Thus, if it contaminates the eyes and is not treated properly, it could potentially corrode the eyeball. The eyes, being one of the body's vital organs, when burned and corroded, would inflict excruciating pain that is utterly intolerable. Razor, long evading capture by the spirit hall, was certainly above average in both strength and willpower. Yet even he could not endure the agony when his eyes were compromised by tears and the fierce reaction of the lime powder. Bang, bang, bang. Razor, in a frenzy of pain, began to lash out wildly, wreaking havoc upon the walls and furnishings of the guest room, scattering debris everywhere and causing fragments to embed themselves into the walls. Chapter 4. In the Pursuit of Escape. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Razor, howling in agony, dashed into the hall, seeking water to wash the powder from his face. Suddenly, the boy's voice echoed again, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Instinctively, he recoiled, uncertain if it was genuine water. Then he lunged toward the source of the voice, channeling his soul power to strike out. Bang! When he made contact, he sensed something was amiss. The boy had long since fled, and he had intended to use his soul skill to locate the little rascal's position. Suddenly, he felt his foot kick something, the sensation of liquid sloshing beneath him. Razor glanced down, his blurred vision revealing the outline of a bucket. In his desperation, he thought only of washing away the powder from his face, hastily grasping the bucket and bringing it to his face, only to scream in horror as the bucket shattered upon impact, releasing a cloud of steam that enveloped his face. His once pale countenance turned crimson, and the area around his eyes appeared burned and blistered. I forgot to tell you, lime powder cannot be washed away with water. It will cause burns. The voice of the young boy echoed once more, this time emanating from a certain spot within the grand hall. Razor struggled to open his eyes, and through his blurred vision, he discerned the boy seemingly at the window, poised to leap down and escape. You little wretch, stand still. Having suffered such a significant loss, Razor was determined not to let the boy slip away this time. With a furious roar, he summoned his soul power and charged forward. However, the boy's movements were swifter. Before he could utter another word, the child had let go and leapt backward through the window. Bang! Yin leapt from the second-floor hall, twisting midair before crashing onto a small tree in the muddy ground below, effectively demolishing the half-human high sapling. Landing on his back, he quickly turned over, fighting back the pain and rising to his feet. He had calculated the height and landing spot beforehand, and fortunately, luck was on his side. Nothing had gone amiss. The second floor of the inn was approximately 3 to 4 meters high. An adult landing on 2 feet might sustain an injury or sprain. But for a 6 or 7-year-old child falling onto their back and landing atop a small tree, while it may cause discomfort or injury, it would not significantly hinder their mobility unless fate dealt a particularly cruel hand. This principle has some scientific basis. Children weigh less, and the impact on their bodies from a fall is far less severe than that on an adult. Moreover, a child's bones are still in a developmental phase, providing them with greater resilience, while an adult's bones are fully formed and more prone to fractures. A developing child's healing ability surpasses that of an adult. Injuries like sprains or fractures in adults often lead to lingering effects, while healthy children rarely endure lasting consequences from falls. Yen had experienced this firsthand during his childhood. He had once fallen from an attic, a personal experience, landing face down, convinced he was done for, yet emerging unscathed, though such behavior is ill-advised, as one can never predict the outcome. Boom! Just as Yen felt the ache spread throughout his body, a sudden explosive sound erupted from the room above, showering him with debris and a fierce gust of wind that jolted him awake. The instant the noise erupted, he dashed toward his intended position. At that moment, within the second-floor guest room, one wall had been violently torn apart, seemingly demolished, as if by a forceful demolition. In midair, a figure reacted swiftly. A pair of bat-like wings unfurled from Razor's back, stabilizing him. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, hovered around him as he unleashed his martial spirit, channeling his soul power to suppress the pain in his eyes, constantly shifting his gaze in search of the little wretch. However, his severely injured vision rendered him nearly blind, perceiving only indistinct shapes and shadows. Clang! Razor, consumed by fury, was singularly focused on capturing the boy to exact his vengeance. Though his sight was impaired, he had not been rendered entirely helpless. With a focused thought, his third soul ring suddenly resonated with a chime, accompanied by a soft purple glow. A wave of crimson radiance surged through the inn's courtyard, accompanied by a low, resonant hum. Damn it, that sound. It resembles the sonic abilities of a bat martial spirit. Ultrasonic waves? As Yen cautiously navigated through the shadows, confronting the sound wave attack once more, his head spun, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, the outdoors differed from the confines of the inn. Razor's soul skill, lacking a precise target, dispersed its power, and the open space further diminished its potency, allowing Yin to barely remain on his feet. He dared not linger, pressing his hands to his ears and opening his mouth wide. While this method was typically used to counteract shockwaves from explosions on the battlefield, it was all he could think to do in this moment. After mustering his soul power, he quickly maneuvered through a clutter of debris. "I've found you, little mouse." Razor, soaring above, suddenly twitched his ears and turned his face toward Yan's fleeing direction. As a 4-ring soul master, his physical attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary person. Despite his severely damaged eyes, he could still locate the movement of the small child. Razor swooped down rapidly, closing the distance between them to less than 10 meters, and his second soul ring flared to life once more. Bloodthirsty claw. A crimson aura enveloped Razor, his claws radiating a fierce red light, exuding a strong scent of blood. The blood-red claws rapidly coalesced above his hands before launching forward with force. This attack had two forms, one for close-range combat, and the other as a long-range assault. An unrelenting barrage of blood-red claw shadows surged toward Yin, resembling a rain of blood. However, perhaps due to his impaired vision, Razor's aim faltered, and the entire wave of his soul's skill missed its mark. Warning, target energy flow detected. Optimal path will fully manifest in 9 seconds. In 5 seconds, execute a forward jump, turn left, then right. Just as Razor unleashed his soul skill, a voice echoed in Yan's mind, urging him to act. Utilizing agile footwork, he evaded the onslaught, but in doing so, his speed diminished, and the distance between him and his pursuer shrank to under 5 meters. You little wretch, I will devour you alive. Razor's furious shout echoed behind Yin as they approached a nearby storage room. Chapter 5. The Great Explosion. Bang! A gust of wind whooshed past Yin, prompting him to dive and roll, as a mass of blood-red energy collided with the doorway ahead, instantly corroding a large hole that emitted wisps of smoke. Using his hands to brace against the ground, as if crawling through mud, Yin disregarded the aesthetics of his posture and propelled himself forward with all his might, crashing through the storage room door and tumbling inside. Razor, retracting his wings, landed swiftly and followed suit. You will not escape, little wretch. Today, I shall feast upon you alive. I will break your limbs one by one and drain every last drop of your blood. Razor entered the dimly lit storage room with little discomfort. Although his vision remained compromised, the enclosed, cramped environment was ideal for combat. He roared, attempting to frighten Yin out of hiding. When that yielded no results, he simply waved his hand to shut the storage room door, convinced that the little mouse had nowhere left to run. Whoosh! A sudden rush of wind struck, as if something had been hurled at him by the boy. Filled with rage, Razor struck with his blood-tinged claws, and the instant the flying bundle exploded, a cloud of white powder enveloped his face. Flour. Thank goodness. The sudden cloud of powder startled Razor, as the previous encounter with that white substance still lingered vividly in his memory. Should he be hit again, his eyesight could be irrevocably damaged. Yet it seemed that the little mouse possessed only a limited supply of the white powder, having thrown only a bag of flour this time. A cacophony of whistling sounds erupted, as large sacks of flour came hurtling towards Razor from all directions. The diminutive creature, while discarding its cargo, continued to dart around, rendering Razor unable to accurately pinpoint its location, a truly infuriating predicament. Thud, thud, thud. Once Razor confirmed that the fabric bundles contained flour, he unleashed his pent-up rage, rending them apart with his sharp claws, all the while dashing toward the direction from whence the wind howled, determined to capture the little rodent that had injured him. Within the dimly lit warehouse, Yin, while continuously on a move, hurled bags of flour weighing 40 to 50 pounds behind him, creating obstacles for Razor to hinder his pursuit, while simultaneously crafting the external conditions he required. The notion of a 6-year-old effortlessly tossing such hefty sacks may seem fantastical. Yet in this world, it is quite explicable, for he was no ordinary child. Like Razor, who pursued him, he was a soul master. Soul masters represent the most noble and transcendent group within the Douluo continent, endowed with extraordinary powers that surpass the ordinary. Every individual on the Douluo continent possesses a martial soul, yet not everyone is gifted with innate soul power. Only those who awaken their martial soul with innate soul power can cultivate by harnessing this energy, thereby becoming exalted soul masters. He was a prodigy, as attested by Uncle Lake, Uncle Bart, and Sister Leah, for he was the most gifted among the children, possessing the most potent martial soul and the highest awakened soul power. He bore a top-tier beast martial soul, endowing him with physical attributes far superior to those of the average person. And his 10th level soul power granted him speed and strength that surpassed that of an adult. This enabled him to effortlessly toss flour while fleeing, causing considerable trouble for Razor. Little mouse, you cannot escape. Although Razor's speed in the darkness was not lacking, the cluttered warehouse presented numerous obstacles, and Yin, possessing considerable experience in evasion, continually created barriers. At this juncture, the pristine white flour had enveloped the entire warehouse, and Razor's fury reached its zenith. After being outmaneuvered by Yin once more, he finally unleashed his trump card, as the deep purple glow of his 4th soul ring radiated forth. Roar! The piercing scream seemed capable of shattering eardrums, causing Yin to momentarily freeze in his tracks as he noted the rapidly expanding black mist behind him. Razor's fourth soul skill could easily subdue even the three-ringed soul master Leah, and naturally, it would prove devastating against Yin, who was merely at the 10th level. However, due to the substantial impairment of his vision, he could not directly lock onto his target, causing the power of his soul skill to become somewhat diluted, thus granting Yin a fleeting opportunity. Damn it, this is unbearable, but I cannot cease. A barrage of sound waves relentlessly assaulted Yan's eardrums, causing a throbbing pain in his head and severely hampering his movements. Yet he dared not halt. He realized that the black mist behind him was closing in, and he had no choice but to charge straight toward the window of the warehouse. Little mouse, I've caught you. Razor, having released his soul skill, utilized the feedback from the sound waves to pinpoint Yan's trajectory. The little mouse, now too frightened to dodge erratically due to his soul skill, could only advance in a straight line, a situation that was utterly advantageous for Razor. Though his vision was compromised, his speed of movement remained unaffected. His earlier failures stemmed from the fact that the little mouse had taken advantage of his inability to see clearly, turning at pivotal moments. However, if Yin could only move in a straight line, the little rascal would be unable to evade Razor's grasp. When Yin was merely 2 steps from the window, the black mist loomed less than a meter behind him, yet he understood that he could not continue to flee. His speed would inevitably be outpaced by the malevolent soul master behind him. If he took another step forward, the black mist would envelop him. Though he was unaware of the nature of that entity, he dared not test its limits. Martial soul awakening, Flame Lord Flames. In that instant, Yin fully unleashed his soul power, propelling himself toward the window with a mighty leap, while simultaneously channeling all his soul power toward the encroaching black mist. Dark red flames erupted instantaneously, and as the fiery serpents collided with the flower that filled the warehouse, a brilliant blaze ignited. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying sound of explosions reverberated for miles, startling the townsfolk of Maple Town, who instinctively rushed out to discern the source of the commotion. Above 100 meters from the inn, a silhouette soared through the sky, its keen eagle-like gaze scanning the surroundings, occasionally glancing toward Maple Town with a hint of suspicion. Suddenly, the relentless rumble of explosions accompanied by a towering mushroom cloud caught his attention, prompting the Soul Master to fly unhesitatingly toward the source. Being near the entrance of Maple Town lay in shambles, as the sealed warehouse succumbed to a horrific explosion, uprooting the courtyard. Following the explosion, thick smoke billowed and flames ravaged the area, igniting flammable materials and spreading rapidly. The tremendous upheaval finally roused the unconscious patrons, who began to panic and flee in all directions, countless figures darting out of the inn. Chapter 6, Soul King SoulLand. Little Yin, Little Yin. The southern part of Maple Town was in chaos, engulfed by thick smoke within the inn. Leah, accompanied by several awakened children, supported the severely injured Lake and Kent as they descended the second floor, searching for young Yin, who had lured Razor away. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled from the sky. Leah looked up to see a 5-ringed figure descending swiftly as his third soul skill illuminated, generating a tempest that forcefully quelled the flames and dispersed the smoke in the courtyard. As the fierce winds swept across the land, the rising inferno gradually subsided. This figure landed before Leah and her companions, casting a glance at them before solemnly inquiring, "I am SoulLand, an inspector from the Martial Soul Hall. Can you tell me what transpired here?" Little Yin. Leah's attention was abruptly drawn to the small boy cradled in SoulLand's arms, his entire body charred, with hair nearly carbonized, a sight indicating severe injuries. She rushed over to embrace the child. Channeling her soul power, she activated her third soul skill, and a gentle light enveloped the boy. His previously rapid breaths steadied, and his condition improved significantly. Leah was a healing-type support soul master, which rendered her seemingly weak in combat, leading to her easy subjugation by Razor. Lake's injuries were less severe, having previously received Leah's rudimentary treatment, and he was now largely unharmed. He then reported the situation to SoulLand, Special Envoy. "We're the steward from Gnarl City, escorting these children to the initial Junior Soul Master Academy in Wuhuan City, but we were ambushed by the Bloodbat Razor along the way." "Razor, where is he? Speak quickly." SoulLand, who had initially appeared composed, suddenly adopted a grave and urgent tone upon hearing Razor's name. He had been pursuing this malevolent soul master for quite some time, having lost track of him just half a day ago. Now, hearing his name indicated he was on the right trail. Lack wore an expression of deep shame as he cast a worried glance at the smoldering remains caused by Leah as flames. In a low voice, he confessed, "I am truly embarrassed. I fainted earlier. It was young Yin who drew him away, allowing us to Feng Lin's complexion shifted as doubt flickered in his eyes. This child lured Razor away. I must have received his signal from the heavens. He hastily abandoned the group and strode towards a desolate expanse of charred debris. The remnants of the storeroom revealed only a few crumbling walls, yet in one corner of the ruin, a darkened silhouette became discernible. He crouched down, prying open the mouth of the ashen figure, and gazed at the two sharp tiger fangs, rendered speechless for a long while. It truly is him. Rising slowly, he turned to regard the still unconscious boy, Yin, and murmured softly, "How on earth did you manage to do that?" Unbeknownst to Feng Lin, the boy in a stupor seemed to involuntarily flutter his eyelids, a flicker of blue light shimmering within his gaze, as though nothing had transpired. Beep, beep, beep. The familiar electronic sound roused Yin from his slumber, liberating his mind from a foggy state. After an extended period of unconsciousness, he began to untangle the conflicting strands of knowledge in his mind and gradually grasped his current predicament. Dawn scanned my entire bodily condition, shaking off the remnants of drowsiness. He endeavored to reconstruct his worldview and reluctantly accepted his circumstances. Although he was uncertain why the thoughts in his mind had accompanied him, he promptly activated his intelligence brain. The electronic intelligence brain, Dawn, was a groundbreaking product of the contemporary Blue Star era, a piece of black technology designed to assist modern humanity in adapting to a faster-paced life. It represented an epic-making invention, ushering humanity into an era of heightened efficiency. Recording, storing, and analyzing auxiliary tasks, Dawn's formidable computational power enabled humans to undertake more intense and precise work. Dawn could collect and document information from a human-centric perspective, forming a database that included sounds, images, scents, and even genetic levels for recording and analysis. As a transcendental creation, it lacked a physical form, rather than a high-tech product. It was more aptly described as a program or stream of information. In his past life, it was said to be bound to the soul, and it appeared that this was indeed the case. Host's energy consumption is severe, and mental fatigue is evident. It is recommended to rest for 12 hours for deep sleep recovery. A three-dimensional model materialized in his mind as a torrent of numerical data cascaded forth, ultimately coalescing into detailed information. Yin cautiously observed his various data metrics, and upon confirming that his injuries had nearly healed, he breathed a sigh of relief. In this world, setting aside other matters, the existence of soul skills is undeniably overpowered. Healing attribute soul skills are indeed remarkable. While Yin pondered, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. His heart stirred, and he relaxed, slipping into a semi-sleep state. Just moments after he closed his eyes, the door creaked open. Two distinct sets of footsteps entered, followed by a voice. "Is this child still not awake?" The first voice carried a hint of raspiness and age, suggesting that the speaker was quite advanced in years. "Lord Fenglin, I've been caring for young Yin these past few days. His injuries are nearly healed, but for some reason, he still has not awakened." The second voice belonged to Sister Leah, a familiar presence in Yin's memories. Their conversation revolved around his recovery. After listening for a while, Yin felt the moment was right. As Fenglin slightly turned his head to converse with Leah, Yin's eyes slowly fluttered open. "Leah, sister," he spoke first, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Though he called out casually in the inn-room to lower Razor's guard, facing her now, he felt a sense of awkwardness. Or rather, it was the adult soul within him that fell out of place. "Little Yin, you're finally awake," Leah exclaimed, her joy palpable as she completely disregarded Fenglin, hastening to the bedside. She carefully propped Yin up, her movements gentle, as if afraid he might hurt himself. "Little Yin, this is Lord Fenglin, the inspector from the Spear Hall. You ought to thank him. Had he not caught you, you would have endured far greater suffering. Lord Fenglin is a soul king, quite formidable. Isn't. Leah tenderly brushed her fingers against Yin's forehead and gestured towards the observing soul king, while Yin merely raised his gaze slightly in acknowledgement. Chapter 7. The Truth of the Night. "Greetings, Lord Fenglin." In the sick room, Yin reclined against the headboard, nodding towards Fenglin as he approached. "Child, there is no need for you to be anxious." Fenglin, perceiving Yin's cautious demeanor, assumed he was merely nervous. He paused behind Leah, refraining from advancing further, and offered Yin a gentle smile. However, having not smiled in quite some time, it appeared somewhat unsettling. As Fenglin endeavored to win Yin's favor, Yin was quietly observing this soul king. To be fair, he felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Though Fenglin had orchestrated numerous plans, something had gone awry during execution. Had it not been for this man catching him midair that night, he might have sustained far worse injuries. "Child, I wish to inquire about something. Feng Lin intentionally slowed his speech to convey kindness, then fixed his gaze on Yin and asked, on that day in Razor, when that villain was pursuing you, were there any others who intervened? Feng Lin still harbored doubts regarding the events of that night. Razor was indeed dead, but who had been responsible for his demise? The child before him had not acquired a soul ring and could not possibly wield such terrifying soul skills. Was there someone operating in the shadows? He was eager to uncover more information and unveil the truth. Feigning contemplation, Yin finally spoke. Lord Feng Lin, it seems there was no one else. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I just remember something about flour catching fire, and then I heard a loud bang, and I was flung into the air. Flour? Are you certain? Feng Lin inquired, perplexed by Yin's response. Could flour really cause such a commotion? He struggled to trust this account. Yet, after reaffirming Yin's words multiple times, he had no choice but to leave, his mind filled with unanswered questions. Child, make sure to rest well. Feng Lin bid farewell to Yin, exchanged a few words with Leah, and then turned to exit the sick room, uncertain whether he would verify Yin's story or attend to other matters. Little Yin, how are you feeling now? After Feng Lin's departure, Leah resumed her concern for Yin's health. Although she had cared for and treated him over the past few days, she could not shake her worry. After all, the state in which they had rescued him was truly alarming. The memory of the soot-covered child, radiating intense heat, filled her with dread. Had Yin not drawn Razor away, their group might have faced dire consequences, and she likely would not have escaped a tragic fate. It's all right now. Yin shook his head. Long before he chose to awaken, he had already utilized his intelligence brain to probe into his condition. Aside from his poor mental state, there were no other issues. It must be said that the martial souls and soul skills in this Douluo world are truly extraordinary, not to mention the myriad of bizarre battle soul skills. Just the healing-type soul skill demonstrated by Leah had directly pulled him back from the brink of death. Indeed, a game-changer. Of course, the reason he dared to scheme and eliminate Razor was due to meticulous calculations, in which his martial soul played a significant role. Razor would never have imagined that from the very beginning, Yin had already been plotting against him. He deliberately caused a commotion to make his opponent believe he was merely a whimpering little boy, thus lowering their guard. When that evil soul master relaxed his vigilance and was met with a face full of lime powder, that fellow had already stepped half a foot into the death trap. The subsequent plans, whether inflicting secondary damage with water or luring the opponent into the storeroom for a dust explosion using flour, were all calculated within Yan's intelligence brain. He had calculated and utilized his wisdom, first employing the extreme temperature of his martial soul to calcine the lime powder, then gradually guiding his opponent into the sealed storeroom. This step was crucial. He was aware that the storeroom contained a large amount of flour. Before taking up residence during the day, he had played hide-and-seek in that very storeroom with a group of children, leaving a strong impression. The most perilous step followed, within the confined space of the storeroom. His range of movement was significantly reduced, making it easier for the opponent to seize him, and he nearly met his demise. Fortunately, by that time, the flour had already been scattered everywhere, with the density of dust in the air reaching alarming levels. Upon detecting the conditions for a dust explosion, he decisively released his martial soul in the face of danger. The powerful flames inherent to his flame Lord Martial Soul triggered the explosion, and with his fire attribute immunity and the formidable physique granted by his martial soul, he minimized the damage from the blast. So what if Razor was a soul grandmaster? Ultimately, he was the one still alive. He had triumphed in that confrontation. Yin sat at the head of the bed, conversing with Leah, unable to resist inquiring about their current situation. Sister Leah, where are we now? Leah gently stroked Yan's forehead, her voice soft as she replied, Little Yan, after you were injured that day, Lord Feng Lin brought us to Saint City, which is 40 miles from Maple Forest Town. We are currently in the Martial Soul Hall of Saint City, and you have been unconscious for nearly 2 days. Saint City, 40 miles from Maple Forest Town, was not too far away. Yin smiled upon hearing this, glancing at the warm sunlight streaming through the window, leaning slightly against the headboard. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Leah and said with a smile, By the way, Sister Leah, I'm feeling quite bored lying in bed. Could you help me find some books? Preferably about soul beasts. Leah nodded, unable to suppress a fond pat on Yan's head, before rising with a smile. Little Yin, you want to read? It seems there is a small library in this Martial Soul Hall. I'll go have a look. Yin watched Leah leave, his smile unwavering until she exited the room. Once he was alone, he relaxed and reclined back, sighing, The crisis is averted. Now I must stay low and not act recklessly. Gaining knowledge through books is the true path. Knowledge is power. In the Martial Soul Hall of Saint City, warm sunlight poured through the window, casting a gentle halo upon the floor, illuminating the entire room. Yin, who was required to recuperate, lay at the head of the bed, cradling a thick, illustrated volume of Soul Beasts. As he turned the final page, he placed the hefty tome, which could serve as a pillow, onto the nearby cabinet, rubbing his tired eyes, though his expression was far from pleasant. My martial soul has some issues. This is troublesome. He relaxed his body against the headboard, running his fingers through his disheveled hair. As he raised his palms slightly, his skin became adorned with granite-like patterns, and dark red flames swirled within his palm, causing the room's temperature to rise considerably. Chapter 8. The Concept of Dual Martial Souls. Troublesome. The fusion of fire and earth attributes indicates that my true nature is not primarily fire, but rather that of molten lava. However, most soul beasts exhibit a singular prominent attribute, thereby limiting my selection of targets. Yin gazed at his palm, beneath the pale skin. The dark red flames seemed to be enveloped by a thin layer of anomalous crimson light, which represented his true source of power, the molten force born from the fusion of fire and earth attributes, essentially magma. As a top-tier beast martial soul, the mutated Flame Lord possesses the formidable molten power derived from the fusion of fire and earth attributes, making it more potent than a purely fire or earth attribute. While this is certainly advantageous, the dual attributes complicate Yan's ability to fully develop his innate potential. In the current system of soul masters, although there are distinctions such as control and assault types, as well as extremes and balance flows, the reality is that most soul masters specialize in developing a single attribute, allowing them to progress further. A soul master's available soul rings are limited, and the best choice is to absorb soul beasts that align with their own attributes or even those of the same type as their martial soul, maximizing benefits. Unlike certain so-called masters who haphazardly absorb, only those with a solid foundation, like the Blue-Silver Emperor, can withstand such recklessness. Otherwise, a less fortunate individual would have been rendered useless long ago. Yin now faced a similar dilemma regarding which attribute to prioritize for soul ring absorption. If he opted solely for the fire attribute, he would squander his earth attribute. However, if he pursued both, he risked rendering both attributes ineffective. He contemplated the possibility of pursuing a singular fire attribute extreme flow, but the innate earth attribute within his martial soul would be wasted, leading to a lack of purity in his martial soul, making it challenging to reach the pinnacle of fire attributes. Conversely, if he chose to focus solely on earth attributes, he would face the same dilemma, resulting in a lack of purity in the final attribute. He also considered the option of alternating between absorbing soul rings of fire and earth attributes, but such a path might result in insufficient transformation for both attributes, ultimately leading to self-sabotage. To illustrate, a soul grandmaster at the fourth ring would have all four soul rings attuned to the same attribute. Meanwhile, Yin, with one ring per attribute, would end up with 2 soul rings each for fire and earth. Would that transformation truly suffice? He harbored doubts. There was, of course, another option, absorbing soul beasts that possessed both fire and earth attributes. However, such choices are not merely scarce. They're exceedingly rare. Should he pursue this path, his soul skills would merely align with attributes, leaving their potency uncertain. Having just perused the compendium of soul beasts, he found the number of beasts possessing both fire and earth attributes alarmingly low. He could count them on one hand, and none were particularly powerful. If he were to make such a choice, his soul rings would be limited to a select few, significantly impacting his strength. Conventional methods make it exceedingly difficult to maximize both attributes, necessitating compromises. Yin stared at his palm, watching the dark red glow flow slowly. At that moment, his eyes shimmered with an unusual crimson radiance, and a light veil flowed through his mind. If I truly wish to unlock my full potential, I must take risks, sacrificing a portion of my current potential. The mutation of my martial soul into duality, while perilous, could provide me with greater choices. Yin opened the notebook he had placed on his bedside, which contained an audacious plan he had devised over the past few days to explore the potential of his dual attribute martial soul. It could be described as merely a conjecture, yet if successful, it held the promise of a brighter future for him. The concept of martial soul mutation and the notion of regressive duality were methodologies he had formulated after extensive contemplation, aided by the intellect-enhancing AI, Dawn. Martial soul mutation, as the term suggests, involves guiding the acquired transformation of a martial soul. A notable example can be found in Douluo 2, the unrivaled Tang sect, where Huog's brother, Douluo Li, exemplifies this phenomenon. Originally, Douluo Li possessed a mutated white tiger martial soul, which was relatively weak in manifestation. However, later, through a unique method employed by Huogua, he awakened the spiritual attribute within his martial soul, evolving into a mutated blood tiger, an instance of postnatal mutation of a martial soul. Such transformations are generally more successful in those already possessing a congenital mutated martial soul. For instance, Yu Shaojing's Luo San Pao could utilize this method to gradually ascend to the true golden sacred dragon, although the path is fraught with difficulties and suffering. For someone like Yu Shaojing, attempting such an endeavor would likely end in failure. Yan's Flame Lord martial soul could also be considered a form of mutation, as a typical Flame Lord would predominantly embody the fire attribute, rather than the amalgamation of fire and earth attributes that manifests as molten power in his case. Through his research and introspection regarding his own martial soul, Yin felt reasonably confident in his understanding of martial soul mutations. However, the subsequent step, regressive duality, was a source of considerable inner turmoil for him. Regressive duality suggests that his martial soul mutation is inclined towards a retrogressive transformation. To be precise, it entails the intention to bifurcate his originally complete martial soul, which would undoubtedly affect its quality. Indeed, he aspired to separate the two primary attributes of his martial soul, thereby splitting it into two distinct martial souls. In doing so, he would achieve dual martial souls, allowing him to acquire 18 soul rings before ascending to godhood, vastly expanding his options for soul rings. Yan's notion may seem fantastical, as dual martial souls are significantly rarer than ordinary mutated martial souls. One might question how it could be possible to attain dual martial souls through the division of a singular martial soul. Yet, there exists a theoretical foundation for his hypothesis, relating to the interplay between martial soul mutation, fusion, and duality. Ultimately, martial soul duality represents a unique form of martial soul mutation, when the paternal and maternal martial souls share similar qualities yet lack compatibility. They cannot merge into a new mutated martial soul, resulting in the phenomenon of dual martial souls. Yin's theory of regressive duality stems from a reverse interpretation of the martial soul fusion theory. The topic of self-martial soul fusion appears somewhat abrupt in the context of Douluo I, with authentic cases emerging from Douluo III, the Legend of the Dragon Kings, featuring two dual martial soul possessors. Among the characters in Douluo III, two stand out: Xie, who wields the light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger, and Wuxi Duo, who possesses the nether spirit cat and the white tiger. Wuxi Duo, a descendant of the current star Luo royal family, can independently execute martial soul fusion, using her technique to form the nether white tiger. Xie, on the other hand, advanced further, as his light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger ultimately fused and evolved into an entirely new martial soul, the time-space dragon. Their successes illustrate the potential for compatible dual martial souls to merge and evolve into a new martial soul. Thus, by reverse deduction, if martial soul fusion evolution exists, it stands to reason that martial soul division and regression could also occur. For Yin, who is currently constrained by the difficulty of fully exploring the potential of his two attributes, this presents a method worth pursuing. Should he succeed, he would possess dual martial souls, and even if the initial quality were diminished due to the division, he could seek opportunities to enhance and rectify this decline. The Douluo world is replete with opportunities to elevate martial soul quality, especially in the current timeline, where most of these opportunities remain available. Once he compensates for the martial soul's quality, he could await the moment to merge and transcend at the title Douluo level or beyond, paving the way for a more splendid future. Chapter 9. A Conversation with Fenglin. Little Yin, Lord Fenglin has arrived. Within the Spirit Hall branch of Sanova City, Yin, who had been engrossed at his desk, slightly lifted his gaze upon hearing Leah's voice from outside the door, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. When the door opened and closed, Leah did not enter but continued to guide the other young soul masters in their training outside in the courtyard. Their group had departed from the Spirit Hall branch in Nar City to escort Yin and the other awakened soul masters to the Junior Academy in Spirit City. However, none had anticipated an ambush by evil soul masters along the way, though fortunately, no significant mishaps had occurred. As the door closed once more, only Yin, still seated at his desk, and Fenglin, the visibly unsettled soul king showing signs of fatigue, remained within the room. Lord Fenglin, after writing for a while longer, Yin finally raised his head to regard Fenglin, whose demeanor was evidently troubled. With the utterance of his name, it seemed Fenglin was jolted back to reality. We just returned from Fenglin Town. Fenglin observed the composed 6-year-old boy before him, feeling an inexplicable weight in his heart. The thought of his underlying suspicion made him feel as though he were losing his sanity. After all, this child was only 6 years old. How could it be possible? And then, Yin maintained his calm demeanor, which only heightened Feng Lin's anxiety. The child before him appeared anything but 6 years old. He seemed more like a prodigy. I have experimented with flour and flames. They indeed can trigger a violent energy explosion, but must occur in a highly enclosed environment, requiring a substantial amount of flour to be dispersed. Feng Lin spoke gravely, his gaze fixed on Yin as he carefully monitored the child's reaction. I inspected the ruins in Fenglin town, the flour in the granary, and your last known position. Everything is too coincidental to the point of. Before he could finish, Yin interjected, as if it were all orchestrated by someone. You are not mistaken. From a moment, I struck Razor on the head with the lime powder. He had already fallen into my trap. Would you like to hear more? As he spoke, Yin gestured toward the chair beside him. Feng Lin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to sit down, feeling somewhat restless in the presence of the 6-year-old Yin. Once seated, Yin contemplated for a moment before continuing. At the outset of that night, I was knocked unconscious by Razor's soul skill. However, when I regained consciousness, I realized I had to save myself. Razor's gravest error was his complacency. Lime powder is hardly a formidable substance, yet when used unexpectedly, it can easily incapacitate someone. As Yin delved into this recollection, he couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was. During the early stages of Douluo, particularly in Douluo, the disparity in levels was not overly pronounced. With the right strategies, even an ordinary person could potentially turn the tables on a soul master. It was indeed fortunate for him. The Douluo continent during the Douluo period resembled ancient society, where few understood the implications of lime powder and dust explosions, making his success all the more attainable. At this juncture in the Douluo continent, the technological advancement of soul-guided devices had yet to be realized, and the emergence of self-created soul skills was still in its infancy. The overwhelming majority of soul masters were heavily reliant on their own soul rings and soul skills, which afforded him a rare opportunity. Had this been in the era following the events of Douluo, employing such tactics against a wanted evil soul master would have been tantamount to courting death. After a brief moment of reflection, Yin continued. Once Razor was injured by the lime powder, my plan was halfway to fruition. Everything that followed, whether it was leaping from the second floor or luring him into the storeroom, including the scattering of a copious amount of flour, was all part of my scheme. As Yin recounted his tale with serene composure, Feng Lin felt a chill run down his spine, even though he had anticipated something of this nature. Hearing a mere 6-year-old narrate the story of how he had orchestrated the demise of a 4-ringed evil soul master filled him with dread. This child before him was anything but ordinary, while most children would simply close their eyes and await their fate in such dire circumstances. Yin meticulously plotted and cornered an evil soul master whose power vastly exceeded that of an average soul sect, compelling him toward a lethal end. Were it not for Yin's own admission and detailed account of the steps taken, Feng Lin would have found it impossible to believe. What else could Lord Feng Lin wish to understand? After briefly summarizing his machinations against Razor, Yin paused before continuing. I presume you must be a man of intellect. I have heard from Sister Leah that your son possesses limited talent. Having surpassed 30 years of age, he has yet to break through to the soul master level, making it almost impossible for him to advance in this lifetime. After you ascended to the rank of Soul King 5 years ago, you have spent a full 5 years achieving merely level 53, indicating that your cultivation has nearly reached its limits. If there is no change upon your decline, the Feng family will inevitably face gradual decay. Yan's words resonated deeply within Feng Lin, causing him to instinctively clench his fists, for he knew the truth of Yan's assertions. His family was indeed ensnared in a predicament of stagnation. Coming from humble beginnings, with ancestors who were commoners, it was only in his generation that he was fortunate enough to awaken a martial soul with innate soul power, neither overly strong nor weak. Through years of dedication, he managed to achieve the rank of Soul Master before the age of 30, subsequently rising to the rank of Soul King. However, after this ascent, he sensed that his potential had reached its zenith. Indeed, after 5 arduous years, he had scarcely advanced 2 levels, and in the past year, his progress had been negligible. His age was no longer youthful, with a grandson already in his teenage years. Faced with the arduous path of his own cultivation, he had no choice but to focus on nurturing the next generation. Regrettably, his son had proven disappointing, failing to break through level 30 before turning 30 himself, rendering future advancements exceedingly difficult. His options were dwindling, and now a promising opportunity lay before him to invest early in this astute and gifted young prodigy. Feng Lin, advanced in years, could not afford to place his hopes on a grandson whose potential appeared bleak. To maintain the family's prosperity, aside from cultivating successors, it was imperative to establish a robust backing. While he could align himself with the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall as a Soul King, he possessed a modicum of influence. Yet such allegiances would require a pledge of loyalty, potentially embroiling him in factional strife that could cost him his life. Alternatively, investing in a talented individual who would likely provide returns on that investment once they attained success could ensure the continuation of his family's legacy. Presently, a highly suitable candidate had emerged. Chapter 10. Awakening of Anomalies. I can ensure the preservation of your family, preventing its decline. The prerequisite, however, is your assistance. No need for desperate measures, but I require sufficient support. In the chambers of the Spirit Hall branch in Sanxis City, a youthful voice echoed for a considerable time. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, another voice emerged. Feng Lin had been observing Yin intently, yet even with his discerning eye, he could not fathom the depths of this mere 6-year-old. After much contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Very well. Excellent, Yin replied, a confident smile gracing his face as he then articulated his demands. I now require you to assist me in gathering sufficient materials and arranging certain matters. Feng Lin silently bowed his head, attentively listening to Yin's instructions, his gaze shifting as Yin spoke. Once Yin concluded, Feng Lin slightly lowered his head. These tasks will take time. I should be able to arrange everything by tomorrow. Agreed, Yin nodded, and after exchanging further dialogue, Feng Lin exited the room. Alone once more, Yin approached the desk, picking up a notebook filled with dense scrawlings. He let out a long sigh. Tomorrow must not disappoint me. On the following morning, as the morning sun cast its light upon the courtyard, 3 figures commenced their preparations in a nearby yard. Little Yin, what exactly are you and Lord Feng Lin planning? Why did you mention needing my healing skills? In the center of the courtyard, a perplexed Leah quietly inquired, having been summoned by Feng Lin and Yin, completely unaware of their forthcoming endeavors. Sister Leah, trust me, everything will be fine. Yin grasped Leah's hand reassuringly and smiled, offering no further explanation. His next undertaking was a risk, and having a healing soul masteress assistance was paramount. Who could be more suitable than Leah? As for the potential exposure of his secret, in truth, even if he succeeded, the method for splitting martial souls held little intrinsic value. The criteria for success were exceedingly demanding. Typically, individuals possess singular martial attributes, rendering the need for splitting unnecessary. Moreover, according to Yan's estimations, splitting a martial soul could easily lead to a decline in its quality post-separation. Should an ordinary person attempt such reckless experimentation, even if they succeeded in splitting the martial soul, their innate talent would likely be squandered. Yin dared to pursue this path because of his profound foundation. Even if the quality diminished post-split, a superior martial soul would still emerge, ensuring he remained a top-tier talent, capable of compensating for any subsequent decline in his innate abilities. I am ready. At that moment, Feng Lin's voice reached Yin, who no longer hesitated. After giving Leah an assuring glance, he proceeded towards the now-prepared Feng Lin. Within the courtyard, amidst a mystical array adorned with dark, oval gemstones, 6 central stones formed a hexagonal shape, indicative of some arcane formation. The awakening array? Where Lord Feng Lin and Little Yin up to? Did they not already awaken their martial souls? Leah's doubts intensified as she observed the intricate array. She had some recollection of this complex formation, known as the Martial Soul Awakening Array, a technique typically mastered by graduates of beginner martial soul academies. However, this particular awakening array was markedly distinct from the ordinary. Standard awakening arrays consisted of 6 array stones combined with a soul master's soul power, simple, convenient, and efficient. In contrast, the array Feng Lin was currently arranging was far more intricate. While its effectiveness might not be superior, its cost-effectiveness was certainly lacking, a relic of ancient times now long replaced. This ancient method of awakening martial souls, despite being rendered obsolete due to its inconvenience and higher costs, is undeniably effective. Potentially surpassing contemporary technique. It offers a prolonged duration of assistance during the awakening process and significantly increases the likelihood of children manifesting innate soul power. Many ancient noble families favor this method to facilitate the awakening of their descendants' martial souls. Lyra, though perplexed, did not impede Yin and Feng Lin's actions. Instead, she stood by, quietly gathering her soul power, prepared to unleash it to aid should the need arise, keeping Yan's words firmly in her heart. Wind Falcon, possess me. In the center of the courtyard, as Feng Lin uttered a low command, a sudden gust of wind swept through the yard. A faint azure light emanated from the center of his brow, heralding a transformation. SoulLand's hands morphed into claw-like appendages, and tufts of down appeared on his cheeks and exposed skin. Wings sprouted from his back, accompanied by 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple. At this moment, SoulLand's eyes transformed into those of a hawk, and his outstretched claws glimmered with a cold light. As his soul power surged, the 5 soul rings pulsated rhythmically. SoulLand's ascension to the rank of Soul King attests to his remarkable strength and talent. The first 4 soul rings represent an optimal configuration. However, the 5th ring fell short, as he failed to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly surpassed the 53rd level by now. Step inside. SoulLand gestured to Yin, indicating he should enter the formation. Yin complied without hesitation, moving forward to the center of the formation. After a brief examination, he settled into a meditative posture. SoulLand remained silent, and beams of soul power emanated from his palms, striking each spirit stone with precision. A layer of golden luminescence radiated from the dark spirit stones, enveloping Yin in a faint golden light. A delicate golden aura illuminated Yan's being as he sat cross-legged, his consciousness exploring and calling forth his essence. In a dark expanse of consciousness, as Yan's awareness returned, he was confronted by a peculiar entity. Endless dark red flames enveloped an extraordinary figure, which took on a gigantic human form. Its core ablaze with fierce flames, yet possessing a body akin to rock, a most bizarre sight. This was the depths of Yan's consciousness, and the being before him was his martial soul, the Flame Lord, an apex mutated martial soul embodying both fire and earth attributes. What Yin was about to attempt was audacious. He intended to awaken his martial soul, compelling it to undergo a process of self-splitting. Martial souls are not mere inanimate objects. They possess sentience. Yet, most soul masters regard their martial souls as mere tools, lacking any intention to communicate. Yin aimed to awaken and gain the recognition of his martial soul, fostering cooperation to ease the difficulty of splitting it and enhance the likelihood of success. Awaken, Flame Lord. Within the dark sea of consciousness, as Yan's fervent calls echoed, the seemingly lifeless Flame Lord responded. Its eyes flared with fiery brilliance, and a brilliant light erupted within the space. This was a manifestation of a peculiar power residing within him, an essence that even the current intelligence could not decipher. Appearing to be a form of spiritual energy, Yan's consciousness observed the extraordinary light drawing closer to his martial soul. As the dazzling radiance exploded forth, his martial soul began to transform. Although its true nature remained elusive, as long as it could be harnessed for the purpose of division, it sufficed. Even if there were risks, they could be addressed later. Yan's awareness remained vigilant in his martial soul's realm, keenly noticing the rapid changes occurring. Under the influence of the brilliant light, the Flame Lord seemed to gradually split apart, with a sudden rupture, as 2 beams of light tore asunder. Yan felt the darkness envelop him, his consciousness fracturing. In the tangible world, he abruptly trembled while seated in the formation, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Little Yin, Lyra, who had been closely monitoring him, rushed forward upon witnessing the scene. SoulLand, presiding over the formation, hastily withdrew his soul power. As the glow of the awakening formation gradually faded, Yan's body swayed precariously before collapsing. Fortunately, Lyra arrived just in time to support him before he fell. The 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, illuminated sequentially, casting a warm healing light upon him, and Yin felt significantly better. Lyra cautiously assisted him, fearful of any further complications. Little Yin, how do you feel? Are you all right? I'm fine, Sister Lyra. Yin reassured her with a shake of his head. He then turned to SoulLand, inquiring, Are you all right, Lord SoulLand? SoulLand's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, but after a brief moment of recuperation, he regained some strength. Upon hearing Yan's question, he opened his eyes and shook his head. It's nothing. I've merely expended some soul power. However, what's your secret technique? Did it fail? No, it was successful. Yin shook his head, then smiled wryly. It seems I didn't consider all aspects thoroughly. My approach was perhaps a bit too forceful. In the end, the martial soul retaliated, nearly inflicting serious injury upon me. Through the feedback from the intelligence, Yin understood what had transpired. His first attempt at splitting his martial soul was rather crude, and during the final rupture, the martial soul's backlash almost caused him to bleed from his 7 orifices and leave him incapacitated. As he spoke, Yin extended his hands, releasing 2 beams of light from his palms. In his right hand, a flickering flame danced. In his left, a hazy, earthy glow. The flame in his right hand embodied a fierce, abyssal flame demon, representing the Flame Lord after its degradation, now more aptly termed the high-level martial soul, Flame Commander. Originally, Yan's supreme martial soul, the Flame Lord, belonged to the ancient abyssal flame demon lineage. This lineage is akin to the Flame Monarch and the Dark Flame Demon King from the world of the Yin-Yang Crown. However, Yan's Flame Lord is somewhat unique. Unlike the Flame Monarch and the Dark Flame Demon King, which are categorized as Yin and Yang flames, his mutated Flame Lord possesses dual attributes of fire and earth. Following the division, his principal martial soul reverted to a singular fire attribute, transforming into the Flame Commander, a tier lower than the Flame Lord, yet still capable of re-evolution. The earthy glow in his left hand represented the separated auxiliary martial soul, resembling the Flame Demon lineage, but manifesting as a colossal sand giant, tentatively named Earth Commander. As Yin slowly retracted the earthy glow in his left hand, he silently invoked the martial soul's possession. With flames erupting around him, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Subtle black magical patterns emerged upon his skin, entwined with a layer of crimson light, while scarlet flames enveloped him, rendering him akin to a formidable fire war god. Yin inwardly discerned the distinctions between the Flame Commander and the Flame Lord, already formulating an understanding. He quietly mused, "Indeed, following this degradation, the quality and potency of my martial soul have notably diminished." Yin retracted the flames, clenching his palm as vibrant crimson flames radiated a resplendent glow, presenting an impressive sight. However, Yin could perceive that the current scarlet flames lacked the formidable strength of his original dark red flames. The latter, a fusion of the supreme martial soul of flame and the molten power of earth and fire, was far more potent. In the realm of reality, ordinary flames cannot compare to the intensity of magma. The most evident distinction lies in their temperatures. Common materials, such as burning firewood, produce an orange-red flame with temperatures around several hundred degrees. In contrast, the molten rock that can refine metals boasts temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Yin had once easily forged lime thanks to the assistance of the magma power, but with merely the flame power now, he might struggle to achieve the same feat nevertheless. For Yin at this moment, the flame power sufficed. Although the magma power was stronger, its maximum temperature was limited, whereas flames, despite possessing a lower minimum threshold, could reach far greater heights, with the potential for further metamorphosis. After a brief moment of reflection, Yin withdrew his martial soul, and with a flicker of red light, tranquility returned to the courtyard. "Little Yin, what was that just now?" Leah had been closely observing Yin, and upon witnessing his series of actions, the crimson flames and the earthy yellow aura, her mind was a muddled mess, as today's events had profoundly challenged her worldview. "Sister Leah, that was my second martial soul. I possess the secret of dual martial souls, and I hope you will keep it to yourself for the time being." Yin smiled gently at Leah and offered a casual explanation, which she seemed to accept without hesitation. Yin did not dwell on the matter. The existence of a dual martial soul could be of great significance or triviality. Even if it were to be leaked, it would merely mean an early exposure of his considerable talent, attracting the attention of more individuals. He was indifferent to the potential revelation, but preferred to keep his abilities under wraps for now, as fame often brought trouble, and he despised complications. Thus, he advised Leah to remain discreet. "You actually succeeded?" In another corner of the courtyard, the Soul King Fenglin stared at Yin in a daze, muttering to himself, unable to regain his composure even as he approached. "Lord Fenglin." A call from Yin seemed to awaken him from his stupor, and astonishment filled his eyes. Although he had participated in facilitating these events, he had never anticipated Yin's success. "Yin, young master." This time, Fenglin adopted a humble demeanor. Previously, he regarded Yin merely as a worthy investment. However, having witnessed Yin's display of value through the unprecedented feat of splitting a martial soul, he had already submitted to his prowess. Fenglin had come to understand Yin's talent and temperament over the past few days and recognized that he was no mere facade. At this moment, Yin needed assistance, and Fenglin sought to invest in a genius to secure his own future. What choice could be better than this? "Uncle Lin, we have stayed in the kingdom of Sylvis long enough. I recall that the opening of the Junior Soul Master Academy is approaching." Yin glanced at Fenglin and waved his hand slightly, changing his address. "Please make the necessary arrangements. We shall continue our journey. Additionally, prepare for my acquisition of a suitable first soul ring." Fenglin, now fully committed to investing in Yin, would exert every effort to ensure matters were handled well. After Yin finished speaking, he replied, "Leave it to me, young Master Yin." Yin nodded at Fenglin before turning to Leah, extending his hand. "It's all right now, Sister Leah, let us return." Though Leah was filled with questions, she understood that this was not the time for such discussions. Ultimately, she took Yin's hand, and together they departed the courtyard. Once they had left, Fenglin gazed silently at the array patterns on the ground for a long while before gently waving his hand. A powerful gust of wind swept through, erasing most traces within the courtyard. After tidying up a bit, Fenglin also departed from the now deserted space. As tranquility enveloped the courtyard, none would have anticipated that within the Douluo continent, a new possessor of dual martial souls had emerged, destined to unleash an unimaginable storm upon the world. The Hot Spring Mountain Range, located in the southeastern part of the Kingdom of Sylvis, is akin to the Stardow Forest and the Sunset Forest, a region abundant with wild soul beasts. The variety of soul beasts here is extensive, and the core area is home to numerous 10,000-year soul beasts, making it an excellent choice for mid-level soul masters seeking soul rings. On the Douluo continent, the best places for lower-ranked soul masters to acquire soul rings are the soul-hunting forests nurtured by the two great empires and the Spear Hall. These soul-hunting forests, situated within the borders of the two empires and various kingdoms, typically house soul beasts of lower levels, with only a few thousand-year beasts at most. Once soul beasts reach 10,000 years, they undergo a terrifying transformation, gaining high intelligence and immense power, making it exceedingly difficult for armies to contend with them. Consequently, soul beasts in these hunting forests are closely monitored after reaching 1,000 years, as they are unlikely to be allowed to grow to the 10,000-year level. The Hot Spring Mountain Range is renowned for its abundant sulfur ores and hot springs, characterized by diverse topography and fluctuating climate. The peaks are capped with snow, while the mountainsides are enveloped in steaming hot springs that emit waves of heat. Lakes, waterfalls, forests, and grasslands converge within this mountain range, creating a rich ecosystem teeming with various soul beast species. The Hot Spring Town serves as a gateway to the depths of the Hot Spring Mountain Range, with an array of shops lining the streets. The bustling crowd contributes to the town's lively atmosphere. Amidst the clamor, 3 carriages arrived at a hotel near the mountain entrance. As the carriage curtains were drawn aside, 2 middle-aged men and a young girl disembarked, accompanied by over 10 children. Bringing up the rear was an indifferent elder and a composed child, an unusual pairing. After stepping down from the carriage, Yin did not immediately enter the hotel with Leah and the others. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, taking in the vibrant scene. The area near the mountain entrance was filled with numerous buildings and a variety of shops, with the sounds of vendors calling out echoing through the air. The atmosphere intrigued Yin greatly. Team needed for hunting power-type soul beasts, still 2 members short. Team needed for hunting agility-type soul beasts, 7 members required, 10 gold soul coins. 1 scout needed for the hunting squad. An agility-type or flying-capable soul master is acceptable. Various shouts filled the air, predominantly calling for individuals to form teams to hunt soul beasts and complete tasks, while the surrounding shops primarily sold weapons, armor, and various food supplies, with prices exceeding those in other towns by more than double, exploiting the unprepared. At Yin's side was Fenglin, this soul master hall steward and soul king, willingly taking on the role of Yin's steward. The elder's motivations were clear. He sought a good escape route for his family in the future, and even hoped that once Yin rose to prominence, he might extend a helping hand, allowing the aging Fenglin to continue his ascent in strength. At this moment, the Soul King cast a disdainful glance in the direction of Yin, surveying the shouting soul masters with a hint of contempt. He held these hastily assembled teams in low regard, questioning their efficacy and combat prowess. At this juncture, Fenglin resembled Yan's devoted steward, and after a brief moment of observation, he subtly inclined his head and advised, "Young Master Yin, it is getting late. Perhaps you should retire early tonight. Allow me to handle tomorrow's arrangements." "Thank you, Uncle Lin," Yin replied. After absorbing the lively atmosphere for a while, his interest waned, and he nodded at Fenglin before entering the hotel. This establishment, located at the entrance to the Hot Springs mountain range, was merely 2 stories high, not due to the owner's lack of resources, but rather a precaution against attracting the attention of formidable soul beasts. The Hot Springs mountain range was a haven for wild soul beasts, housing many ancient ones within its depths. While these powerful creatures typically resided in the core area, they could occasionally wander to the outskirts. Erecting a towering structure would only serve as an eye-catching landmark, particularly enticing to those mighty beasts. Little Yin, upon reaching the 2nd floor, Yin entered a room where Leah was laying a blanket on the bed. She turned and smiled at him, her delicate features betraying a hint of concern. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. "Little Yin, the wilderness is fraught with danger. As you venture to acquire your soul ring tomorrow, Please, do not act impulsively. Due to Yan's remarkable talent, this elder sister had been particularly attentive to him, eliciting envy from many of her peers. Since the incident in SoulLand town when Yin had rescued her, her concern for him had intensified. Her admonitions stemmed from the frequent injuries Yin had sustained recently. She feared his curiosity would lead him into further peril. Rest assured, I will be fine, Yin reassured her, warmed by her concern, and then retired for the night. The following morning, after bidding farewell to Like, Bart, and a host of children, SoulLand and Leah led Yin into the hot springs mountain range. Once they had evaded the gaze of others, SoulLand and Leah unleashed their martial spirits and took to the skies. SoulLand's Gale Eagle and Leah's Radiant Bird were both avian martial spirits capable of flight. Although Leah's Radiant Bird did not embody an offensive spirit, it was still well suited for short flights while carrying a child. SoulLand soared ahead with outstretched wings, while Leah held Yin closely behind him. They quickly delved deeper into the hot springs mountain range, and after skimming over a dense forest, they found themselves in a clearing where the temperature had noticeably risen. Yin gazed into the distance, where towering peaks rose like chimneys, intermittently releasing plumes of smoke, indicative of a volcano. This area was characterized by rare volcanic landforms, with a sweltering environment, acrid fumes, and bizarre rock formations. Though they were still some distance from the peak, the warmth enveloped them, and the vegetation surrounding them had thinned considerably, resembling a blend of forest and grassland. Numerous soul beasts roamed the area, including the fire attribute soul beast Yin sought to hunt. Young Master Yin, this region is abundant in fire attribute soul beasts. Let us search here for a suitable target, SoulLand suggested, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes before turning to Yin. Yin had no objections, so SoulLand and Leah descended once more into the forest. As they landed, the surrounding trees suddenly rustled, accompanied by the cacophony of chattering monkeys. Yin swiftly turned to the source of the commotion. With a series of high-pitched cries, a group of creatures emerged atop the surrounding treetops. These beings, resembling fiery red-furred monkeys, moved with remarkable speed, encircling the trio from multiple directions. SoulLand recognized the creatures and turned to Yin. These are the Crimson Fire Monkeys, a decent fire attribute soul beast. The leading Monkey King is approximately 300 years old. Do you wish for me to take action? No need to kill them. Simply driving them away will suffice. The soul ring I seek can be of a slightly lesser age, but it must possess high quality, preferably a top-tier fire attribute soul beast. Yin replied, shaking his head. He held little regard for these gregarious monkeys, judging their incessant chattering and low age, none exceeding 300 years, as insignificant. Begone. After receiving Yan's response, SoulLand hesitated no longer. He unleashed his soul power, revealing his 5-ring Soul King strength, and summoned a tempest that sent the monkeys scattering, shaking the surrounding trees as they realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. As the Crimson Fire Monkeys fled in terror, the forest erupted with the howls of wolves. A pack of fiery red wolves charged at high speed, and the monkeys, caught off guard, found many unable to escape to the trees, resulting in numerous casualties at the jaws of the wolves. In the ensuing chaos, the Monkey King, panicking, led a few older monkeys to retaliate. But the wolf pack showed no mercy, plunging the two factions into a bloody conflict. Let us depart, Yin remarked, observing the fray between the two groups. He waved to SoulLand, who remained impassive, and took Leah's hand, leading their trio towards the mountain peak they had previously noted. Yan's desire to spare the Crimson Fire Monkeys was motivated by a disdain for needless slaughter. He viewed the act of killing unconscious soul beasts to demonstrate a lesson, only to waste the soul rings as foolish, when mere words could suffice to convey the message. Of course, while he prevented SoulLand from wantonly slaughtering the monkeys, the conflict between the monkeys and the wolves was a different matter altogether. In this realm, the law of the jungle prevailed. They had no obligation to intervene in the clashes among soul beast factions. With so many soul beasts converging here, it seems prudent for us to wait, Yin noted, as he, SoulLand, and Leah prepared to leave the forest, detecting a greater influx of soul beasts drawn by the scent of blood. They promptly altered their strategy, opting to lie in wait for a suitable target. Leah, cradling Yin, leaped onto a high branch, and as she steadied herself, a fire-red shadow darted from a tree 5 meters away, narrowly avoiding SoulLand and rushing towards the bloody battlefield, swiftly seizing a fallen Crimson Fire Monkey's corpse before making its escape. This fire leopard exhibited remarkable agility and could prove to be an excellent choice. However, it was somewhat young, yet to reach 300 years of age. As SoulLand's keen gaze shifted, it captured the sight of a soul beast, a strikingly crimson fire leopard, devoid of any blemishes. This exquisite creature, classified as a high-tier soul beast, undoubtedly surpassed the likes of the crimson fire monkey and the fire wolf. The lava hound, although aged, was more suited to the flame lord. Regrettably, its quality fell short, and aspiring for a top-tier dual attribute was rather ambitious. The forest was increasingly teeming with soul beasts, many of which possessed fire attributes. Yin, from his elevated vantage point, observed numerous century-old soul beasts, among which the lava hound piqued his interest. This soul beast not only exhibited fire attributes, but also contained a trace of earth attributes, with blood as viscous as magma. Naturally gregarious, lava hounds were swift and powerful. Though they lacked ranged attacks, their ferocity was unparalleled, and their bodies radiated intensely high temperatures, making them well-suited for their inherent fire and earth dual attributes. Typically, a lava hound measures about 1.2 meters in length, while those exceeding a century in age can reach over 1.8 meters and even unleash fireballs. In the pack Yin discovered, there resided lava hounds exceeding 3 meters, making them quite suitable based on the age of their first soul ring. The speed of this group was formidable, with fireballs hurtling forth, creating an eruption akin to flowing lava upon impact. This sudden chaos escalated the disorder of the battle. Chapter 14. The Fiery Demon Lion. Roar. Deep within the dense forest of the Hot Spring Mountains, a fierce skirmish erupted, drawing numerous soul beasts into a brutal clash. And the pungent scent of blood summoned the dominators of this realm. Accompanied by the resonant roars of lions, a cadre of crimson figures surged from the distant plains. This was a pride of fire lions. Perched upon the branch of an ancient tree, SoulLand gracefully descended beside Yin, gesturing toward the distant grassland. This stretch of flatland nestled among the mountains had once been the domain of the Golden Lion King, renowned for its multitude of lion-type soul beasts. Hence, it was aptly named the Golden Lion Plain. Indeed, the moniker was well-deserved, as lion-type soul beasts were abundant. Although the fire lions did not rival the pinnacle of soul beasts, they barely qualified as high-tier, with the bloodline of the Lion King far surpassing that of ordinary high-tier soul beasts. Yin did not respond immediately, but continued to gaze into the distance. Accompanied by a chorus of lion roars, a majestic assembly of large cats enveloped in fiery red light materialized before him. At this moment, SoulLand shared insights from his gathered intelligence. Young Master Yin, this small plain is said to have once housed the Golden Lion King, and the lion-type soul beasts here are numerous, hence it is referred to as the Golden Lion Plain. Indeed, Yin nodded as he surveyed the surroundings. The approaching pride of fire lions had now entered the fray, and amidst the throng of soul beasts, one fiery figure stood out conspicuously. This was a fire lion king, its powerful strides causing its distinctive mane to billow and sway. Its fiery red fur radiated an imposing majesty under the glow of flames. Measuring over 3 meters in length and standing at least 1.5 meters tall at the shoulders, its muscular contours were striking. Its crimson eyes exuded a chilling aura, and with a thunderous roar, it dispatched a group of soul beasts with mere swipes of its paws. As the Fire Lion King dashed forward, the flames engulfing its body rose higher, distorting the air around it. Unfortunately, only through a significant metamorphosis could a Fire Lion King barely ascend to the top-tier status of soul beasts, requiring at least a millennium of cultivation to achieve such transformation. Such formidable flames compelled Yin to reluctantly avert his gaze, continuing his search for other targets. The Fire Lion, capable of evolving into a top-tier Fire Lion King, would undoubtedly possess a millennium of cultivation. Even this Lion King might have barely crossed the threshold of 1,000 years, possibly attaining no more than 1,200 years of cultivation. However, for Yin, who was preparing to absorb his first soul ring, such a level of cultivation was exceedingly daunting. Attempting to absorb, it would be tantamount to courting death. He had contemplated his venture into the Hot Spring Mountains for soul rings, mindful that, according to the data from the Spirit Hall, a soul master's first soul ring should ideally be selected from a soul beast slightly above 400 years, with around 420 years being the upper limit. Naturally, each soul master's physique and martial spirit vary, leading to fluctuations in their limits, typically by a few decades at most. Given Yan's high-quality martial spirit and his recent focus on training, his adult soul willpower could withstand a bit more, enabling him to target soul beasts under 450 years. Through the research conducted via his cognitive interface, Dawn, Yin sought to judiciously utilize each opportunity for soul ring absorption to facilitate the evolution of his martial spirit. The exact number of years was not critical. Rather, the compatibility between the soul beast and his martial spirit along with the quality of the absorbed soul beast, was paramount. For instance, a 100-year Titan giant ape would undeniably be stronger than a 400-year wind baboon. An ordinary soul master would likely prefer the Titan giant ape soul ring due to its superior quality. However, exceptions exist. For those whose martial spirits closely align with the wind baboon, choosing the 400-year variant would yield greater benefits, as the compatibility between the two would be significantly higher. Of course, in terms of value, the Titan giant ape would still reign supreme. Thus, when a soul master selects a soul ring, the primary consideration is the compatibility with their martial spirit, followed by quality, and finally, the age. Naturally, this pertains to scenarios where the three parameters are relatively comparable. Should a 9,000-year beast stand against a 10,000-year one, a titled Douluo would likely make a distinctly different choice. Even a perfectly compatible 9,000-year soul ring might not grant domains or soul bones, while a 10,000-year soul beast could very well bestow domain skills and guaranteed soul bones, yielding vast rewards, an allure too great to resist. However, all of this had little relevance to Yan's current situation. The notion of 9,000 or 10,000-year beasts was far removed from his present needs. What he sought was a suitable first soul ring, ideally from a top-tier fire attribute soul beast. Should an ultimate fire attribute beast present itself, he would undoubtedly retreat without hesitation. Ultimate fire attribute soul beasts typically belong to the echelon of Titan giant apes or the dark gold fearsome bear. Such apex soul beast monarchs, even a century old, could rival a 10,000-year beast. To confront them directly would be folly, necessitating careful deliberation. Roar, just as the fire lion pride surged into the thicket, a solitary, commanding roar of a lion king echoed from the opposite side of the lion plain, accompanied by a surge of crimson flames. A vast expanse of air turned scarlet, and a deep, resonant roar followed as a scarlet figure emerged. This was the top-tier soul beast, the crimson flame lion, boasting over 400 years, likely nearing 500. Alas, SoulLand, upon witnessing this soul beast, observed with a tinge of regret. The crimson flame lion stood as one of the foremost entities among lion-type soul beasts. Although it could not be compared to the legendary golden lion with its golden bloodline, it was still a formidable fire attribute soul beast, possessing exceptional control over fire strength and innate bloodlines. Regrettably, this particular crimson flame lion measured over 2.5 meters in length and had likely surpassed 500 years of cultivation. If Yin were to take the risk of absorbing it, the likelihood of failure was substantial. This was a contest of lion kings. It would be prudent to wait and see if a golden lion might emerge. Yin was exceedingly pleased with the scene unfolding before him. Earlier, when they had ascended to the treetops, they had ignited a fire and cast out a concoction of herbs, which not only permeated the air with a pungent scent of blood, but also emanated an alluring fragrance that attracted fire attribute soul beasts. Now, the results were manifestly favorable. As the Flame Lion King and the Crimson Flame Lion let out their mighty roars, another lion's roar resonated from the opposite direction of the Golden Lion Prairie, accompanied by a surge of flames, heralding the arrival of a colossal, entirely fire-red lion. This majestic creature stood approximately 2 meters tall, its radiant fiery mane exuding an aura of flames even while standing still. At the moment this lion appeared, Yin's gaze sharpened. After a moment of keen observation, he made a decisive conclusion. The blazing demon lion, it appeared to be just over 400 years old. Limbo, no time to waste. That is the one. The blazing demon lion, a formidable fire attribute soul beast, was among those that possessed a royal bloodline within the realm of soul beasts. If the Crimson Flame Lion was considered a top contender beneath the Golden Lion, the blazing demon lion stood as a challenger of the Golden Bloodline, holding the potential to threaten the Golden Lion King. Chapter 15. The First Soul Ring. In the dense forest beyond the Golden Lion Prairie of the Hot Spring Mountain Range, an unexpected encounter occurred among 3 distinct fire attribute lion soul beasts, the Flame Lion Pack, the Crimson Flame Lion, and the Blazing Demon Lion. Thanks to Yin's meticulous preparations, these lion soul beasts found themselves in direct confrontation. In his quest to locate suitable soul beasts for acquiring soul rings within the Hot Spring Mountains, Yin had conducted extensive research, including methods to attract powerful fire attribute soul beasts. Previously, when the Crimson Fire Monkey group attacked them, Yin had instructed SoulLand to subtly manipulate the situation. The skirmish between the Crimson Fire Monkeys and the Firewolf Pack would not have drawn such a multitude of soul beasts. But the overwhelming scent of blood and the effects of the herbs stirred many fire attribute soul beasts to arrive instinctively. Although the Golden Lion Prairie was not considered the heart of the Hot Spring Mountains, it did host a limited number of powerful soul beasts, likely linked to the legendary Golden Lion King. This region was abundant in lion soul beasts, many of which boasted formidable bloodlines, predominantly fire attribute. Due to Yin's calculations, this chaotic melee had transformed into a dramatic standoff among the lion factions. However, soul beasts are not known for their patience, particularly in such a confrontational scenario. The three lion clans had scarcely restrained themselves before erupting into battle. Roar! The Flame Lion pack enjoyed a numerical advantage, and the Flame Lion King, being a 1,000-year-old soul beast, showed no mercy to these challengers, who were merely a century old, unleashing a furious roar as numerous young lions, each over 100 years old, charged forth. The Flame Lion, an impressive soul beast in its own right, excelled in both close and range combat. Their age could be easily discerned by their size and the color of their flames. 10-year-old fire lions bore a pale red hue, a century-old was crimson, while the 1,000-year-old lions exhibited an orange blaze. In the current battlefield, only one orange flame was present, while dozens of others blazed in shades of crimson. A dozen 100-year-old flame lions surged toward the positions of the Crimson Flame Lion and the Blazing Demon Lion, their mouths agape, unleashing brilliant jets of crimson fire. In response to the challenge from the 100-year-old flame lions, the Crimson Flame Lion merely opened its mouth wide, unleashing a pillar of fire reminiscent of molten lava toward the oncoming flame lions. An astonishing spectacle ensued. This crimson fire pillar suddenly split into over a dozen streams mid-air, consuming the flames expelled by the flame lions before merging back together, swelling to more than double its size and sweeping through the charging flame lions in a dramatic arc. Boom! 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 Wherever the magma fire pillar passed, fierce explosions of flame erupted, even with formidable fire resistance. The 100-year-old flame lions could not escape the fiery fate that awaited them, quickly succumbing to the onslaught. The Crimson Flame Lion possessed extraordinary flame control abilities, capable of maximizing the surrounding fire elements. Despite being just over 500 years old, it dominated the 100-year-old flame lions with overwhelming superiority. As the Crimson Flame Lion showcased its potent flame control, the Blazing Demon Lion, in contrast, was straightforward and brutal. With a thunderous roar, an infinite expanse of flames engulfed the wasteland. Roar! The Blazing Demon Lion emitted a fierce roar that echoed throughout the heavens and earth, its crimson flames soaring to heights of 10 meters, rapidly expanding across the area. Celebrated as the ruler of flames, the Blazing Demon Lion was particularly adept at wide-area attacks, renowned for a soul skill known as the Resistance Flame Ring, which served both offensive and defensive purposes, if memory served correctly. The fiery dance of the Flame Dance Academy possessed a similar soul skill. As the King of Beasts, the Blazing Demon Lion charged headlong into the fray against the 100-year-old flame lions, belting out a roar while spewing flames that engulfed vast swathes of land, directly barreling toward the legion of flame lions. Bang! 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 The 100-year-old flame lions clashed fiercely with the Blazing Demon Lion. Yet they stood no chance against the latter's overwhelming might. The aura of kingship was simply unstoppable. With just a few swipes, the Blazing Demon Lion sent the flame lions flying. Stay here. Perched atop the branches of an ancient tree at the forest's edge, Feng Lin, Yin, and Leah closely monitored the unfolding battle. When Feng Lin beheld the Blazing Demon Lion's formidable prowess and its regal aura, a glimmer sparked in his weathered eyes. After relaying a quick message to Yin and Leah, he launched himself into action. Roar! As Feng Lin summoned his gale eagle martial spirit into the sky, the three Lion Kings poised for combat simultaneously turned their gazes upward, sensing the threat emanating from Feng Lin. Even the mightiest Blazing Demon Lion felt a surge of wariness in that moment. The Blazing Demon Lion was not a Titan giant ape. Even a 100-year-old Titan giant ape would find it challenging to contend with a Soul King powerhouse. When Soul Masters face off against equally matched Soul Beasts, the strongest is never merely the one with brute strength. It is the comprehensive combat power derived from sustained engagement and intellect. Feng Lin, seasoned and astute, seized the opportune moment. Upon releasing his martial spirit, he charged directly at the Blazing Demon Lion. Roar! The Blazing Demon Lion, faced with Feng Lin, would not passively await its fate. It reared back, unleashing a massive golden fireball. Given that Feng Lin's gale eagle martial spirit was inherently a swift, offensive type, he reacted with remarkable agility, swiftly sidestepping the fireball before accelerating again, racing toward the Blazing Demon Lion. The blazing demon lion roared in fury, its flames shifting from crimson to golden red, the surrounding temperature skyrocketing. Whoosh! At that moment, Feng Lin's fifth soul ring shimmered, enveloping him in a whirlwind of azure wind attribute energy, shielding him from the searing heat of the flames while simultaneously amplifying his speed. A burst of blue light shot forth like lightning, and before the blazing demon lion could adequately respond, Feng Lin's decisive strike arrived. As the azure light dissipated, a gaping wound suddenly erupted in the creature's lower abdomen, large swathes of crimson first severed and scattered, bright red blood gushing forth and staining the earth beneath. A shadow of azure spiraled through the heavens, swiftly descending before the fierce flame demon lion. Feng Lin handed Yin a long sword, accompanied by an encouraging glance, before unabashedly unleashing a formidable aura of a soul king, compelling the surrounding soul beasts to retreat. Yin approached the exceedingly weakened fierce flame demon lion, which had been grievously injured by Feng Lin's soul skill. Though it was not yet deceased, its combat capabilities were severely diminished, and it could only regard Yin with a facade of strength. Yet, there was no hesitation in Yan's grip on the longsword. As the blade pierced the lion's throat, the fierce flame demon lion ultimately collapsed before him. Observing the yellow halo coalescing after the soul beast's fall, a glimmer of eagerness ignited in his eyes. Approximately 15 minutes later, an orange-yellow radiance illuminated the corpse of the fierce flame demon lion, and a ring of orange light ascended above its remains. The first soul ring. Please do not disappoint me. With no further hesitation, Yin seated himself cross-legged, channeling his soul power towards the radiant ring. In a swift motion, the orange-yellow halo enveloped his palm, and he gradually closed his eyes, commencing the refinement of his first soul ring. Chapter 16. Rebirth from Flames. Boom! Upon the golden lion plains, as the soul ring encircled Yan's palm, a flame erupted instantaneously. The fire surged from Yan's right hand, enveloping his entire being as the flame, sovereign martial soul manifested. His body began to transform, his skin becoming as resilient as granite, adorned with crimson patterns. As the power of the 100-year soul ring coursed through him, the flames enveloping his form began to shift subtly. The originally crimson flames underwent further metamorphosis, acquiring hints of a golden hue, the temperature escalating towards the molten essence of dark red lava. It must be said that the benefits bestowed by the fierce flame demon lion's soul ring were indeed immense, yet complete absorption and refinement posed an arduous challenge. Yin felt as though his right hand had plunged into molten lava, an overwhelmingly scorching energy surging into his body, a torrential wave of heat crashing violently within him, igniting a sensation akin to internal combustion, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself, sitting firmly with his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, painstakingly gathering his focus to guide the external soul power along a meditative path that he had devised, circulating within him while also utilizing this energy to expand his meridians. With his eyes closed, Yin entered a state of complete self-abandonment. Although he found himself encircled by soul beasts, he felt no concern for his safety, as Feng Lin's presence assured him. He immersed himself wholly in the refinement of the soul ring, his consciousness plunging into the searing ocean of soul power. Yin painstakingly harnessed the surging heat, and following this baptism, the ferocity within the soul power began to dissipate, ultimately converging at the center of his consciousness, where his martial soul resided. Suddenly, a transformation occurred within Yan's awareness. In that moment, he once again entered the realm of his martial soul, beholding a sea of flames where a flickering, ethereal flame figure danced, the flame sovereign. This extraordinary sea of fire, constructed from the original energy of the fierce flame demon lion's soul ring, radiated a striking golden hue, brimming with exceptional significance. As strands of true golden fire fused into his martial soul, the flame's sovereign began to evolve. The once ordinary crimson flames gradually adopted a hint of gold, mirroring the transformation of the patterns upon his martial soul's surface, while the surrounding temperature steadily rose and the atmosphere morphed, inching closer to the essence of the original flame, Lord Martial Soul. The martial soul is a reflection of one spirit, and the refinement of a soul ring to acquire soul skills relates not only to the soul beast being refined, but also to oneself. What kind of soul skill do I truly desire? A realization blossomed within Yan's heart, and he directed his gaze toward a specific point within the sea of flames. In the next moment, amidst the endless inferno, a luminous point merged into the center of the flame sovereign's brow, unleashing a magnificent burst of golden flames. As Yin solidified his first soul ring skill in his mind, a notable transformation unfolded in the external world. A brilliant yellow soul ring pulsed around him, radiating light, and a tempest of flames erupted from thin air. In that instant, Yin resembled a black hole, consuming boundless flames, forming a colossal vortex of fire within the sea of flames. In the span of a few moments, a massive flame torch erupted at the vortex's center. With his eyes closed, Yin surrendered to the moment. The flames danced across his body, rendering him a colossal embodiment of fire. At that moment, his aura surged dramatically, as if his power had ascended to new heights. Is this my first soul skill? It feels quite remarkable. Just as Leo worried whether Yin had been overwhelmed by the immense energy of the 100-year fierce flame demon lion's soul ring, the colossal flames receded. Yin, slowly opening his eyes, gazed at his powerful hands and couldn't help but smile as he clenched his fists. Little Yin, you have succeeded. Leah, observing Yin and sensing nothing amiss, cautiously spoke. Little Yin, is this the ability you obtained from your first soul ring? ISNT, the fierce flame demon lion's most formidable area skill, the repulsion flame ring? Leah found it peculiar, as Yan's recent display appeared immensely powerful, yet did not seem to align with the prowess of a 100-year soul skill. Most fire attribute soul masters wield a first soul skill akin to fire rays, capable of reaching distances exceeding 100 meters with considerable power. Even ranged attacks like fire rays or the repulsion flame ring, which boasted both offensive and defensive capabilities, were impressive, and she had anticipated Yin would select such a skill. It is neither the repulsion flame ring nor an offensive soul skill. Rather, it is a percentage amplification skill, which I shall name Rebirth from Flames, or the transformation of the fierce flame demon lion. Yin shook his head, having contemplated his first soul skill. Leah's thoughts were not without merit. After all, both fire rays and a repulsion flame ring could swiftly yield combat effectiveness. However, such skills tended to lose their efficacy in later stages, and Yin did not endorse them. He did not wish to squander any soul ring positions. He hoped that the early soul rings would retain their significance in the later stages rather than becoming as useless as a chicken rib. Yin has conducted extensive research on the world of Douluo, where the potency of soul ring abilities is intricately linked to their age. As one's soul power increases, the effectiveness of skills from a century-old soul ring diminishes gradually, particularly in the later stages after reaching the soul sage level. A soul master's casual strike can invoke the energies of heaven and earth, rendering skills such as flame rays virtually ineffective, often overshadowed by the mere punch of a soul sage. However, within the realm of Douluo's abilities, there exists a flaw, namely the percentage amplification type soul skills. These auxiliary skills can temporarily enhance a soul master's strength, with the amplification's intensity being contingent upon the soul master's inherent capabilities, independent of the age of the soul ring, an aspect that can be deemed quite a loophole. In Chapter 17, Comparative Changes, Little Yan's first soul ring allows for self-amplification. Yet in early confrontations, especially against opponents wielding formidable close-range or long-range soul skills, he finds himself at a disadvantage. On the Golden Lion Plateau, Leah expressed her concerns after hearing Yin's introduction to his first soul skill, not due to a lack of foresight on his part. In the long run, percentage amplification skills will undoubtedly surpass pure offensive or range techniques, but in early combat, they often lead to setbacks. Yin did not contest this notion. His choice of a percentage amplification soul skill was a calculated decision, informed by novels from his previous life and the current circumstances. The first and second soul skills of a soul master usually do not exceed a century in age, while they may suffice in the early stages. They become increasingly ineffective in mid to late stages, especially after reaching the Soul King rank, due to the low age and level of the soul rings, resulting in negligible contributions to combat power, particularly in offensive skills. For instance, taking Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun as examples, by the latter stages of the original work, they both reached the rank of Title de Law. A comparison of their combat capabilities in the early and late stages reveals a stark contrast. In their early days, skills such as Phoenix Fireline and White Tiger's Light Wave were frequently employed as standard means of offense, remaining so until the conclusion of the Soul Master competition. However, in the climactic battles of the later stages, they primarily relied on skills that were over 10,000 years old, as the potency of their earlier offensive skills had diminished significantly, given the time it takes to unleash these skills. Gathering soul power for a concentrated attack proves far more advantageous in terms of cost efficiency. In contrast, Ning Rongrong, a member of the Seven Monsters, and an auxiliary Soul Master. Enhanced her allies' combat power exponentially in the later stages by triggering all her soul rings simultaneously, thus rendering her century-old skills still relevant, albeit dependent on the duration of the amplification effect. Leah's observations held merit. For early-stage fire attribute Soul Masters, pure offensive skills indeed hold a distinct advantage. To be precise, in lower-tier battles, a Soul Master armed solely with amplification-type skills would almost certainly be outmatched by another equipped with offensive or range techniques. Earlier, Yin had tested the limits of his own abilities. Prior to absorbing his first soul skill, he could only exert influence within a radius of 2 to 3 meters. However, with the acquisition of his first soul skill, his effective attack range expanded to nearly 10 meters, with considerable power within 5 meters, though beyond that, the impact and accuracy diminished significantly. While these figures may appear commendable, a comparison with other Soul Masters reveals a stark disparity. The range of Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire Line and Dai Mubai's White Tiger's Light Wave is self-evident. Take Tang San, for example. His first soul skill, derived from the less compatible 100-year Mandala Snake, is a control-type skill with a much broader range. Upon absorbing the soul ring, he can manipulate blue-silver grass to attack from any position within a 50-meter radius, covering an area of 10 square meters. When juxtaposed with Yan's modest 10-meter effective range, the advantage of Tang San's skill becomes glaringly apparent, regardless of any elemental weaknesses. Even a control-type Soul Master like Tang San boasts such an expansive attack range, which implies that other offensive Soul Masters possess even greater potency. At least in the early stages, a century-old soul skill can augment one's combat power tenfold. Undeniably a significant advantage. Hence, it is evident that early-stage percentage amplification Soul Masters face considerable challenges. In combat, they often find themselves at the mercy of their opponents, who merely prevent them from stacking buffs while keeping their distance. This issue remains unresolved. Without sufficient combat power in the early stages, one risks an untimely demise, casting doubt on any future prospects. Nonetheless, Yin has his own considerations. Unlike ordinary Soul Masters, his greatest advantage lies in the support of an intelligent system, allowing him to evade long-range attacks effectively. When he closes the distance, it then becomes a matter of whose strength prevails. Little Yin, your martial soul has shown remarkable recovery, hasn't it? The temperature of your flames seems to have risen significantly, almost reaching its former glory, Lian noted, shifting her focus from Yan's first soul skill to the changes in his martial soul. She could sense that after absorbing the first soul ring, the temperature of Yan's flames had indeed increased, although it had yet to match the intensity of his time as the Flame Lord. Nonetheless, the enhancement was substantial. The benefits conferred by the Flame Demon Lion Soul Ring were considerable, truly befitting a top-tier soul beast. Yin, too, recognized the transformation within himself. Absorbing the soul ring from a nearly 400-year-old apex soul beast had led to significant improvements in both his physical capabilities and soul power. This metamorphosis also illuminated certain flaws in his previous assumptions and allowed him to grasp his limitations more clearly. According to a certain master's theory, once one's soul power reaches level 10, continued cultivation may not enhance one's rank. However, at the moment of acquiring a soul ring, all accumulated potential could be unleashed in one go, resulting in multiple level-ups or even an immediate ascension to full capacity. It is well known that the physical prowess of a 6- or 7-year-old child cannot compare to that of a preteen. Hence, could one not allow a child to reach level 10 without immediately obtaining a soul ring, instead focusing on rigorous physical training to surpass their limits? This could potentially break barriers, allowing the first soul ring's age to exceed 500 years, and upon reaching level 20, continuing to hone their physique could result in a second soul ring starting at 1,000 years. This idea is indeed promising. Weaker martial souls could utilize this method to continually absorb higher quality soul rings, thereby evolving their martial souls and narrowing the gap with the offspring of elite martial families. Yu Xiaojiang's theory holds merit, and the world is not devoid of intelligent individuals. What Yin can conceive, others surely have as well. Thus, the lack of previous reports on such endeavors raises questions about the issue of efficiency. For two individuals of equivalent talent, a 10th level Soul Master and an 11th level Soul Master experience vastly different training efficiencies. It is akin to comparing innate and acquired martial artists, two distinct tiers, with varying limits on the energy they can absorb daily and differing refining efficiencies. If one follows a conventional path to soul ring absorption, it may take 5 years for an 11th level Soul Master to reach level 20. Conversely, if one were to continually suppress their soul power as a 10th level soul master, even with 5 years of daily training, they might accumulate insufficient soul power to reach level 5. Even if they later manage to absorb a soul ring over 500 years old, it would still not compensate for the gap in soul power compared to peers at the same level. A single misstep now may lead to a cascade of setbacks in the future. The efficacy of this method of soul pressure cultivation is exceedingly poor. Unless one is training in a place as perilous as the City of Slaughter, one has no choice but to suppress their soul power. In most other circumstances, it is preferable to advance through methodical cultivation. Chapter 18. The Golden Flame Pearl. Yin summoned the intelligence brain, Dawn, to scan his bodily data. Once his condition stabilized, he endeavored to compare his current state to his former self. Not only had his physical fitness, soul power, and mental strength significantly improved, but the most conspicuous change was in his martial soul. Although the Flame's sovereign martial soul had not evolved into a top-tier martial soul, it had nonetheless experienced considerable enhancement, accumulating a substantial amount of energy. With 1 or 2 more soul rings that resonated so harmoniously, it could very well undergo another metamorphosis. As Yin reflected on the transformations of his martial soul, he attained a newfound clarity. This validated some of his previous conjectures. The selection of compatible soul rings is of paramount importance, particularly for beast and plant martial souls, which can find similar or related biological sources within the Douluo world. The 100-year Flame Demon Lion soul ring he was now absorbing belonged to the fire attribute, thus providing him with significant advantages. By the same token, other beast martial souls could pursue a similar path, utilizing the power of soul rings to enhance their innate abilities and evolve their martial souls. As long as one chooses the correct soul rings that align with their attributes, even an ordinary commoner soul master can gradually transform, compensating for their inherent limitations through perseverance, ultimately rivaling the offspring of noble families blessed with innate top-tier martial souls. In the current realm of soul masters, the esteemed ancestors of various soul master families have also undergone this transformation, progressively evolving their martial souls and bequeathing superior bloodlines to their descendants, thereby establishing formidable soul master clans. Yin deduced from the data that even an ordinary commoner soul master could absorb and evolve step by step, and upon reaching the soul sage rank, their martial soul would likely ascend to a high-level martial soul. Should they attain the rank of title Douluo, their martial soul might well metamorphose into a top-tier martial soul. However, the most elite martial souls, such as the Haotian Hammer and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, are the results of countless generations of powerful transformations within those families, making it nearly impossible for commoner soul masters to catch up in a single generation. After a considerable time spent in contemplation and analysis of the data, Yin finally lifted his head. The once chaotic forest at the edge of the Golden Lion Plain was now tranquil, with the remains of numerous soul beasts strewn about, all having perished in the recent skirmish. "Linbo, have you found anything?" Yin inquired, approaching Feng Lin, who was currently dissecting the fallen flame demon lion with a small knife, attempting to uncover any potential soul bones. Soul bones are an exceptionally rare treasure within the Douluo world, the most coveted item in the dreams of all soul masters. Similar to soul rings, soul bones also originate from soul beasts. However, they differ greatly. Soul rings coalesce after the death of every soul beast, whereas the emergence of soul bones, with the exception of the rare 10,000-year soul bones, is exceedingly low, with a probability of only 1 in 1,000 or even less for those under 10,000 years. Consequently, soul bones are exceedingly rare and precious. Typically, only extraordinarily powerful soul beasts that undergo unique circumstances at the time of their demise may yield soul bones. This notion was later established as a truth by a certain master, who proposed an eccentric theory that the more unwilling and enraged a soul beast is at the moment of death, the better the effect of the resulting soul ring, and the greater the likelihood of producing precious soul bones. This utterly absurd theory led to Tang San committing widespread slaughter of high-level soul beasts over 50,000 years old in the Sunset Forest, acquiring several soul bones and propagating this belief, the ramifications of which are still unknown. In truth, as Yin understood, the generation of soul bones has no correlation with the brutal slaughter of soul beasts. Rather, it is closely tied to the potential and strength of the soul beasts themselves. Thus, the earlier part of this theory holds some truth. More powerful soul beasts are indeed more likely to produce soul bones. In the latter stages of the Douluo world, research on martial souls and soul beasts reached an advanced level. Once soul bones could be artificially created, the essence of soul bones became known. They are essentially the soul core of a soul beast, transformed into a manifestation of their most distinctive characteristics upon death. The soul core, to be precise, is not a tangible substance. It is a special energy entity that can only be condensed by soul masters who have surpassed the 10,000-year threshold or attained the title Douluo rank, enhancing the speed and recovery of a soul master's soul power. In the early stages, soul masters typically cultivated in a step-by-step manner, making it nearly impossible for them to condense a soul core prior to reaching the title Douluo rank. Soul beasts, however, are different. For soul beasts, the soul core represents a unique potential. The prevailing viewpoint in the current soul master community categorizes soul beasts by their soul power age, mistakenly believing that a soul beast of a certain rank must correspond to a certain age. Generally, ordinary soul beasts, such as the soft-bone rabbit, blue silvergrass, and spectral wolf, which lack intelligence and are akin to wild animals, indeed require approximately 100,000 years of cultivation to gradually awaken their intelligence and ultimately ascend to the rank of a 100,000-year soul beast. However, within the realm of soul beasts, there exist special mutated and rare species, such as some exceedingly valuable top bloodline soul beasts, which possess immense strength and high intelligence from birth. They can accumulate energy more effortlessly and do not require 100,000 years of training. These special entities among soul beasts possess innate potential far surpassing that of ordinary soul beasts, making it unsurprising that they can condense their soul cores prematurely. In fact, top-tier soul beasts such as the Titan Great Ape, Azure Bull Python, and Dark Gold Fearsome Bear almost invariably condense their soul cores upon death, irrespective of their age. Of course, aside from these top-tier bloodlines and special mutated soul beasts, those soul beasts that have exceeded 10,000 years and possess high intelligence are also likely to produce soul bones, with a reasonable probability. The flame demon lion that Yin hunted is considered a kingly bloodline among soul beasts. Although it falls short of the most elite soul beasts, its potential is commendable. Thus, the possibility of it yielding soul bones remains promising, which is why he harbors considerable anticipation. Master, I did not find any soul bones, Feng Lin replied, lifting his head at Yin's inquiry. He slightly shifted aside, revealing the fully dissected flame demon lion, its body laid bare with skin torn open and its head, limbs, spine, and even caudal vertebrae meticulously cut, yet none of the bones exhibited any reaction of soul power. Yin's expression turned to one of disappointment as he crouched down, extending his palm to channel his soul power, gently gliding over the bones of the flame demon lion, confirming Feng Lin's words. There was no reaction whatsoever. As he prepared to withdraw, he patted the lion's head, suddenly sensing an unusual temperature in his palm, an inexplicable instinct prompting him to summon a flickering flame of gold and red. The flames danced, and he continued to probe until at the back of the lion's head, the fire unexpectedly flared to life. Linbo, cleave open its head, Yin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Upon hearing his command, Feng Lin raised his small knife. Channeling wind, attribute soul power. The wind blade was extraordinarily sharp and effortlessly sliced through the lion's head, revealing a brain adorned with golden patterns. As Yin gazed down, he beheld a pearl, roughly the size of half a fist, radiating with a golden sheen, quietly resting at the center of the lion's brain. Yin bent down to seize the resplendent gem, his fingers caressing it gently, a radiant smile unfurling at the corners of his lips. What a magnificent golden flame pearl it was. Though not a soul bone, it bore an even greater utility for me. Chapter 19, Soul Master City. Linbo, take this flame demon lion, we shall return. Beside the imposing figure of the flame demon lion, Yin traced the contours of the golden flame pearl with his fingertips, feeling the vibrant surge and growth of fiery energy within him. A smile escaped his lips as he instructed Feng Lin to carry the flame demon lion away. Compared to ordinary beasts, soul beasts inherently possess a wealth of energy, and this particular flame demon lion, nearly 400 years old, held immense value even without the soul rings and the golden flame pearl. Yin was at a crucial stage of growth, requiring ample nourishment. Feng Lin nodded silently at Yin's directive, having adeptly embraced the role of a loyal follower. He reached out to stroke the lion's mane, and in an instant, the grand flame demon lion vanished from sight. A soul guide device, perhaps I should find time to study it, Yin mused, glancing at the wristband on Feng Lin's arm. A valuable storage soul guide, not particularly spacious, encompassing merely 5 cubic units, yet represented Feng Lin's most prized possession, acquired from the spoils of a battle against an evil soul master. After collecting the flame demon lion, Yin proceeded to gather various materials from the battlefield. The skirmish had claimed numerous soul beasts, providing him with excellent resources to enrich his intelligence database. The calculations conducted by his AI, Dawn, relied heavily on real-world data, making the routine collection of information vital. Once he ensured that no details were overlooked, he departed the scene alongside Feng Lin and Leah, leaving behind the chaotic battlefield, which soon regained its clamor as distant roars echoed, drawing more soul beasts to the sanguine site. Soul Master City, situated at the juncture of two great empires, is a nascent city wholly under the aegis of the Spirit Hall. In fact, just half a year prior, this city had not even existed. A significant event transpired in Douluo, a continent, a year ago, when the then Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qin was assassinated by the newly appointed Hao Yanduo, Tang Hao. Following this, the new Pope, Bibi Dong, ascended to power, and the political landscape of the Douluo continent underwent a dramatic transformation. Bibi Dong, a disciple of the late Pope Qin had long been designated as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and was the primary heir to the papacy. Following her predecessor's demise, the transition of power was seamless, although it was not without its share of controversy, particularly concerning the unexpected emergence of the former adjudicator elder, Qin Douluo, and his seemingly distant relationship with the current pope. These circumstances sparked various speculations, particularly in light of some of Bibi Dong's actions post-ascension, such as relocating the Pope's palace and constructing Soul Master City. The Pope's palace, one of the most revered sanctuaries within the Spirit Hall, is regarded as a holy site by countless soul masters, sharing this exalted status alongside the Douluo Hall, Elder Hall, and Worship Hall. Originally, the Pope's palace and the Worship Hall coexisted as the two most revered structures of the Spirit Hall. However, following the new Pope's ascension, she declared the construction of Soul Master City under the pretext of the Pope's palace being in disrepair, thereby erecting a brand new edifice. This new Pope's palace is heralded as the most magnificent structure across the Douluo continent. Consequently, the young city of Soul Master City gained notoriety due to the presence of the Pope's palace, subtly hinting at its potential to become a sanctum for soul masters. Soul Master City is indeed awe-inspiring. On the official road outside the city, a caravan of horse-drawn carriages came to a gradual halt. Yin, seated within the second carriage, slowly lifted the curtain, and before him loomed a grand city. Even from his contemporary standpoint, he could not help but marvel at its splendor upon his first glance. While the area of Soul Master City is not excessively vast, it is certainly larger than the average city. However, when compared to more renowned metropolises, such as the capital of the Sylvis Kingdom, which Yin and his companions had previously traversed, Soul Master City appears considerably smaller. Nonetheless, although Soul Master City is relatively compact, its walls are far more formidable than those of ordinary large cities. Towering at 80 meters, the walls appear imposing, with a thickness exceeding 30 meters, constructed entirely from granite. This serves as a testament to the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall. Considering the city was entirely funded and built by them in a mere 6 months, an astonishing feat unlike typical cities that boast a square layout. Soul Master City is hexagonal, comprised of 6 walls, each adorned with grand relief sculptures symbolizing 6 powerful martial souls. Yin gazed upward, noting the patrolling figures atop the walls, all soul masters clad in the distinctive armor of the Spirit Hall. Feng Lin, a soul king, held a modicum of prestige within the Spirit Hall, allowing Yin and his entourage to swiftly complete their inspection and enter the city. The initial impression of Soul Master City is one of vastness. The streets are sparsely populated, and the shops are few. Most of these establishments cater to the needs of soul masters. To Yin's surprise, he did not encounter a single individual devoid of soul power throughout his journey. This unique city, governed by the Spirit Hall, prohibits entry to those without soul power. Even nobles are excluded. It is indeed a sanctuary for soul masters. The hexagonal layout of Soul Master City encircles the hill upon which the Pope's palace is situated. At the hillside, 2 striking edifices stand out. The more majestic structure, located halfway up the hill, is none other than the Pope's palace. The Pope's palace features a colonnaded design, its dome and exterior adorned with golden materials that glimmer in the sunlight, exuding an air of formidable authority. The second building, perched atop the hill, is significantly smaller than the Pope's palace, approximately 1/3 its size, with a somewhat similar architectural style, yet its facade gleams with a pearly whiteness, far less ostentatious than the Pope's palace. This seemingly diminutive structure is, however, of utmost significance. It is the Douluo Hall, a sanctuary reserved exclusively for deceased titled Douluo, effectively serving as their final resting place. The solemn atmosphere that envelopes this newly constructed Soul Master City is not merely a consequence of the Pope's palace, but rather the presence of the Douluo Hall. Regardless of the location of the Pope's palace, the Douluo Hall is invariably erected nearby, and its position is always elevated above that of the Pope's palace. During grand ceremonies, the Pope personally pays homage at the entrance of the Douluo Hall. Yet, even the Pope, prior to death, is forbidden from entering the Douluo Hall. This is an unbreakable rule, one that no individual can contravene, lest they face the wrath of all Soul Masters. Chapter 20, Soul Master Academy. Soul Master City, as the new headquarters of the Spirit Hall, enjoys exclusive governance, exempting it from taxation by any nation. This fact alone underscores the formidable might of the Spirit Hall. The hexagonal Soul Master City, established around the hill housing the Pope's palace, holds a uniquely elevated status within the Spirit Hall. In a world of Douluo, even the smallest cities are graced by the presence of the Spirit Hall. Cities like Gnarl and Notting, for instance, can only boast the most rudimentary branches of the Spirit Hall. Above these branches lie the Spirit Subhalls, and ascending further, one encounters the Spirit Main Hall. The latter tier is a privilege reserved for truly significant cities, such as the capitals of imperial provinces, royal capitals, or the most vital core cities. Above the Spirit Main Hall exists the Spirit Sanctuary, of which there are but two across the entirety of Douluo continent. Located in the imperial capitals of the two great empires, the Platinum Bishop, who presides over these sanctuaries, may not possess overwhelming strength, yet their capabilities are undoubtedly commendable. At the pinnacle is the Pope, also referred to as the Supreme Hall of Spirits, the core of authority within the Spirit Hall. Although there exist Elder Halls, Douluo Halls, and Offerings Halls, it is always the Pope's Hall that steers the grand direction of the Spirit Hall. The influence of the Spirit Hall permeates every city on Douluo continent, extending its reach to the surrounding towns and villages. For instance, when it comes to the awakening of spirits, nobility and sects strive to monopolize this process, a stranglehold that the Spirit Hall shattered upon its emergence. The Spirit Hall provides a monumental service to all eligible children on Douluo continent, offering free spirit awakenings at the age of 6, a feat that remains untarnished. In the original narrative, Tang San's obliteration of the Spirit Hall to further develop the Tang sect and Shrek Academy, both of which are driven by self-interest, starkly contrasts with the Spirit Hall's expansive reach across the continent, offering free spirit awakenings. Once the Spirit Hall is extinguished, the aristocracy, as the exploiting class, finds it effortless to awaken their spirits. However, for commoners, the path to spirit awakening entails monetary expenditure to hire spirit masters, representing a significant financial burden. Furthermore, without the Spirit Hall, subsidies for lower-tier spirit masters vanish, and the entrenched nobility, reluctant to see an influx of commoner spirit masters that might undermine their authority, will undoubtedly suppress them vigorously. In reality, from the demise of the Spirit Hall until the emergence of the Douluo Federation, it marked a dark age for commoner spirit masters. It was only with the establishment of the Douluo Federation, the enlightenment of the populace, and the gradual diminishment of aristocratic influence that a glimmer of hope finally dawned for commoner spirit masters. However, for Yin, in contrast to the resurgence of evil spirit masters and the ensuing chaos among various factions following the first Douluo, the era when the Spirit Hall reigned supreme in the spirit world was indeed the most propitious of times. Situated centrally between the two great empires, Spirit City boasts extensive transportation networks. As the capital of the Spirit Hall, it is, at least on the surface, devoid of any security issues. The population of Spirit City is not particularly large, primarily comprising family members of Spirit Hall personnel alongside commoner spirit masters from various regions. The streets are lined with numerous shops, not exceedingly prosperous but sufficiently vibrant. Uncle Lin, let us proceed directly to the Spirit Master Academy, Yin remarked, his interest waning after a fleeting glance at the city streets. Aside from the omnipresent figures of spirit masters, the city bore no remarkable distinction from any ordinary urban setting, and its lack of exuberance left him rather uninspired. The carriage ambled along the streets, and as Yin tilted his head to observe the scenery, it eventually reached the inner circle of the city, where towering edifices belonging to various academies came into view. As the most formidable organization of spirit masters on the continent, the Spirit Hall not only consistently recruits graduates from Spirit Master Academies, but also maintains its own institutions for cultivating Spirit Masters. Spirit Master Academies on Douluo continent are categorized into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Most graduates from advanced Spirit Master Academies belong to semi-official institutions, maintaining connections with the two great empires and various kingdoms and duchies. These academies naturally seek profitability, and due to their close ties with official entities, they tend to be less friendly toward commoners. Primary academies may offer work-study programs, but upon reaching intermediate academies, exorbitant tuition fees often deter many commoners. Apart from these academies, another option exists: joining the Spirit Hall to become a cultivated Spirit Master. This route not only offers affordable tuition, but guarantees job placement upon graduation. However, to be eligible for the Spirit Hall's training programs, one must possess commendable talent, a prerequisite being a minimum innate spirit power of level 3, ensuring a high probability of becoming a Spirit Elder. Only then can one qualify for investment. The group of about 10 children, including Yen, having been selected and sent to Spirit City, naturally possessed the requisite talent. Yet, due to varying potential, they were assigned to different Spirit Master academies. The carriage bearing Yen arrived at a grand archway, constructed from robust stone, beneath which stood 2 iron gates forged from superior quality iron. Through the iron bars, Yen glimpsed a winding path leading inward, flanked by towering trees. In the distance, he could see the plaza of the Spirit Master Academy, dominated by a prominent teaching building. The first primary Spirit Master Academy, the Seed Academy, he mused, glancing up at the conspicuously displayed signboard bearing the 6 characters of Primary Spirit Master Academy alongside the word first. The Spirit Hall boasts numerous academies dedicated to cultivating Spirit Masters, the most renowned being the Advanced Spirit Master Academy, from which Leah hails, consistently providing fresh talent to the Spirit Hall each year. Besides the solitary Advanced Academy, the Spirit Hall encompasses many subordinate intermediate and primary academies, with the first Primary Spirit Master Academy being one of the most distinguished, gathering an abundance of exceptional talent and resources. Considering Yan's capabilities, he could easily advance to an intermediate academy since his strength has already surpassed the graduation requirement of the first ring Spirit Master. However, he harbored no intention of skipping levels. On one hand, it was unnecessary as the resource disparity between primary and intermediate academies is not substantial, at least not for him, with the investment of a Spirit King like SoulLand. On the other hand, remaining in the primary academy afforded him ample freedom. Having already attained first ring Spirit Master status, he met the graduation criteria, allowing for a less stringent oversight by instructors, a privilege that might not extend to him in an intermediate academy. Chapter 21. Enrollment. Yan's admission proceeded smoothly, bolstered by the recommendation from the Spirit Branch Hall in Gnarl City and SoulLand's connections, ensuring no obstacles arose. After bidding farewell to Leah and SoulLand, he made his way toward the teaching building. The Primary Spirit Master Academy typically operates on a 6-year curriculum, divided into 6 grades, with nearly all students achieving the status of first-ring Spirit Masters upon graduation. The initial 20 levels of spirit power are the easiest to attain. As long as one is dedicated to training, they generally encounter no insurmountable barriers. A certain master, with a mere half level of innate spirit power, effortlessly reached level 29. For most spirit masters, reaching level 30 is a significant threshold. If one fails to cross this line before turning 30 without external assistance, it becomes nearly impossible to do so thereafter. The Spirit Hall's academies permit students to skip grades if they meet the necessary requirements, and the institution actively encourages such advancements. However, for Yin, at least in the initial months, thoughts of skipping grades have yet to cross his mind. Within the primary academy, the majority of students possess spirit powers below level 10, though there are exceptional cases. Individuals with innate soul power exceeding level 7 are often regarded as prodigious talents, capable of becoming a one-ring soul master within a mere year or two. In such circumstances, their predominant choice is seldom to leap directly into intermediate academies. Although a discernible disparity exists between primary and intermediate academies, this distinction is not particularly pronounced. It is often said, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Thus, remaining at the primary academy allows these prodigies to stand out as a select few, garnering the attention of the academy's higher-ups. Conversely, advancing to an intermediate academy entails facing a greater number of competitors and heightened pressures. More crucially, by effectively utilizing the 6 years at the primary academy, one can create a compelling narrative, graduating without the need to attend an intermediate academy and instead progressing directly to a senior academy. The entry requirement for a senior academy is to possess level 20 soul power by the age of 20, regardless of whether one has graduated from an intermediate academy. Those blessed individuals who can become a one-ring soul master by the end of their first or second year, with diligent effort, may very well attain the status of a two-ring Great Soul Master before graduating from the primary academy. Such individuals are typically afforded direct admission to senior academies, their reputation as geniuses preceding them. For a young person aspiring to make their mark, the most effective method is undoubtedly to achieve recognition. With fame comes the attention of influential figures. Without renown, who would know of one's existence? Thus, amidst the multitude of academies within the Spirit Hall, the top students at the primary academy contend with significant competitive pressure. Yin has been assigned to Class 3, where the students of the first two classes are predominantly scions of the Spirit Hall, each possessing some degree of special background, something that Yin lacks. During the bustling period of new student enrollment, the freshman teaching building is particularly lively, with newly admitted students who have passed their assessments registering. The life of an academy student is indeed something to look forward to. Class 3, is this the place? Following the directional signs, Yin arrives at a pristine white teaching building. As he strolls down the corridor, he observes the classrooms, which exhibit a somewhat Western architectural style, clean and brightly lit. Upon entering the classroom, Yin finds it already populated with several students engaged in casual conversation. A cursory glance reveals that they clearly belong to their own little circles. Although they all don the same student uniform, the styles and demeanors are distinctly varied. The groups, chatting animatedly, exude an air of confident exuberance, suggesting that they hail from privileged backgrounds. In stark contrast, a few students sitting quietly in the corners display an aura of insecurity, likely stemming from less fortunate origins. Perhaps akin to Yin, who is an orphan. Yin has no intention of infiltrating any of these small circles. After a fleeting observation, he opts for a seat in the middle near the window and retrieves a book from his backpack to read. He has always adhered to the belief that knowledge is power. While other things may deceive you, knowledge remains steadfast. Moreover, endowed with the brilliance of a keen intellect, he feels compelled to gather extensive data. Aside from his usual interactions, the best method for this is, without a doubt, reading. Throughout his journey from the Sylvis Kingdom to the Spirit City, while other children disembarked to frolic, he predominantly occupied himself with his studies in the carriage, unable to relate to the playful antics of 6- or 7-year-olds. As the school bell rang melodiously, the previously boisterous classroom fell into a semblance of order, with chattering students hastily finding their seats. Yin, who had been perusing a compendium of soul beasts, closed his book and turned his gaze towards the classroom entrance. Approximately 3 minutes later, an elderly man entered through the doorway. Clad in a flowing white robe, he possessed a medium stature, slightly hunched. Yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness, radiating a keen intelligence. The moment this elder stepped into the room, the previously unruly class fell silent, all eyes converging upon the podium. "Good morning, students. I'm your homeroom teacher, Matthew." The genial elder traversed the space to the podium, introducing himself. Unsurprisingly, he is the instructor for Class 3. Matthew's warm gaze swept over the many students, his face adorned with a friendly smile, clearly indicating his fondness for children. Matthew, the homeroom teacher for Class 3, left a favorable impression on Yin, a kind-hearted elder whose expectations for students are not exceedingly stringent and who refrains from meddling unnecessarily, making him quite agreeable in Yan's eyes. However, the schedule for the first day mirrored that of any new student orientation, primarily involving self-introductions among the students. Yin was tempted to delve back into the Soul Beast Compendium, immersing himself in the world of books, but upon reflection, he deemed it somewhat disrespectful and refrained from doing so. As time progressed, the excruciating first class finally concluded, and the self-introduction phase reached its end. After a brief intermission, he eagerly anticipated his first meaningful lesson in the Soul Master Academy. "Students, today I shall impart to you a course entitled Fundamental Knowledge of Soul Masters. I will elucidate some essential concepts concerning Soul Masters, beginning with the most elementary topic, the hierarchies of our Soul Masters." As Mr. Matthew lectured, Yin, along with the other students, listened intently. It must be said that a professional excels in their field. At least in terms of teaching, Mr. Matthew performed remarkably well. The reason Yin chose to attend the primary academy was to acquire a solid foundation of knowledge. In this regard, the instructors at the primary academy are indeed the most professional, as they cater to students who require this learning process. Students at intermediate and senior academies typically possess at least one ring Soul Master status, and their instructors focus more on practical combat development rather than foundational knowledge. Yet, what Yin currently requires most are precisely these fundamental concepts of soul mastery. In the afternoon, an announcement was made by Mr. Matthew as he prepared to dismiss the class. This afternoon, a specialized instructor will come to conduct practical training sessions. Please be prepared for that. With his departure, the classroom erupted into animated chatter, students clustering together to discuss various topics. After a few days of academy life, the students of Class 3 had begun to familiarize themselves with one another, and the distinctions of their small circles became increasingly apparent. Yin, however, refrained from joining any group discussions, quietly organizing his belongings in preparation to leave the classroom. For him, the paramount significance of the primary academy's curriculum lay in mastering more textbook knowledge, something that even a soul king like SoulLand might not surpass compared to the instructors of the primary academy. Each discipline has its own expertise, while SoulLand may excel in soul power levels. He does not possess the same proficiency in imparting foundational knowledge and specialized concepts to students. These instructors are the true experts, and for Yin, constructing a vast database of knowledge is of utmost importance. His current routine consists of a linear lifestyle, attending classes, reading after school, and practicing at home. The academies within the Spirit Hall are equipped with dedicated libraries, boasting extensive collections. Yin now spends nearly all his time outside of classes, training, and sleeping within the library. Over the past few days, he has read through nearly half of the library's collection. In about a month's time, he hopes to have perused every book housed in the library. Just as Yin was preparing to rise and exit, a pudgy hand obstructed his path. He looked up to see a rather rotund boy, exuding a sense of affable clumsiness. In general, regardless of the school, there are always those who are stout, and most of them tend to possess quite amiable personalities, perhaps due to the adage that a broad heart leads to a broad body. Is there something you need? Yin gazed at the amiable, plump figure before him, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Since they were classmates and had undergone self-introductions, it was unlikely he would fail to recognize a peer. However, it seemed that he had little in common with this individual. This chubby boy, Tuobahong, hailed from the white-armored Earth Dragon clan, one of the direct forces under the Spirit Hall. Following the Spirit Hall's soul-hunting campaign that obliterated the Blue Electric Overlord sect, the 7 major sects were reselect, with the white-armored Earth Dragon clan supplanting the Blue Electric Overlord sect to establish the Sacred Dragon sect, becoming one of the newly recognized upper 3 sections. Tuobahong chuckled and said, Boss Yin, I merely wish to become acquainted with you. In the future at the academy, we can engage in more exchanges. This was indeed a rarity. Were you not part of their clique? Why seek friendship with a commoner like me? Yin raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the small group conversing at the other end of the classroom. Despite the fact that the first-grade students were merely 6 or 7 years old, competition in certain aspects had already begun. Those hailing from noble backgrounds or well-off soul master families received quality education from an early age, and upon entering the academy, they naturally formed tight-knit groups due to their familial connections, while ordinary commoners found it challenging to integrate into their circles. In this entire first-grade class, aside from Yin, there were 7 other commoner students. Faced with subtle exclusion, they formed their own small circle and even attempted to draw Yin into their fold. However, Yin showed little interest in such matters and appeared rather reclusive. After all, he had come to the Soul Master Academy to cultivate and accumulate knowledge, not to squander time on trivial pursuits. Well, Tuobahong scratched his head and chuckled. Actually, I wanted to say that for the afternoon's practical class, you probably do not have a teammate yet. How about we team up? Why did you choose me? Yin asked, slightly taken aback. He was somewhat aware of what Tuobahong referred to as the practical class, having overheard discussions among nearby classmates. He was not deaf, after all, and naturally picked up on certain details. The practical class at the primary academy, as its name suggests, involved instructing students on developing their martial soul characteristics for real combat, such as teaching techniques for weapon martial souls like swords and spears. For beast martial souls, corresponding combat techniques will be taught based on the traits of the martial souls. For instance, while a cat martial soul and a tiger martial soul may appear similar in their embodied states, one is suited for speed-oriented agile attacks, while the other is more fitting for powerful strength-based assaults. The techniques for exerting force in these 2 routes are naturally distinct, and the teachers at the Primary Soul Master Academy provide specialized foundational guidance. How should one describe this course? It seems quite significant at first glance, but in reality, it is not so crucial. Many students from better backgrounds often have parents or elders who are higher-ranked soul masters and may have already undergone professional guidance. However, for those from commoner backgrounds, this course is notably important as they lack the resources available to them, and such targeted instruction can save them from any detours. Yet for Yin, it was a different matter altogether. Setting aside the fact that he had the investment of a soul king, his own intellect, akin to a beacon of dawn, already placed him above the vast majority of novice soul masters. Not to mention, He had already devised a considerable portion of his future martial soul advancement path, beyond mere foundational martial soul development techniques. Well, it seems you appear to have no one to team up with, Tuoba Hong said, seemingly a bit awkward. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly added, I can sense that your martial soul is quite extraordinary. My martial soul is extraordinary? Yin fell silent upon hearing this, regarding Tuoba Hong with a scrutinizing gaze. The intensity of his stare was rather imposing, causing the chubby boy to feel somewhat uneasy. Could you elaborate on what kind of sensation you experienced? After observing for quite some time, Yin found no flaw in Tuoba Hong and deduced that he was likely not lying. Now, he harbored some curiosity about this chubby boy. If he sensed something remarkable about his martial soul, then Tuoba Hong probably did not possess a mental-type martial soul. Well, you should be aware that my martial soul is the white-armored earth dragon. Upon hearing this, Yin nodded. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tuoba Hong continued. The white-armored earth dragon martial soul contains a portion of true dragon bloodline, and I possess some innate talent in martial soul sensing. When I am face-to-face with you, I can feel as though my martial soul is being suppressed. It's a peculiar sensation. It's as if you possess some kind of royal bloodline. After listening to this chubby boy's words, Yin felt a flicker of understanding, forming certain speculations regarding his claims. Royal bloodlines? Recently, he had indeed come into contact with such concepts. To be precise, he had been utilizing it in his cultivation to continuously enhance his martial soul quality. Perhaps the prolonged exposure had imbued him with a similar aura of royal pressure, which had caught the attention of this chubby boy. Chapter 23. Teacher Lu Song. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on the academy's playground. With the ringing of the bell, the students of Class 1, Year 3, led by their teacher, arrived at the playground. After several days of academy life, everyone had come to understand the importance of punctuality, and thus, there were no instances of tardiness. Yin had just come from the library to the playground, blending into the crowd without drawing attention. The sun, now on the verge of autumn, was still quite fierce. As the students began to grow somewhat impatient, Teacher Matthew and another middle-aged man strolled over leisurely. To be more precise, it was the middle-aged man who ambled along at a leisurely pace, causing Teacher Matthew to match his speed. Students, this is your future practical class teacher, Lu Song, Matthew declared, casting a dissatisfied glance back at the middle-aged man before introducing him. Yin observed the man, who still reeked of alcohol, with a slight frown. Although he was not particularly concerned about the practical class, being assigned such an unreliable-looking teacher was hardly a cause for celebration. I am Lu Song, your practical class instructor from now on. For today's first lesson, I wish to assess your physical stamina. Begin with 5 laps around the playground for warm-up. You may start now. This teacher, named Lu Song, appeared indifferent to Matthew's disapproving gaze. After surveying the area, he issued commands, much to the students' annoyance, even prompting Matthew to furrow his brow, ready to speak up. Teacher Matthew, this is my class. You may leave now. However, before Matthew could voice his concerns, Lu Song had already dismissed him. Sigh. Teacher Lu Song, drinking before class is not a good habit. Please take this more seriously in the future. Although Matthew felt somewhat uncomfortable about the situation, he was a man of principles and could only shake his head with a sigh as he departed. Why is everyone still standing around? Do you have doubts about my orders? Start running. Lu Song watched as Matthew left, then turned his gaze to the playground, where the students appeared hesitant, unsure of what to do. Clearly, Lu Song intended to establish his authority. With a sharp command, a powerful wave of soul power emanated from him. A dazzling array of soul rings spiraled upwards from beneath his feet, adorned in hues of white, yellow, and purple. This middle-aged man was, astonishingly, a formidable soul master of the third ring, and as he unleashed his soul power, a palpable aura of malevolence surged forth. With a subtle gesture in mid-air, a blood-red scythe materialized in his palm, glistening as if freshly stained. Its ominous presence accompanied by the faintest whisper of a breeze that seemed to carry the scent of blood. Was this man a veteran of the battlefield? The practical combat lessons promised to be intriguing. Yin, blending into the crowd, silently observed the middle-aged gentleman, Lu Song, who appeared to be a relatively powerful soul master. Surpassing his acquaintances, Lake and Kent, yet still a distance from attaining the rank of a soul sect. Nevertheless, the sheer intensity of his bloodthirst was not something the average individual could possess. Clearly, this instructor's combat experience was remarkable, as Lu Song unleashed his martial soul. Emanating an astonishingly fierce aura, the assembled children, mere novices in comparison, were naturally intimidated and began to obediently sprint around the playground. Fearful of the wrath of this formidable instructor, Yin did not stand out, but rather kept pace with the throng, maintaining a steady jog alongside the portly Taobai Hong. who seemed to have caught on to the gravity of the situation. The primary academy's playground spanned a considerable distance, with a lap measuring 600 meters. For a group of 6 or 7-year-olds, completing 5 laps, 3,000 meters, was far beyond mere warm-up. Initially, most of the students managed to keep up, but as the second lap commenced, some began to lag behind. By the third lap, those utterly exhausted resorted to a slow walk. And when Lu Song cast a dispassionate glance their way without a word, they mustered the courage to saunter off. Was he assessing the student's stamina and correlating it with their martial soul attributes to gauge their capabilities? Yin continued to jog in the midst of his peers, neither rushing ahead nor falling behind, all the while preserving his energy and keenly observing Lu Song's actions. Yin, have you discovered anything? Tao Bai Hong inquired, his voice filled with curiosity. Damn, this sun is relentless. What a wretched day. Yin turned to glance at Tao Bai Hong, uncertain of the latter's motives. Ever since he had sought to befriend him that morning, he had been overly eager, prompting Yin to maintain a cautious distance from this chubby fellow. I haven't discerned anything significant. It appears that Instructor Liu is merely observing the student's stamina, likely preparing for targeted guidance. However, I doubt this will prove beneficial for you. Although Yin remained wary of Tao Bai Hong, his musings about Lu Song were merely conjecture, trivial in nature, and he felt no need to conceal them. Indeed, that won't be of much use. Tao Bai Hong nodded, a hint of resignation in his tone. Our white-armored Earth Dragon clan has a long-standing tradition of martial soul training. We have established methods for its development. Yin was not surprised by his words. The white-armored Earth Dragon clan, poised to establish the Sacred Dragon sect, was undoubtedly a venerable lineage with specialized training techniques that a mere third-ring soul master could not casually instruct. All right, everyone may stop now. As some entered the final lap and exhaustion began to set in, Lu Song's voice rang out once more. He had retracted his martial soul, reverting to his earlier, seemingly lethargic demeanor. Yet the earlier display had left an indelible impression on all present. You form groups of 3. You. And you come over here. Quickly, everyone. Group yourselves as I instruct. Lu Song approached the students, pointing out individuals to form groups. Having established his authority through the earlier display, no one dared to resist. They promptly complied, hurrying to follow his orders. Yin noted certain patterns in the groupings. Those selected by Lu Song shared commonalities, particularly in martial soul compatibility, stamina, and personality traits. This instructor had not even required them to introduce themselves, yet had managed to form such precise groups, clearly demonstrating genuine expertise. Take a moment to rest. In 10 minutes, we will conduct a team test based on my assignments. After organizing the students into larger groups, Lu Song allowed them to recuperate, likely intending for them to utilize this downtime for minor adjustments. Yin's group comprised 6 individuals, including Tao Bai Hong. Following the instructor's announcement, the other 4 students clustered together to strategize, while Yin remained on the sidelines, observing Lu Song intently. What should we do, Yin? Tao Bai Hong trailed closely behind, adopting a somewhat subservient demeanor, seemingly eager to follow Yin's lead. Yin remained uncertain about Tao Bai Hong's intentions, casting a sideways glance at him before turning his gaze back to Lu Song. Do you believe our hastily assembled team stands a chance against a third-ring soul master? Well, perhaps a bit. Tao Bai Hong scratched his head, glancing back at the 4 classmates who were beckoning them to join their discussion, his hesitation evident. It was clear he understood that a makeshift group of 5 or 6 individuals stood little chance against a third-ring soul master, standing at a height of 9 meters with an arm span of merely 60 centimeters and legs measuring 1 meters. The scythe appeared unremarkable, akin to an ordinary tool, likely only having undergone a single transformation, suggesting a background of common origins. Considering the scythe's range, it was indeed considerable. Yet he would likely refrain from employing it against a group of 6 or 7-year-olds. Yin gazed toward Lu Song, his eyes glimmering with an unnoticed intensity, as streams of data intertwined in his mind, constructing a 3-dimensional image of the instructor. Through mathematical assessments, employing the Pythagorean theorem and other calculations, he quickly extrapolated the instructor's approximate statistics. What are you pondering, Yin? Tao Bai Hong inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Just as he was about to pat Yin on the shoulder, he was met with a swift hand ruffling his hair. At 2 meters, you're rather tall. Maintain a distance of at least 3 steps from him. If he doesn't employ his scythe, just keep your head down throughout. Lu Song's height and arm-length ratio were somewhat disproportionate. Using fists against a group of children would likely require him to bend down, presenting us with an opportunity. By the way, what is the quality of your white-armored Earth Dragon martial soul? What is the extent of its Earth element control and capabilities? Yin turned to Tao Bai Hong, seeking to ascertain his teammates' attributes to effectively devise a battle strategy. While he had previously achieved a solo victory against a soul sect, that had been a unique circumstance involving life and death, and did not equate to possessing genuine soul sect-level combat prowess. Furthermore, the current scenario differed from that day. He was now tasked with confronting the instructor's assessment, necessitating the use of conventional tactics, thereby ruling out any unconventional methods such as chalking up his face, leaving only collaboration as the viable approach. The white-jawed earth dragon, though not a true dragon like the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, ranks among the foremost of earth dragons. Imbued with a formidable dragon bloodline and naturally possessing a degree of mastery over earth elements, Yin and I possess innate 6th-level soul power, allowing me to manipulate a portion of the soil within a meter of my vicinity to adhere to my body. Given my robust physique, I am quite resilient to pain. Thus my defensive capabilities are also commendable. The chubby Tuoba Hong cheerfully introduced himself to Yin. Although I have yet to acquire my first spirit ring, I have learned some offensive techniques. I can encase myself in soil, forming a sphere to roll forward. This maneuver once shattered a large tree. Tuoba, let's just stick with calling you Fatty. In future encounters, it would be wise not to divulge such detailed information about yourself, Yin remarked, casting a thoughtful glance at the jovial chubby fellow. He was taken aback by the trust this individual placed in him, revealing such intimate details about his abilities. While there was no harm in discussing the white-jawed earth dragon or the manipulation of earth elements, the latter part of Tuoba's disclosure was particularly concerning. For soul masters, revealing the unique abilities of their martial souls is a significant taboo. Even inquiries about such matters are frowned upon. Furthermore, the techniques Tuoba had learned likely belonged to the exclusive repertoire of the white-jawed earth dragon clan. Who could predict the turmoil that might ensue if outsiders became aware of them? Have you two finished your chatter? The break is almost over. Come join us. The other 4 members of their group, growing impatient with Yin and Tuoba's delay, called out to them. We should join in. It's prudent to discuss matters together. Tuoba looked to Yin, who, choosing not to press on, shook his head and approached the 4. Among their group of 6, aside from himself, Tuoba was the strongest, possessing nearly 9th-level soul power, while the others barely reached 6th level, and their martial souls were of mediocre quality. When Lu Song had previously unleashed his martial soul, the 4 had visibly quaked in fear, and it was highly likely they would react similarly when the time came to perform. Yun had little expectation of these 4, which was why he had appeared indifferent. Nonetheless, their point was not entirely without merit. They were a 6-person team, not merely a duo, and despite his disdain for them, they could still serve a role as cannon fodder. As the break concluded, the group gathered. The 10-minute respite passed swiftly, and at the sound of Lu Song's call, the scattering individuals congregated, awaiting his directives for the next phase. The first group, you're up, come forth. Lu Song surveyed the crowd and casually selected a group. Yun's gaze flickered, as he had not anticipated such ill fortune. He was called upon in the first round. Logically, one would assume that a traveler like himself would possess some favorable luck, typically reserved for climactic moments. He had been contemplating observing more before being thrust into the fray. Don't just stand there. Release your martial souls, Lu Song urged, stretching his limbs before gesturing for Yun and the others. Having no choice, they each summoned their respective martial souls, and with a surge of soul power, their appearances began to shift. Tuoba Hong's form expanded slightly, becoming more elongated, his exposed skin adorned with numerous fine white scales, his hands transforming into claw-like appendages, all while exuding a faint earthy glow. His white-jawed earth dragon martial soul boasted commendable innate quality, rivaling that of advanced martial souls, and a subtle draconic aura emanated from him. Once Tuoba Hong unleashed his martial soul, the remaining 4 exhibited their own soul fluctuations, a black panther, a blue tiger, and a white bear, all appearing somewhat impressive, yet lacking any significant energy resonance, clearly not spirit beasts. While fierce beasts might possess greater combat prowess than lower-tier spirit beasts, they could only be classified as mediocre martial souls, with their innate soul power barely reaching 4 or 5 levels. The levels of these 3 were not particularly high, capped at around 5. Among them, one student with a wind elemental blue wolf martial soul shone slightly brighter, exhibiting a faint azure aura and maintaining a 6th-level soul power, which allowed him to retain some measure of combat effectiveness. Are you not going to release your martial soul? Lu Song queried, his gaze falling upon Yun, who had yet to unleash his martial soul, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Was his authority now to be disregarded? Yun, undeterred by Lu Song's displeasure, stepped behind chubby Tuoba Hong and addressed Lu Song. Teacher, You never stipulated that we must release our martial souls at the outset of the test. I indeed failed to clarify that, Lu Song replied, casting a penetrating glance at Yun before suddenly conjuring a scythe over a meter in length into his palm. With 3 resounding chimes, 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, circled him in rhythm. In this assessment, should you compel me to summon my martial soul back, that will signify your victory. Lu Song scanned the assembly before casually discarding the scythe to the ground and advancing towards Yun and his team. With a thud, as Lu Song's foot struck the ground, the sand beneath him fractured, and he shot forth like a bolt from crossbow, aiming directly at the aligned figures of Yun and Tuo Bahong. To everyone's astonishment, Tuo Bahong reacted swiftly, unbeknownst to him. A multitude of sand and soil had coalesced beneath his feet. With a powerful kick, he sent a spray of debris hurtling towards the rapidly advancing Lu Song. Simultaneously, Tuo Bahong and Yun deftly shifted their positions, darting in opposite directions. You underestimated me. Quite slippery, aren't you? Lu Song mused as he landed on the spot they had just vacated, observing the now dispersed Yun and Tuo Bahong, quickly redirecting his focus. With another thud, the sand erupted beneath him as he propelled himself towards another target. A student wielding the blue tiger, martial soul, attempted to retaliate, unleashing a fierce roar and striking out with his claws, only to be sent flying like a cannonball in the next instant. After casually eliminating one, Lu Song declared, "Let me impart to you the first lesson of your academic journey. The fundamental principle of Soul Master Combat is to learn the art of probing and maneuvering, rather than recklessly engaging without understanding the situation." As he spoke, his gaze shifted, locking onto the student with a white bear martial soul, and he launched himself forward once more. However, this time, he was thwarted. 2 clumps of earth and sand intercepted him mid-flight, causing him to alter his trajectory slightly and affording the white bear martial soul student a brief opportunity. Yin had now reached the periphery of the square, surrounded by a dense crowd, yet he dared not pause, continuously moving to maintain the greatest distance from Lu Song. While shouting to the student with a white bear martial soul, "Why aren't you running?" Oh no, the individual, akin to one awakening from a dream, sought to flee. However, an inadvertent turn exposed his vulnerable back, inadvertently granting Lu Song an opportunity. Lu Song, naturally, would not squander this chance. He propelled himself forward with a forceful step, swiftly closing the distance within mere seconds. At that moment, Yin had already approached the student wielding the blue wolf martial spirit. Seizing the favorable opportunity he had created, he shouted to initiate an attack, to which Tuo Bahong immediately responded by advancing, with the other 2 instinctively following suit to encircle Lu Song. Bang! Lu Song seized the shoulder of the student with a white bear martial spirit and hurled him away with great force, resulting in yet another student facing elimination. However, this action inadvertently left him exposed at a moment when his old strength had waned and his new strength had yet to manifest. At this juncture, the remaining 4 students, including Yin, had already converged upon him simultaneously. While you may create opportunities, betraying your teammates is hardly a commendable habit. Lu Song cast a penetrating glance at Yin and then steadied himself, preparing to confront his adversaries. Yin's expression remained unchanged by Lu Song's words as he sprinted and suddenly struck the back of the blue wolf martial spirit's wielder with his palm, subsequently lifting him and propelling him towards Lu Song. Lu Song had initially turned to address the Black Panther martial spirit and Tuo Bahong's white armored earth dragon, as their speed and proximity suggested they would arrive sooner. Yet, just as he turned back, a sudden rush of wind from behind alerted him. Instinctively, he glanced over his shoulder to see the blue wolf martial spirit student flying towards him, claws glimmering with a chilling light and poised to strike at his back. What a coincidence! This was their first collaboration, and yet their coordination seemed strikingly precise. He was poised to turn back and confront the wolf's kiss when he suddenly sensed the fierce wind generated by the approaching Black Panther. With the panther in front and the wolf behind, the timing was impeccable. He could scarcely believe they were working together for the first time. Bang! Bang! Lu Song found himself besieged by the Black Panther and Blue Wolf, on the brink of suffering a significant setback. Nevertheless, as a seasoned soul master, his reflexes were remarkably swift. Rather than committing to a single direction, he adopted a stance akin to a golden rooster standing on one leg, then executed a powerful spinning kick. Accompanied by 2 dull thuds, both the Black Panther and Blue Wolf martial spirit students were sent flying, though not eliminated outright, their states significantly impaired. By this point, however, Yin had already achieved his goal, rendering their roles largely ineffective. In the golden rooster stance, Lu Song suddenly felt his foot sink, his balance compromised, nearly toppling him over. He quickly glanced down, then locked eyes with Tuoba Hong. He saw that his foot, where he had exerted force, had sunk into the ground, leaving him puzzled about the situation. Is your control over earth elements truly so extensive? Lu Song gazed at Tuoba Hong with incredulity. He had encountered the formidable Soul Master family associated with the white armored earth dragon and was aware of certain characteristics of this martial spirit. The plump Tuoba Hong had not yet acquired his first soul ring, suggesting his combat capabilities should be limited, which only deepened Lu Song's bewilderment. Why, despite being assigned to Class 3, did he possess the ability to manipulate earth elements from such a distance? Yet, at that moment, he had no time to ponder further. Just as he knelt, embarrassed, two figures landed and rolled before charging at him with renewed vigor. His momentary lapse had granted the Black Panther and Blue Wolf martial spirit students an opportunity to retaliate. You are all a tad hasty. Stabilizing himself on one foot, Lu Song observed the approaching duo, exerting force through his leg and twisting his waist. His ensnared foot swiftly withdrew, and his formidable soul power erupted instantaneously. Bang! Bang! The two returning students were launched away with even greater speed. The explosive force of a soul master, even without employing soul skills, was not easily withstood. This time, no miracles unfolded. They lost their combat effectiveness and were eliminated. Boom! Just as Lu Song prepared to re-engage, an unexpected figure surged from his blind spot, followed by a fierce blast of flames rushing toward him. Yin had somehow closed the distance, and, seizing the moment of Lu Song's instability, unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes. A flicker of crimson gold flames swirled outward, the pale red external flames billowing in the breeze like a lion's mane, as he, enveloped in fierce flames, resembled a fiery war deity, unleashing his immense power and ferocity. Chapter 26. The Privilege of the Victor. Was this boy's offensive prowess? On the Academy's playground, Lu Song, a soul master, found himself retreating repeatedly, struggling to fend off Yan's rapid punches and kicks. While weapon soul masters are adept in close combat, this is only under the condition of wielding a weapon. Lu Song, in an effort to reduce the assessment difficulty for the students, had chosen to forego his weapon soul, opting instead to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Under normal circumstances, a soul master of the third ring facing a group devoid of any soul rings would be a one-sided affair. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering an anomaly like Yin. Fire, among various energy attributes, is inherently destructive. Moreover, Yan's martial spirit had undergone evolution, allowing him to unleash flames from every inch of his body, making him a most unpredictable adversary. The power of a third-ring soul master was indeed formidable, but weapon souls typically possess low resistance to energy attacks such as fire and ice. Furthermore, without employing his weapon soul, Lu Song could only rely on a slight increase in physical resistance due to his soul power, which was insufficient to withstand the searing flames, potentially exceeding 1,000 degrees. As a result, Lu Song found himself unable to endure Yan's assaults directly, compelled to evade and retreat in hopes of regrouping. However, Yan's attacks were incessantly dense and perfectly timed, leaving Lu Song with no choice but to retreat, desperately searching for an opening. You have run out of opportunities. As Lu Song continued to withdraw, his breath quickened. Facing the 6-year-old child before him, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, Yin spoke coldly, causing Lu Song's heart to jolt, and he instinctively lost focus for a fleeting moment. Bang! In his next backward step, his foot found nothing but air, causing his entire leg, including the knee, to plunge into the mud, at which point Yan's fiery hand reached out to grasp him. In a moment of panic, Lu Song instinctively propelled his other foot, narrowly evading Yan's grasp and using the recoil to retreat further. Bang! Yet another unforeseen event transpired. As his back hit the ground, he felt a sudden release, and his entire frame began to topple into an unseen pit. Just as Lu Song was about to rise from the pit, he found himself surrounded by mud, leaving him with no leverage. At that moment, two claws lunged at him from behind, none other than the previously distant plump Tuoba Hong. The claws, imbued with a white armored earth dragon martial spirit, could inflict considerable damage if they landed. Lu Song swiftly turned and rolled to narrowly evade the strike. But before he could catch his breath, a surge of flames rapidly engulfed his face. At this critical juncture, he could no longer contain himself. With his eyes shut, as he fell backward, his right hand rose, and the scythe spirit weapon, which had been embedded in the ground, shot forth with remarkable speed, landing firmly in his grasp in an instant. While weapon spirits do not augment the body as effectively as beast spirits, they possess qualities akin to the innate artifacts of the cultivation world, allowing for manipulation at will and even brief telekinetic strikes, providing protection to their wielder in dire moments. With the scythe in his hand, Lu Song's aura transformed drastically. However, at that moment, Yin had already led the chubby boy away from the scene, extinguishing the flames enveloping him as if nothing had occurred. Teacher, has this assessment concluded? When Lu Song stormed out of the pit, he was met with Yan's dampening remark, which compelled him to regain his composure amidst his fury. What's going on here? Why are there so many holes on the playground? Lu Song hesitated before querying, pointing towards the craters on the ground while glancing at Tuoba Hong beside Yin, frustrated by being outplayed by a group of students. He felt a burning need to understand how he had lost. This is a trap I set, although I cannot fathom why you fell into it. Tuoba Hong replied after glancing at Yin. To be honest, when Yin instructed him to manipulate the earth below to create a cavity trap, he was filled with doubt, unable to conceive how to make Lu Song step into it. Yet, the reality was that not only did Lu Song step in, but he ultimately plummeted into the largest pit as well. Even now, he felt bewildered. This victory was perplexing, as it seemed Lu Song had been led around by the nose by Yin. Could this casually recognized leader truly be so formidable? How did you accomplish this? Tuoba Hong inquired, unable to articulate his thoughts, leading Lu Song to look towards Yin. Reflecting on the recent battle still sent shivers down his spine. From the moment Yin struck until the conclusion, this three-ring soul master had been methodically coerced into the trap, wholly on the defensive, an utterly inconceivable outcome. I anticipated your movements and guided you toward the direction I had planned. It is as simple as that. Yan's response to Lu Song's inquiry was nonchalant, bordering on dismissive. Nonetheless, this was indeed the truth. Through meticulous observation of Lu Song's various attributes, his height, weight, and foot size, Yin calculated the pressure exerted by his feet upon landing. As for the landing points of this fellow's movements, they were derived from the data he gleaned while hiding, allowing the 4 expendables to be dispatched first, providing him with a wealth of information regarding Lu Song's actions, thereby completing the puzzle of his strategy. The initial spot where Lu Song's foot fell was a trap with differing pressure levels, and subsequent scenarios varied accordingly. Regardless, he had accounted for all possibilities, systematically driving this 3-ringed soul master into a perilous situation. Of course, to elaborate in detail would be excessively tedious, so he opted for a more casual response. You claim you predicted my actions. This is impossible. Lu Song's face was a mask of disbelief, although the reality may indeed align with this. The notion that a seasoned 3-ringed soul master could be ensnared in danger by a mere child seemed far too fantastical. He would rather believe it was a coincidence. Yin merely retorted coldly, is it truly so difficult to predict your actions? Do not overestimate your own strength. Once, an evil soul master thought I was an easy target, and he ended up dead. Since I have passed the assessment, you should have nothing more to say. If there are no further matters, I wish to take my leave. After uttering these words, Yin adjusted his radiant red attire, straightening it before gracefully turning toward the shade of a tree at the edge of the playground. He had no time to waste with his teacher. Rather than lingering on the playground, he would find more pleasure in reading a couple of books. Enough. What are you all staring at? If you possess his caliber, you too could afford to slack off. The assessment continues. Your group, prepare to commence. Yan's departure ignited Lu Song's irritation towards this troublesome individual, yet he found no justification to unleash his wrath. Instead, he vented his frustration upon the onlooking students. His sudden roar sent tremors through the group of young ones, while the ill-fated second group, caught in the spotlight, faced a grim fate. Chapter 27. The Thoughts of a Little Brother. Boss Yin, how did you manage to predict teacher Lu Song's movements? It's truly remarkable. Beneath the shade of the academy's playground, Yin was engrossed in a book when Tuoba Hong approached, his face alight with admiration. A person's habits are difficult to alter. From his few actions, one can roughly gauge his character and the choices he makes in various situations. Standing upon the same ground, the pressure exerted by 1 foot differs from that exerted by 2. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Yin glanced up briefly to explain, only to find Tuoba Hong's round face filled with confusion. With a shrug, he appeared somewhat disheartened before addressing Yin in a serious tone. You mentioned wanting to team up with me for the practical assessment, and now that we have succeeded, speak plainly. What is your true intention behind this eagerness? I wish to hear the truth, and you would do well to speak honestly. Yin maintained a smile as he spoke, while a few girls at a distance blushed and turned away, unable to meet his gaze. However, Tuoba Hong felt entirely different. His legs trembled involuntarily, and a chill ran down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Speak candidly, Yin urged again, his eyes icy as he assessed Tuoba Hong. You know, I am not easily deceived and harbor a strong aversion to being tricked. I doubt you would wish to test my methods. Let me tell you, I have taken lives. Do you understand what it feels like to kill? Yin, boss Yin, you jest. Tuoba Hong forced a laugh. But Yan's piercing gaze swept over him again, causing him to stammer, boss, I confess. I approached you to become friends. Part of it is due to sensing your formidable spirit, which piqued my curiosity. However, the most crucial reason is that I simply want to know where you get your meals from. Can you tell me? I'm quite fond of food. Food? Yin was momentarily taken aback by this response. Thanks to the feedback from his intelligence network, he could ascertain that Tuoba Hong was speaking the truth, with this latter reason being the key to his interest in forming a bond. This left him in a state of amusement. He had assumed Tuoba Hong harbored some ulterior motive or scheme, but it turned out to be merely a matter of sustenance. For this, to become his little brother? Yin scrutinized Tuoba Hong once more, noting his rotund physique, which seemed to be adorned with layers of fat. When he spoke of food, it was as if he could scarcely contain his drool. Well, it was evident that he was a foodie, and, in his past life, he had encountered several individuals who sought companionship purely for the sake of a meal. There was nothing inherently wrong with that. I brought my own food. There's nothing like it available outside. Yan's perception of Tuoba Hong softened significantly, and he patted the grass beside him. Come, take a seat. Let's have a chat. I knew it. I've explored nearly every corner of Spirit Soul City, and there is no cuisine with such a unique aroma. Tuoba Hong relaxed upon admitting the truth, plopping down beside Yin and exhaling deeply, still shaken from earlier. Your soul power is progressing quite well. In a few months, by the end of the year, you will likely break through to level 10. Have you considered what soul ring you might acquire? Yen gently patted Tuba Onge's shoulder, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. Unbeknownst to the rotund boy beside him, he had surreptitiously gleaned a rough understanding of his background, even estimating the progress of his soul power level. Tuoba Hong scratched his head, hesitating. Well, I haven't given it much thought yet, but our White Armor Earth Dragon clan has a long-standing heritage. When it comes to selecting soul rings, we generally heed the advice of our elders. The optimal choice, he mused, would likely be a soil attribute soul beast that possesses dragon bloodline, similar to those of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Each soul ring chosen is intimately tied to the dragon lineage, continuously stimulating the dragon blood within to facilitate transformation into a true dragon form. Yin glanced at Tuoba Hong and remarked casually, the latter's mouth opening and then falling silent, perhaps a tad embarrassed at being so easily read. In truth, the selection of martial souls bearing dragon bloodlines follows a common thread, all ultimately aiming for the evolution into a true dragon. Yin turned the pages of a book. Pointing to an illustration, I personally recommend you consider the Earth Dragon lizard. This soul beast is a subspecies of the Earth Dragon, possessing a rich vein of dragon blood, and there's a possibility of acquiring a soul bone. Additionally, it can enhance your control over earth elements. Your physique is commendable, allowing you to withstand soul rings below 430 years. Those between 400 and 500 years have distinct characteristics. Remember all this? You can discuss it with your elders once you return home and gather some information. A few months should suffice for your preparations. Yin spoke at length, while Tuoba Hong stood there, somewhat dazed, until he finally snapped back to reality. I understand, boss, he replied, his admiration for Yin swelling. He felt fortunate to have such a considerate leader looking out for him. That's good to hear. After school, come by my place. I need to discuss something with you. And since you wanted to eat, I'll treat you to a good meal today. Yin once again patted Tuoba Hong's shoulder, secretly thinking that he was still a child at heart. He had his own motives for guiding Tuoba Hong's path. With innate level 6 soul power, he was an excellent candidate for a meat shield, and it would be a pity not to take him under his wing. After chatting with Tuoba Hong for a while, they both resumed their attention to the ongoing practical assessment, where 3 consecutive groups had suffered dismal failures. Not one of them had lasted even 5 minutes, let alone managed to force Lu Song into self-rescue, as Yin had done. Lu Song, feeling frustrated from his earlier encounter with Yin, threw himself into the subsequent practical assessments with almost total commitment. A serious soul master against a group of soul warriors ranging from levels 4 to 9 was a mismatch of epic proportions. Gather around. Lu Song called after the last temporary group failed the assessment. Yin and Tuoba Hong naturally followed suit. Lu Song calmly surveyed the crowd before him and said, the practical tests this afternoon are concluded. I'm not pleased with the results of most of you. Out of 7 teams, only 1 passed the assessment. Are you satisfied with such an outcome? From today onward, the practical classes will include physical training. Of course, participation is optional. You may choose to form a team that can pass my tests. He glanced at Yin, noting his lack of reaction, and continued, if there are no objections, you may disperse. Chapter 28. Returning home to the south of the Spirit Master City lies a cluster of scattered courtyards, with houses aplenty. The property prices in Spirit Master City are relatively modest, allowing many soul masters to settle here. The vicinity is predominantly under the dominion of the Spirit Hall, with lower and middle-tier personnel residing within the city. While the true elite either dwell in the valley where the Pope's Hall is located or have large estates outside the city for their families. The White Armor Earth Dragon clan is no exception. Their family residence is nestled in a valley to the south of the city. The rotund boy commutes to school by horse-drawn carriage, rising early to travel with his peers from the clan. Most soul masters residing in Spirit Master City only manage to settle in the bustling, affordable areas. These tranquil, standalone courtyards hold significant value, and the average soul master could hardly afford such luxury. Yin, too, benefited from SoulLand's influence, which spared him from residing in the academy dormitory. The academy in Spirit Master City enrolls students from across the continent. Aside from a few children who have settled in the city, most students reside in the academy dorms. Such environments can be chaotic, as exemplified by Tang San's struggles to assert dominance in the Nodding City Working Student Dormitory, where clandestine brawls frequently erupted. In such surroundings, finding peace to cultivate or even read quietly becomes a challenge. "Is this your home, boss? I thought you were an orphan?" Tuoba asked, stopping in front of a reasonably spacious courtyard after Yin led him there. Tuoba appeared somewhat bewildered, but Yin did not pause for his response and continued onward, prompting Tuoba to hastily follow. "Just as you acknowledge me as your leader, it seems some within the Spirit Hall have recognized my extraordinary potential and come to invest in me early on," Yin remarked as he pushed open the courtyard gate. Through the door, they could glimpse a small building where a young girl, of just the right age, was guiding a group of children in meditation. Upon entering the small building with Tuoba, the girl turned to see Yin, her face lighting up with a smile. She approached and took the backpack off Yin's back, gently saying, "Little Yin, you're back." "Thank you, Sister Leah." Yin nodded, handing over the backpack. He then glanced at the group of children seated in the hall, deep in meditation, before looking upstairs and inquiring, "Is Uncle Lin back yet?" "Not yet," Leah replied casually, only then noticing Tuoba, who had followed Yin inside. She smiled warmly at him. "Are you Lil Yan's friend? This is the first time he has brought a friend home to play." "Oh well." Tuoba seemed a bit shy, casting an uncertain glance at Yin. "Sister Leah, this is my classmate Tuoba, and he will be staying for dinner. He has quite an appetite, so please prepare extra food," Yin said with a smile, and without waiting for Tuoba to collect his thoughts, he led him upstairs. The study on the upper floor was particularly warm, with a crackling fireplace providing a steady flow of heat. "Have a seat." Yin gestured toward a chair for Tuoba, then picked a book from the shelf and sat down to read. Tuoba cautiously surveyed the surroundings, hesitating for a moment before tentatively asking, "Boss, who was that sister earlier?" "Sister Leah is actually an attendant from the Spirit Hall in Gnarl City, but she has decided to stay in Spirit Master City to take care of me, and also to look after those little ones down there," Yin replied nonchalantly. "Leah and Kent were attendants from the Spirit Hall in Gnarl City, tasked with bringing this group of children to enroll in Spirit Master City. Initially, their mission would conclude once they successfully delivered the children, but SoulLand, considering Yan's need for care, arranged for Leah to remain. Naturally, Leah was more than willing to stay and look after her little brother, but she had also developed affection for the other children in the group, hoping to provide Yin with companions and a more joyful childhood. After a moment of contemplation, Yin acquiesced to her wishes, allowing a group of children from Gnarl City to take residence alongside them. The house was sufficiently spacious, and the presence of a dozen children would not render it cramped. Of course, despite sharing the same roof, their statuses were distinct. SoulLand was the homeowner, while the young master was undoubtedly Yin, and Leah assumed a role akin to that of a tutor rather than a mere servant. They resided upstairs, each in their own room, while the cluster of children downstairs occupied a large communal sleeping area, with boys and girls separated. The living conditions were far from luxurious, but they were certainly superior to those of other children residing in the Academy's working student dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. Yin sat in his room, perusing a tome on the theoretical study of martial souls, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with Tuoba. After about 10 minutes, a gentle knock at the door heralded the entrance of Sister Leah. "Little Yin, everything is prepared," she announced with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yin set aside his book and signaled for the slightly bored chubby boy to accompany him downstairs. Together, they made their way to the kitchen. "Isn't Sister Leah preparing dinner?" Tuoba inquired as they entered the kitchen, where an array of neatly arranged ingredients awaited them. Some vegetables and fruits had been transformed into salads, Yet the primary meat ingredients remained raw and unprocessed. "Assist me from the side," Yin instructed casually, rolling up his sleeves. Flames flickered to life in his hands as he grasped a fully metallic kitchen knife. After warming the blade and the meat with the flames, he began to cut a slice of venison on the cutting board. During the chaotic battle in the hot spring mountain range, numerous soul beasts had perished. And in an effort to avoid waste, Yin had instructed SoulLand to store some of the higher quality meat in a soul-guided device, which remained uneaten until now. With a flourish of his knife, he stood beside a deliberately low cutting board, swiftly slicing through the bones with finesse. Tuoba Hong watched in awe at the aesthetically pleasing spectacle, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation, even though he had yet to taste the food. Yin deftly carved the bones, placing them into an iron pot, while the processed venison lay limply on the cutting board. He retrieved several bags from the kitchen cabinet, extracting various spices and fruits. Once more, flames erupted in his palms, and the spices were quickly roasted, releasing fragrant aromas into the air. After completing this task, Yin called Tuoba Hong over. "Come here, use that to grind these into a fine powder. It needs to be very, very fine." Tuoba Hong silently accepted the spices and, under Yan's guidance, meticulously ground the mixture of spices and salt into a fine dust. Meanwhile, Yin approached the iron pot containing the bones, conjuring a burst of flames that rapidly heated the pot, filling the kitchen with a delightful fragrance. Chapter 29, Arrangements. "Little Tiger, Little Lon, Little Xiong, everyone hurry over. Dinner is ready." Upon Leah's announcement in the hall, the children erupted in cheers, eagerly rising to head towards the dining table. However, before taking their seats, they were required to wash their hands, an established rule set by Yin. "Boss Yin, your home is so lively," Tuoba Hong remarked, helping Yin arrange the dishes, saliva nearly pooling at the corners of his mouth. "Uncle Lin, please keep an eye on things," Yin instructed, disregarding the greedy boy, and turned to SoulLand, who had just returned. SoulLand nodded in understanding. Once Yin placed a platter of roasted meat on the dining table, everyone settled down to eat. That evening, the meal was thoroughly enjoyed. Yan's culinary creations were indeed delectable, which was evident by how easily they enticed the chubby boy's appetite. The secret behind this lay in Yan's mastery of heat control. His cooking was not solely for the sake of nourishment. While he valued food, the primary purpose was to hone his control over fire elements, an integral part of his training. This training aimed to refine his ability to manage heat, striving for a state of precision akin to an extension of his own limbs. Fire is an immensely volatile energy attribute. Pursuing its destructive nature is relatively simple. One merely needs to concentrate soul power to elevate the temperature. However, developing the ability to control flames to their utmost potential is quite challenging. Flames capable of immense destruction are notoriously difficult to manage, especially at temperatures exceeding several hundred degrees, where a single misstep could result in self-harm. What Yin was currently engaged in was a continual process of experimenting with rapid fluctuations in flame intensity, seeking to lower the minimum temperature and raise the maximum, thereby expanding his own threshold for flame manipulation. Some may argue that achieving high temperatures is beneficial for enhancing the power of flames, ultimately leading to the evolution of supreme fire. Yet, one might question the utility of low-temperature flames, as lower temperatures generally imply diminished potency. Could flames even be reduced below 0 degrees? In theory, this is indeed feasible. If a particular substance has a combustion point below 0 degrees in a specialized environment, 0-degree flames might manifest, which is one of Yan's pursuits. However, he was still far from achieving this goal. From his knowledge of the past, he recalled that during the new century, laboratory cold flames had reached temperatures below 0, approximately around 80 degrees. Yet here he was, no matter how he strained to control it, his flames remained above 300 degrees. Should he attempt to lower the temperature further, the flames would simply extinguish. His recent culinary endeavors had yielded some results, at the very least compared to his initial attempts. He had elevated his threshold temperature range by over 500 degrees, a clear indication of progress. During the meal, silence reigned, not just for him, but for everyone else as well, as this was a custom he had deliberately instituted. No talking while eating, a practice he deemed a hallmark of good manners. In both his past and present lives, he had always detested those who chattered incessantly while others were dining. "Uncle Lin, please escort the chubby one," Yin said slowly, savoring each bite of his own creation, occasionally furrowing his brow as if contemplating the nuances of heat. By the time he finished, the others were nearly done as well. After Tuoba Hong finished, Yin exchanged a glance with SoulLand and then patted the chubby boy's shoulder. He trusted that Feng Lin and Tuoba Hong's elders were wise individuals who would seize the opportunity for fruitful dialogue. Indeed, his fluctuating attitude towards Tuoba Hong was driven by ulterior motives. On one hand, he aimed to gain the boy's respect and loyalty, while on the other, he was considering the potential connections with the white-armored Earth Dragon clan. With Feng Lin settling in the martial Soul City, he could no longer freely undertake external tasks as before. However, what about the mouths of over a dozen individuals at home? Should they rely on Feng Lin's savings? Expecting Feng Lin to support him indefinitely was out of the question. Setting aside how Feng Lin might feel about that, Yin himself found the idea unacceptable. After all, he considered himself somewhat of an overachiever, always capable of discovering profitable opportunities by leveraging the information disparities between the two worlds. However, in the realm of Douluo continent, a trifling amount of money is inconsequential. The stakes are too high, easily attracting wolves and tigers. Feng Lin, merely a soul king, has limited capacity to quell such threats. Naturally, Yin is not foolish enough to harbor dreams of sudden wealth. The ventures he undertakes are those manageable by a soul king. Yet, observing an opportunity to leverage the connections of the chubby little fellow with the white-armored Earth Dragon clan presents a chance to slightly expand his business. Yan's future growth necessitates a swift accumulation of resources, which can only be procured through monetary means. Indeed, establishing ties with the white-armored Earth Dragon clan offers numerous advantages. This clan excels in Earth attribute soul power, which aligns well with his own Earth affinity. In the future, should he wish to develop or draw inspiration from certain secret techniques, the white-armored Earth Dragon clan would be an excellent choice. Boss, farewell, the chubby Tuoba Hong. Blissfully unaware of Yan's contemplations, bid him goodbye after finishing his meal, and then departed the small building with Feng Lin. Please tidy up the house, Yin instructed, gazing at the retreating figures of Feng Lin and Tuoba Hong. After a significant pause, he shook his head and spoke again, prompting the group of children who had been waiting for a long time to spring into action. Although Yin had provided Feng Lin with the opportunity for their accommodation, he remained mindful of the adage that great kindness may lead to enmity. Thus he did not unconditionally support these little rascals. They were required to assist with chores, as the small building needed cleaning, along with the garden outside. After issuing his orders, Yin did not remain seated. Instead, he rose and took a few steps, not toward the study or bedroom on the second floor, but directed himself towards the backyard, a reasonably sized training ground. Big brother, Yin is off to train again. He is truly diligent. No wonder he surpasses us by such a margin. It's quite perilous every time he trains. I accidentally caught a glimpse once, and he was engulfed in flames. It was terrifying. As soon as Yin departed, the group of children began to whisper amongst themselves, while Leah, observing them, offered a faint smile of resignation. She instructed them to be obedient while cleaning and then followed suit towards the backyard. In the sandy training grounds of the backyard, Yin settled into a meditative posture, gradually unveiling a wondrous orb radiating a golden aura, an artifact left behind by the flame lion. He intended to utilize this treasure for his cultivation. With a soft chime, as Yin closed his eyes in concentration, the energies of heaven and earth began to converge around him, transforming into soul power, and his aura gradually shifted. Chapter 30. The marvelous effect of the soul orb. This life soul orb, left by the flame lion, although far less potent than the soul orbs of the dark devil god tiger and the deep-sea demon whale king, holds immense benefits for me at present, even surpassing the utility of a century-old soul bone. Standing in the courtyard as night descended, the surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly, with the winter winds howling, infusing the air with a biting chill. Yet, the area around him remained unusually warm. Some formidable soul beasts on the Douluo continent can condense the embryonic forms of soul cores before reaching 10,000 years of cultivation. Upon their demise, these creatures typically yield soul bones. However, there are others that instead condense into life soul orbs. In the original text, both the dark devil god tiger and the deep-sea demon whale king condensed life soul orbs. The soul orb of the dark devil god tiger was particularly sentient, escaping Douluo continent, thus creating another fateful individual. Meanwhile, upon the death of the deep-sea demon whale king, not only did it produce a soul orb, but it also bestowed Tang San with a critically important million-year soul bone, a remarkable dual benefit. This phenomenon arises from its cultivation reaching 1,000,000 years, surpassing even the limit Douluo Poseidon. The key to a super law advancing to a limit Douluo lies in condensing dual soul cores, and naturally, the deep-sea demon whale king, being stronger than a limit Douluo, also possessed dual soul cores. However, In contrast to the evident reactions of soul bones to fluctuations in soul power, the energy of soul orbs is exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible. It is likely that throughout the history of Douluo cultivation, instances of such occurrences have been scant, thus lacking documentation. Yin has only been able to speculate due to his familiarity with the original narrative. As he sat bare-chested in the courtyard, with each breath he took, the flame soul orb radiated powerful energy, and the crimson flames enveloping him began to intensify, gradually acquiring a faint golden hue. His aura deepened, imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The soul bone resulting from the transformation of a soul core is readily absorbable and possesses accompanying soul bone skills, directly enhancing one's physical prowess and combat effectiveness, capable of being passed down through generations. In contrast, soul orbs lack such hereditary properties. They can only elevate an individual, and the process of refining them can easily spiral out of control. In Heavenly Pearl Transformation, the scene of Zhou Weiqing refining the soul orb of the dark devil god tiger was rather indescribable. Nonetheless, once a soul orb is refined, the primal power of the soul core fully integrates into the self, bringing forth a transformation of one's essence. For instance, Zhou Weiqing's evil god transformation allowed him to evolve continuously towards a humanoid form of the dark devil god tiger, while Yin, now refining this flame soul orb, would enhance his martial soul's flame capabilities, imbued with a touch of royal pressure. However, compared to Zhou Weiqing's initially mediocre talent, Yin possesses a more solid foundation. And since this flame soul orb is not overwhelmingly powerful, he can safely refine it at a gradual pace, unlike the former who could only absorb it in one go. Fortunate to have survived without being overwhelmed due to the halo surrounding him. With a soft chime, the flames surrounding Yin grew increasingly potent. At one moment, accompanied by a rhythmic resonance, the century-old soul ring blazed brilliantly, and the flames surrounding him surged even more fiercely as the fire element energy around him escalated dramatically. During this period, through continuous experimentation and research into his own soul skills, he had begun to grasp some of their operational mechanisms. The law of energy conservation in this world had not entirely collapsed. His Phoenix Fire origin state could temporarily enhance all his attributes in percentage form, and this explosive energy would rapidly gather the surrounding fire attribute energy during the activation of this soul skill, achieving a terrifying concentration of fire elements in his vicinity. In some advanced Soul Master academies, there exist simulated cultivation arrays that can replicate environments conducive to the Soul Master's martial soul, facilitating the cultivation of their soul power. And what environment does a fire attribute Soul Master require? Naturally, it is fire. Thus, after meticulous calculations, utilizing the flame soul orb and the characteristic of his first soul skill to gather fire elements, he created a temporary simulated environment suitable for his cultivation. This method of training is undoubtedly highly effective, and after several months of practice, he reached the 15th level of soul power. His training efficiency can be regarded as significantly surpassing that of his peers when compared to the numerous young soul master prodigies in the original narrative. Taking Tang San as an example, he possessed innate full soul power, and after absorbing the century-old mantis snake soul ring, he reached the 13th level. After some time at Shrek, he attained the 30th level, having absorbed a 700-year-old ghost vine in the interim. Even accounting for the lowest increase of 1 level in soul power, that is a total of 16 levels in 6 years, averaging 2.5 levels per year, which is slightly above average. Tang San had the Xian Tian Gong, making his cultivation speed among the top echelon of his peers. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, of the same age, had soul power levels inferior to his, while Dai Mubai claimed that upon entering the academy, he was at the 25th level. Of course, Shrek's initial conditions were insufficient to provide a simulated cultivation environment. Thus, the advancement of soul power did not reach its optimal potential. However, the environment for mimetic cultivation is predominantly available only in advanced academies. It seems that Ning Rongrong has not utilized it at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, suggesting that there may be certain restrictions in place. Perhaps a specific level of cultivation, most likely requiring a minimum of the second ring, is necessary to engage in training within such an environment. In light of this, when we compare it to the statistics of some peak geniuses who have reached the Soul Ancestor or even the Soul King level in the Advanced Soul Master League competition, we observe that the Golden Generation boasts a 20-year-old Soul King at the 5th ring, possessing a soul power level of approximately 51 or 52, implying a foundational soul power of at least level 7, with 4 soul rings enhancing it by 4 levels over a span of 15 years of cultivation. This allows us to estimate that, in this era, the foremost talents, considering the cultivation, exhibit an efficiency in their training below the Soul King level of roughly less than 3 levels per year. The first 30 levels may be achieved somewhat faster, yet it is unlikely to exceed 4 levels within a year. After absorbing the century-old flame, Lion's Soul Ring, Yin reached the 12th level, as Tang San is a unique case due to his accumulation of Xintiangong. By the end of the first semester, which is not yet concluded, he has already attained the 15th level, showcasing a training efficiency that exceeds that of his peers by more than double. By the second year, he is expected to reach a soul power level of 20. As Yin slowly rises from the flames, he notices that after several months of rigorous training, his physical condition has significantly improved, developing a subtle definition in his physique, not the bulky contours of muscle, but rather a fluid form that exudes a sense of agility. He begins to perform various high-difficulty postures amidst the flames, each movement executed flawlessly, akin to the exemplary actions depicted in a textbook. His pursuit is not solely for the enhancement of his soul power. He also demands that his physical prowess keeps pace. Although he lacks a specialized body refinement method, with the assistance of his intelligent neural interface, Dawn, he is able to calculate and deduce the most suitable training techniques for his current stage. Chapter 31. Medicinal Bath Training. After 20 minutes, his physical condition remains insufficient, even though he possesses a fire attribute and a formidable resistance to flames. Enduring prolonged exposure to this high concentration of fire elements is still quite taxing. Amidst the biting cold wind, when Yin senses that he has temporarily reached his limit, he decisively suppresses the urge to continue absorbing energy, recognizing that the path of cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Excess can be detrimental. Stepping out from the flames, his once fair skin now appears a startling shade of crimson. Nearby, Leah has already prepared a bathing tub, filled with a concoction of medicinal herbs suitable for his constitution, emanating gentle wisps of steam. Yin plunges into the bath, submerging himself completely, causing clouds of white vapor to rise from the tub, accompanied by a tingling sensation that causes his muscles to tremble. Each time he concludes a training session with a soak, it not only relaxes his body, but also alleviates muscle fatigue and enhances his physical condition, proving beneficial for his cultivation. As for why he does not conduct the previous training process directly within the bath, one can only imagine the spectacle of flames igniting continuously in warm water, a guaranteed recipe for self-cooking. While he possesses formidable fire resistance due to his martial soul, there remains a distinction between flames and scalding hot water. He certainly does not wish to boil himself alive. Xiaoyan, are you all right? Leah inquires cautiously as she observes him from the side of the tub. At that moment, Yin slowly emerges above the water's surface, his skin still a vivid red, which appears quite alarming. Ding! Upon seeing Yan's head surface, Leah releases her martial soul. After unleashing her soul skill, a warm, healing light envelopes Yan, facilitating the rapid recovery of any minor injuries within him. Although the training method he has chosen is highly effective, it is akin to dancing on a tightrope. A single misstep could lead to overexertion. Were it not for Leah, a healing-type soul master, accompanying him to provide care, he would not dare to push himself to such extremes. Yin exhales deeply while reclining in the tub, and then a flicker of light dances in his eyes as a stream of information swiftly integrates the data he requires. This time, his physical condition has improved by half a level from the original baseline. It appears that this particular formula is nearing its efficacy limit, which is quite vexing. Yin clenches his fist lightly. His physical qualities, far surpassing those of his peers, grant him immense explosive power. With a single arm capable of exerting a force equivalent to 100 pounds, this is purely the strength of his physical body, not accounting for soul power. However, he is not a power-type soul master. The intelligent neural interface, Dawn, is capable of gathering extensive data through calculations and deducing necessary elements, including medicinal bath formulas. In the modern era of his previous life, while such information was not ubiquitous, diligent searching on the internet could still yield useful findings. Each individual possesses a unique constitution. Herbs effective for one person may be toxic to another. Although there are some universal formulas, they are exceedingly precious. Dawn compiles various data, particularly regarding different plants, necessitating Yin to personally sample diverse herbs. Once the data for various plants is recorded in the database, Yin, in conjunction with the formulas, conducts calculations, resulting in the medicinal bath formula he currently employs. The era of Douluo is set in a feudal period. during which humanity's impact on the environment of Douluo continent remains relatively minimal, allowing for the existence of numerous heavenly treasures. Furthermore, he deliberately selects common and easily obtainable materials, ensuring that over the past few months, his physical condition and cultivation have progressed steadily. However, the effects of the medicinal bath diminish significantly after repeated use. This marks the second formula he has replaced. Dawn, how effective was today's training? Yin silently inquires in his mind, to which the intelligent neural interface responds with remarkable clarity. Detection of subject's life energy indicates that short-term enhancement has reached its limit. It is advisable to suspend training for today. The emotionless voice of Dawn resonates in Yan's mind, and upon hearing this, he merely shrugs, stretches his body, and prepares to exit the bath. At that moment, a towel is extended towards him, enveloping him entirely. Leah carefully wipes away the water droplets, then wraps him in a vibrant red blanket, cradling him in her arms as she carries him back into the house. Initially, Yin felt somewhat uncomfortable with Leah's attentive post-training care, but over time, he has grown accustomed to it. After all, the embrace of the older sister is quite warm, and the pillow is large and soft. He silently sighs in contentment, yet his head mischievously nudges against her, seeking a more comfortable position. Leah's cheeks flush slightly as she holds Yin close, glancing at the boy nestled against her bosom. A hint of unusual emotion flickers in her eyes, followed by a gentle smile as she carries him back to the bedroom and gently lays him on the bed. Little Yin, you should sleep now. Sister will tidy up a bit. After placing Yin in bed, Leah covers him with a blanket, leans down to kiss his forehead, and softly instructs before turning to leave the room. Such days are quite pleasant indeed. Yin lies on the bed, turning his head to glance at the departing Leah, smiling before closing his eyes. Before long, he senses a familiar fragrant breeze wafting beside him as a figure lies down at the head of the bed. In a daze, Yin instinctively rolls over, seeking a comfortable position to drift into dreams. It is perfectly normal for children to move around in their sleep, isn't it? Right, everyone? As the morning sun bathes the earth, the streets of Soul Master City begin to awaken with various shops opening for business. Sleepily, Yin strolls down the road, his mood dampened by the incessant chatter of Tuoba Hong beside him. He had just experienced a delightful dream that morning, one that transported him to the era of his past life, where modern luxuries abounded. He was on the verge of achieving a remarkable feat in his dream when that chubby little fellow called out from outside the courtyard, urging him to rise early for school. Unbeknownst to him, over 2 months had slipped by in the blink of an eye. As the first semester approached its conclusion, Yan's soul power had smoothly surpassed 16, nearing 17, while the little rotund boy had finally reached a soul power level of 10. On the cobblestone path paved with black stone, Yin spoke after Tuoba Hong finished his remarks. Fatty, with the semester's end approaching and you just breaking through to level 10. It's quite challenging to find a suitable soul ring at this time, as many soul beasts have reduced their activity. Typically, a trip to the soul hunting forest requires at least half a month for a round trip, not including the time spent searching for soul beasts. Are you planning to skip classes during finals? Rest assured, boss, my family has already made arrangements for this. Tuoba Hong replied with a smile. After you mentioned the soul beast suitable for me, my father took the initiative to gather information. Just over 10 days ago, we finally received reliable intel. He returned yesterday with a 360-year-old earth dragon lizard. 360 years? Not 400? Yin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He was not surprised that Tuoba Hong's father had captured a century-old earth dragon lizard, as he was a high-ranking soul master and had the support of the White Armor Earth Dragon clan. In the realm of soul masters, it is said that capturing soul beasts for soul rings is a matter of cost-effectiveness. Generally, to capture a soul beast and transport it out of the forest, one must possess strength far exceeding that of the soul beast, capable of subduing it without giving it a chance to self-destruct. Furthermore, transporting the soul beast from the forest all the way to the spirit city involves even greater effort. However, Tuoba Hong's family was quite powerful. To facilitate this, Tuoba Hong's father personally enlisted an elder from the sect. Upon learning that one of their kin had achieved level 10 in the first year, the elder, recognizing the talent, offered to assist with a brief expedition. Thanks to the precise information his father had acquired, the group made swift progress and returned to the territory of the White Armor Earth Dragon clan outside Spirit City in less than 3 days. Given his awareness of the Tuoba clan's general strength, Yin was not astonished by their successful capture of the Earth Dragon lizard. He was merely concerned that the creature's age was somewhat lower than he had anticipated, as he had previously stated that a minimum of 400 years would be preferable. Boss, what's the difference of just 50 years between 360 and 400? My father and the elders have also indicated that there is no need to obsessively pursue soul rings that are near the limit of their age. Besides, this is the most suitable option my father could find in a short time. Tuoba Hong scratched his head and continued, in truth, there's another reason. I don't have much confidence in absorbing a soul ring close to its limit. Of course, he did not dare to voice this somewhat timid sentiment, fearing a reprimand from Yen. Boss, among all the first-year students in the Spirit City S Junior Academy, there are hardly any first-ring soul masters, and in our class, aside from you, I am the only one. The chubby boy wore a flattering expression and proudly added, as your little brother, being the second first-ring soul master in our class makes me something of a small genius, doesn't it? Your focus seems to be solely on the Junior Soul Master Academy. Forget it. Yen retorted nonchalantly, then shook his head, before inquiring further, by the way. You mentioned last time that there might be significant figures from the Spirit Hall visiting the Academy at the end of the year. Have you gathered any concrete information on that? While Yen was indeed concerned about Tuoba Hong's quest for a soul ring, it did not reach the extent of necessitating his interference. He was more intrigued by the news the chubby boy had casually mentioned days prior. At that time, Tuoba Hong had just broken through to level 10 soul power, and after relaying the news to his family, his father had not taken him to the soul hunting forest to acquire soul ring, but had instead advised him to be patient, only confirming the intel yesterday. Initially, Tuoba Hong was unaware of his father's arrangements. Feeling anxious without any clear information, he had secretly inquired about various matters within his clan, eventually learning that, apparently, prominent figures from the Spirit Hall were expected to visit the Academy at the year's end. Tuoba Hong glanced around and then whispered furtively, Boss, I secretly asked my dad yesterday, and he told me that it seems the Pope is preparing to tour Spirit City. Our academy is quite likely to be selected. The Pope? Are you certain? Yin was taken aback by Tuoba Hong's words, then lowered his head in contemplation as he walked slowly, muttering to himself, the Pope has just ascended to the position a year ago. She should have stabilized her cultivation by now. The next step would be to consolidate her power by relocating the Papal Hall to Spirit City. She is likely preparing to cultivate her direct lineage and garner support from various factions within the Spirit Hall. Although she bears the title of Pope and is the designated successor of the previous Pope, due to the death of Qin Xuanji, Qin Douluo and the Hall of Spirits may not oppose her, but they will not extend their support either. At this juncture, she must rely on her own skills to win over the various factions within the Spirit Hall, especially those powerful individuals above the Soul Sage level. Most families under the Spirit Hall would ensure their offspring trained within the Spirit Hall's academies, only arranging for their development after graduating from the Advanced Academy. Is she intending to tour Spirit City to express goodwill and forge alliances? Perhaps she has other plans as well, but the current information is too scant, and it likely has little to do with me. I merely need to confirm this news regarding Bibi Dong. Boss, what are you talking about? Wait for me. Baong. Noticing Yan's cryptic musings, felt a pang of worry, particularly since Yan's remarks seemed disjointed and incomprehensible. Unfortunately, Yan was too absorbed in his analysis to respond, and as he pondered, he unconsciously quickened his pace, leaving the chubby boy to jog to keep up. Yan and his chubby companion moved swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of the Junior Academy, just as the time for morning classes approached. A throng of students hurried towards the academy, and Yan and Tuoba Hong blended into the crowd. Fatty, did your father provide any further instructions? If it's merely a routine inspection, there is no need for him to go to such lengths. Yen abruptly halted before the classroom and turned, startling a breathless Tuoba Hong, who quickly gathered his thoughts as Yen looked at him. Gasping for breath and clutching his chest to calm himself, he spoke hastily, Boss, my dad told me to perform well at the end of the year, ideally becoming a representative of the first-year students or something of that sort. Oh, is that so? I wonder how the academy will conduct the selection. Yen's eyes flickered, then he glanced at the bustling playground before beckoning to Tuoba Hong. Fatty, I have a task for you. Over the next few days, find out about the top students within the academy, especially those who have already acquired their second soul ring. Also, have you found any results regarding the information I asked you to investigate last time? Understood, boss. Tuoba Hong nodded eagerly, then continued, Boss. The pair of siblings you asked me about, who are about our age, the boy is named Xieyu, and the girl is called Hulaina. One has a dual-bladed martial soul, and the other has a fox spirit martial soul, right? Yes, do you have any news? Yin nodded in acknowledgement. His inquiry directed towards Tuoba Hong was naturally concerning the other two members of the Golden Generation from the original work. He sought to glean information about these individuals to ascertain certain matters, such as the current timeline and the relationship between Hulaina and Bibi Dong. Boss, are you not aware? They are from our academy, Tuoba Hong replied, revealing that they were in the same class, both siblings of prodigious talent, and among the few in their year who had already acquired their spirit rings. Yin was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. That these two were indeed from the same Spirit Master Academy as he, albeit in different classes. His usual solitary disposition had led him to overlook this connection. Chapter 33. The Park Brawl. The Central Park of Spirit City lay not far from the academy. Upon exiting the institution, a 10-minute stroll through the side streets would lead one there. Almost every corner of Spirit City was adorned with architecture, save for this park near the Pope's Palace, where verdant flora flourished. The scenery might not be particularly enchanting, yet the air was remarkably refreshing. Yin followed Tuoba Hong into the park, with a fragrant aroma of foliage mingled with floral scents, creating an invigorating atmosphere. His gaze subtly shifted, honing in on a distant location where he sensed faint fluctuations of spirit power. Tuoba Hong was evidently familiar with this place, navigating effortlessly towards the depths of the park. They traversed winding gravel paths, and the further they ventured, the taller the trees became. This park, situated in a valley close to the Pope's Palace, had retained many rare species of trees since the establishment of Spirit City, which had not undergone significant alteration. As they delved deeper, the surrounding air grew increasingly crisp, evoking a delightful sense of returning to nature, a favored training ground for many possessing beast spirit abilities. "Boss, just ahead," Tuoba Hong announced. "I've gathered information. Those upperclassmen, particularly the beast spirit masters, frequent this park for training. However, due to the small number of participants, conflicts often arise, especially since some harbor grudges from the academy, leading to frequent brawls." The chubby boy guided Yin to the heart of the park, where the unmistakable waves of spirit power resonated nearby. "Let us refrain from speaking." Yin gestured for silence towards Tuoba Hong, quickening his pace as they approached the park's interior, where human presence dwindled. Typically, those who strolled in the park remained at the periphery, as venturing too close to the inner ring attracted the attention of patrolling guards. They arrived at a thicket, and ahead lay an open clearing from which raucous sounds emerged. The two advanced cautiously, finally gaining clarity on the unfolding scene. What a lively spectacle. Is this truly how they resolve their disputes? Yin and Tuoba Hong halted at the forest's edge, concealed by the underbrush, as they observed the chaos within the clearing. Approximately 20 to 30 individuals were embroiled in a tumultuous melee. Many donned ordinary clothing, yet their trousers bore a uniform style, clearly indicating their status as academy students. Remarkably astute, they had the foresight to change out of their uniforms for the brawl. The participants appeared to be 10 years or older, each adorned with spirit rings of varying hues. They divided into two factions, clashing with fervor, occasionally unleashing spirit techniques that ensnared both allies and adversaries, inciting shouts of indignation. At the center of the fray, two tall figures were locked in combat. Though still bearing youthful features, they exhibited a semblance of maturity. Notably, no other combatants dared to intrude upon their duel. Each was encircled by two spirit rings, one white and one yellow for one, while the other boasted a pair of yellow rings, their spirit energy emanating with formidable strength, surpassing even Yan's current capabilities. "Boss, these two are representatives from our academy's upperclassmen. One is named He Eyes, wielding the Black Panther spirit, reportedly hailing from Spirit Family, and is a level 22 Great Spirit Master. The other is Li Chuan, a commoner with a Spear Spirit, at level 23. After cautiously peering at the scene, Tuoba Hong retrieved a collection of intelligence he had gathered, handing it to Yin, who perused its contents. As they conversed in hushed tones, the dynamics of the battle shifted. He Eyes, with his Black Panther spirit, evidently favored a swift and aggressive approach. His form darted like an arrow towards Li Chuan, who brandished his spear. In a sprint, He Eyes lowered his stance, almost skimming the ground. His hands morphed into paws with pads, claws concealed, his eyes gleaming like a predator, moving like a shadow until he pivoted behind Li Chuan. Li Chuan, firmly rooted in a horse stance, wielded his spear, emanating a crimson glow. As he swung, a resonant roar reverberated, unleashing waves of light that formed an impenetrable barrier around him. Just as He Eyes surged towards his rear, Li Chuan reacted swiftly, executing a spin and thrusting his spear with an explosive speed that surpassed He Eyes. Yet, Yin shook his head at this moment. He Eyes evaded the sonic-imbued thrust, launching a counterattack with both fists. Simultaneously, Li Chuan's spear aimed to ensnare He Eyes' hands, but a surge of darkness erupted between He Eyes' palms, revealing his fierce claws. With a resounding clash, the two figures passed one another, a drop of blood trailing down Li Chuan's cheek before falling to the ground. He Eyes, observing the blood on his claws, turned, and assumed a provocative stance. He leaped forth again, but Li Chuan, quick on his feet, sidestepped the incoming strike. And with a fluid motion, he unleashed a relentless barrage of thrusts, his spear striking like a dragon, compelling even the agile He-Eyes to struggle against the onslaught. We should take our leave. Yin regarded the ongoing brawl with a shake of his head before addressing Tuoba Hong. Tuoba Hong, curiosity piqued, inquired boss. Did you not come to gather information? Are we not to continue observing? Their skill levels are evident. I've gathered what I needed, and there is no further need for scrutiny. Yin replied, dismissing the notion with a wave. He had mentally placed himself in the midst of their skirmish, concluding that it could be resolved swiftly, rendering further observation unnecessary. Yin and Tuoba Hong departed the thicket, following the fragmented stone path through the central park until they reached the western part of the city, where the bustling streets intertwined with the two city gates. This locale thrived as a marketplace, albeit unsuitable for training. They arrived at the threshold of a somewhat secluded alley, gazing upon a humble, low-lying dwelling, the oppressive surroundings creating a stifling atmosphere. Yin glanced at the chubby boy beside him and spoke in a low tone. Are you certain that the siblings reside here? Chapter 34. Siblings. Boss, I have gathered some information, said Tuoba Hong, scratching his head as he surveyed the constricted and oppressive alleyway. He then responded to Yin. The parents of this pair of siblings were renowned powerhouses within our spirit hall. They met with a tragic fate during the tumultuous upheaval last year, leaving only the two of them behind. This brother and sister are quite well known within the academy, each taking on their parents' surnames and inheriting their respective martial spirits. After their awakening, they arrived in Spirit City, purchasing a residence with the compensation received after their parents' demise. Upon hearing Tuoba Hong's introduction, Yin nodded slightly. He was already aware of Hulaina and Xiaoyu's martial spirits and surnames, but the circumstances surrounding their parents' death surprised him. The upheaval that Tuoba Hong referred to as the ongoing turmoil within the spirit master community that had persisted since last year, ignited by the sudden death of the Pope. Qin Xuanji. The untimely demise of the previous Pope, Qin Xuanji, was entirely unexpected, catching everyone off guard. At that time, the heir to the papacy, the Saintess Bibi Dong, chose not to announce the news immediately due to her personal motives, concealing it until it became unavoidable. The succession crisis led to chaos within the Spirit Hall, as Qin Xuanji's death implicated one of the upper three sects, the Haoyan sect, resulting in continuous friction between the Spirit Hall and the Haoyan sect over the past year. At present, while the Spirit Hall stood unrivaled, the combined forces of the 7 major sects and the 2 imperial families still possessed a certain advantage, leading to a shared governance of the spirit master community among these top-tier powers, with the conflicts escalating between the 2 dominant factions. The management of the lower tiers of the spirit master community also suffered, giving rise to a series of disturbances, emboldening many audacious individuals to stir chaos. Notably, Zhao Wujia, the unmoving king who sought refuge in Shrek a decade later, had gained considerable notoriety, not for any commendable deeds, but for his reckless mischief. However, Zhao Wujia, who merely opposed the Spirit Hall, was comparatively benign. Many others were far more violent, such as the bloodthirsty vampire-like figure, Laser, a quintessential evil spirit master who always needed to be eradicated. It was during a campaign against evil spirit masters that Xiaoyu and Hulaina's parents lost their lives, as the disarray among the upper echelons hindered timely rescue efforts, resulting in the complete annihilation of a small team of demon hunters. This incident supposedly caused quite a stir among the higher-ups. Xiaoyu and Hulaina's parents were adept in martial spirit fusion techniques, and their combined strength was comparable to that of a soul sage. The loss of such an elite team was a significant blow to the Spirit Hall. It seems no one is home. It's quite late, yet they haven't returned, Yin remarked, slightly channeling his soul power to sense the house ahead. Although he was not a sensory-type spirit master, his mental strength was sufficiently robust, and he had honed his observational skills through special training with SoulLand. The siblings, being merely spirit masters of the first ring, should have been easy to detect. Boss, allow me to inquire, Tuoba Hong said, and, after knocking on the door, he received no response. However, someone from a neighboring house peeked out upon hearing the noise and exchanged a few words with the stout fellow before running back. Boss, their neighbor mentioned that the siblings usually train at the park square over there and return quite late, Tuoba Hong relayed. Is that so? That makes sense. It is indeed too noisy here, Yin nodded. Then he and Tuoba Hong proceeded in the direction indicated. This led them to another entrance of the central park in Spirit City, conveniently opposite the entrance from the academy. The park's environment was serene and secluded, with numerous figures strolling about. Shadows could be seen meditating and practicing among the scattered clearings and grassy patches. The residents of Spirit City were all awakened spirit masters capable of cultivation, making it arguably the city with the highest concentration of spirit masters on the entirety of Douluo continent. In the future, it would become a sanctuary for spirit masters. As Yin and Tuoba Hong inquired further, they finally spotted two figures in a sparse clearing of the forest. With winter approaching, most plants had turned yellow and withered, save for some evergreen trees and a few soul beasts capable of storing soul power that remained verdant. A gentle breeze swept through, causing a vast expanse of blue-silver grass to sway like a cerulean sea. Upon the appearance of Yin and Tuoba Hong, the two meditating figures abruptly opened their eyes. The first figure to catch Yan's attention was a boy with neat black hair, standing upright like steel needles. His expression was calm, and his long, powerful arms hung at his sides, his gaze fixed on Yin with a faint intensity. Beside him stood a girl somewhat resembling him. Their expressions were so alike, they seemed to have been sculpted from the same mold. At first glance, the girl did not appear particularly beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one could perceive an unusual allure emanating from her. "You are Yin from Class 3, the boy said, meeting Yan's gaze for a moment before seemingly recognizing him. His expression still composed, and his tone unremarkable. "You know me? I don't recall having met you," Yin replied, intrigued as he scrutinized the boy. This brother, Xiaoyu, would later become the captain of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. His innate talent was not the strongest among the golden generation. Yet prior to Laina's completion of the trial in the City of Slaughter, he was the most formidable among them. In the original narrative, the strongest innate talent of the golden generation undoubtedly belonged to Yin, who possessed a top-tier beast martial spirit. During the decisive battle of the Spirit Master competition, he faced off against the martial spirit fusion technique, the Netherworld White Tiger, wielded by Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, without faltering. Meanwhile, Laina's transformation occurred after her experiences in the City of Slaughter, granting her the domain of the God of Killing, thus establishing her as the foremost figure of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, subsequently being anointed as the Saintess by Bibi Dong and becoming the Pope's heir. As Xiaoyu exchanged quiet glances with Yin, he replied, "Though we have not met before, your appearance is quite recognizable, and I have seen this stout fellow here. He was inquiring about us a few days ago." Yin nodded in response, acknowledging that Xiaoyu's observation was accurate. In this life, he was indeed quite recognizable. The Flame Lord Martial Spirit, being a top-tier beast martial spirit, had undergone a series of noticeable transformations upon awakening, particularly in terms of his appearance. Initially black-haired and dark-eyed, he had now transformed into a figure with fiery red hair and dark crimson eyes, a clear manifestation of the strength of his martial spirit. Reminiscent of Tang San's changes after awakening the blue-silver Emperor martial spirit. Yin then continued, "I seek your company for a matter of some importance. Would you be interested in a discussion? I believe we could collaborate for the upcoming year-end academy examination." Upon hearing Yin mention the year-end examination, both Xiaoyu and Laina's expressions shifted slightly. Laina approached alongside Tuoba Hong, and the four of them engaged in conversation, as a significant upheaval affecting the academy began to take shape. Chapter 35, Pope Bibi Dong. As the morning sun cascades its gentle rays upon the earth, it bestows a tender warmth upon the land, causing the frost upon the ground to gradually dissolve into glistening dew. Within the classroom of the First Junior Soul Master Academy, Teacher Matthew stands at the podium, orchestrating the students as they line up in an orderly fashion. Among them, Yin and Tuoba Hong, who stand apart alongside the instructors, are particularly conspicuous. Without fail, when Teacher Matthew announces the selection of student representatives to greet the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall on the central playground, all the students rush forward in a fervent eagerness. However, rather than a true selection process, the teachers simply choose candidates based on their strength. Class 3 is not considered weak within the entire grade, yet it pales in comparison to Classes 1 and 2, whose collective prowess is unparalleled, and whose members often boast impressive backgrounds. Under such circumstances, Class 3 would not typically have a chance. Nonetheless, both Yin and Tuoba Hong have broken through to become Soul Masters of the First Ring, a rarity among the first-year students, thus effortlessly securing 2 spots, much to the chagrin of many onlookers. "Boss, I'm feeling a bit nervous," Tuoba Hong, the usually carefree chubby boy, admits, his face betraying a palpable anxiety, evidence of his limited experience in grand occasions. "What is there to be nervous about?" Yin responds with an air of nonchalance. Though he too lacks experience in such inspections, he has gleaned some insights from reports in his previous life, which alters his perspective considerably. guided by another teacher. Yin and Tuoba Hong proceed towards the playground, where they meet up with other first-year representatives, predominantly from classes 1 and 2, with the former being the largest group. Xiaoyu and Hulaina stand prominently at the forefront of the line. Yin offers a slight nod to them, which Xiaoyu reciprocates, while Hulaina's gaze is tinged with shyness, a faint blush adorning her fair cheeks. Boss, how far have you and Hulaina progressed? Is there anything to share? Tuoba Hong, ever the gossip hound, keenly observes their interaction and immediately seeks to extract more information. Before he can finish, he feels a sharp pang in his stomach, nearly causing him to falter. Now, you're not nervous anymore? Yin chuckles, giving the little chubby boy a reassuring pat on the shoulder, prompting him to stand tall in line. They find themselves positioned in the middle of the first-year representatives, followed closely by several Class 1 students who have yet to acquire their first ring. Among the 21st-year representatives, only 8 have received their soul rings, a number that may seem modest against the hundreds of students, but is, in truth, quite formidable, with innate soul power levels above 7. And after nearly a year of rigorous training, achieving level 10 and acquiring a first ring is indeed plausible. Tuoba Hong is a prime example, possessing innate soul power of level 6. Yet through diligent practice and Yan's frequent experiments on him, he has excelled beyond most of his peers, successfully obtaining his first ring and becoming a soul master. The presence of 8 first ring soul masters in the first academic year may appear low compared to the vast number of students, but this figure is nonetheless impressive. Securing a first ring in the first semester signifies undeniable talent, with continued dedication and maintaining a progression of at least 2 levels of soul power each year. They are destined to become second ring great soul masters by the 6th year, a true prodigy. Moreover, the Spirit Hall is not the only institution nurturing such talented students. Although other academies may not match the first Junior Soul Master Academy, they too harbor individuals of remarkable potential, leading to a considerable aggregate of gifted souls. During the Continental Soul Master Competition, other teams may struggle to field a complete squad of 4th ring Soul Masters, with even one of the 3 seed teams. The Tiendo Royal Academy, failing to achieve a full roster. In stark contrast, the Spirit Hall S team, aside from its 3 mainstays, boasts a full contingent of Soul Masters, a distinction that stems from a larger pool of talent. Everyone, please quiet down. The Dean and esteemed dignitaries from the Spirit Hall are arriving. Make sure to present yourselves well, the leading teacher instructs, interrupting Tuoba Hong's attempt to delve deeper into Yan's private affairs regarding Hulaina. Instantly, a wave of tension sweeps through the ranks as all stand solemnly at attention in the square. Yan's gaze, amidst the crowd on the playground, drifts toward the distant entrance of the academy, where a procession slowly approaches. The first sight to capture the attention of all present is a row of imposing palace knights clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding heavy swords. Exuding an air of authority and solemnity. Bathed in the radiant sunlight, they appear as ancient deities standing resolute upon the earth. On the playground, a total of 120 student representatives from 6 grades stand in quiet anticipation, including the lead teacher. All present exhibit a semblance of nervousness. Many eyes glimmer with fervent faith, and some even engage in silent prayers, demonstrating their unwavering loyalty to the Spirit Hall and the Pope. Yin, however, refrains from casting his gaze about, instead focusing intently on the Academy's grand entrance, his eyes betraying a flicker of anticipation. 12 cardinals, whose ranks are second only to the Platinum Bishop, emerge gracefully, 6 on each side. As they appear, even the Dean of the Academy steps down to pay his respects, standing aside in deference. After surveying the assembly to ensure no disrespect is shown, the foremost cardinal proclaims loudly, His Holiness the Pope has arrived. The announcement sends ripples of astonishment through the crowd, and before they can process this revelation, they erupt into a collective cheer. For the Soul Masters nurtured by the Spirit Hall, the Pope represents the pinnacle of faith, despite the current Pope's somewhat diminished standing. A figure steps forth from the brilliant golden light, adorned in a resplendent gown of shimmering gold, crowned with a purple golden tiara and holding a scepter, her expression grave, emanating an ethereal presence that seems to elevate her above the ordinary. Her beauty is breathtaking, noble, elegant, and serene, each word synonymous with her exquisite visage. Though she has aged, the marks of time seem to have left her untouched. Yet, in this moment, no one pays heed to her stunning features. She embodies only the formidable majesty of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The gown, perfectly tailored, sparkles with over 100 red, blue, and golden gemstones, while her crown radiates a dazzling array of colors, all brilliance converging solely upon her. Chapter 36. A tribute. Long live Her Holiness the Pope. As Pope Bibidong ascends to the elevated platform at the edge of the playground, the Soul Masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall once again shout in unison, preparing to kneel in reverence. A hint of resignation flickers in Yin's eyes, while he personally harbors little enthusiasm for such displays. He recalls the lead teacher's prior instruction regarding the etiquette of kneeling. Thus, he finds himself unable to stand apart in this grand assembly. Reluctantly, he persuades himself to view this as a rehearsal for future occasions, perhaps for bowing before his elders or teachers. A multitude of spirit masters erupted in a chorus of cheers, their movements synchronized in perfect harmony. The atmosphere in that fleeting moment was beyond description, and even Yin felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate in reverence. "There is no need for excessive formalities," spoke Pope Bibidong for the first time, her melodious voice resonating with an enchanting warmth that seemed to soothe the soul. Accompanying her words, a faint chime echoed through the air, followed by an almost imperceptible glimmer of light sweeping across the square, halting the movements of all present. This was the title Douluo. Was she attempting to project a relatable image? Such an approach was indeed preferable, sparing them the need to kneel. Yin dared not raise his head too conspicuously, casting a sidelong glance towards the elevated platform. Obscured as it was, yet he could surmise Bibidong's intentions. Thus, he relaxed his posture, surrendering to the spirit energy that aligned his body. This inspection of Spirit City marked Bibidong's first significant public appearance since her ascension and subsequent seclusion, aimed at winning hearts and establishing her own authority, all while maintaining a facade of approachability. While the act of kneeling would undeniably bolster the Pope's supremacy, it would not foster genuine allegiance. Therefore, she displayed her strength alongside her amiable demeanor. A mere tap of her scepter rendered it impossible for anyone in attendance to bow, a feat not easily accomplished by ordinary individuals. Behind Bibidong stood four others, their expressions a blend of astonishment and curiosity, seemingly awed by the Pope's newfound prowess. Clad in resplendent crimson robes, distinct from the cardinal's uniform, these garments were adorned with intricate golden and silver patterns, the centerpiece being a jewel as large as an infant's fist, radiating opulence. While ordinary onlookers might perceive these robes as symbols of wealth for spirit masters, they signified the utmost honor, for such attire was exclusive to title Douluo. It was evident that these four were members of the Spirit Hall's Elder Council, esteemed title Douluo. Among them, two resided at the back of the platform, their features somewhat obscured to Yin, who discerned one as a robust figure akin to a bear, while the other appeared lean and agile, bearing the emblems of both bear and leopard. Swiftly, Yin deduced their identities. If his conjectures held true, these two were the renowned title Douluo elders, the bear demon and the ghost leopard, whom he had heard of from Toba Hong. In the original narrative, these two were merely sideline characters, their fates seemingly dismissive, yet they possessed a definitive conclusion, having met their demise. The Spirit Hall, often portrayed as the antagonist in the narrative, actually boasted nearly 30 title Douluo, though most met untimely ends due to contrived plot devices, their names and titles barely acknowledged. The sole elder characterized in some detail was the ghostly demon, alongside Moonlight, who were depicted as formidable opponents. The two title Douluo, standing closer to Bibidong, were far more recognizable and illustrious. One, on her left, emanated an ethereal aura, his visage obscured by an eerie air, while the other possessed skin as delicate as an infant's, his alluring features suggesting femininity, save for the prominent Adam's apple that betrayed his male identity. Though this was Yan's first encounter with them, he had already identified them as the most distinctive members of the Spirit Hall's elders. The chrysanthemum Douluo Moonlight and the ghost Douluo Ghostly Demon both had achieved the formidable rank of 95, tantalizingly close to becoming super Douluo. Yet, due to limitations in talent and time, they, much like the Bone Doll from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, had never surmounted this threshold. Nevertheless, their might remained undeniable. While Moonlight and Ghostly Demon were average in strength among their peers, no title Douluo could be deemed trivial. It took Tang San, the protagonist, to eliminate them, an act that underscored their formidable capabilities. The two were inseparable, not only due to their close friendship, but crucially because they could execute a spirit fusion technique. The two instruments Stasis Domain, which had previously ensnared the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape in Stardow Forest. Standing beneath the platform, Yin, along with the gathered crowd, raised his gaze, observing the subtle shifts in the expressions of the five high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall, a hint of speculation stirring within him. It appeared that this was their first witnessing of Bibidong's display of strength, an intriguing development. Bibidong's ascension to the papacy was facilitated by the endorsement of the previous pope and the support of several elders. However, their allegiance did not guarantee loyalty, as many likely harbored ulterior motives. Given Bibidong's initial lack of strength and prestige, the authority of the papacy was inevitably diluted, presenting an opportunity for those powerful elders. Regrettably for them, their premature celebrations were met with the realization of Bibidong's formidable resolve and burgeoning power, which now suggested she was firmly intent on securing her position. The appearance of the Pope and the four-titled Douluo undoubtedly propelled the day's events to a climax. Following the Academy's arrangements, a series of activities akin to a new era's anniversary celebration unfolded, swiftly leading to the final segment. 3 selected students from the Academy were to present flowers to Pope Bibidong, a ceremonial conclusion to the proceedings. However, these students garnered considerable attention, as all aspired to bask in the glory of this honor. Of course, the selection remained in the hands of the Academy's hierarchy. Yet the imposition of such a special honor could breed discontent among the students. This was a mere triviality, as students were, after all, students. Their grievances were insignificant. Yet, under the influence of opportunistic individuals, even minor disputes could escalate. Chapter 37. Chaos. What is happening? On the Academy's playground, the higher-ups had arranged 3 bouquets of flowers at the forefront, but as the pivotal moment approached, the 3 representatives designated to present the gifts had yet to appear. A commotion among the students gathered below the platform began to stir, causing a sense of foreboding among the Academy's leaders. Principal, there's trouble. A teacher approached the side of the platform, whispering urgent information to the principal, whose face darkened at the news. These students, how could they be so thoughtless? The principal's head throbbed upon hearing the teacher's report. He had not anticipated that everything would go smoothly, only to be thwarted at the last moment. The 3 chosen representatives were delayed because they had been obstructed. They were among the 3 selected from a pool of 120 students across 6 grades, intended to ascend to the platform shortly. However, being directly appointed had already bred resentment among many, and some unknown source of gossip had ignited a quarrel, leading to their blockade, with tensions escalating to the brink of violence. The individual selected to represent the collective must undoubtedly be the strongest. To simply choose someone without due consideration is quite absurd. Zhao Yuanyu, I have heard whispers of your familial ties with the dean. Do you dare accept my challenge? Yu Qingfeng, I have long harbored disdain for you. Let us settle our grievances in a duel. Tua Kuays, do you possess the courage to face me? A student representative ought to be proven through combat. Let us each rely on our abilities and see who can endure until the end. At this moment, as the dean was frantically concerned, an even greater surprise unfolded. Before the several leading instructors could intervene and restore order, a cacophony of taunts erupted from an unknown source. And amidst the shoving of various individuals, chaos ensued. Ding! It was unclear who first unleashed their martial soul, but a tempest suddenly swept through the arena, sending students flying in all directions. The Pope, on the high platform, along with numerous esteemed members of the Spirit Hall, stood bewildered. They had not anticipated that such a trivial selection of representatives would incite such fierce contention among the students, even escalating to physical confrontations. Youth, after all, can be impetuous, and allowing them to contest amongst themselves is not entirely unwarranted. At this juncture, an unexpected voice resonated. It was the ghost leopard Douluo, positioned behind Pope Bibidong. This elder had discerned that among the instigators was one of his descendants, a young lad named Hei's, whom he vaguely remembered. The presence of a titled Douluo undeniably held some weight, and Bibidong, mindful of maintaining decorum, chose to remain silent in the face of his authority. As the titled Douluo spoke, the dean, who had been preparing to dispatch teachers to quell the turmoil, found himself at a loss. Compelled to merely observe the chaos on the playground without daring to intervene, knowing that a titled elder had spoken. Boss, you truly are remarkable. Hei's has indeed taken action, whispered Tu Bong, one of the first-year representatives, his pudgy face alight with excitement. Be cautious. The brawl is creeping dangerously close to us. Yan's keen eyes remained fixed on the high platform, and upon noticing the ghost leopard Douluo's engagement, he realized that his machinations had borne fruit. This pandemonium was his orchestration. Under the Academy's original plan, younger students like him were unlikely to attract attention, as any spotlight would naturally gravitate towards the upperclassmen. However, upon understanding the Academy's arrangements and the selection of student representatives, he anticipated that discontent would simmer among some, particularly the young soul masters from titled Douluo families. This presented him with an opportunity. He intended to incite chaos, creating an opportunity for himself to shine, and crucially, the instigator of this disorder could not be him. nor be directly linked to him. After all, such a venture was fraught with peril. Should the catalyst lack sufficient backing, they would likely face dire consequences afterward. Thus, individuals like him, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina, or even the plump boy, were unsuitable. The most fitting candidates were those sixth-year dropouts, particularly the descendants of titled Douluo families, who possessed both strength and temperament, their spirits ignited by a sense of injustice. Consequently, he orchestrated certain maneuvers through Tuo Bong, offering suggestions to these individuals. As anticipated, someone made a move today, seemingly with tacit approval from the higher-ups, allowing the situation to escalate further, rendering it all the more intriguing. Bang! Just as Yin and Tuo Bong were conversing, a figure suddenly hurtled toward them from a more central location on the playground. Two unfortunate students from Class 1 and Class 2 became unwitting cushions for the impact. Rising despite the pain, the individual appeared quite enraged. "You first-years dare linger here? What? Are you also seeking a fight?" Upon standing, he forcefully pushed down the two students attempting to rise, his demeanor brazenly taunting the surrounding students, who looked on with indignation. This attitude undoubtedly provoked ire among the crowd, and those two, having classmates and companions present, did not hesitate to retaliate. "You little brats are courting death," he exclaimed. In his moment of hubris, he paid dearly. Just as he prepared to unleash another threat, Yin seized the opportunity to deliver a swift blow, sending him hurtling off the playground, joining the ranks of the eliminated. No sooner had this individual been dispatched than opportunists began to converge toward the first-year students. Initially impulsive, these individuals soon sought to escalate the situation, believing that the law does not penalize the multitude. If representatives from all grades joined in this tumultuous melee, the likelihood of severe repercussions for everyone involved would diminish significantly. Protect yourself. Seize any opportunity to showcase your skills. Yin casually advised Talong before plunging into the chaotic throng, capitalizing on the element of surprise to knock out an unsuspecting foe. His actions further exacerbated the turmoil. Indeed, the pandemonium had reached a point of no return, as the absence of teacher oversight allowed the students to amplify the chaos. Now, even the youngest first-year students had joined the fray, the situation spiraling further out of control. Fortunately, the conflict was contained to just over 100 student representatives, sparing the entire student body from involvement, an unexpected stroke of fortune amidst the turmoil. Chapter 38, Continuous Victories. On the Soul Master Academy's playground, Yin plunged into the heart of the fracas, dispatching several weaker opponents before finally encountering someone of notable strength. The abrupt onset of this chaos illuminated the disparities in power. The first to be eliminated were not only despised but also those lacking any soul rings. Among the 120 student representatives, only those in their third year or above possessed at least one soul master rank. Thus, the first to be ousted were those who had yet to acquire even a single soul ring. Yin, amidst the turmoil, selectively targeted the weaker participants, as his youth shielded him from accusations of bullying. However, as the less capable were swiftly eliminated, he surged towards the center, finally confronting an actual soul master. "Kid, this is no place for you," declared his opponent, a soul master wielding an iron staff, whose strikes cut through the air with formidable force. Without engaging in further banter, he swung the iron staff toward Yan's shoulder. A scream pierced the air, drawing the attention of several onlookers. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. The one who suffered was not the visibly younger Yan, but rather the wielder of the iron staff, who clutched his abdomen in agony, his face contorted in pain. Without pausing, Yin tightened his grip on the iron staff, lifting his opponent effortlessly before delivering a decisive kick, sending the individual soaring from the playground. Yet another student forced to retreat. The young lad has hardly reached the third grade, yet possesses at least 15th level soul power. This is an undeniable display of strength, effortlessly overpowering that individual. Such fierce talent among the youngsters. What class does he belong to? Yan's performance indeed astonished many. In the recent clash, he obliterated his opponent solely through sheer force, eliminating that individual with a mere 12th level soul power, revealing at least 15th level prowess. 15th level soul power is a rarity within the entire academy, marking a distinguished group among the 6th graders. Given Yan's apparent age, he could only be around 7 years old, either a 1st or 2nd grader, which left many in disbelief. Having effortlessly dealt with one adversary, Yin naturally pressed further into the chaotic center of the fray. When confronted by an obstructive figure ahead, he wasted no time, delivering a swift kick. "I haven't provoked you, Bang." The moment he executed the kick, his opponent barely had time to react, and before he could finish his retort, he was sent staggering back. "You're asking for death." Once steadied, The individual became furious, his body radiating intricate patterns of light as his martial spirit manifested, enveloped in tiger stripes, his hands transforming into claw-like appendages. The battle tiger martial spirit, though heralded as the king of beasts, was nothing but a jest in my presence. Upon seeing his opponent's martial spirit, Yin was momentarily taken aback. Yet he chose to engage in a direct confrontation once more. This time, as he swung his fist, a burst of flames erupted forth, amplifying the potency of his strike. Damn it, he possesses a powerful martial spirit with innate elemental abilities. The opponent realized he had encountered a formidable foe the moment the flames surged, but alas, he was left with no room to retreat as Yin closed the distance between them. With a decisive leap, Yin struck first with his left hand, flames swirling around his palm, while the wielder of the battle tiger martial spirit crossed his arms defensively. The impact was tremendous, both combatants staggering from a force. Yet neither gained the upper hand. The individual capable of withstanding Yan's attack was no ordinary foe. Steadying himself, he transformed his crossed arms into a locking tiger claw, attempting to pull Yin forward and destabilize him. At that moment, Yin remained composed, forcibly stabilizing his stance as his left hand was tugged forward, his palm glowing a fierce red with veins bulging on the back of his hand. In an instant, flames surged from his palm, a torrent of fire shooting forth to strike at his opponent's face. The adversary's pupils dilated as the flames rapidly expanded, the searing heat compelling him to instinctively close his eyes and turn his head, thus granting Yin an opportunity. With a surge of strength, Yin propelled himself, unleashing a powerful strike with his right fist, directly targeting his opponent's chest as the foe was still reeling from the previous onslaught. A sharp pain struck the opponent before he could react, causing him to relinquish his grip and topple backward. This young lad is troublesome. A fierce character has emerged from the lower grades. With crimson hair and red eyes, I recall there being one in the first grade who was quite renowned. No way. Are first graders really this formidable now? I doubt I could withstand that series of attacks. As Yin continued to dispatch foes with ease, particularly his recent combination of strikes, first using flames to threaten vital areas, followed by a rapid, precise series of blows, few could match his prowess. While the spectators were awestruck by Yan's strength, he did not falter, advancing steadily towards the center of the crowd. With each step, he unleashed successive palm strikes, slamming into the individuals obstructing his path, igniting a second wave of flames. The force was so great that it caught his opponents off guard, sending them flying in all directions. A first grader shouldn't be so arrogant. Yin forged ahead, unimpeded as upperclassmen fell before him. Yet upon nearing the central area, he finally encountered resistance. A robust figure resembling a black bear stood in his way. This individual, empowered by their martial spirit, towered over Yin, their massive paws eclipsing his head. Two soul rings pulsating around them, revealing formidable soul power. Without a doubt, this was a second-ring soul master, Black Bear Wang Lin. Yin regarded this imposing figure, who posed a considerable challenge. With a glint of recognition in his eyes, he had done his research. Youngster, since you know me, you should also understand that this path is blocked. You've gained enough attention. While your strength is commendable, the Academy still operates under our authority. There are matters beyond your reach. Black Bear Wang Lin crossed his arms, emanating an impressive aura as he fixed his gaze upon Yin, hoping to intimidate him into retreat. You think you call shots? Who do you think you are? Yin was unfazed by the words of others. Without further ado, he launched into action, leaping into the air with his left leg, delivering a powerful kick toward his opponent. Chapter 39. The Enchanting Emergence. Bang! In their initial clash, Black Bear Wang Lin effortlessly blocked Yan's kick with one hand, before reaching out with the other to seize him. However, Yan proved far more agile than anticipated, deftly evading the grasp with a nimble maneuver, using his left foot to propel himself off the bear's forearm, executing an acrobatic flip to pass by him. Before Wang Lin could pivot and unleash his power, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder, his soul rings activated, ready to unleash a soul skill to counter Yin. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late, as Yin delivered a fierce kick to his back, sending him staggering away after releasing his soul skill. The chaos on the playground escalated. While the previous students were engaged in combat, they had retained enough sense to avoid unleashing their soul skills. After all, many of their abilities were ranged or area attacks, which could pose significant dangers if unleashed recklessly. Yet, as the skirmishes intensified, some began to disregard caution, igniting true conflict. Wind blades, fiery projectiles, thunderous nets, and freezing beams erupted, each a formidable soul skill, further complicating the situation. Amidst the turmoil, Yin's eyes glimmered with a keen focus. His intellect sharpened to its limits, monitoring every movement around him, tracking when soul skills would explode and the shifting positions of individuals. He continued to maneuver through the chaos, undeterred by the occasional obstruction, and as he executed his covert strategies, the turmoil only intensified. Youngster, you certainly know how to evade. This is no place for you. Once more, a figure emerged to block his path. Black Zay, the one who had instigated the conflict initially. The standoff between Yin and Black Zay finally caught the attention of the higher-ups at the Spirit Hall. As it was unusual for a first-ring soul master to reach the center of the playground, especially when facing another opponent, a descendant of a titled Douluo. I've said it before, you can halt your advances. Yin prepared to pass him by, but Hei's swiftly pivoted and blocked his path. This fellow was an agile attack-type soul master, and in terms of speed, he indeed surpassed Yin at present. It was unrealistic to attempt to circumvent him. It would be more pragmatic to take him down directly. After a moment of contemplation, Yin ceased to hesitate, stepping forward and adopting a remarkably standard fighting stance. Instantly, their clash erupted, and as the sound of their bodies colliding echoed once more, a fierce battle commenced. Boom! Hei's, either excessively confident or overestimating his strength, abandoned his speed advantage to engage Yin head-on. At the moment their fists and palms met, Yin quickly retreated, utilizing the recoil to regain his balance before unleashing a barrage of powerful punches, each as relentless as a torrential downpour. Boom! 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 A flurry of flames surged toward Hei's face as Yin continuously released fire with every movement. Although the flames were not overwhelmingly powerful, they were meticulously aimed at Hei's vulnerable areas, his nose, mouth, and particularly his eyes. Even with professional training, one instinctively shuts their eyes when faced with danger. Hei's was no exception. Seizing the moment his eyes closed, Yin deftly slipped his hands into the crook of Hei's arms and forcefully pushed them apart. With this strike, Yin not only opened up Hei's guard but also pressed his advantage mercilessly. First, he executed a powerful Iron Mountain lean directly onto Hei's chest. As Hei struggled to regain his footing, Yin followed up with a devastating elbow strike to the heart, then thrust his leg forward with explosive force, sending Hei's flying over 10 meters. This young lad displayed remarkable skill. Although his flames were not particularly strong, they were controlled with exceptional precision. With every punch and palm strike, flames danced around him, and while the flames may not have been fierce, they proved surprisingly effective against exposed skin, eyes, and noses. This unique combat technique was unlike anything previously witnessed, showcasing an impressive degree of proficiency. It was uncertain whether this was an ancient family technique or an innovative personal creation. Judging by his appearance, he looked to be merely 6 or 7 years old, yet achieving such a level of skill was indeed commendable. On the high platform, the assembly of titled Douluo were momentarily captivated by Yin's performance, with several expressing admiration, including the formidable demon bear Douluo. The titled Douluo within the Spirit Hall were renowned masters, possessing both temperament and poise. With their vast experience, they discerned that Yin's recent maneuvers were part of a structured fighting routine. This could hardly be considered a true self-created soul technique. Yet for a child of merely 6 or 7 years to master such movements and apply them in combat was quite impressive. In truth, they were not entirely mistaken. Yin's techniques blended elements of modern martial arts with the principles of Bejiquan. Renowned for its practicality, Bejiquan's signature moves, such as the top heart elbow and Iron Mountain lean, indeed delivered significant impact. Particularly the top heart elbow, when aimed at an opponent's chest, could easily send an ordinary person flying. The time was ripe. On the training ground, Yin, who had been deftly maneuvering, suddenly halted. His pursuers, hearing his seemingly introspective murmur, were momentarily puzzled, but their confusion dissipated within seconds. At the edge of the training ground, Hulaina turned, stepping forward from behind the sinister figure of Shiwa, a faint smile gracing her face. With the full release of her martial soul, her beauty seemed to radiate even more, and a fluffy, bushy tail sprouted behind her. A soft red glow emanated from her form, her eyes shimmering as they scanned the surroundings. The students who had been poised to unleash their soul techniques suddenly paused, marking the onset of absolute annihilation. Brother, Hulaina called to Shiwa, prompting the glow surrounding her to intensify. In response, Shiwa stirred. His twin crescent blades, crimson as blood, were gripped firmly in his hands, and as he moved, he surged toward his sister, colliding with her. In that instant of impact, a vivid red light burst forth, enveloping both their bodies. Almost instantly, this red aura expanded like a radiant sphere, encompassing a vast area, nearly half the training ground, and the 10 or so students nearby were caught in its wake. Whoosh! Accompanied by the flash of red light, figures were sent flying, and that luminous sphere surged forward with blinding speed, crashing into the densest cluster of people. Chapter 40, Peerless Harvest. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. On the high platform of the Soul Master Academy, as Xie and Hu Laina transformed into enchanting specters, cutting through the crowd and eliminating one student after another. Even the previously composed title Douluo could not help but show signs of emotion. Martial soul fusion techniques are a class of immensely powerful abilities, allowing lower-level fighters to unleash soul techniques comparable to those of higher-level masters. Notable combinations in the Soul Master community include the Star Luo royal family and the Zhu family's Netherworld White Tiger, the Heavenly Do Empire's Overlord Dragon and Snake, and the rarer Trinity fusion technique, the Golden Iron Triangle. In truth, pure martial soul fusion techniques would not capture the attention of these titled Douluo, as the most formidable current combinations in the Soul Master realm barely reach the level of Soul Douluo, at best providing a meager challenge. However, the key point here was that Hu Laina and Xie were merely children of 6 or 7 years, yet they had executed a martial soul fusion technique. This was something they had never anticipated, hence their astonishment, even bordering on loss of composure. Yet once the shock subsided, their focus shifted. The fusion technique exhibited by Xie and Hu Laina was not particularly formidable, far from the renowned powers of the Soul Master community. Nevertheless, their initial appearance had left a lasting impression on the titled Douluo, marking their entry into the annals of fame, making it easier for them to stand out in the Spear Hall. With the chaos having progressed this far, most of the young contenders had already been eliminated, and the few remaining stronger ones were now embroiled in fierce competition, their momentum waning. This pair of children had astutely identified a favorable opportunity. Should they successfully deal with the remaining competitors, victory would be assured. First, they maneuvered to evade conflict in search of opportunities, and then they would decisively enter the fray to clean up the remaining adversaries. Timing their actions impeccably, they truly demonstrated great potential. This martial soul fusion technique seemed reminiscent of a couple who had tragically perished years prior. It was indeed a pity. These children were likely their offspring. If nothing unforeseen occurred, they would emerge victorious this time, an unexpected revelation of remarkable talent. The assembled masters held a deep appreciation for Hu Laina and Xie's actions, and even Bibi Dong's gaze revealed a hint of intrigue. However, upon hearing her subordinates mention the siblings' background, her expression grew complex. The turmoil that had engulfed the Spirit Hall the previous year was ignited by her unanticipated assassination of Qian Xuanji, which meant that these two children had been left orphaned. A consequence in part her actions. Upon the playground, as crimson mist surged and enveloped the entire area, the once vibrant red light grew faint, revealing a figure darting swiftly at the heart of the red fog. The red glow flickered, merging the sinister Yu with Hu Laina into a singular manifestation, an androgynous figure with flowing hair, making it difficult to discern gender. Their hair transformed to a lustrous red, wielding two oversized crescent blades that shimmered like flowing rainbows as they sliced through the air. The enchanting allure of their presence was unmatched, as they swept through the battlefield like a scythe through grass, leaving no one unscathed. The soul fusion technique, a collaboration between the two soul masters, possessed a might akin to a three-ring soul sovereign, capable of having the combat prowess of foes within the crimson mist. Within the realm of this soul fusion ability, known as enchantment, all sensory perceptions of those caught within were diminished by 50%, their soul power suppressed by the same margin, and every action rendered sluggish. Although the crimson light had receded, its debilitating effects on adversaries remained formidable, particularly against those already weaker, creating a veritable landslide victory. Even if a genuine three-ring soul sovereign were to step into this enchanting red light, they would undoubtedly find themselves subdued. Suddenly, the red glow intensified, an immense wave of energy bursting forth, accompanied by muffled groans from behind the crimson veil. One by one, figures were flung out from within. I lost. Wang Lin was defeated. Zhao Yuanyu and Yu Qingfeng had fallen, and Tokwise was also ejected. Who could possibly stand against them? The existence of such a soul fusion technique in a primary academy, particularly among first-year students, seemed almost unfathomable. Was it a deception? How could first-years wield such monstrous power? Did the academy harbor any challengers for them? Not only were the Soul Palace's strong practitioners taken aback, but the students of the Soul Master Academy were also left in astonishment, repeatedly exclaiming their disbelief. They had anticipated a mere formality. yet were unprepared for such an overwhelming spectacle. A series of piercing shrieks emanated from the crimson veil, as figures were expelled in rapid succession. However, just as the last figure soared out, a minute later, everyone believed the chaos had concluded. Yet, at that moment, the edges of the red veil erupted with pulsating waves. What was happening? Was there still someone inside, contending with that monster? It seemed impossible. Even the top-tier second-ring soul masters from the 6th grade had failed. How could anyone else hope to stand against them? Bang! Bang! The students, who had been forcefully ejected from the arena, were left in disbelief, unable to fathom that anyone could withstand the onslaught within. Yet soon, they were proven wrong. The thin red light suddenly contracted, and a figure burst forth, deftly evading 2 oncoming pink crescent blades with agile footfalls. It was the first-year student who had previously made a splash in the center, still on the run. How remarkably elusive he was. He seemed impossibly slippery. Just moments ago, I had barely engaged him before he vanished, only to be struck by several soul techniques that sent me flying. His speed did not seem particularly swift. How could those 2 fail to hit him? Surely, there must be some underhanded trickery at play. As the students watched Yan evade attacks from behind time and again, each movement seemed instinctual, leaving them incredulous and unwilling to accept the spectacle. However, the true masters among them discerned something deeper. This boy possessed an extraordinary ability for anticipation. On several occasions, even I failed to foresee his actions. Just moments ago, suspended in midair, he had managed to evade all attacks with that peculiar maneuver, a remarkable display of reflexes. He had nearly succeeded in flanking those 2 to launch a counterattack. Had they not swiftly retracted the red light suppression, he might have executed a successful ambush. Such combat intuition left me in awe. Were I in his position, I would be utterly defenseless, let alone capable of countering. The enchanting red light, while obscuring vision, could not deceive the powerful figures atop the platform. They had witnessed everything unfold clearly. The clandestine struggle within the glow astonished even them, evoking admiration for Yan's performance. As the crimson light retracted, revealing more of the scene on the Soul Master Academy's playground, Yan's figure darted with remarkable speed, avoiding a direct confrontation with Hulaina and the sinister Yu, all the while attempting to maneuver behind them for an attack. However, the control exerted by the enchantment technique was formidable. As the red light condensed, its power surged. If Yan drew too close, his speed would be directly suppressed, affording the enchantment ample time to respond. After yet another fruitless attempt to engage, Yan suddenly retreated, executing several acrobatic flips to widen the distance, seemingly abandoning the idea of launching an offensive. Was this boy truly conceding? Perhaps it was prudent. Although the power of the fusion technique wielded by those 2 was not overwhelming, it possessed domain control capabilities. Unless one could shatter it with absolute strength, approaching would be tantamount to seeking death. This young man could not be planning to merely evade until the fusion technique's duration expired, as that would still leave him at a disadvantage. No, if he harbored such intentions, he would surely fail. Control-type fusion techniques consumed minimal energy, likely allowing them to persist for an extended period. Prolonging the encounter would only favor those 2 further. To many observers, Yan's retreat signified a surrender of his offensive strategy, leading to discussions that cast doubt on his prospects. Yet the next moment, they were silenced. In his palm, Yan had seemingly conjured several glinting projectiles, and in an instant, a flurry of icy stars cascaded toward the enchantment. Clang, clang, clang. The twin crescent blades in enchantments grasp whirled rapidly to intercept, deflecting the icy projectiles with ease, sparks flying in the collision. As the onlookers discerned the true nature of the icy stars, they realized they were minuscule blades. Though the Douluo world lacked the concept of concealed weapons, it did possess methods of projectile attacks. The flying knives Yan had crafted were one such example. While they might not surpass the famed Tang San's hidden weapons, aided by his intellect, his accuracy was commendable. This volley of flying knives met with futility. Yet Yan's expression remained unchanged. It was merely a test of his capabilities, and the outcome was hardly surprising. Whoosh! The twin crescent blades swiftly dispatched Yan's probing assault. An enchantment speed surged as a mass of red light rushed toward him. Yan sprang into action once more, aware that he could not confront the overwhelming might of enchantment head-on. After a few swift strides, he abruptly veered, sending a cloud of sand and gravel toward the approaching enchantment, while he himself executed a perfectly timed spin, artfully evading the crimson light. Enchantment, evidently exasperated by Yan's antics, unleashed the massive crescent blades in a sudden, forceful motion. One blade shot forth from Enchantment's palm, continuing its rotation as it arced through the air, swiftly closing in on Yin. The Enchantress's maneuver was somewhat unexpected. However, Yin appeared to be well prepared, bending his knees and twisting his body to evade the first crescent blade. In a daring leap, he narrowly dodged yet another flying crescent dagger that came hurtling towards him. The Enchantress summoned and controlled a pair of crescent blades, launching a continuous barrage of attacks while steadily advancing towards Yin. At that moment, Yin responded with remarkable composure, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his palms. Rather than confronting the blades head-on, he struck their edges, significantly altering their trajectory and causing them to lose their precision. The air was filled with a series of explosive sounds, intensifying the fierce battle that even attracted the interest of several titled Douluo. Amid the cacophony, the Enchantress drew closer, and as they neared within 3 paces of one another, Yin suddenly adopted a different stance. He deftly evaded 2 flying crescent blades in a flawless manner, while a chilling light erupted from his palm, aimed directly at the approaching Enchantress. The sharp glimmers either missed her or were deflected by her protective crimson aura, failing to impede her advance. At that moment, while leaping backwards, Yin yanked at thin threads that appeared between them, swiftly tightening and ensnaring the Enchantress's body. "I apologize," he uttered. As his figure hung in midair, he hurled 2 vials that collided above the Enchantress, unleashing a torrent of flames erupting from his palm, racing along the threads. Boom! No one could discern what substances Yin had concealed within those vials, but as the flames spread, a cloud of dust ignited violently, engulfing the approaching Enchantress in terrifying flames. The malleable oil paste derived from sugar was far more formidable than mere flour. The dust explosion required seal conditions. Yet this substance did not, highlighting the perilous nature of chemistry. While reflecting on this, Yin wasted no time in fully unleashing his martial soul, the blazing flames transforming him into a living torch, the deep crimson fire distorting the surrounding air. As the rhythmic yellow soul rings around him resonated with a melodic chime, more fervent flames surged from all directions, while the flames enveloping his body formed the faint silhouette of a roaring demon lion. With the activation of his century-old soul skill, the blazing demon lion, Yan's speed, strength, and soul power surged exponentially, and his recovery ability became alarmingly formidable. The endless fire elements continuously converged and compressed towards him, ensuring that even if he drained his soul power in an instant, he could recuperate in the blink of an eye. Yin charged forth without hesitation, plunging into the inferno of flames against the backdrop of the red light. In that moment, a multitude of titled Douluo, including BB Dong, fixated their attention on the arena, eager to witness the outcome of the explosive clash of flames and eerie red light. Boom! A terrifying explosion shattered everything. Flames surged before abruptly dissipating, and the red light seemed to fade. Just then, a figure shot forth, hurtling directly towards the Pope BB Dong on the elevated platform. "Stand back." The powerful beings of the Spirit Hall attempted to intervene, yet Pope BB Dong interjected at that moment. The crowd watched as the disheveled figure traced an arc through the air, ultimately being embraced by the Pope. Manga. The one cradled in Bibidong's arms was none other than the younger sister of the sibling duo who had executed the martial soul fusion technique. Seemingly dazed from the recent battle, she nestled in Bibidong's embrace, murmuring softly as if calling for her mother. Chapter 42. The first encounter with BB Dong. This child. High above the arena, BB Dong gently held Hulaina, her eyes unexpectedly softened with warmth. As BB Dong gazed across the square, the smoke from the collision of flames and red light began to clear, revealing only one figure standing amidst the vast arena. It appeared to be in a precarious state, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, while opposite him, Seiyu lay unconscious on the ground, utterly spent. Let today's events conclude here. A peculiar emotion welled up within BB Dong, extinguishing her desire to observe further. She casually instructed her entourage, then departed the elevated platform with the young girl in her arms. The Pope's departure seemed to signal the end of the event, as the tidal daw began to disperse, and the many powerful beings of the Spirit Hall followed suit. Concluding the farce, a group of students had fought fiercely for a few coveted spots, yet in the end, they could not present their tribute on stage. It appeared that all their efforts had been futile and rather foolish. However, in truth, Yin had already achieved his purpose. He understood clearly that even if someone emerged victorious, they could not replace the 3 student representatives designated to present the tribute, as it would contradict the rules and challenge the authority of the Academy's higher-ups. The high-ranking powers from the Spirit Hall who had come to observe would appreciate the talents displayed during the skirmish, but would never condone nor tolerate such a challenge to the Academy's authority. Thus, when the chaos erupted, the Academy's subsequent arrangements were inevitably doomed. Thoughts of presenting tributes were futile, and merely avoiding punishment would be considered the best outcome. Yet, none of this concerned Yin, for he had already accomplished his goal of gaining notoriety. He had not been the instigator of the dispute, nor the most audacious participant. Any trouble the Academy's higher-ups sought to assign would not fall upon him, which was adequate for his purposes. Following the departure of the Spirit Hall's strongmen, the previously quiet Academy erupted into a cacophony of chatter as countless students discussed the recent melee, while the teachers and leaders wore expressions of considerable discontent. However, this mattered little to Yin. After exchanging pleasantries with his homeroom teacher and the supervising instructor, he helped the fallen Xiaoyu to his feet and made his way towards the rest area. How the teachers and leaders would choose to punish was a matter for the future. For now, they needed to tend to their wounds. As for Hulaina, it was evident that she shared a profound connection with Bibi Dong, the Pope herself having personally carried her away. Could there be a better outcome? Yin had made all necessary arrangements, and Hulaina had successfully captured Bibidong's attention. He had done all he could for the time being. As for how events would unfold next, he would leave it to fate, taking each step as it came. "Boss, let me help you." An eager voice called from the side. The chubby figure of Tooba Hong approached, cautiously taking Xiaoyu from Yan's hands while supporting Yan's shoulder with his other hand. With his assistance, Yan quickly made his way to the rest area. Inside the Academy's lounge, after receiving treatment from the supportive recovery-type Soul Master, both Yan and Xiaoyu returned to a semblance of normalcy. The day unfolded in its usual simplicity, as if the morning's events had never occurred, attending classes, studying, and finally returning home for dinner and training. Eventually, Yan found himself alone in the study. The gentle candlelight cast a dim glow across the study. As Yin sat at the desk, engrossed in writing, occasionally rising to peruse the books on the shelves. On one side of the desk stood a bookshelf. Directly facing it was a wall adorned with a grand map, densely annotated with numerous markings. As Yin pondered over his writing, he occasionally strolled to the wall to add a few more strokes. After inscribing yet another line on the map, he suddenly sensed a subtle shift in the candlelight. The room seemed to dim slightly. He noticed a long shadow cast by the light beside him, causing his grip on the pen to tighten momentarily. As he slowly turned around, he was met with an unexpected presence, someone he had never anticipated encountering in such a setting, the esteemed Pope. Yan's expression was tinged with a mix of confusion and surprise. He had inferred that he would cross paths with Bibi Dong again after Hulaina was taken away by her, but he never expected it to happen so soon, nor in this particular context. The study, which had once been his solitary sanctuary, now harbored another, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, dressed in a dark-hued gown. She retained her exquisite beauty and captivating grace. However, an entirely different aura emanated from her. If she had appeared as a gentle and elegant goddess during the day, exuding warmth, now she resembled a frigid and aloof ice goddess, her eyes filled with a chilling scrutiny. "Did Nana speak to you?" Yin inquired, phrasing it as a question, but using a tone of certainty. "You are indeed quite astute," Bibi Dong replied as she entered the room, gliding gracefully to a distance of 3 feet from Yin. Her beautiful eyes, laden with scrutiny, lingered on him for a considerable time before she continued. "I find it hard to believe that the chaos caused today at the Academy was instigated by a mere child." "Oh, why is that? Are you perhaps comparing yourself to others and doubting the capability of someone so young to orchestrate such events?" Yin retorted nonchalantly, passing by Bibi Dong as he approached the bookshelf to peruse a book, seemingly indifferent to her presence. "Nana has already informed me of everything." Bibi Dong's gaze shifted, revealing a slight change in her demeanor. The boy before her dared to disregard her, and she found it hard to believe Nana's words before coming here. A mere 6-year-old child, upon learning about the impending inspection by the Academy's higher-ups, had begun to plot the disruption of an event organized by the institution. "You sought out channels to first observe and gather intelligence on the senior students within the Academy, subsequently orchestrating the chaos of this morning. I'm aware of all this. Do you have anything to say in your defense?" "Indeed," Yin nodded as he sat at his desk and resumed writing. From the fragments of information Bibi Dong had revealed, he had gleaned several insights, which bolstered his confidence. Bibi Dong's expression momentarily faltered, a glimmer of incredulity flashing in her eyes as she lowered her gaze to the writing Yin was engaged in. "What do you mean by that?" "I believe I have articulated myself quite clearly." Yin paused, turning to meet her gaze earnestly. "If my intention for the chaos during the day was merely to attract the attention of the higher-ups, would that not be rather laughable?" A skirmish involving a group of fledgling spirit masters, no matter how well executed, could hardly garner the interest of the powerhouses of the Spirit Hall. Could it? His rhetorical question left Bibi Dong momentarily speechless, as she unconsciously followed his line of thought, quickly arriving at her own conclusions. Despite the impressive performance of Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina earlier, which had drawn comments from several titled Douluos, those present, including Bibi Dong, regarded the day's events as nothing more than a farce, unworthy of their attention. Bibi Dong's visit that night was not motivated by the earlier disruption, but rather by Hulaina, who had confided many things to her. Feeling that the girl had been deceived, Bibi Dong's discontent had prompted her visit. Yin continued, I have never placed my hopes for advancement on the trivial disputes within a mere junior Spirit Master Academy. I am acutely aware that such minor chaos is merely a farce in the eyes of true powerhouses. What I truly desired was to leave an impression on the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall, particularly on you, Your Holiness. Then, I sought to seize an opportune moment to truly capture your attention. However, I did not anticipate that this opportunity would arise so soon. Yin spoke earnestly to Bibi Dong, affirming that his original plan had indeed been as such. Yet, he had not fully disclosed all the intricacies of his earlier scheme. The chaos of the day had ostensibly appeared as a calculated move for Yin to make a name for himself. In truth, whether through his outstanding performance on the field, or Xia Mei's extraordinary prowess, or even their final spectacular showdown, all these were merely groundwork, a natural progression leading Hulaina to encounter Bibi Dong, despite their apparent exhaustion. Yan's initial intention had solely been to facilitate the connection between Hulaina and Bibi Dong. In the original narrative, Hulaina and Bibi Dong shared a bond akin to that of mother and daughter, and Yin was betting on the chemistry and ties between them. The disruption he orchestrated had led Hulaina into Bibi Dong's embrace, and this was no coincidence, but rather a carefully crafted plan. Subsequently, the revelations exchanged between Hulaina and Bibi Dong regarding Yan's orchestration of the chaos were precisely what he had emphasized needed to be conveyed. For Hulaina to evoke empathy from Bibi Dong, a genuine emotional connection between them had to be established, which necessitated the foundation of trust. Thus, he instructed Hulaina to disclose everything she knew. What she was aware of was merely that Yin had manipulated everyone within the junior academy, inciting the chaos. The subsequent interactions that would forge a bond between Hulaina and Bibi Dong were layers of his intricate design that no one, save for himself, could foresee. Of course, he would never disclose the full extent of his machinations. The orchestration of the earlier chaos would merely appear as a display of cleverness in Bibi Dong's eyes. Yet, had she known that Yin had originally plotted to intertwine her fate with Hulaina's, it was likely that her ire would have led her to eliminate him on the spot. Yin was indeed gambling, relying on foresight to wager on the bond between the two, betting on the profound mother-daughter relationship depicted in the original work. Fortunately, he emerged victorious. Bibi Dong's visit that night was an unforeseen turn of events. However, after all his meticulous planning, he had been waiting for precisely this opportunity. For one so young, aspiring to stand out through the display of innate talent was akin to chasing phantoms. The reactions of the titled Douluos during the day underscored this reality. While they might have harbored a modicum of admiration, they remained indifferent to the talents of these youthful prodigies. As Yin engaged with Bibi Dong, the leverage he prepared was not his innate talent, but rather the meticulously crafted documents he had composed over the past few days. Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment before she spoke again, questioning, what makes you believe I would grant you the opportunity to rise above others? Yin casually turned to a specific page in his notes, gestured towards a map behind Bibi Dong, and said, if your holiness is willing to extend an opportunity, I kindly ask you to take a moment to review these materials. Turning to follow Yan's indication, Bibi Dong glanced at the dimly lit map. Initially, her expression was relatively composed, but as she scrutinized it further, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. At that moment, Yin seized the opportunity to speak again, extending his notes towards her. This is my compilation. I believe it may be of interest to your holiness. Unable to restrain herself, Bibi Dong accepted the notes and began comparing them with the map, her surprise becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Yin, however, chose not to speak again. Instead, he rose and ambled towards the oil lamp. After a few deft adjustments, the light brightened significantly, illuminating the study. After a considerable pause, Bibi Dong gently placed the notes back on the table, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh, as if pondering something profound. When she finally spoke again, her gaze was laden with complexity. How did you acquire this information, and why are you so invested in it? Yin replied, the map and notes are the result of my synthesis of information. They should prove beneficial to your holiness. Pouring himself a cup of tea, He resumed his seat at the desk. I have always believed that the most vital asset one possesses is not innate talent, but rather intellect. He pointed to his head and continued, if I wish to thrive with your support, I must demonstrate my value to you. Upon ascending to the papacy, Your Holiness hastily initiated the relocation of the papal palace and the construction of the spirit city. What does this indicate? It reveals your eagerness to act, coupled with a sense of insecurity, suggesting that your circle of reliable aides is limited. From your initial behaviors, I have only solidified these conclusions, which naturally informs my strategic planning. It appears I was correct. This information should indeed assist you. Bibi Dong approached Yin, slightly lowering her head to meet his gaze. Do you realize how perilous your actions are? I have absorbed the contents of those documents. I could end your life at any moment. You certainly could, Yin replied, maintaining an outward calm, though internally he felt a surge of anxiety, for he understood that the pivotal moment had arrived, one that would determine his fate. He refrained from contradicting Bibi Dong, instead affirming the reality that his life was at her mercy. Bibi Dong was a formidable individual. Without the backing of Douluo and the Hall of Worship, she had single-handedly controlled the massive Spirit Hall and eventually established the Spirit Empire, ascending to the throne as Empress. Under her governance for over a decade, the Spirit Hall directly influenced 70% of the Soul Master community, a figure that continued to rise with the Empire's establishment. Among the 7 major sects, save for the original 3, the remaining 4 chose to align with the Spirit Empire. Ning Fengji proclaimed her as the most powerful leader in the history of the Spirit Hall, a sentiment that, while somewhat flattering, also underscored her exceptional leadership skills. However, certain actions she took in the latter part of her reign, such as hastily urging Qin Emperor to instigate a coup in the Soul Hunt operation, revealed her impulsive nature. Thus, Yin felt an acute tension, unable to gauge Bibi Dong's current mindset. If she approached him as a competent leader, he was confident in his ability to persuade her. However, her visit today was motivated by Hulaina, introducing an unfavorable variable. Her potential for impulsive decisions, given her current displeasure, made Yin apprehensive about the threat to his life. The atmosphere in the study grew heavy, with Yan's gaze fixed on Bibi Dong, his palms sweating and beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Suddenly, Bibi Dong laughed, genuinely amused, as she pulled out a handkerchief to dab at his brow. I thought you were quite the bold little fellow. It seems you can be frightened after all. Am I truly that intimidating? Not exactly. It's just nerves, Yin stammered, bewildered by her reaction, which was entirely unexpected. With no better response, he opted for honesty, revealing a childlike innocence rather than feigning maturity. Speak then, little one. What other leverage do you possess? Bibi Dong regarded him with a newfound sense of ease. Despite any pretense of adulthood, this child was merely 6 or 7 years old, and even if exceptionally bright, he posed no real threat to her. As Yin observed her intrigued expression, he felt a slight relief. Surely, Bibi Dong would not seek to toy with him. If she intended to kill him, a single strike would suffice. She would not engage in such elaborate games, would she? He reassured himself, recalling that he had initially considered applying a degree of pressure on Bibi Dong, though not through threats involving Hulaina, as their acquaintance was far too recent for any emotional leverage. As for the matters concerning the Spirit Hall, including her relationships with Qin Xuanji and Qin Renxue, those were utterly off-limits. Bibi Dong had already been driven to darkness by Qin Xuanji. Using those matters as leverage would be tantamount to courting death. Yin had contemplated that should Bibi Dong truly threaten his life, he could mention Yu Xiaojing, whose life was not a viable bargaining chip. Yet Yin knew how to facilitate his breakthroughs, something Bibi Dong was always attentive to. However, if that were the case, even if an accord could be reached, it would amount to a mere exchange of interests, and he would need to remain vigilant against the possibility of this Pope turning on him at any moment. Such a scenario would undoubtedly sour his existence. Currently, the atmosphere seemed somewhat favorable. Bibi Dong appeared willing to listen to him, allowing him to refrain from deploying any dubious tactics. After a brief moment of quiet contemplation, Yin spoke again, Your Holiness. The most pressing issue you face is a lack of capable aides, and I can offer you some valuable suggestions, such as how to consolidate the diverse factions within the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's smile waned slightly, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Yin. Do you understand the gravity of your words? I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I command respect within the Spirit Hall. Indeed, you are the Pope. Yet your ascension is recent, and the support you command is scant. Yin retrieved another notebook from the desk, opening it methodically. I have reviewed the records of the original papal palace. Though steeped in history, it has not yet fallen into disrepair. Upon your ascension to the throne, you exhibited an eagerness to construct the Spirit City and relocate the papal palace. During this period, your arrangements for inspections revealed an extraordinary image, indicating that you have not yet completely subdued the various factions within the Spirit Hall, particularly those formidable Spirit Master families. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, prompting her to inquire, "Oh, what do you believe I should do?" Seize the opportunity, divide and conquer, engage in mutual benefit, and ultimately win their allegiance, Yin proposed, succinctly outlining his thoughts while briefly elaborating on the current circumstances. Most of the Spirit Master families within the realm lack stable economic means, which explains why some powerful individuals within the Spirit Hall hold sway over authority. They seek greater advantages and better development for their families. While this is undoubtedly misguided, their strength is undeniable, and we must devise a method to win their loyalty while reclaiming the power they wield. Merely offering more benefits might sway a few, but the impact would be minimal. In this scenario, these strategies could prove invaluable. Yin presented his open plan to Bibi Dong, which detailed innovative business strategies capable of yielding substantial profits when executed as outlined. However, to actualize this plan, a considerable workforce and formidable individuals are required, thus providing Bibi Dong the opportunity to consolidate a group through the exchange of benefits. Bibi Dong continued to peruse the document, noting its remarkable thoroughness, which even included general information about notable families within the Spirit Hall and the methods by which their loyalty could be secured. The meticulousness of the step-by-step strategy left her utterly astounded. She set aside the plan and gazed at Yin, stating, "This plan is comprehensive. You could easily execute it yourself." Yin shook his head, replying, "I possess a clear understanding of my own limitations. I know the extent of power required to garner such significant benefits. With my modest capabilities, aspiring for such exorbitant profits would likely leave me with naught but bones." A soft chuckle escaped Bibi Dong's lips as she set down her notes, her delicate finger resting on his forehead. "Little one, I am quite curious to know what else resides within your mind." Chapter 45. Taking on a disciple, Your Excellency. What occupies my mind is undoubtedly of use to you. Yan's response to Bibi Dong was notably aloof, which did not align with her expectations. She regarded him closely and gently remarked, "I still find it perplexing. With your intelligence, why resort to such measures to attract attention? You could rise gradually. Why take such risks to provoke scrutiny?" Before she had genuinely interacted with Yin, Bibi Dong perceived him merely as a clever child, one who created disturbances within the Spirit Master Academy for attention, possessing small cunning but lacking profound wisdom. However, upon truly engaging with him, she realized that this child was far from ordinary. Even in his presence, she felt a weight of intellectual pressure. A child of such intellect should not be so impatient. With Yan's talent and insight, the most prudent path to ascend would be to gradually reveal his abilities, achieve certain accolades within the Advanced Spirit Master Academy, and then seek opportunities to rise within the Spirit Hall. She believed that, with his wisdom, he could easily rise within a decade, a far more secure route than his current precarious situation, where his life hung in the balance of her whims. "Because I yearn to stand out," Yin responded. "Generally speaking, it would take a decade of effort to make a mark within the Spirit Hall. But I cannot wait. I refuse to squander more time. Moreover, I do not believe that an advanced academy can provide me with significant assistance." After a moment of silence, his answer took Bibi Dong by surprise. This child, scarcely 6 or 7 years old, appeared to disdain the esteemed teachers of the Advanced Academy. Unbeknownst to her, Yin indeed found the instructors lacking, as their cultivation was pathetically inadequate. Had he followed Bibi Dong's recommended prudent approach, he would merely have attained a status akin to that of Xiaoyu in the original narrative. In that tale, Xiaoyu's master was a Soul Emperor, and during discussions of his self-created soul skills, it was noted that Xiaoyu had defeated his Soul Emperor teacher, earning honor and acclaim. According to the intelligence Yin had gathered, if he were to proceed methodically through the Advanced Academy, the strongest he could hope to encounter would be a Soul Sage. To attain significant influence within the Spirit Hall thereafter would be akin to chasing dreams. The legendary generation depicted in the original story, represented by Hulaina, was an exception, as she was chosen by Bibi Dong as a disciple, which should not be considered a standard reference. Thus, Yin was unwilling to wait idly, seizing the opportunity to capture Bibi Dong's attention, for his time was limited. Who would foresee that a mere Tang San could, in 2 or 3 decades, bring about the downfall of the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong locked eyes with Yin and intoned gravely, "You may be unwilling to wait, but ponder this. The path ahead will not be easy. When I made yesterday's decision, I already had my answer," Yin replied, nodding gently. As he resolved to calculate his approach towards Bibi Dong, he had already made a choice. He could not afford to rise through conventional means. That would be too slow and would complicate his entrance into the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall. Attempting to reverse the tide of Tang San's ascent would be excessively challenging. In the original work, Tang San's rise hinged on the sea god's heart and the Shura sword. The former was the foundation of his rapid advancement, while the latter served as his trump card to ultimately vanquish the Spirit Empire. The sea god's heart, also known as the vast sea's protective shield, was one of the renowned treasures of the Tiando Empire, securely housed within the imperial treasury. The Shura sword, on the other hand, was possessed by Tang Chun, who had lost his sanity in the City of Slaughter. Both treasures had definitive locations and should have been relatively easy to obtain. However, they were entangled with formidable powers and factions, far beyond the reach of someone of Yan's humble origins. Thus, he could only devise a strategy to establish a bond with Bibi Dong, rising through that connection, which would afford him greater choices in the future. Years of planning had led to the capital necessary for a decisive move. This was Yan's true intention, though he could not articulate it fully to Bibi Dong, opting instead to reveal only half. It seemed that Bibi Dong merely inquired casually, not probing further. If you wish to stand out, I can assist you, but only on the condition that you prove your true worth to me, Bibi Dong declared emphatically before continuing. Whom do you wish to have as your mentor? Bibi Dong, after thoughtful consideration, decided to heed Yan's suggestion, recognizing that placing him under her wing would indeed be the safest course of action. However, Yan contemplated the situation quite thoroughly. As someone destined to seize power, she would undoubtedly have little time to guide others in their cultivation. Thus, having multiple instructors would be of little consequence. Within the Spirit Hall, factions abound, and the powerful soul masters from families, such as the Demon Bear and Ghost Leopard, are primarily concerned with their own kin, making them unsuitable for guiding us on our paths. After considerable reflection, Yin continued, I believe the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo are particularly fitting. They are renowned experts within the Spirit Hall, unencumbered by familial ties. The Ghost Douluo hails from a humble background, while the Chrysanthemum Douluo is a product of spirit mutation, both ranking among the elders in terms of strength. Furthermore, they possess certain vested interests, making them more susceptible to persuasion. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong nodded thoughtfully. Yin merely listened, understanding that sometimes a wise individual need only nod in acknowledgement, without the necessity of overt clarity. Being overly explicit could be counterproductive. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong spoke again. I shall endeavor to accommodate these requests. Do you have any further demands? Yin shook her head and extended her palm towards Bibi Dong. I trust you will manage the remaining matters adeptly. Henceforth, I look forward to your guidance, teacher. Bibi Dong slowly bowed her head, gazing at Yin, but her response was somewhat off-topic. Little one, Nana is an innocent and kind-hearted child. It would be best not to exploit her in the future. Thus concluded the initial encounter between Yin and Bibi Dong, both shrouded in mutual exploration, leaving one to ponder what transformations this master-student duo might bring to the Douluo continent. Chapter 46, Level 20. In a lavish room within the Pope's palace at the heart of Spirit City, a magnificent bath filled with a hint of white mist undulated rhythmically, as if breathing. Suddenly, a jet of water shot skyward. With a whoosh, a figure sat upright, his skin slightly flushed from the warm medicinal bath, yet his aura was peculiarly enigmatic. Level 20, it truly is no easy feat, Dawn. Scan my physical condition. Yin, seated within the bath, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a faintly dark mist extending outward nearly 3 feet. After concluding his meditation, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, his soul power finally reaching a pinnacle. Beep, beep, beep. A series of electronic sounds resonated within his mind, a three-dimensional model materializing, akin to a waterfall of information coalescing into detailed data. Host, Yin. Martial Soul, Flame Sovereign, Earth Sovereign. Attributes, Fire Earth. Cultivation, One Ring Soul Master, Level 20 Soul Power. A rather succinct information template appeared in Yan's mind, encapsulating his fundamental essence. The intelligent system, Dawn, could acquire intricate data regarding his entire physical state through scanning. Indeed, this template could be rendered even more comprehensive. Metrics such as strength, agility, and mental acuity could all be quantified, yet after contemplation, Yin decided against it. The Douluo continent differs markedly from typical fantasy realms, due to the variations in martial souls. The paths chosen diverge significantly. One cannot employ average data to gauge the comparative metrics of soul masters, nor can one derive any meaningful average at all. To illustrate, in a conventional fantasy world, disparities in cultivation techniques or martial skills might yield noticeable differences in data among practitioners of the same level. Yet such discrepancies retain a certain comparability, allowing for averages to be calculated. However, on the Douluo continent, two one-ring soul masters, one with a tortoise martial soul and the other with a bird martial soul, would find their speed comparison utterly inconceivable, rendering any such analysis futile. Yan's two martial souls, whether the Flame Sovereign or the Earth Sovereign, are both of a powerful offensive nature. One excels in explosive assaults while the other specializes in defense. With little correlation to speed, if he were to attempt to compute average values, it would be a self-deprecating endeavor, particularly concerning speed. Thus, he chose to disregard specific attribute data entirely. Little brother Yin. As Yin reclined in the bath, a sweet, gentle voice called from outside. A hint of exasperation flickered in his eyes as he slowly rose. Upon exiting the bath, his surface temperature surged. A veil of white mist enveloped him, leaving no trace of water droplets. He casually donned a bathrobe before opening the door. Little brother Yin. Another call reached his ears, and he gazed outside to see Hulayina, clad in a flowing white gown, looking utterly forlorn as if burdened by great grievances. What is it? Yin began to inquire. But before he could finish, Hulayina dashed forward and leaped into his embrace. What could he do in response to such affection? He could only accept it. The teacher scolded me again. Hulayina lifted her delicate chin, pouting as she gazed at Yin, her slightly swollen eyes shimmering with unshed tears, making one wonder if she had endured some grave injustice. Little fox, still employing charm, are we? Yin glanced down at her. The sight of the tearful little girl tugging at his heartstrings, evoking an overwhelming urge to draw her into his arms. Yet he extended his hand, gently pinching her dainty nose. How did you guess? Hulayina immediately felt a sense of suffocation, losing the ability to maintain her pitiful demeanor. As she pouted and exhaled, she quickly attempted to pry his fingers away from her nose, for her delicate visage must not be marred by this mischievous senior brother. Have you gone several days without causing mischief? You've grown accustomed to it. Yin's hand slid down to pinch the girl's cheek, and he naturally draped his arm around her shoulder, leading her outside. You row, brother. Hulayina huffed lightly, feigning dissatisfaction. Yet her petite frame instinctively leaned closer to Yin, a smile faintly gracing her exquisite face. Brother, but the teacher truly did scold me again. It makes me so unhappy. As Yin casually opened the door ahead, he inquired, what is it this time? Did you charm someone else? No. I merely followed your teachings to make pastries and share them with everyone, including delivering some to the teacher. Hulayina playfully stuck out her little tongue. The comforts of the past 6 months restoring her once vibrant spirit, transforming her into a stark contrast to the girl he had first encountered. Ultimately, she is but a child. Over a year ago, she had a blissful family, doting parents, and a loving brother, making her vibrant and charming. However, following the tumultuous upheaval of her family, both she and her brother matured, adapting to a demeanor of aloofness as a means of self-protection. Yet, with Bibi Dong taking her under her wing, she once again experienced the love of elders, leading to a life of comfort and happiness, thus allowing her true nature to flourish, evolving into the playful little sprite she is now. Go ahead and create more mischief. Yin gazed down in silence at the innocent-faced Hulayina, then reached out to gently pinch her delicate little nose. He was quite certain that this little enchantress was being intentionally mischievous, likely attempting to ensnare him in her schemes. However, he chose not to dwell on it too much. After giving Hulayina a brief instruction, he released her and pushed open the grand doors ahead. Stepping into the magnificent hall, before the desk sat Bibi Dong, adorned in an opulent black robe embroidered with golden patterns and crowned with a 9-curved purple gold diadem. Scattered across the floor were various scrolls, creating a scene of disarray that suggested the Pope had recently lost her temper. Yin picked up a few of the scrolls from the ground and moved closer to the desk. The pastry sent by Hulayina lay on the other side, nearly toppled by the chaos. He casually picked up a piece and sampled it. The subtly sweet fruit flavor was quite delightful, indeed aligning with Bibi Dong's tastes. What brings you here? Bibi Dong seemed to have only just noticed Yin's presence. She swept aside a lock of hair from her forehead with a delicate hand. Sighing before speaking, her voice tinged with profound fatigue, quite unlike the Bibi Dong Yin was accustomed to. Yin chuckled and shook his head, replying, You nearly knocked over the pastries that Nana brought. She thought you might not like her anymore, which is why she tricked me into coming. Chapter 47. The Infiltration Plan. I understand Nana's filial intentions, but do you believe I am unaware that all of this is your doing? You have thoroughly researched my preferences. What are your true intentions? Today, Bibi Dong appeared unusually agitated. A departure from her typical demeanor, where she would have kept such thoughts to herself, secretly relishing the affection from Hulayina, given their genuine bond. As for Yin, After spending so many days together, a semblance of affection had formed, although he harbored some reservations about her cleverness. He felt it unnecessary to speak harshly. Yin displayed no signs of unease, responding naturally. My intentions are solely to ensure the Pope's well-being. Everything I share with Nana originates from you, and of course, I wish for your prosperity. You, with your tongue full of half-truths, are too thoughtful for your own good. I see that only through diligent practice can you immerse yourself fully, Bibi Dong remarked, shaking her head. Over the past few months, she had come to understand him better. He was, in essence, a straightforward individual. How straightforward was he? After becoming her disciple, he dedicated most of his time to cultivation and study, filling every moment with purpose. His self-discipline was such that it made Bibi Dong feel somewhat embarrassed. Everything he did was aimed at his own improvement. Whether it was orchestrating business ventures or assisting her in managing the spirit hall, all stemmed from this singular objective. Let us not dwell on that, Yin interjected, shaking his head. He had come to see Bibi Dong, not to turn the conversation back onto himself. He casually flipped through the scrolls before continuing. What is it that has caused you to lose your composure? This is not the Bibi Dong I know. Upon hearing Yin's inquiry, Bibi Dong hesitated before responding, which prompted Yin to observe her closely, noting her unusually excited demeanor. This matter was indeed serious. Over the past few months, Yin had assisted Bibi Dong in analyzing numerous spirit hall affairs, including some clandestine matters related to the city of slaughter. It was unlikely that Bibi Dong would intentionally conceal anything from him unless it involved some deep secret. What? Is there some difficulty with this matter? Yin pressed on, realizing this was an opportunity to gain deeper insight into Bibi Dong. Armed with memories from his past life, he understood certain hidden aspects about her. However, he had to tread carefully in their conversations to avoid revealing too much of what he knew. Though he currently enjoyed Bibi Dong's trust, it was merely surface level. If she were to discover that he was aware of certain secrets, such as hidden chambers or her daughter, Yin feared the consequences could be dire. Thus, throughout their interactions, he had been cautious with his responses, wary of inadvertently disclosing sensitive information. Nonetheless, maintaining such vigilance indefinitely was impractical. The best course of action was to cultivate Bibi Dong's trust further, hoping that as their relationship deepened, he might fortuitously glean more information, ideally in a manner she could accept. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong finally appeared to make a decision, her eyes reflecting a complex turmoil as she spoke. We have received news from the Hall of Offerings. They are preparing to initiate the key steps of the infiltration plan, intending to replace the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, Shueqinghe, and seize the throne. The infiltration plan? Wasn't that already put on hold? Yin furrowed his brow at this revelation. He had some knowledge of this plan, originally devised during the reign of the previous pope, Qin Emperor. Its intent was to capture the throne of Heaven-Do and subsequently divide and suppress the three major sects in collaboration with the Spirit Hall. When the plan was conceived, the Haotian sect's then leader, Tang San, had been missing for years, and the sect was in a weakened state. However, with Tang Hao's rise, the seven sects had united, significantly impacting the Spirit Hall's ambitions to dominate the Soul Master world. In such circumstances, breaking the deadlock from the outside would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, Qin Emperor had proposed utilizing the disguise of the angel suit soul bones, sending suitable individuals to replace the Heaven-Do royal prince and support him in ascending the throne, which would trigger a crisis between the royal family and the three major sections. This plan had been well conceived, and he had even selected the perfect candidate, his concealed daughter, Qian Renxue. A year before he was gravely injured by Tang Hao, he had dispatched the 9-year-old Qian Renxue to infiltrate Shueqinghe's side and observe his habits. However, no one could have anticipated the subsequent events. Less than a year into her infiltration, news of Qin Emperor's death had spread within the Spirit Hall, leading to a temporary halt of the infiltration plan. Qian Renxue remained in the Heaven-Do Empire, observing Shueqinghe, never taking his place. This situation had persisted until now, and recently, Yin had discovered this plan in a document, attempting from another angle to persuade Bibi Dong to abandon it. Yet today, the Hall of Offerings had announced the revival of the plan. After listening to Bibi Dong's account, Yin understood why she had reacted so emotionally. The matter involved Qian Renxue. After all, her daughter. Even if she was reluctant to acknowledge it, there was undoubtedly some affection for her in her heart. That old man, Qian Douluo, is far too arrogant. Bibi Dong exclaimed, losing her composure as she slammed her palm on the desk. She believed she was still the adjudicator of the Spirit Hall. She had long since stepped down. Why should she interfere with the Spirit Hall's plans? The audacity of this infiltration plan. He is directly opposing me. In this instance, being anxious was futile. Yin remained silent until Bibi Dong's agitation subsided before speaking again. Should the infiltration plan proceed, it will undoubtedly require substantial resources, which contradicts our established strategy. Even if they succeed, what we would gain is merely a nominal throne of Heaven Do. As for the person taking the throne, let's not even discuss whether he will be obedient. Once this matter is exposed, it won't just be a wasted effort. The losses will be significant, and it could also tarnish the Spirit Hall's prestige. Yin was not optimistic about this infiltration plan. In the two great empires of Douluo continent, a system of noble feudalism prevails, wherein the emperor shares governance with the nobility and the emperor's powers are circumscribed. These nobles are no fools. Should the emperor conspire with the Spirit Hall, it could easily provoke a backlash from these lords. Moreover, the infiltration plan harbors a significant flaw. Once the identity of the disguised individual is unveiled, all efforts will be rendered futile. In the original narrative, Qin Emperor exemplifies this, as her hastily initiated plan was discerned by Tang San, resulting in 2 decades of hard work being squandered and diminishing the Spirit Hall's public support, severely tarnishing its image. The indirect consequences of this debacle should not be underestimated. Chapter 48, Countermeasures. Once the infiltration plan is set in motion, we find ourselves in a position of considerable disadvantage. This is far from an auspicious scenario, and it must be thwarted. After gaining a modicum of understanding, Yin shook his head. Should the infiltration plan commence, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly allocate vast resources to ensure that Qin Emperor, posing as Shui Qinghe, gains an advantage in the contest for the throne, all while concealing this maneuver from public scrutiny, a costly endeavor indeed. More critically, succumbing to the intrigues of power struggles would squander Qin Emperor's innate potential as a future angel god. Logically, her divine ascension should be more attainable than Tang San's. Yet she spends a longer duration in achieving godhood, primarily due to the time wasted on the infiltration plan. I'm aware of this, but Qin Douluo commands immense respect within the Spirit Hall. My current position is precarious, and disputing his initiation of this plan is exceedingly challenging. Bibi Dong also bore a troubled expression. The instigator of the infiltration plan was her daughter, Qin Emperor, which undoubtedly complicated her feelings towards its initiation. However, more crucially, Qin Douluo's actions to bypass her authority in launching this scheme posed a direct challenge to her dignity, stirring unrest among the ranks of the Spirit Hall. Since the untimely demise of Qin Shuanji over a year ago, Bibi Dong has only recently begun to solidify her control over the situation. Even with Yan's assistance in swaying several elders, she is yet to fully command the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, Qin Douluo, representing the Angel Clan, is inherently the true master of the Spirit Hall, a descendant of the angel god worshipped by its members, and thus possesses considerable authority. A conflict between these two parties would be exceedingly detrimental to Bibi Dong. Yet, if she were to remain passive, it would undermine her own authority, providing opportunities for those with restless ambitions. Yin sifted through the communications received from the offering hall and concluded that the crux of this plan did not rest with Qin Douluo, but rather with its executor, Qin Emperor. The Pope, too, should be aware of this. After comprehending the subsequent developments from a divine perspective, Yin recognized that the infiltration plan was merely a manifestation of Qin Emperor's defiance against Bibi Dong. Although Qin Emperor is Bibi Dong's daughter, the latter's indifference towards her, stemming from the circumstances of her birth, has created a rift between them. When Qin Shuanji was still alive, Bibi Dong was merely aloof. After his death, she hastily seized the papal seat to vie for power, neglecting Qin Emperor entirely. The death of her father and her mother's apathy have transformed their mother-daughter relationship into one resembling that of enemies. It is precisely this estrangement that drives Qin Emperor to initiate the infiltration plan, striving to demonstrate Bibi Dong's misjudgment. Indeed, even Bibi Dong remains oblivious to the fact that it is not Qin Douluo who is fervently pursuing the plan, but her daughter, Qin Emperor. While she might eventually come to this realization, it will not alter the Pope's attitude towards her daughter, nor will it prompt her to acknowledge any errors. Qin Emperor. She is the daughter of the previous Pope. Call me sister. I believe it should not be her. She is but a child of under 12. It must be Qin Douluo. Undoubtedly he is the one manipulating the child. As Bibi Dong spoke this name, her hands instinctively clenched, and a flicker of complex emotion crossed her gaze. Yin noted her momentary lapse. After all, this was her daughter, and the adversarial dynamic between them was akin to enmity. Presently, Bibi Dong, having not held power for long, was not yet steeled against such emotional turmoil. Thus, she directed her ire towards Qin Douluo, perceiving him as the antagonist. In truth, at this juncture, Qin Douluo had already retreated, intending to cultivate Qin Emperor for ascension to godhood. making it implausible for him to be solely focused on launching a plan that would squander her potential. Leave this matter to me. I shall personally visit the offering hall. Whether it succeeds or not, await my return. After a moment's contemplation, Yin declared, drawing Bibi Dong's delicate hand, placing a pastry within her palm, urging her not to squander Nana's heartfelt intentions. With that, he rose, leaving Bibi Dong with the silhouette of his youthful yet imposing figure. As Bibi Dong watched Yan's form fade from view, a maelstrom of emotions filled her eyes, and she gazed at the pastry in her hand, a glimmer of moisture forming beneath. "Oh dear brother, take care, please." Yin pushed open the door and stepped into the hall, effortlessly seizing a small head eavesdropping outside. It was none other than Hulaina, who had indeed been listening intently. After a playful tussle with Hulaina, Yin released her, softly instructing, "Nana, take good care of the teacher during my absence. I must embark on a journey." Hulaina, now subdued, grasped one of Yan's arms, inquiring, "Brother, where are you going?" "To the offering hall," Yin replied gently, leading Hulaina to another grand hall within the Pope's palace, where several figures were already present. This was the dedicated training room of the Pope's palace, where a group of children practiced in individual pools, including Taobahong and Xiaoyu. Two remarkable figures sat nearby, overseeing the children, while two others were engaged in administrative duties at a desk. Young Master Yin, upon their entrance, the four practicing figures turned their attention towards Yin and Hulaina. SoulLand promptly rose from the desk, prepared to hand over the documents he had organized for Yan's attention. Having earned Bibi Dong's trust to handle certain affairs, Yin naturally appointed his own allies in these roles. SoulLand and Leah had been arranged to assist him in managing administrative tasks within the Pope's palace. As for their presence in the training room, the two titled Douluos seated there were excellent mentors, and with the guidance of titled Douluos, SoulLand and Leah would surely benefit more than if they remained at home. "Grandpa Gui, Grandpa Yu." Upon entering the training room, Hulaina immediately approached Gui Mei and Yuguan, bowing respectfully. The two titled Douluos reciprocated her gesture with fondness. Gui Mei and Yuguan held a somewhat precarious status within the Spirit Hall, despite their cultivation reaching level 95. They lacked familial backing due to their humble origins, resulting in minimal influence within the organization. Both possessed exceptional martial souls. Gui Mei's soul was intriguingly enigmatic, granting her a degree of immunity to physical attacks, while Yuguan's soul, the celestial chrysanthemum, was a rare and exquisite plant-type martial soul. However, their lowly beginnings and the missteps they took early on had diminished their potential, rendering them average among their peers, though their combined martial soul fusion skill, the domain of stasis, remained formidable. In the later stages of the original narrative, Gui Mei met her demise at the hands of Tang San, resulting in a swift decline in Yu Guan's standing, ultimately leading to his own death at Tang San's hand. Chapter 49, The Offering Hall. "Yinsha, I heard from Nana that you are preparing for a journey to the worship hall." Just as Yin was discussing some matters with Leah and SoulLand, a chilling voice interrupted him. Turning around, he found it was the elusive specter who spoke. Indeed, the two elders must have some understanding of the worship hall. Yin nodded in response. Both Ju Dao and Gui Dao held significant status and strength within the Spirit Hall, making them the most likely candidates for worship. And they were undoubtedly well acquainted with the worship hall's intricacies. Though Gui Dao's features remained obscured, his voice was steady and concise. "I and Yuiguan are among the closest to the worshippers within the Elder Hall, and we have some insights regarding them. Among the worshippers, the others can be disregarded, but the most pivotal figures are the Grand Worshipper and the Second Worshipper. Their cultivation approaches the limits of human capability, rendering them unfathomable. The Pope has sent you to the worship hall. Do you require our assistance?" Gui Douluo inquired directly, without any pretense. Meanwhile, Zhu Douluo conjured a flickering light in his hand, which coalesced into a petal of chrysanthemum, adorned with a confident smile. Though both Gui and Yuiguan were stuck at the 95th level, they possessed considerable strength when collaborating, rendering them nearly comparable to those worshippers. This served as their confidence. "Your consideration is appreciated, Elder Gay, but such assistance is unnecessary this time." Yin shook his head, understanding their intentions. They believed he was representing Bibi Dong to demonstrate his prowess to the worshippers. However, the truth was that his visit to the worship hall was to thwart the initiation of a lurking plan, primarily to engage with Qin Emperor, and thus, the presence of title Douluo was not required. "Since you are embarking on this journey, take this with you." After hearing Yan's words, the specter fell silent, and Yuiguan spoke up. As he did, the golden chrysanthemum in his palm solidified further, and ultimately, a glowing petal floated down before Yin. "Have you succeeded?" Can you truly create a celestial-grade spiritual herb? Yin gingerly accepted the petal, its tactile sensation strikingly real, and he raised his head in disbelief to inquire. It is not so simple. With my current cultivation, I can at most materialize the root of the miraculous chrysanthemum. Do not even mention the pivotal flower core. This petal in your hand remains semi-illusory and will not endure for long, Yueguan replied, shaking his head. However, the self-satisfied smile on his lips betrayed his true emotions. His martial spirit was one of the plant species monarchs, the celestial-grade spiritual herb, the miraculous chrysanthemum. This extraordinary flower bore no fragrance, yet consuming it could enhance one's vitality and invigorate the body, fostering a body of indestructible strength. Plant-type soul masters summon their martial spirits as true plants, capable of rooting and spreading, even surviving and propagating without the aid of soul power. Such traits led many plant-type soul masters to choose the path of support. Yet, Yueguan's martial spirit was far too formidable. Throughout the years, he could only summon a shadow of his martial spirit. Not only could he not propagate it, but he also struggled to evolve it into a complete plant form. Now at the 95th level, he could only materialize an incomplete petal of chrysanthemum, the very piece Yin held. Although it lacked the full effects of the celestial-grade spiritual herb, it still provided considerable benefits to the body. Yin speculated that only when Yueguan successfully broke through the 99th level, or perhaps upon achieving the 100th level of divinity, could he evolve the miraculous chrysanthemum into its juvenile form. After all, this was a celestial-grade spiritual herb, possessing transformative effects far exceeding those of ordinary plants. In recent times, Yan's performance had garnered the recognition of Yueguan and Douluo. Coupled with the breakthrough idea he had suggested to Yueguan days prior, he felt a surge of gratitude, prompting Yueguan to gift him the petal. Take care, elders. After arranging all matters, Yin bowed to Douluo and Yueguan, then turned to leave the training room. Outside the Pope's palace, a cavalry unit stood ready to depart, having been prepared by Dong. Lord Yin, a powerful figure, approached him, bowing slightly. From his introduction, Yin recalled him as Lord Douluo, the Golden Eagle Soul Saint, whose prowess was quite commendable, with potential for further advancement. As Yin was not engaging with the worshippers on this journey to the worship hall, he felt no need to bring along titled low-level elders. Nevertheless, he required a contingent of strong allies for the journey, given his insufficient strength and the current instability within the Tiando Empire. Thank you for accompanying and safeguarding me. Yin nodded in gratitude to the Soul Saint, sensing a hint of caution emanating from him, perhaps another background character from the original story. Yin mounted the carriage, driven by Douluo, flanked by a contingent of capable cavalry. The procession, though not ostentatious, attracted considerable attention. As the caravan completely departed from the Pope's palace, a figure appeared atop the palace's pinnacle, gazing silently at the retreating carriage for an extended period. Pope Mountain, located within the territory of the Tiando Empire, is not far from Spirit City. This was once the sacred site of the Spirit Hall, where the old Pope's Palace, Elder Hall, Worship Hall, and Douluo Hall resided. Having weathered the trials of time, everything here exudes an ancient aura of accumulation. At the base of Pope Mountain, heavily guarded, a carriage came to a gradual halt. A youthful figure stepped out, gazing up at the towering mountain before him, his eyes betraying a hint of inscrutable meaning. This majestic Pope Mountain was once the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. However, with the establishment of Spirit City, the Douluo Hall, Elder Hall, and Pope's Palace gradually relocated, leaving only the Worship Hall behind. The Worship Hall does not belong to the conventional power structure of the Spirit Hall. Hence, it is not situated at the high point of the Pope Palace's front mountain like the other three halls. Instead, it rests at the rear of Pope Mountain, embodying the essence of the Spirit Hall. The Worship Hall is a rather unique establishment within the Spirit Hall. To gain entry, one must be a Super Douluo of at least the 96th level. Such powerful beings are exceedingly rare across the Douluo continent, holding an unparalleled status. If the numerous title elders of the Elder Hall could challenge the Pope collectively, the worshippers of the Worship Hall, should they choose to act, could indeed reshape the Spirit Hall, even replacing the Pope, due to their overwhelming might. It was precisely due to the fear of the Worship Hall's immense power and influence that Dong, upon her ascension, chose to establish Spirit City, transferring the conventional power institutions, including the Pope's Palace, thus opening new avenues within the Spirit Hall. Chapter 50. Angel Martial Spirit. In front of the Worship Hall on Pope Mountain, as two figures approached, the many knights guarding the Pope's Palace tightened their grips on their swords. Stop! As the two figures drew near, the silver-armored knights of the palace simultaneously sprang into action, over 100 of them raising their long swords in unison. Their shouts echoing like thunder. This is a forbidden area. Take one more step, and you will be killed without mercy. However, the advancing pair did not halt their approach. Yin lingered slightly behind, while the Golden Eagle Soul, Saint Loldiera, stepped forward, raising his hand to reveal a token. A knight commander strode forward briskly, and upon discerning the emblem upon the token, promptly bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "I greet the Pope's envoy." Over 100 palace knights uniformly mimicked this gesture. The Golden Eagle Soul Saint, Lord Diera, did not stand on ceremony but slightly inclined to one side, allowing Yin to proceed first. As the palace knights beheld the diminutive figure before them, expressions of astonishment flickered in their eyes. None anticipated that the Pope's envoy would manifest as a mere child, seemingly only 6 or 7 years of age. Yin waved to the multitude of palace knights and then entered the shrine alongside Lord Diera. At the far end of the shrine's main hall stood a magnificent sculpture of a 6-winged angel, crafted entirely of pure gold and towering 10 meters high. Before this angelic statue knelt a slender figure, eyes closed in fervent prayer. Yin gestured discreetly to Lord Diera before retreating into a private chamber designated for discussions, where he settled into a tranquil silence. Shortly thereafter, a maid approached, presenting fragrant tea, yet he remained still, patiently awaiting. The discussion chamber was expansive, spanning over 1,000 square meters, resplendent with gilded decor and exquisite embellishments reminiscent of classical Western styles, exuding a sense of brightness and opulence as one surveyed the surroundings. "You shall wait outside. Without my command, none are permitted to disturb," resonated a gentle voice as the 3-meter-high archway swung open. Yin, in tandem with the unfolding scene, withdrew his gaze from the surroundings, redirecting it toward the archway. As the archway opened, a young woman entered. The moment she appeared, Yin found himself unable to divert his gaze. Her skin was as pale as snow, with a straight nose and slender, almond-shaped eyes, all contributing to her breathtaking beauty. However, what captured his attention most was the area beneath her alabaster neck. Though merely 11 or 12 years of age, her figure was strikingly alluring, seemingly incongruous with her youth. Were one to disregard her visage, she could easily be mistaken for a mature young woman, especially with her substantial bosom, which would undoubtedly attract the gaze of any man. With great resolve, Yin shifted his focus upward, feigning nonchalance. He regarded the enchanting maiden anew, this time with a glimmer of genuine admiration for her beauty. She donned a golden palace gown, seamlessly woven with golden threads, adorned with minimal embellishment, exuding a timeless elegance. The golden high collar framed her long, white neck, while her flowing golden locks cascaded casually behind her, starkly contrasting her meticulously arranged attire. Seated opposite him, the beautiful girl displayed a subtle shift in her expression, as if intrigued. Although Yan's emotional fluctuations were faint, she perceived them, particularly the nuances in his gaze. Initially, his scrutiny was somewhat excessive, a gaze she had encountered many times, predominantly from adults, tinged with possessiveness toward women. She pondered her sister's intentions in retaining such a young boy by her side. Yet, the swiftness with which Yan's demeanor transformed surprised her. In mere moments, he dismissed any inappropriate thoughts, leaving only a pure appreciation for beauty. The atmosphere within the discussion chamber grew solemn. Yin sat before a long table, his gaze lifted, while the beautiful girl paused at the entrance. Their eyes met, colliding in a prolonged yet unremarkable exchange of glances. "You come as the Pope's representative. What is your purpose?" she inquired, gracefully taking a seat opposite him, her mellifluous voice evoking a sense of springtime warmth. Yin, positioned across the long table, maintained eye contact with the exquisite maiden. "The Pope has received word from the shrine regarding your intention to initiate the infiltration plan, and he is quite agitated, having rarely displayed such ire towards the grand shrine." A faint smile graced the girl's lips. The infiltration plan had been devised by the previous Pope, consuming countless resources from the Spirit Hall, and to abandon it would render all efforts futile. Furthermore, what right had she to express discontent towards the grand shrine? I too believe she has misdirected her grievances. Perhaps her concern has clouded her judgment, considering it pertains to her kin. Yan's tone remained unperturbed, yet his words caused the girl across from him to visibly pale. "Though I have not met the Grand Shrine Master, I have gathered some understanding. He is not the sort of person you imply." In truth, Yin harbored doubts about the plan, particularly given that its executor was her. As the awakened bearer of the angel spirit, her potential was unparalleled in this era. Remaining within the shrine to cultivate her abilities was the rightful path. Why squander her talents in the quagmire of intrigue? Bang! The girl opposite him reacted fiercely, springing to her feet and leaning over the table, her hands planted firmly as if to devour him with her gaze. Do you understand what you are saying? How do you know these things? What is your relationship with her? Why has she confided in you? Her barrage of inquiries revealed a near hysterical state. The most clandestine of secrets laid bare, and she could no longer maintain her composure. Yan's expression remained unchanged, his voice steady and unhurried. These matters are inconsequential. What truly matters is that you need not prove yourself in such a manner. By the way, what is your current cultivation level? The girl did not respond verbally but probed him with her gaze. Ultimately, confronted with Yan's unwavering stare, she relented. 39. 39. Impressive. The full potential of the angel spirit awakens at an innate level of 20. Achieving 39 within 6 years is commendable. You should not squander your talents. Yin nodded in satisfaction before continuing. I am 7 years old, with a spirit power of 20. I dare say I cannot measure up to you, Mississippi. However, I have long admired the angel spirit. Might I receive your guidance? In return, I can divulge all that you wish to know. Chapter 51. Battle with Qian Renshue. Are you serious? After hearing Yan's words, Qian Renshue narrowed her eyes slightly and looked down at him, speaking in a low voice. You may possess a superficial understanding of the angel spirit, or perhaps you have misjudged my capabilities. Even at 39, I can triumph over a soul king. You stand no chance. How can you know without attempting? Yin replied with a smile, rising and making his way toward the archway of the private chamber, prompting Qian Renshue to fall silent for a moment before following suit. In this match, I shall suppress my spirit power to 20 and will refrain from utilizing any soul rings beyond the first. I hope you will not deem my victory unfair. In a martial arena within the shrine, Qian Renshue addressed Yin earnestly. To her, this contest held no uncertainty, even with her spirit power restrained. The might of the angel spirit rendered her invincible at her level, and she believed Yin had no chance whatsoever. Suit yourself, Yin shrugged, not insisting that Qian Renshue unleash her full strength. A level 20 challenging a 39 was inherently ludicrous, and persisting too much would only make him appear foolish. Be careful. Qian Renshue spoke softly, her hair transforming into a resplendent golden hue, each strand shimmering with radiant light. As her garments tore apart, 2 pairs of pure white wings erupted from her back, unfurling majestically. Her body seemed to defy the very laws of gravity, gently ascending to hover a foot above the ground. Beneath the overwhelming brilliance of gold, her eyes morphed entirely into a striking gold, while a colossal, indistinct phantom materialized behind her. The only distinction between the golden apparition and her corporeal form lay in the number of wings. The spectral figure boasted 3 pairs, 6 wings in total, representing the legendary 6-winged angel spirit, a divine-grade martial soul. The 6-winged angel martial soul, as Lord dictates, can only be possessed by those who embody the divine's envoy. Not only does it grant innate full soul power, but it also bestows an innate level 20 full soul power, allowing one to acquire their second soul ring immediately upon obtaining the first. Currently, Qian Renshue stood as a 39th level soul master, her back adorned with a single pair of 2 wings, pure and golden, unfurling behind her as her form floated in the air, her golden eyes emanating an aura of unparalleled authority. I shall defeat you with absolute power, Yin. Is that so? I eagerly anticipated, Yin replied with a calm smile, as an intense inferno surged forth from him. Crimson flames took the shape of a colossal figure around him, his eyes and hair glowing a vivid red, while his skin turned pale and resilient, exuding an air of aggression. Though the power of flames is formidable, I shall vanquish you with the brilliance of light. As Qian Renshue spoke, she raised her palm, and a burst of dazzling golden flames erupted, accompanied by a radiant golden light. The splendid golden apparition behind her simultaneously blossomed, exuding an overwhelming and sanctified pressure. Ding 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 ding. Circles of golden halos, accompanied by an enchanting and ethereal sound, enveloped Yin. As he sensed the spreading halos, the surroundings seemed to take on a golden glow, becoming somewhat hazy. Although he had yet to experience the effects of these golden lights, instinctively, he felt an unprecedented pressure and crisis, as if he were being suppressed. This was Qian Renshue's innate domain, a unique ability bestowed by the super martial soul, the 6-winged angel. Bang! Yin suddenly thrust his hands forward, unleashing torrents of flame that collided violently with the approaching golden lights. At that moment, he leaped back, utilizing the recoil from the clash to swiftly distance himself from Qian Renshue's domain. You cannot escape. Qian Renshue, aware of Yan's intentions, propelled herself forward, her golden tail flames swiftly pursuing him. The golden halos expanded abruptly, creating dazzling rings of light in the air, akin to a golden meteor hurtling towards Yan. Ding! Qianren Shui's first soul ring illuminated, the golden aura around her coalescing into her right fist as she struck towards the retreating Yan. The gathered golden light transformed into a massive round shield, racing towards Yan's position. Qianren Shui was evidently intent on a swift resolution, deploying her angelic domain and first soul skill right from the outset. In midair, Yan intensified his flames, yet when his fire met the golden shield, the collision of their soul powers revealed the divine essence of Qianren Shui as energy, causing his flames to show signs of melting, unable to unleash their full might. The super martial soul, the six-winged angel, possessed not only an innate domain, but also a unique property within its soul power, capable of purifying all, including ordinary soul powers. This is troublesome. Yan continued to channel his soul power into his flames, this time not relying on sheer volume, but rather concentrating his energy to enhance the flame's efficacy. As the temperature of his flames exceeded 1,000 degrees, the surrounding air began to distort, forcing Qianren Shui to retract her golden light. It appears your limits are not as high as I thought. Yan's flames surged with renewed vigor. Having gauged the upper limits of Qianren Shui's angelic domain, he felt less constrained, gaining a clearer understanding and confidence. Do you think mere, ordinary fire can contend with the brilliance of light? The golden light in Qianren Shui's eyes flickered as she suddenly appeared above Yan, a torrent of radiant golden flames cascading downwards. As she sought to suppress Yan's flames with her own divine fire. You should not be so obstinate, nor should you draw so near to me. Yan chuckled softly before releasing a fine white powder from his fingertips, which rapidly exploded upon dispersing, accompanied by a pungent smoke. White phosphorus powder, a highly dangerous substance. Unlike the flour and pliable putty he had previously used, which required certain conditions to ignite, this perilous material had virtually no ignition threshold. It combusted at a mere 40 degrees, even igniting under the scorching sun, releasing flames exceeding 1,000 degrees. With a burst of white powder igniting explosively, a brilliant white flame erupted, engulfing both Qianren Shui and Yan. In the presence of his martial soul, Yan possessed a remarkable resistance to flames, which was why he dared to play with such hazardous materials at such close range. Unfortunately, Qianren Shui, caught off guard, was not so fortunate. Chapter 52, Narrow Victory. Yan, your tricks have angered me. The resplendent golden light dispelled the dense smoke as Qianren Shui reappeared, though now she appeared somewhat disheveled, her golden hair marred by dark stains, and her gown bearing numerous rips. As she spoke, she levitated once more, now wielding a long sword entirely forged from golden flames. Although it lacked physical substance, the terrifying energy emanating from it was still deeply unsettling. This was an attack in pure energy form. Even soul, saint-level warriors typically found it challenging to solidify such intangible energy, yet she had achieved it with formidable potency. Whoosh! Qianren Shui swung her golden sword, cleaving through the sea of flames in an instant, as she prepared to launch her offensive, having locked onto Yan amidst the inferno. Ding! With a resonant chime, Yan's flames surged anew, his speed doubling as he deftly dodged a golden sword beam and began to race around the arena at breakneck speed. Yan's rapid movement created a whirlwind, the wind fueling the flames, and as he continued his sprint, he scattered phosphorus powder, rapidly forming a fiery tornado that encircled Qianren Shui. The intense heat caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead, and she realized her condition was deteriorating. As Yan's speed escalated, the temperature at the center of the fire tornado soared above 2,000 degrees, a level even Qianren Shui could hardly endure. Bang! 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 Naturally, Qianren Shui would not sit idly by. She wielded her light sword, her first soul skill flashing repeatedly as clusters of golden sword shields shot out in all directions, aiming to break the fiery tornado's confinement. However, at this moment, the infernal vortex of flames had already taken shape. Even before the golden sword shield of the first soul skill, Angel Strike, could reach the outer layer of the flames, it had already been deflected by the fierce winds at the edges. The divine energy of Angel Strike had the ability to dissolve and suppress the soul power of its target. Yet after Yan had tested the limits of his opponent, he had drawn upon the innate energies of the world itself. Whether it was the flames ignited by phosphorescent fire or the gust generated by his rapid movements. Although both were products of soul power, They underwent a secondary transformation of energy, becoming mere flames and whirlwinds devoid of any soul power, rendering the sacred energy of the angelic domain ineffective. As Yin reached the pinnacle of his speed, his heart racing as though it might burst from his chest, he realized he had hit his limit. In this state, he continuously narrowed his running circle, causing the temperature in the center to rise exponentially. The increasingly elevated heat pressed down on Qian Ruxue, who could not help but activate her soul power, enveloping herself in a shimmering golden light that formed a protective sphere around her. In a moment of sheer determination, Yan's capacity to endure speed reached its zenith. He abruptly changed direction and lunged straight at the golden sphere that embodied Qian Ruxue, his hands igniting with flames pushed to their utmost limits, utilizing that immense inertia to crash through. A resounding boom echoed as a vast expanse of gold shattered, akin to a disc cleaved by a sharp instrument, transforming into countless golden fragments, each fragment splintering into myriad golden motes that vanished into the air. The once resplendent sky reverted to its natural hues as two figures collided midair, subsequently crashing against the wall at the edge of the arena, creating a gaping hole as they fell to the ground. Qian Ruxue lay on the ground, her wings slightly bent and damaged, viscous blood flowing ceaselessly from her nostrils, with dark purple blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Her vision was hazy, and her breathing was particularly labored. Yan's maneuver, reminiscent of the Flash's circular acceleration, unleashed an unprecedented surge of energy that shattered her defenses and left her grievously injured. Yet, despite Yan's victory, he appeared even more wretched, his form slumped over Qian Ruxue, his garments practically in tatters. The two of them, clad in ragged attire, lay sprawled on the ground. Had the circumstances been different and their ages not so tender, one might have mistaken the scene for something far more scandalous. "You little rascal, what are you doing? Get up!" Qian Ruxue exclaimed, feeling the weight pressing upon her chest, compounded by the fact that the one atop her was far from compliant, his movements inciting her ire. She suppressed her agony and attempted to push him away, only to find herself nearly devoid of strength. Her feeble attempts at resistance seemed more like a reluctant invitation. "Ugh, don't move, it hurts so much. I've tried, but I have no strength to get up," Yin groaned, unable to contain his pained exclamation. He hadn't anticipated the battle would take such a toll on him. What had begun as an experiment to emulate the Flash had overlooked a crucial detail. The latter possessed the protection of super speed, ensuring he wouldn't be torn apart by his velocity, a luxury Yin lacked. As he accelerated to his limit, he had come perilously close to obliteration. "You little brat." Qian Ruxue fumed, yet in her current state, she had scarcely any strength left. The arm she had raised soon grew weary, and ultimately, she let it fall, leaving them both to lie together for an extended period. "Ugh, this feels truly unbearable. By the way, are there any healing soul masters in the shrine?" After what felt like an eternity, Yin finally lifted himself from Qian Ruxue, softly lamenting his discomfort, but soon found his gaze irresistibly drawn back to her. The position of Qian Ruxue beneath him was remarkably alluring. The tattered remnants of her gown could hardly conceal her graceful form, the alluring contours causing his cheeks to flush. Had it not been for his still developing physique, he might have found it difficult to resist his baser instincts. "You little rascal, what are you staring at?" Qian Ruxue, having regained a modicum of strength, could not help but push his face aside, though her other hand clutched her chest. "Cough, this is not what it looks like. It's not intentional." In his flustered state, Yin nearly blurted out something inappropriate, but fortunately, he caught himself in time. Who could say how Qian Ruxue would react to such confession? "Miss," Qian Ruxue called out, focusing her soul power to conjure a golden light, which soon drew the attention of a woman adorned in a nun-like garb who hurried into the arena. She quickly knelt beside the two, her palms radiating a gentle, warm healing light that enveloped Qian Ruxue. "And what about me? I'm injured too." Yin, the overlooked patient, lamented softly, though Qian Ruxue was too absorbed in the soothing warmth to pay him any mind. Upon noticing Yin still slumped beside her, she commanded the nun, "Treat him as well." Chapter 53. Aftermath. "Thank you, sister." Yin expressed his gratitude, displaying an endearing demeanor. For as long as he maintained his audacity, he would not feel the sting of embarrassment. After all, what was it for a 7-year-old child to feign innocence? "You can get up now," Qian Ruxue said, her icy gaze fixed on Yin, who appeared pitifully weak. She pushed him gently. Had they not just engaged in a fierce battle, she would scarcely believe that this troublesome little boy was capable of such prowess. "Ugh, easy now. Easy," Yin gasped as he rose, using the last remnants of his strength to distance himself from Qian Ruxue, then quietly drawing upon the healing light to aid his recovery. Before long, his superficial wounds had healed, though the more severe injuries would require time to mend. In the discussion hall of the shrine's annex, after changing into fresh garments, Yin and Qian Ruxue took their seats once more, both remaining silent. Yin sipped his tea leisurely, exuding an air of calmness. Qian Ruxue sat opposite him, her gaze keenly observing the boy who had just bested her so decisively. In the previous battle, she had nearly expended all her strength, yet still found herself defeated, unable to retaliate against that final strike. Finally, it was Qian Ruxue who spoke first, unable to contain her curiosity. Yin, I recall you mentioning that after our sparring, you would reveal everything. So tell me, what did your earlier words truly signify? Yin glanced at Qian Ruxue. What is it you wish to know? Are there not matters you're already aware of? The Pope is my mentor, and what I know is merely a fraction more than what you already understand. A sudden silence enveloped Qian Ruxue as she raised her head, feigning indifference. She told you, didn't she? That person bears no semblance of a mother. Qian Ruxue. Yin called her name, prompting her to meet his gaze. He continued, in truth, many things are not as simple as you imagine. You believe that the Pope abandoned you, harboring resentment towards her. Yet have you considered whether she was truly at fault? Most who know of you are only aware of your father's identity. Have you ever sought to understand the Pope's past? What kind of circumstances do you think led to your own existence? Yin spoke softly here and over there. Qian Ruxue's expression subtly shifted. Her snow-white palm, which had rested on the table, began to tremble. She shook her head repeatedly and suddenly slammed her hand on the table. Rising to confront Yin with an angry voice, it's impossible. You are lying to me, aren't you? These matters, your grandfather Qian Douluo, the grand offering, is well aware of. You can ask him yourself. Yin responded to her with calmness, understanding that certain truths need not be articulated too explicitly, especially when dealing with an astute girl like Qian Ruxue. Her lineage had long been shrouded in secrecy. Many knew of the former Pope's daughter, yet scarcely anyone comprehended the circumstances surrounding her mother. The existence of this girl represented the greatest scandal of the Spirit Hall, as the former Pope was her father, and the current Pope her mother. The union of master and disciple is not unprecedented. The renowned peerless dragon and serpent of the Soul Master world share a similar tale. However, the crux lies in the fact that her birth was not born of Bibi Dong's will. Why did Yan's few words break through Qian Ruxue's defenses? It was her intelligence, just a gentle nudge, and she contemplated much. She had already surmised what her father had done in the past, and his fervent concealment of her lineage spoke volumes. The towering image of her father crumbled, and the mother she had long resented was revealed as a victim, shattering Qian Ruxue's worldview and plunging her into profound anguish. If you truly feel lost, consult your grandfather. I believe he will provide you with the right guidance. Yin refrained from excessive consolation as he recognized his limitations in the face of his feelings. He could only manifest his upright nature. The past is ultimately the past. One must learn to live for oneself. Qian Ruxue did not respond to Yin, but silently rose, dazedly walking out of the side hall, unconsciously making her way to the main hall. Before her stood a towering 10-meter sculpture of a six-winged angel, and before the statue stood a man, his back turned to the entrance, gazing up at the pure gold effigy. This man was tall but not robust, clad in a simple gray robe, his long black hair neatly cascading down his back. His presence evoked a strange sensation. As a wielder of the six-winged angel spirit, Qian Ruxue felt her heart race. She couldn't help but look up, perceiving that the figure before her seemed akin to the six-winged angel statue, their essences intertwined. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the windows, illuminating only him. Despite his unassuming attire, his mere presence inspired an instinctive reverence. Grandfather! Qian Ruxue's face was filled with confusion, and she couldn't help but call out to the man in gray. The gray-clad figure slowly turned, and the peculiar aura he had emanated dissipated entirely. He appeared to be only in his 30s or 40s, strikingly handsome, and wore a gentle smile, radiating a calm and serene energy that was profoundly comforting. This man was none other than the current foremost power of the Spirit Hall, the former Elder of Judgment, father of the previous Pope, Grand Offering, and the 99th level limit Douluo, Qian Douluo. Child, if you wish to cry, then let it all out. Qian Douluo took a gentle step forward, and in the next moment, he was before Qian Ruxue, arms outstretched. His movements were unhurried, yet when he stood before her, she could no longer contain her grievances. Collapsing into his embrace and weeping openly. Even the strongest individuals possess a vulnerable side. At that moment, Qian Ruxue's heart was shrouded in darkness. The towering image of her father had shattered, and the coldness of her mother now bore reason, while her actions over the years have been naively excessive. How could a mere 12-year-old girl bear such a weight? Ah, you have suffered, my dear. It's better to know early. Once you cried out, it will pass. Qian Douluo gently consoled Qian Renshua, the warmth of his palm penetrating through her golden hair, instilling a semblance of tranquility within her. She looked up at her grandfather, unable to suppress her inquiry. Grandfather, have I been wrong all along? Qian Douluo did not answer directly, but replied softly. In truth, her heart aches as well. After all, it was not she who erred in the beginning, and her feelings for you are not as you imagine. There are some truths I lack the courage to reveal. Chapter 54. Qian Douluo. Grandfather, I wish to be alone for a while. Under the comforting presence of Qian Douluo, Qian Renshua found a measure of peace. Her peripheral vision catching sight of a diminutive figure approaching. Overwhelmed by a sense of confrontation, she gently excused herself from Qian Douluo. Child, you should rest for now. Qian Douluo nodded, and Qian Renshua stepped away from the angel statue in the main hall, leaving behind only the silhouette of the approaching Yen. Greetings, grand offering. Yen approached the angel statue, bowing respectfully to the young-looking figure of Qian Douluo, his demeanor exuding considerable reverence. Qian Douluo looked down at him, and after a long pause, sighed, to be honest, I find it hard to fathom that Bibi Dong would divulge everything to you. Before you interacted with Schwerer, I never imagined that a 7-year-old child would be the catalyst for all of this. These matters were not disclosed to me by my teacher. Rather, I undertook my own investigation and unearthed some clues. As I told Qian Renshua, sometimes the truth is rather easily discerned. Yen shared a reasonable truth with Qian Douluo, whose gaze shifted slightly, his expression becoming more intriguing. You possess considerable audacity, Qian Douluo remarked lightly. I initially thought you were sent by Bibi Dong, yet it appears you are acting on your own volition. Aren't you afraid? Yen replied steadily. I believe the grand offering will assist me. After all, you and I share a common desire, to help them move beyond their pasts, whether it be Qian Renshua or Bibi Dong. They are inextricably linked, yet must look forward. Qian Douluo fell silent, as Yan's reasoning struck a chord within him. His granddaughter, Qian Renshua, was the only being he cared for in this world, and it was precisely because of her existence that he had refrained from eliminating Bibi Dong, who had devoured his own son. Qian Douluo continued to ponder in silence, while Yen pressed on. Moreover, I require your support, grand offering. The spirit hall has reached a time for change. That reasoning is still insufficient. Qian Douluo's brow arched slightly, shaking his head. Though he held a degree of admiration for the youth before him, his age rendered him less than persuasive. Why not take a look at my plan? Yen did not relent in the face of Qian Douluo's response. He once again urged him, retrieving a thick notebook from his spatial soul guide. Having thoroughly prepared to convince Qian Douluo this time. All of this is your own conception. After a moment of silence, Qian Douluo accepted the notebook handed to him, casually flipping through several pages. Initially indifferent, his attitude shifted as he progressed through the latter sections, and by the time he finished, a newfound seriousness gleamed in his eyes. Yen smiled in response. One must always have some long-term strategies. I understand that you may still harbor some reservations, yet without delving into other matters. It is high time for the Hall of Offerings to be revitalized. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze towards the towering 10-meter angelic statue. Behold the radiance that emanates from this divine effigy. While it remains resplendent, it pales in comparison to its former glory. Humanity yearns for progress, and deities require belief. The splendor of the Pope's mountain has become a relic of the past. Henceforth, the Soul Master Hall shall possess but one sacred ground, the Soul Master City. I suspect you too desire to witness this statue once again radiating its brilliant light. The Elder Hall of Soul Master City would serve as an excellent venue. You are capable of making decisions in place of Bibi Dong. Qian Douluo regarded Yen with a grave demeanor. The rationale he provided resonated deeply with him, particularly the assertion that deities require faith, which even touched upon some of the most critical secrets. Whether it be the sea god or the angel god, the majority of the energy expended during the succession of divine positions is derived from the conversion of faith power. The abundance of a deity's faith power directly influences the foundational strength of their divine followers and successors. Taking the Douluo continent as a case in point, among the pantheon of gods that have undergone succession, if we disregard the secondary deities and focus solely on the 4 primary gods, we find that the inheritors of the angel god and sea god, who have consistently maintained stable faith, have undergone divine baptism multiple times, significantly enhancing the longevity of their soul rings. In stark contrast, the Shura god and the Rakshasa god lack divine bestowals of soul rings and the associated benefits of extending soul ring lifespans. To acquire suitable soul rings, One must seek and hunt them independently. Other than facilitating the inheritance of a divine position, they offer little else, creating a stark dichotomy. What accounts for this disparity? It pertains to the reflection of faith in reality. The angel god and sea god are predominantly benevolent deities, attracting numerous followers and accumulating faith power with relative ease, thus translating into more divine benefits. Conversely, the Shura god and Rakshasa god embody more negative attributes. Perhaps they possess certain advantages in combat prowess, yet they struggle to amass a significant following. Even if they do have believers, they're often superficial adherents, unable to accumulate substantial faith power, making the mere attainment of a divine position commendable. Bibi Dong's decision to relocate the Pope's palace to the Soul Master City serves dual purposes. On one hand, it is a maneuver for power, and on the other, it strategically positions her above the Rakshasa temple located beneath the Soul Master City, facilitating her collection of faith power to clandestinely awaken the Rakshasa god. In the later stages of the original narrative, Qin Emperor's intent to transfer the angelic statue, crucial to the angel god's inheritance, to the Elder Hall of Soul Master City, is similarly motivated by the desire to garner faith power to support Qian Rinchue's ascension to divinity. At this moment, Yan's proposal indeed struck a chord with him. As long as I have your support, I can persuade the Pope to acquiesce. Yan did not provide any definitive reply. The matters he was discussing with Qian Douluo were entirely concealed from Bibi Dong. How could he offer a conclusive response? Yet with Qian Douluo's backing, he felt confident in his ability to sway Bibi Dong. This tactic bore resemblance to the adage of catching a wolf with empty hands. But given Yan's youth and lack of leverage, he found himself resorting to such stratagems. Were he more powerful, he would not have to resort to such convoluted methods. Alas, the shortcoming lay in his insufficient strength. Qian Douluo lowered his gaze slightly, contemplating Yan, and spoke softly. You possess considerable intelligence, which is commendable. However, I still find it challenging to make a decision. I shall endeavor to persuade Sister Schwer. I too believe she should not squander her talents. Yin bowed slightly to Qian Douluo, understanding that the latter had softened his stance, and now he needed to demonstrate further sincerity. The most accessible source of support for him was none other than the tumultuous Qian Rinchue. If he could win over this Sister Schwer, surely the grand offering would extend his support. Qian Douluo turned slowly to gaze at Yan's retreating figure, shaking his head as he redirected his prayers to the angelic statue. Hoping for his success, for both Schwer and Bibi Dong truly needed to look ahead. Chapter 55. The Search for Soul Beasts. As Yan exited the archway of the main hall, he spotted Qian Rinchue gazing skyward, appearing so solitary and desolate, her eyes clouded with a hint of confusion. Do you know? Ever since I was a child, my father has always taught me to elevate the Soul Master Hall. Yan ambled to stand behind Qian Rinchue, who suddenly spoke. I still recall him saying, each person harbors their own notions of justice and evil. In the realm of reality, it is the victor who embodies justice and light. After a moment of silence, Yan replied softly, there is truth in those words. To the victor belong the spoils. A universal truce. Yet such worldly machinations are ill-suited for you. Why? Qian Rinchue turned to meet Yan's gaze, hoping he would provide a convincing rationale. She prided herself on her unparalleled intellect. How could she not be suited for the art of strategy? Yan did not answer her query immediately. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. What do you think of my capabilities in this regard? Qian Rinchue pondered for a moment before responding. You have caught her attention and are capable of orchestrating grand plans. At least in this domain, you surpass me. Indeed, you fall short of me in this aspect. But do you know why I involve myself in such matters? It is solely to strengthen myself. Everything I do is aimed at enhancing my cultivation. Yan chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he stepped before Qian Rinchue, leaving her with just a silhouette. The so-called strategy, replete with intricate calculations and deft maneuvering, is ultimately but an external force. True power resides within oneself. He paused, then continued, Qian Rinchue, at the tender age of 12, you possess the soul power of level 39, on the brink of breaking through to the fourth ring. In the vast expanse of Douluo continent, there should be no one with greater talent than you. How can you squander your time embroiled in schemes and intrigues? It is truly absurd. Look at your present self. You cannot even best me, and you have yet to reach the pinnacle of your cultivation. Why divert your focus to such trifling matters? If you truly set your heart to it, in merely 20 years, it will be a matter of one stroke of the sword to resolve. True strength is derived from within oneself. Qian Rinchue gazed at Yan, her eyes rekindling with brilliance as she murmured, is that so? I have been mistaken all along. The best way to engage her in earnest dialogue is indeed through diligent cultivation to enhance my strength. A faint smile graced Qian Rinchue's lips as she slowly closed her beautiful eyes, extending her arms to bask in the sunlight that enveloped her. The warm rays cascading upon her like a gentle embrace. Her skin, as exquisite as jade and snow, shimmered radiantly beneath the sun's glow. Such talent is indeed preposterous. Initially, Yin had been intrigued by the unguarded beauty before him, yet his amusement quickly waned. As the brilliance radiating from Qian Rinchue intensified, her aura began to shift subtly. Sensing the energy that transcended the limits of a soul master, Yin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had never anticipated that his words would restore Qian Rinchue's confidence, leading her to a breakthrough so swiftly. How unfair. He mused, I toil daily in my training, while she merely adopts a pose and achieves a breakthrough. How is this just? The gods of the divine realm are truly merciful. She is, after all, a scion of divinity, the inheritor of the angel god. How can I even compete? I, a mere mortal, can only wallow in envy. Yan's mood soured as the resplendent light gradually dissipated. With an altered demeanor, Qian Rinchue approached him with gentle steps. She slightly bent her body, lowered her head, and gently pinched Yan's cheek while chuckling softly. Little Yan, do you think I'm beautiful? Who do you think is more beautiful, me or the Pope? What was happening? Something felt amiss. Yan sensed an inexplicable sense of danger and was at a loss for words. In his mind flashed the image of the regal Bibi Dong, while before him stood the enchanting figure of Qian Rinchue, echoing a youthful charm reminiscent of Bibi Dong. Both mother and daughter were captivatingly alluring. Qian Rinchue could not help but laugh at the myriad expressions that flitted across Yan's face in such a brief span, especially his final conflicted look. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Look at you. Am I really that frightening? You're just a little child, unaware of your sister's kindness. As she spoke, Qian Rinchue suddenly lifted Yin into her arms, her back aglow with intertwined light, as a pair of radiant golden wings unfurled. With a swift motion, she soared into the sky, cradling Yin as they ascended into the heavens. Where are we going? Yin clung to Qian Rinchue like an octopus, feeling a surge of anxiety. Though she was flying at a leisurely pace, the altitude made him acutely aware that a careless fall could be perilous. He realized he needed to master his flying soul technique soon. Ah, little one, so you know fear? I thought you only had that cold, aloof facade, Qian Rinchue teased, playfully toying with Yin, seemingly eager to reclaim her dignity after the previous encounter in the worship hall. She flew gracefully, the gentle breeze tousling her light golden hair, which brushed against Yan's face, filling the air with a subtle fragrance that calmed him considerably. All right, I'll stop teasing you now. After a brief period of playful banter, Qian Rinchue embraced him securely while scanning the surroundings with her eyes. You are now at the 20th level of soul power, and I possess 40, near the Pope's Mountain. There are plenty of soul beasts embodying the attributes of light and flame. How about we go hunt for your soul ring? Why didn't you say so sooner? You nearly scared me to death, Yin replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Qian Rinchue's temperament was undoubtedly reminiscent of Bibi Dong's, and he could easily envision the nostalgia Bibi Dong felt when she saw the lively Hulaina. Now that Qian Rinchue had resolved much of her internal conflict, could it be that her true nature was beginning to emerge? Yan's lips twitched involuntarily. He felt as though he had stumbled into a significant predicament. With 3 women in the mix, he anticipated a future fraught with complications. Unbeknownst to Yin, Qian Rinchue was completely unaware of his internal musings. As she soared through the sky, radiant light emanated from her, scattering in every direction. She periodically sensed the presence of soul beasts around them and adjusted her course accordingly. This light bore a hint of danger, radiating a high temperature. It was not merely brilliance, but also the power of flames. Could be the sun's fire? Following a trail of intense heat, Qian Rinchue advanced, but halted upon encountering a shimmering light in the sky, resembling a rising flame, showcasing considerable power. Chapter 56, Solar Insect. Fiery Golden Bird. An unusual soul beast, one she had never seen before, yet this pure solar energy seemed quite suitable for her. Following the unfamiliar soul beast's aura, she felt a strong intuition that it was particularly compatible with her, prompting her to investigate further. What kind of soul beast is that? Qian Rinchue mused, quickening her pace as she clutched Yin, pursuing the peculiar luminescent essence until they soon spotted an extraordinary soul beast at a low altitude. This soul beast was quite bizarre, surrounded by flames, resembling a blazing sun in the sky. At its core, surprisingly, was an insect somewhat akin to a wasp, yet endowed with 3 pairs of golden red, Translucent wings. It was incessantly releasing flames, seemingly in pursuit of something. As this sun-like soul beast flapped its wings, glimmering insect powder scattered into the air, descending into the verdant forest below, igniting a conflagration and thick smoke. Look at its methods. Does it not remind you of how you previously defeated me, using phosphorus powder to amplify the flames? Qian Renshue said softly, recalling Yin's earlier tactics. Yin gazed intently at the peculiar soul beast and shook his head. There are differences. The phosphorus powder I used was extracted from certain materials, while this old beast insect powder appears to possess an innate ability to ignite and spread, which is quite dangerous. Be cautious. I understand, Qian Renshue nodded, still observing the insect. Its potent flames seemed related to the sun, and its insect powder ability was indeed perilous, though it appeared to be somewhat young, likely under 6,000 years. In a hushed tone, Yin remarked, its age being lower is not a concern, as long as it is suitable. Moreover, this soul beast possesses a commendable lineage. It must be a type of undiscovered top-tier soul beast. Suddenly, Qian Renshue leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Are you not tempted? While it is connected to the power of the sun, its primary ability lies in fire, which would be quite fitting for you. Yin felt as though he were suffocating in her embrace. She held him tightly, and now her head was close, filling his senses with her alluring scent. It was evident she was teasing him, fully aware of his youth and vulnerability. After hearing her words, he could only roll his eyes. I'm at the 20th level, which means I can only absorb soul beasts close to 1,000 years old. This one has at least 5,000 years of cultivation. Do you want me to explode from the strain? Qian Renshue chuckled lightly. Oh, little one, why are you so upset? Just because it isn't feasible now doesn't mean it won't be later. If you call me good sister, perhaps it will surrender to you. Yin shook his head, deciding it was not worth it. There is no need to rush. Perhaps I will encounter something even better later. Such a little tease, she mused, slightly disappointed by Yan's nonchalant reaction, but deciding not to prolong the jest. As they conversed, she gradually reduced her speed and began to descend, preparing to set Yin down before seeking an opportunity to hunt the soul beast. Yin kept his gaze fixed on the fiery insect, suddenly noticing movement in the dense forest below. He quickly halted Qian Renshue's descent. Wait, don't move. It looks like it's hunting. Its prey seems to be fire attribute as well. Let's see what it is. Qian Renshue halted midair, maintaining a safe distance from the fiery insect while observing the commotion below. In the depths of the forest, flames intertwined and spread, causing various soul beasts to scatter. Fire cranes, flame sparrows, flame magic tigers, and blazing monkeys emerged. The last of these was particularly numerous, yet none appear to be its target. The flame magic tiger, nearing the pinnacle of soul beast bloodlines, should have sufficed as prey for this creature. Yin watched as numerous fire attribute soul beasts burst forth from the thick smoke, including the flame magic tiger, a formidable soul beast with a top-tier lineage. However, unlike the elite flame magic lions he had encountered, this particular flame magic tiger was merely an ordinary one, barely a century old, leaving him feeling somewhat disappointed. Rawr! Before the abruptness, a sharp cry of a bird pierced through the billowing smoke of the dense forest, while a sudden flare of fire erupted from the earth below, locking eyes with the fiery insect from a distance, as if two suns coexisted in the sky. This was the legendary golden sunbird, nearly a millennium old. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable soul beast. I had thought them to be extinct. Yin gazed into the distance at the soaring golden sunbird, its entire form resplendent in a golden hue, strikingly beautiful and dazzling. Its brilliant golden feathers clashed with a resonant sound, emanating wisps of golden flames. Yin recognized this as an exceedingly rare soul beast, the golden sunbird, a most peculiar avian soul beast. According to legend, one of the ancestors of avian soul beasts, the three-legged golden crow, has many descendants, and the golden sunbird is among them, possessing both gold and fire attributes and wielding an immensely powerful solar true fire. The golden sunbird ascended into the sky amidst the flames, yet at its appearance, the fiery insect also stirred. Centered around itself, it unleashed a myriad of brilliant rays, illuminating the entire sky into a splendid golden red world. Qian Renshue found her vision momentarily obscured by the blinding light and hurriedly closed her eyes, instinctively shielding Yin's eyes with her hand while adjusting her position. This power was the solar true fire. The insect also commanded the solar true fire, which explained its fixation on the golden sunbird, as it sought the source of solar true fire. After descending to a large tree with Yin, she carefully set him down and looked up, squinting to discern the scene above. Though the details were unclear, she could sense two flames, one large and one small, clashing closely together. The solar true fire. Could this soul beast be the solar insect? That seemed improbable. What was it doing in Douluo continent? Yin felt a stir within as Qin mentioned the solar true fire and began rummaging through his memories, finally recalling some relevant information. This type of soul beast had appeared in later installments of Douluo, known to be extraordinarily powerful. The soul beast, named solar insect, could absorb solar energy to enhance itself and wield solar, true, fire comparable to the most potent flames, harmonizing seamlessly with the solar martial spirit of the Sun-Moon Empire. More crucially, this should belong to the soul beast unique to the Sun-Moon continent. What could have brought it to Douluo? Chapter 57, Solar Gaze. The solar insect? Did you not claim to be unfamiliar with this soul beast? Qin could not help but glance at Yin as she heard his murmured thoughts. This little rascal was not being forthright. Moments ago, he asserted ignorance of this soul beast. Yet now he was able to name it. Yin explained, I am uncertain if this soul beast is indeed the solar insect. I merely encountered a description of it in an ancient tome, mentioning it as a pinnacle existence among insect-type soul beasts, wielding the power of solar true fire. Is that so? Does that ancient tome contain further accounts of the solar insect? What characteristics does this soul beast possess? What formidable soul skills does it have? Qin nodded, acknowledging Yan's assertion, then inquired further. She was quite enamored with this soul beast and had no intention of letting it slip away. To refine a soul ring and acquire soul skills, understanding the characteristics of the soul beast was paramount, ensuring a smoother resonance with her martial spirit and achieving her objectives. Yin pondered for a moment before responding. Records regarding the solar insect are scarce. The ancient tome I consulted mentioned only one powerful soul skill, solar gaze. This skill is a rare multi-capability attack technique, likely a range manipulation skill that can continuously gather solar energy and transform it, synergizing with light attribute soul skills, such as radiant light and solar divine light. Furthermore, it possesses considerable offensive power, complementing your angelic domain and compensating for its shortcomings in might. Now I understand. Qin eyes brightened upon hearing Yan's description, her determination to secure the solar insect intensifying. The skill called solar gaze that Yan described was indeed perfectly suited to her present needs, capable of enhancing her domain and soul skills, thereby directly augmenting her combat prowess. A 5,000-year-old solar insect would likely rival the strength of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, and with a nearly millennium-old golden sunbird nearby, it would be prudent not to act impulsively, waiting for them to weaken each other. Yin noticed a sword materializing in Qin hand, understanding that she was preparing to strike. However, he could not help but feel anxious. The two soul beasts were locked in fierce combat, and the best opportunity would arise when they reached their limits. Choosing to act now bore its own risks. Should either soul beast perceive a threat, they would likely instinctively join forces, leading to potential complications. The intelligence of these soul beasts was not negligible. They had already sensed their presence, making it far from simple to seize an opportunity. Qin shook her head and then released her martial spirit, spreading her wings to ascend slowly. Do not mistake a single victory over me as a true triumph, she declared. I have previously stated that even a soul king would not be my match, let alone mere soul beasts. With that, she soared into the sky, trailing golden flames, and charged towards the two colliding rays of sunlight. The battling soul beasts were taken by surprise at the sudden appearance of a third party, momentarily slow to react. As Qin closed in within 10 meters of them, they began to repel each other, seeking to assess the new threat, but she had already made her move. The ethereal silhouette of her angelic martial spirit emerged behind her, as radiant golden light and the spirit materialized simultaneously, unleashing the angelic domain. A powerful and divinely oppressive force sweeping forth. The golden halo expanded abruptly, creating circles of dazzling radiance in the air, causing the two soul beasts to react sluggishly, quickly becoming enveloped and suppressed by the angelic domain. The solar insect still possessed a flicker of resistance, but the battle-worn golden sunbird could only emit a feeble cry, feeling its power swiftly waning. Ding! Ding! The first and second soul rings of Qin illuminated simultaneously. Gathering golden light in her left fist, she struck out, sending the condensed golden light shield hurtling towards the golden sunbird, while the golden light in her right hand coalesced at the sword's edge. With a swift thrust, an overwhelming brilliance surged towards the solar insect. With a muffled thud, the golden sunbird was sent crashing away by the golden light shield, plummeting towards the ground, heading straight for Yan's position. Meanwhile, The solar insect, unwilling to succumb, rapidly flapped its wings, channeling its soul power, and unleashed a torrent of radiant beams that pushed back the light of the angelic domain, creating a resplendent domain of light. The blinding brilliance transformed everything around into a golden red hue, as a pillar of light connected heaven and earth, drawing down the solar power from above, converging into the solar true fire that relentlessly scorched the surroundings. The searing heat of the sun approached an extreme, even causing Qin Emperor to feel the pressure. Suddenly, the intense golden red light began to converge inward at an astonishing speed, compressing the accumulated solar energy. The entire golden red luminescence in the sky resembled a funnel, collapsing toward a single point. This was solar gaze? Indeed, a remarkably fearsome soul skill. Qin Emperor gazed at the increasingly profound and dazzling golden red radiance. At that moment, the intense heat made the air ripple like the surface of a disturbed pond, and such formidable power naturally stirred her heart greatly. No longer hesitating, she activated the angelic domain to its utmost potency, causing the light fluctuations from the solar worm to be affected. Ding! The third soul skill was instantly unleashed, and the violet glow of the Millennium Soul ring erupted with brilliance. A sharp whistle pierced the air as a golden line streaked across the sky, and Qin Emperor's figure reappeared 100 meters behind the solar worm. In the blink of an eye, she traversed that distance, her golden light cutting through all obstacles. With the formidable prowess of her Millennium Soul skill complemented by the support of the angelic domain, she successfully executed a lethal strike on the solar worm. Puff! The powerful solar worm fell silent, its body weakly plummeting downward, and the gathered solar energy erupted in a spectacular display, resembling a daytime fireworks show, yet causing little impact in the surrounding void. Yin had been closely observing the sky, witnessing Qin Emperor's effortless dispatch of the solar worm, and could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Had her previous victory been too easy? Did she hold back? Surely not. Furthermore, he still had his trump card. If they were to engage in another battle, he realized he had little confidence. Suddenly, he heard the sound of birdsong ringing in his ears. Turning to look, he saw a mass of golden light pinned to the ground, as the golden flame bird struggled under the golden glow, attempting to escape. Yin regarded the soul beast before him, a thought forming in his mind, as he stepped forward and brandished a sharp blade, disregarding the creature's plaintive cries, and swiftly ended its life with a single stroke. Chapter 58, Second Soul Skill. Whoosh! A fierce gust whistled behind Yin as Qin Emperor descended, cradling the solar worm's body, her gaze falling upon the golden flame bird that Yin had impaled, and she could not help but furrow her brow. You wish to absorb this golden flame bird as your second soul ring? Nonsense. Typically, a soul master can only absorb a second soul ring with a maximum age of around 750 years. Yet this one is at least 900 years old. Qin Emperor looked at Yin and could not resist advising him. Although your martial spirit is of high quality, allowing you to refine soul rings over 800 years, this golden flame bird's age is still too perilous for you. You should choose another soul beast. Zista Xuya. I appreciate your concern for me, but I want to give it a try. Yin shook his head, his gaze fixed upon the yellow soul ring with hints of purple that was slowly coalescing above the golden flame bird's body, determination gleaming in his eyes. Such a top-tier soul beast was rare and precious. If he missed this chance, he might never encounter another. While its age was somewhat daunting, he had confidence in his ability to endure it. To forego such a powerful soul ring due to fear would be a grave pity. Moreover, he was not without means. As he spoke, a jade vial appeared in his palm, within which a petal radiating golden light flickered. This petal was a rare, spiritual herb, the mystic heavenly chrysanthemum, gifted to him by the chrysanthemum Yue before he arrived at the offering hall. Though merely a petal born of a martial spirit, it possessed potent effects, capable of replenishing vitality and enhancing physical constitution. This enhancement would bolster a soul master's endurance, which was why Yin dared to risk absorbing the 900-year-old golden flame bird. Since you are so determined, I shall support you. Absorb its soul ring first, and I will safeguard you. Should you truly fail in the absorption, I will find a way to rescue you. Seeing Yan's insistence, Qin Emperor ultimately acquiesced, but she took it upon herself to protect him. With the resources of the offering hall at her disposal, even if Yin encountered backlash from failed absorption, she would be able to intervene, provided she acted swiftly. Thank you for your concern, Sister Schwer. Yin nodded and smiled at Qin Emperor. He then placed the petal under his tongue, seated himself cross-legged before the golden flame bird, took a deep breath, and extended his palm, calling forth the soul ring before him. The yellow ring, tinged with a hint of purple, seemed to have finally found its outlet, rushing toward Yan's hand. The rich golden light immediately enveloped his entire body. A torrential wave of heat surged within him, akin to searing flames, beginning to scorch his form. The golden flame bird's might dictated the soul ring's dominance. As the blazing energy entered Yan's body, it forcefully began to alter him. Under the powerful fluctuations of soul energy, Yan felt as though his body might explode, with muffled sounds echoing from various parts of him, and his garments were once again torn apart by the tumultuous soul power. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds emanating from Yan's body initially began as faint whispers, but soon grew increasingly frantic. His skin swelled and ultimately cracked, wisps of blood mist escaping his body amidst the cacophony, causing fluctuations in his breath. Qian Renxue stood nearby, eyes filled with concern as she observed Yan amidst the blood mist, ready to intervene at any moment to disrupt the absorption process and prevent any uncontrollable, fatal harm. Ugh! A groan escaped Yan's lips, and then a surge of golden light was swallowed into his abdomen, the power of the mystic heavenly chrysanthemum's petal instantly dissipating throughout his limbs, mending his injured body. In the midst of this relentless onslaught and repair, Yan endured the initial violent surge of the soul ring. The sound of cracking bones reverberated around him, each occurrence deepening Qian Renxue's anxiety. Buzz, buzz. After approximately an hour, Yan's condition stabilized. Golden light shimmered around him, threads of gold coursing through his being, his vitality surging and strengthening, and the outline of a soul ring began to faintly appear above his head. This boy seems to have made it through. He truly is impulsive. Qian Renxue felt a measure of relief as Yan's state stabilized, then glanced around before casually setting up several defensive light barriers. She settled down a short distance from him, utilizing her soul power to draw the soul ring of the 5,000-year-old solar worm onto herself. The 5,000-year-old solar worm's soul ring was successfully absorbed by Qian Renxue, and a deep purple light enveloped her entire being, rising in the form of radiant sunfire. With her formidable foundation, absorbing a mere 5,000-year soul ring posed no challenge at all. Whoosh! After an indeterminate amount of time, Yin exhaled deeply, his eyes slowly opening, a hint of golden red flickering within them. This sensation is delightful. Yin instinctively turned his head, perceiving a hazy vision before him, as if shrouded in a veil of white. After a moment, various sensations gradually returned to him, and with the awakening of his consciousness, the scenery around him became clearer. At this moment, his body felt indescribably comfortable, every cell within him rejoicing. He could feel the moisture of the earth and the gentle caress of the surrounding air. His senses had expanded exponentially, providing an entirely different experience. Golden red flames flickered around him, and two yellow soul rings danced rhythmically above and below him, the second yellow ring particularly striking, a radiant yellow infused with purple. What is this? Does the golden flame bird lack a soul bone? Yin gazed upon a mound of ashes, amidst which lay a knife entwined with several pale golden feathers. The body of the blazing golden bird had been incinerated almost entirely as he instinctively unleashed his martial soul, releasing his soul power. Yet, curiously, such a formidable soul beast had not yielded a soul bone. No, it seemed there was something slightly amiss. Yin sensed an unusual change within his own body, an itch adorned his back. He retrieved a mirror to inspect, only to discover a few golden lines appearing on his back, with nothing else remarkable to note. It appeared he had not been fortunate enough to acquire an external soul bone. Nevertheless, obtaining such a powerful soul ring was already a significant achievement, especially having refined the essence of the sun's true fire. Now, his flame should rival even the most extreme of fires. Yin felt little disappointment. The probability of lower-tier soul beasts yielding soul bones was inherently low. Since he had not reaped such a reward, he could only chalk it up to bad luck. He quickly calmed his thoughts and turned his attention to the flames he now commanded. With a flourish, he extended his palm, and a vibrant crimson gold flame erupted forth. Dancing vigorously, rays of sunlight were absorbed by this flame, rendering it increasingly brilliant and translucent, while the surrounding temperature escalated, causing the air to shimmer slightly. Chapter 59. Fragments of the Soul Guidance Device. Harnessing the power of the sun, this soul skill enhances the might of the flames and their range. When combined with my first soul skill, which amplifies strength, speed, and soul power, the cumulative effects could potentially double my combat prowess. As Yin reveled in the overwhelming strength of the golden red flames in his palm, a smile crept onto his lips, accompanied by the sound of 2 chimes. His 2 soul rings pulsated in harmony, and a surge of flames erupted from his body, wildly engulfing all directions. This sensation was truly delightful, standing beneath the blazing sun. It felt as though his soul power was nearly limitless. Flames surged around him, drawing in the countless energies of the sun above, continuously enhancing his fiery might in every conceivable aspect. It felt akin to stacking buffs, one red, one blue. Yin evaluated his two soul skills. Both enhancement-type abilities were incredibly potent, each harnessing the power of fire elements and light, thereby amplifying his attributes to their utmost limits. This multifaceted enhancement afforded a substantial boost to his combat strength. However, such amplifications bore their drawbacks. While the percentage increase expanded his attack range, he lacked long-range skills. Engaging with those adept at kite tactics could lead to significant setbacks. Of course, should such an opponent come within his grasp, their fate would surely be dire. Yet, Yin no longer fretted over such concerns. He had established sufficient background and support, allowing him the luxury of slow and steady development. There was no need to be overly concerned with transient combat power. By focusing on self-cultivation and growing to an adequate height, he could easily defer the acquisition of long-range skills until after attaining the fifth ring. Your two soul skills exhibit commendable enhancements. However, their initial power is somewhat lacking. To secure victory in combat, you must engage at close quarters. I had indeed been rather careless. A voice chimed in his ear. It was Qian Rinshua, who had completed the refinement of the Sunworm's soul ring and approached him, scrutinizing the fiery figure of the flame, sovereign martial soul. With a discerning gaze, Qian Rinshua noted Yan's reliance solely on amplification-type skills, rendering his early-stage ranged combat capabilities rather mundane. In their previous battle, she realized that maintaining a kite strategy would have guaranteed her a win, yet she had lost inexplicably. Now, reflecting upon it brought her considerable annoyance. Generally, soul skills of centuries age lose efficacy upon reaching the soul sage stage. With the formidable backing of the Spirit Hall, did she truly need to engage in combat? Yin turned to reply, and Qian Rinshua paused momentarily before smiling. His argument held merit. With the nurturing and protection of the Spirit Hall, he could overlook the shortcomings of his early-stage combat capabilities and need not engage in skirmishes to distinguish himself. Did the Sunworm also fail to yield a soul bone? Yin observed that the remnants of the Sunworm had also turned to ashes nearby, reaffirming the overwhelming nature of the sun's true fire. Qian Rinshua briefly explained that such insect-type soul beasts could only produce trunk and skull bones, both of which were exceedingly rare. However, she expressed no regret, as possessing such a powerful soul skill brought her immense joy. Moreover, she had no shortage of soul bones. "Dear lady, you may be well endowed, but I am not," Yin replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Naturally, Qian Rinshua lacked for soul bones, being the heir to the angel god and possessing a complete set of divine armor awaiting her inheritance. For Yin, having acquired the sun's true fire, the potential value of a soul bone from the Sunworm would have been considerable. Qian Rinshua playfully ruffled Yan's fiery red hair and continued, "By the way, while refining the soul ring of that soul beast, I received some intriguing information. Apparently, its lair is nearby. As soul masters refine soul rings, they often perceive fragments of information imbued with the soul beast's essence. However, the mention of the Sunworm's lair piqued Yan's interest. Many powerful soul beasts possess a penchant for hoarding treasures, and soul bones are notoriously difficult to consume and digest. There were indeed tales of treasure hunters discovering soul bones within the lairs of mighty soul beasts. Although the Sunworm was merely a 5,000-year-old soul beast, its possession of the sun's true fire would render its power superior to that of typical 10,000-year soul beasts. Its lair should harbor a wealth of valuable items. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yan's eyes as Qian Rinshua smiled brightly, effortlessly lifting him into the air. Suspended, Yin felt his dignity slipping away. Before he could flail his limbs, he was enveloped in her warm embrace. The Sunworm's lair was nestled between the craggy cliffs of a steep mountain, an expanded crevice that formed a rocky cave. Upon entering the cave, still imbued with a lingering warmth, Yin nearly gagged from the stench. Aside from a few water-type or highly intelligent soul beasts, the vast majority of soul beasts lack the habit of bathing or cleaning. Given their lengthy lifespans, the odors that accumulated over the years within this insect's lair were all too evident. Moreover, the Sunworm's inherent affinity for heat ensured that its lair was anything but cool. Envisioning a room thick with rancid odors and poor ventilation, Yin finally understood why the young lady had tossed him inside while she refrained from entering herself. Damn it, what a waste of my time. Just a pile of rocks. After exploring the cave for a while, Disappointment washed over Yin as he found none of the soul bones he had imagined, only a jumble of miscellaneous stones. Among them were a few that reacted to soul power, presumably valuable minerals, prompting a string of curses to escape his lips. He pinched his nose and began to gather his spoils, collecting everything that stood out against the cave's rocky backdrop. He prepared to stow all of his finds into his storage soul guidance device, buzzing, accompanied by a slight ripple of soul power. A multitude of items were almost entirely absorbed into the storage bracelet, save for a long, narrow stone that remained firmly in place. It appeared that it was a fragment of a soul guidance device, likely related to spatial functions, rendering it unable to be stored within the storage device. Yin crouched down and gently patted a long stone, roughly half his height, testing it with his palm as he infused his soul power. A faint blue-white glow began to emerge on the stone's surface, yet it remained chaotic and disjointed, failing to coalesce. Never mind, I'll take it back first. Yin was reluctant to linger any longer in the cavern. He bent down, grasped the stone, and exited the cave. However, instead of the warm embrace of a lady, he was met with an evil hand grasping the nape of his neck, hoisting him up like a mere chick and dragging him all the way, ultimately tossing him into a large pool for an enforced cleansing. Such a humiliation. Chapter 60. The Elder Hall Meeting. In the Hall of the Pope, in the martial soul city, 3 figures were seated at 3 distinct positions, leaving the only standing Hulaina feeling immense pressure. She cautiously glanced at the Pope Bibi Dong, who sat in the main seat, and the dashing Qian Renxue across from her, only to find her junior brother Yan before her to be a more comforting presence. Within the conference hall, the seating arrangement of Bibi Dong, Yin, and Qian Renxue formed an isosceles triangle, with Bibi Dong at the apex, while Yin and Qian Renxue occupied either side of the long table. The silence in the hall had persisted for a considerable duration. Bibi Dong's piercing gaze remained fixated on Qian Renxue's face, yet Qian Renxue met her stare without flinching, while Yin maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly detached from attention. Neither of the two could bring themselves to speak first, and the stifling atmosphere left the inexperienced Hulaina with a sensation of suffocation. Laina, you may step outside. Yin leaned back slightly, tilting his head to give the standing Hulaina an order. She exhaled quietly in relief, respectfully bowed to Bibi Dong, and quickly exited the conference hall. Once she had left, Hulaina let out a long sigh, her small hand pressed against her wildly beating heart, her back drenched in sweat. With Hulaina gone, only 3 individuals remained in the Pope's hall. Bibi Dong gradually rose and approached Qian Renxue. The latter maintained an expression of indifference, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Bibi Dong. A complex glimmer flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, and suddenly, her once formidable aura seemed to dissipate entirely. With a sigh, she remarked, "You are willing to come to the Pope's hall now, having finally abandoned that ludicrous infiltration plan, I presume?" Qian Renxue's eyes flickered as she coldly retorted, "The infiltration plan is my father's painstaking effort, and the Martial Soul Hall has invested significantly in it. To abandon it entirely is out of the question. However, I shall take responsibility for the subsequent plans, ensuring minimal use of the Martial Soul Hall's resources." Do you comprehend what you are saying? Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened once more, her hand, which loosely held the scepter, clenched tightly, unleashing a powerful aura that stirred a tempest of pressure within the hall. You will take responsibility? This is yet another notion from Qian Douluo. You are merely a 12-year-old child. What do you know of responsibility? It is truly laughable. Although Qian Renxue's face paled, she continued to hold her head high, maintaining eye contact with Bibi Dong. Her slender fingers pointed toward Yin, her clear voice resonating in the hall. "I do not believe my abilities are insufficient. If I'm still young, what of him? This, dear Pope, is to say that Sister Shui feels it would be a waste to discard all the resources that have been invested into the plan and intends to modify the subsequent strategy instead." Yin, initially an observer, found himself reluctantly drawn into the dispute between the 2 women. In such circumstances, he could only interject, specifically, there is no need to replace Shui Qinghe, but rather to position some personnel around him to gain his trust. While the Tiando royal family does not engage in lethal rivalries like the Xingluo royal family, internal strife is still rampant. With appropriate arrangements, the royal authority can be gradually weakened, which will be beneficial for future endeavors. Sister Shui is prepared to take on this minor task alongside her training. After hearing Yan's explanation, Bibi Dong remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qian Renxue, who equally met her stare without yielding. The 2 maintained their gaze for an extended period until Bibi Dong finally spoke softly. "Just ensure you do not fall behind in your training. You may leave." Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, clearly uncertain of how to interact with Qian Renxue. The once innocent Bibi Dong had perished long before her daughter's birth. No matter how much she cared for this girl before her, she could not help but recall the other half of her bloodline, the one who cast a shadow over her life. After Bibi Dong's words, Qian Rinxue did not engage in further dialogue. She merely rose and turned toward the hall's entrance. Thus, the first meeting between mother and daughter after a long separation ended on such an unhappy note. You may also leave. I wish to be alone. Bibi Dong appeared to have instantaneously lost all her strength, collapsing back into her chair. Yin attempted to say something, but she gestured for him to exit. With the vast conference hall now empty save for her, Bibi Dong could not help but lower her head, tears flowing uncontrollably down her face. Who could have imagined that this iron-willed pope possessed such a vulnerable side? The Elder Hall, the largest structure within the Pope's palace, epitomized the overwhelming power of the martial soul hall. Typically, only titled Douluos were permitted entry into the Elder Hall. However, certain special circumstances allowed for exceptions, and Yin was among those granted access. Upon entering the Elder Hall, his eyes were immediately drawn to the towering statue of an angel. Originally housed in the Martial Soul Worship Hall, the angel statue had been relocated to the Elder Hall of Martial Soul City, a condition agreed upon for cooperation with Douluo. The angelic legacy required a source of faith, and this Elder Hall was particularly suitable. As he entered, he noticed that only Qian Rinxue and Douluo were present, the latter seemingly comforting the former. When Qian Rinxue noticed him, her expression shifted slightly, and she left as he approached the angel statue. Great priest. Yin made no attempt to halt Qian Rinxue's departure. Instead, he moved directly before Douluo, bowing his head in respect. He was not there to cultivate feelings with the young lady, but rather had pressing matters to discuss. You have arrived. Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. Once Qian Rinxue had completely exited the hall, he continued the matters between Shuer and that pope. I cannot discern clearly what is happening. Do you have any good ideas? Great priest, these matters cannot be rushed. They must resolve their issues on their own. However, they are family, and over time, they will surely sense each other's care and emotions. I believe they will ultimately reconcile. Yin offered no constructive insights. In reality, there was no effective solution. Both women harbored grievances, and while staging a dramatic event to save a daughter might work, it would come off as too contrived. Moreover, the ongoing Cold War between Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong benefited Yin, allowing him to act as a bridge for communication and cultivate a deeper connection between them. Thus, he responded to Douluo with a degree of indifference. Douluo understood that letting nature take its course was the best approach and merely nodded. Alas, we can only wait for them. After a moment of silence, Yin spoke again. Great priest, I have come to discuss the upcoming Elder Hall meeting, and I hope to receive the full support of the Worship Hall. Chapter 61. The Discussion of the Sun. In the Grand Assembly Hall of the Elder Palace and Spirit Hall, an extraordinarily solemn meeting convened, poised to determine the fate of the Spirit Hall. The Elder Council represents the true apex of authority within the Spirit Hall. Even the Pope is subject to its constraints, though ultimately, it is the strength that governs all. Typically, the Elder Council convenes in the Assembly Hall, where the Pope and the ruling elders collectively deliberate on various matters. However, there are exceptional circumstances that necessitate a larger gathering, summoning all bishops, soul saints, and Douluos eligible to attend. This particular meeting is one such occasion. The relocation of the angelic statue from the offering hall to the Elder Palace in Spirit City signifies a momentous event for the Spirit Hall. Following the Pope's ascension, the various offerings remained silent, each faction harboring its own thoughts. Nevertheless, the newly appointed Pope Bibi Dong has demonstrated remarkable prowess. Within just over a year, she has managed to navigate the situation, stirring the ambitions of many. In the semicircular assembly hall, hundreds of figures were seated, all of whom represented the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall. Those present were either bishops governing territories or formidable soul saints of at least the seventh ring, or a combination of both. Soul saints are undoubtedly top-tier figures in the world of soul masters. Yet in this assembly, they found themselves occupying subordinate positions, with many displaying signs of restlessness. At that moment, the most captivating figures in the hall were those seated in the center. Pope Bibi Dong, without a doubt, occupied the foremost position, surveying the assembly, while the two seats flanking her remained unoccupied, symbolizing the positions of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, which have yet to be filled since Bibi Dong's ascension less than 2 years ago. Beneath the Pope's esteemed presence, 10 distinguished elders adorned in crimson robes were arranged in a circular formation, each exhibiting unique postures. The Douluo of the chrysanthemum held flowers. The Douluo of shadows concealed himself in obscurity, The Douluo of the magic bear meditated with closed eyes, while the Douluo of the ghost leopard meticulously groomed his nails. Each of these titans, standing atop the pinnacle of Douluo continent, harbored their own thoughts as they awaited the commencement of the meeting. Silence enveloped the hall. Observing that the assembly was nearly complete, Bibi Dong signaled to a few red-robed bishops to close the palace doors. With the soft thud of her scepter against her palm, a wave of soul power swept through the assembly hall, bringing all present, including those of various titles, to a hush, their gazes shifting upward to Bibi Dong. Today, I have summoned you all for a significant matter concerning our spirit hall, she began, her elegant voice resonating as she surveyed the room, her gaze settling on the 10 titled elders. My direct disciple, Yin, possesses exceptional talent and remarkable capabilities. I propose to confer upon him the title of Holy Son. Elders, do you have any objections? Upon the conclusion of Bibi Dong's declaration, an initial silence enveloped the hall, swiftly followed by a subtle murmur of astonishment. No one had anticipated such a weighty announcement at the outset of the meeting. The Spirit Hall is a vast entity spread across the Douluo continent, with branches established in every town and city, overseen by bishops akin to regional governors. The bishops, scattered across the land, rarely convened, and thus were often uninformed about developments within the headquarters. Many were unfamiliar with Yin, Bibi Dong as disciple, and questioned whether the conferral of the Holy Son title was not premature. The bishops and numerous high-ranking figures engaged in hushed discussions, while the 10 elders seated at the forefront displayed varied expressions. Your Excellency, an aged voice broke through the din, silencing the assembly. It was the Douluo of the ghost leopard who spoke, his tone deliberate. If my memory serves me correctly, your disciple has yet to reach the age of 8. The title of Holy Son is of great significance. Should we not deliberate further? The elder's words, though measured, sparked a wave of uproar throughout the hall. The notion of appointing a child under the age of 8 as Holy Son was met with incredulity. Bibi Dong, having not yet solidified her own position, seemed to be prematurely arranging the future. Whispers of impropriety circulated, questioning the nature of the relationship between the child and the Pope. It was absurd historically. The titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter were reserved for those who had undergone rigorous trials, with no successors younger than 16. The implications of crowning the youngest Holy Son would surely render the Spirit Hall a laughingstock. The murmurs of the assembly, laden with disbelief, echoed through the hall, as the concept of appointing a child so young was unprecedented in the Spirit Hall's storied history. The criteria for naming successors such as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter have always been exceedingly high. No previous pope had been below level 90. The last appointed successor was the Holy Daughter Bibi Dong herself, endowed with twin martial souls and bolstered by the unwavering support of the former pope, Qin Emperor, which solidified her position. Now, however, with the current pope having only held her office for a mere 2 years, without the consensus of the council to establish her credibility, the prospect of naming a child under 8 as her successor drew widespread skepticism. Though Yin is young, he attained his second soul ring a month ago, and his soul power has reached the 23rd rank. I firmly believe that, given his prodigious talent, becoming a titled Douluo is merely the beginning of his journey. Bibi Dong reiterated, presenting irrefutable data, which overshadowed all present, even those who once held remarkable promise like herself. Indeed, your disciple's talent is commendable, another titled Douluo interjected. But is it not premature to bestow upon him the title of Holy Son? Traditionally, both Holy Son and Holy Daughter must undergo trials to gain recognition before being confirmed as successors. Surely the recognition of the offering hall suffices. Came a frail voice from a different direction, drawing the attention of many as 3 figures approached. The central figure appeared diminutive, seemingly no older than 7 or 8. And without a doubt, he was the focal point of the day. Chapter 62. Sword pointing at the Heaven Doe. In the vast grand assembly hall of the Elder Palace in Spirit City, Yin strode with composure, flanked by 2 elderly figures who lagged slightly behind. Their restrained, yet formidable presence evoking awe. These 2 elders, their hair and beards white as snow, emanated an air of authority despite their age. Appearing to be at least in their 80s, their striking resemblance suggested they were brothers, both attired identically in golden robes, distinct from the black of the Douluos and the red of ordinary titled Douluos. Upon their golden robes, each adorned with intricate embroidery of golden dragons coiling around the dragon staff, these 2 individuals displayed the embodiment of their martial souls. The golden attire and silver embellishments signified their esteemed status as revered offerings within the Hall of Martial Souls. Over the years, The Hall of Martial Souls has cultivated a profound legacy that no other Soul Master sect can rival, boasting more than a dozen elders of the title Douluo rank, with even greater powers residing among the offerings within the hall. The offerings of the hall are elevated from the ranks of the elders, with the criteria for such advancement being both straightforward and immensely challenging. One must break through to the 95th level, possessing at least a soul power of 96 to qualify as an offering. Upon achieving this status, one enjoys an unparalleled position within the hall, often disregarding the commands of the Pope, instead heeding only the directives of the Grand Offering. They seldom make their presence known unless absolutely necessary, dedicating themselves to silent cultivation within the hall. However, their emergence signifies that significant events are afoot within the Hall of Martial Souls. Within the Grand Assembly Hall, numerous high-ranking officials of the hall, including 10 titled Douluo elders, sat with upright postures, their bodies rigidly attentive. Yin's unexpected arrival alongside the two offerings not only demonstrated the offering's endorsement of the newly appointed Saint San, but also heralded the impending occurrence of momentous events that warranted their involvement. With the offering's recognition, the matter of the Saint San's enthronement could hardly be opposed by the elders. Yin, standing in the esteemed position of the Saint San, surveyed the powerful figures below him, relishing the sensation of authority akin to that of a ruler. After scanning the assembly, he continued, "I shall now propose my inaugural motion within the Elder Hall." The former pope met his demise at the hands of Tang Hao of the Haotian sect, and subsequent to this, the Haotian sect has engaged in numerous conflicts with our hall. Recently, word has reached us that the current leader of the Haotian sect is gravely ill. I propose that we direct our swords towards Tiando and launch an offensive against the Haotian sect. A deafening silence enveloped the Grand Assembly Hall following Yan's proclamation, the stillness lingering for an extended duration. The high-ranking officials and the 10 elders had anticipated that Yin's first proposal would be anything but ordinary. Yet they were unprepared for such an audacious suggestion, which justified the involvement of the offerings. Among the 10 titled Douluo, some instinctively glanced towards the two offerings, their expressions inscrutable, yet their understanding was clear. This proposal stemmed from the will of the offerings. The two offerings, wielding the dragon staff martial soul, were brothers, one known as titled Douluo Qianjun and the other as titled Douluo Jiama, though they occupied the lowest ranks within the offerings. This did not imply that their strength was the weakest. Individually, they were merely ordinary titled Douluo at the 96th level, yet together, even the Grand Offering Qian Daolu would find them formidable. Approaching the century mark in age, these twin brothers shared a profound bond, having collaborated for over 80 years. Their combined might signify the unwavering resolve of the offerings. Currently, the Haotian sect was in a state of decline, with its leaders suffering from hidden injuries and insufficient combat prowess. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had only recently reached breakthroughs, rendering their strength limited. As for their elusive limit Douluo, he had long been absent from the scene. Furthermore, the Hall of Martial Souls was not devoid of limit Douluo. The Haotian sect, having risen to prominence under Tang Chen's leadership, once commanded the allegiance of over 10,000 soul masters and allied with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and other prominent sects, presenting a formidable challenge to the Hall of Martial Souls. However, since Tang Chen's retirement 50 years ago and the subsequent weakening of the current leader due to hidden injuries, the Haotian sect had lost its former glory. Nearly 3 years prior, the death of Qian Xuanji had ignited conflicts between the Haotian sect and the hall, resulting in the death of one soul Douluo and severe injuries to another from the Haotian sect. Following these events, the Haotian sect had been retracting its influence, with reports emerging that their forces had begun to withdraw from Tiando City, and there were whispers of their intention to retreat into seclusion, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. I support the Saint San's proposal. The Haotian sect has provoked the Hall of Martial Souls countless times over the years. It is indeed time to retaliate, asserted one individual after a prolonged silence. Rising to his feet, it was the Jew Douluo Yuewan, a prominent figure among the 10 elders. He could contend with the offerings, even utilizing his martial soul fusion technique alongside the ghost Douluo Mei against Qianjun and Jiangma. Yueguan's words resonated with many within the Hall of Martial Souls, as the offerings and the Pope had reached a consensus, leading to a chorus of voices advocating for an assault on the Haotian sect. The rise of the Haotian sect in recent years had diminished the Hall's influence in the world of soul masters, particularly following the alliance of the 7 major sects, which had gained the capacity to sway nearly half of the soul master community, standing in defiance against the Hall of Martial Souls. a situation that many high-ranking officials found intolerable. The Hall of Martial Souls had solidified its status as a sanctuary for soul masters through the tireless efforts of its administrators, who traveled to every village on the continent to conduct free martial soul awakening ceremonies and nurture lower-tier soul masters with subsidies. Such initiatives earned them their current standing. In contrast, the Haotian sect relied solely on the prowess of their leader. Their influence was derived from collusion with the two great empires, exerting pressure from both imperial and sectarian fronts, a betrayal of the soul master hierarchy in the eyes of the Hall of Martial Souls. Chapter 63. Proposing Military Strategy for the March to Tiando. The rise and expansion of the Haotian sect and the seven major sects can be attributed both to the Hall of Martial Souls' own shortcomings and the covert support of the two great empires. Prior to Tang San's ascension, the Hall of Martial Souls had been the preeminent force in the realm of soul masters. Although the aristocracy of the two empires wielded significant influence among commoners and lower-tier soul masters, they lacked high-ranking soul masters, particularly titled Douluo, to assert their dominance among the elite. During that time, the Hall of Martial Souls was not at its zenith either. Many of the offerings within the hall had aged significantly, with the most formidable among them being the youngest offering, the poisoned Douluo, who presided over the titled Douluo ceremony for Qin Emperor. At that juncture, Qin Emperor was merely at the 97th level. Nonetheless, the Hall of Martial Souls reigned supreme in the realm of soul masters, attracting many powerful titles eager to join. However, following the ascension of Douluo and Tang San, the latter emerged as the world's strongest, brandishing the formidable Haotian hammer, a weapon so powerful that even the invincible Douluo could not withstand its might upon the earth. Thus, Tang San was exalted as the unrivaled champion, and the Haotian sect ascended to the status of the foremost sect in the world. Tang San ascended to the pinnacle of power, naturally garnering immense prestige among the high-ranking soul masters. At that time, numerous voices within the soul master community opposed the Soul Hall's monopolistic authority, leading to a coalition of the seven great sects, supported by two great empires, to resist the Soul Hall. In truth, were it not for the substantial backing of the aristocratic elite from these two empires, the seven great sects alone would scarcely have been able to contend with the Soul Hall. Their actions were, in essence, a form of betrayal to the Spirit Master Society. Previously, Spirit Masters held a sense of transcendence over the nobility, but once the many Spirit Masters, spearheaded by the seven great sects, accepted the titles of nobility bestowed by the two great empires, it diminished their stature, allowing the aristocratic powers to infiltrate the Spirit Master realm and significantly diminishing the influence of the Soul Hall. The emergence of the seven great sects profoundly affected many high-ranking officials within the Soul Hall. Originally, the two empires wielded divine right, and the various branches of the Soul Hall held considerable sway in cities across the land. Over the years, however, the Soul Hall found itself increasingly constrained by local aristocrats, a situation that had long sparked discontent among the powerful within the Soul Hall. Thus, the Pope issued a decree. Troops were to march from the Heavenly Do Empire to attack the Haotian sect, seeking vengeance for the former Pope. Former Pope Qin Emperor still had a loyal following, and after Yan's proposal received widespread agreement, an elder rose to speak, with the assembly echoing in support. Saint Sun, since this matter has been proposed by you, it is only fitting that you take charge of the arrangements. Bibi Dong instructed Yan, her tone indifferent, although she did not oppose the idea of attacking the Haotian sect. Thoughts of Qin Emperor left her conflicted. Nevertheless, as Qin Emperor had been her mentor, seeking revenge for him was only natural. She could not afford to reveal any hint of discontent. With the Pope's order, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Yin proclaimed from his exalted position as Saint Sun, surveying the assembly of spirit masters below, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Elder Tuoba, please select 3,000 elite spirit masters from the Guardian Knight Corps, and draw 100 elites each from the Guardian Angel Legion and the Holy Dragon Legion. Elder Yuegwan, Elder Gue Mei, and the two esteemed supporters will accompany me. Ensure that the logistics are well prepared throughout the Heavenly Do Empire. This campaign shall be victorious. As Yan's words resonated, 3 of the 10 titled elders stood, including the familiar Gue Mei and Ju Yuan, alongside the Holy Dragon Da, Tuoba Shi, who commanded the Holy Dragon Legion. The Guardian Angel Legion and the Holy Dragon Legion of the Soul Hall were elite formations, destined to become the trump cards of the Soul Empire. The Holy Dragon Legion, as the name suggests, had deep ties to the white-armored Earth Dragon clan, comprising primarily defensive spirit masters, known as the Shield of Wuan. Conversely, The Angel Legion was formed of flying-type spirit masters, hailed as the Sword of Wuhuan, led by the divine beings of flight. With Yan's command echoing through the Grand Assembly Hall, the high-ranking officials of the Soul Hall received their orders, and this colossal entity spread across the continent began to mobilize. Such conspicuous maneuvers inevitably attracted the attention of the continent's foremost powers, particularly the 7 great sects and the 2 great empires. At the northwestern entrance of Seoul City, a formidable army of spirit masters marched towards the heavenly Do Empire, while atop the city walls stood a solitary figure, gazing intently at the retreating troops. Bibi Dong, draped in the papal robes, suddenly turned her head and remarked, "Why did you consent to his assault on the Haotian sect? Are you not afraid that the former Haotian Douluo will rise again? No mere demon subjugation and 1,000 Jun can withstand that formidable 9-9 level great Sumera hammer." A long sigh escaped her lips as Qian Douluo appeared atop the walls, his expression notably complex. It is merely a child's folly. Even if Tang San were to truly emerge, he would not pose a threat to him. Are you so certain? Bibi Dong's tone turned frosty. You are ever so confident, convinced you cannot misjudge anyone. Yet what has been the outcome? Qian Douluo shook his head, sighing once more. Schwer cares for him more than you do. An old man, should also take some action. As he spoke, his form transformed into a speck of light, gradually dissipating into the vastness of the heavens. Bibi Dong watched Qian Douluo's vanishing silhouette, her expression darkening as she clenched her fists. You'd better not err, or neither the Soul Hall nor the Haotian sect will need to exist anymore. With that, she swept away, perplexed by the emotions stirring within her. She could hardly fathom why she felt such a way toward the child she had known for less than a year. One who was undeniably more clever than endearing. Nana was far more charming. Yet, she found herself confiding in that child, who always provided satisfactory counsel. Perhaps it had become a habit. Near 100 miles east of Heavenly Do City, at the main gate of an expansive fortress complex, the words Haotian sect carried significant weight. However, on this overcast night, even in the depths of night, the disciples of the Haotian sect patrolled diligently, their weariness overshadowed by a palpable sense of dread, as if calamity loomed near. This atmosphere of unease enveloped the entire Haotian sect, not just the patrolling disciples. The entire sect was ablaze with lights, and the discussion hall remained illuminated through the night, as they had received dire news and were embroiled in fervent debate regarding their impending fate. Chapter 64, The Haotian Council. Sect Master, esteemed elders, our covert channels have relayed the latest intelligence. The newly appointed Saint Son of the Soul Hall commands an army of 3,000 spirit masters advancing towards our Haotian sect, and the forces of the Soul Hall near Heavenly Do City are mobilizing. Their preparations are likely to number in the tens of thousands. A middle-aged spirit master entered the assembly hall to report the situation, immediately stirring a tempest of reaction, igniting an even more intense uproar within the hall. At this moment, the assembly hall housed at least 30 individuals, most standing, while at the center, 5 elderly men with silver hair engaged in a heated discussion, and one elder leaned weakly to the side, unable to speak. The elder in the main seat observed the grim situation, and behind him stood a towering figure. This man, exceeding 2 meters in height, bore a robust physique, with a face chiseled like stone and gray hair cropped short, clad in simple gray attire. Yet his presence exuded an overwhelming stature. One of the 5 elders embroiled in the heated debate spoke up, Saint Son? When did the Soul Hall acquire a new Saint Son? The spirit master, who had been reporting, obviously possessed extensive information and quickly responded, Elder, according to our investigations. This newly appointed Saint Son of the Soul Hall is the direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong, having been accepted mere months ago. Though he is but 8 years old, he has already acquired a second spirit ring. His first proposal as Saint Son was to launch an assault on our Haotian sect, and the Soul Hall is coming at us with formidable strength. This spirit master had commendable intelligence-gathering skills, yet the extent of his knowledge was limited to the information disseminated by the Soul Hall. Details regarding the number of elite forces mobilized or the strength deployed would remain undiscoverable in the short term. The Spirit Hall has indeed regressed, astonishingly appointing a mere 7-year-old child to a position of significance. It is nothing short of ludicrous, utterly absurd. One of the 5 elders let out a cold snort before speaking, with the others readily echoing his sentiments. It was evident that they were the type of rigid traditionalists, disinclined to have their authority challenged by the youth. These 5 elders, appearing to be well over 80, were nonetheless spirited and robust, their faces aglow with vitality. Among them, at the head of the assembly, was another elder whose pallid complexion hardly suggested good health. Cough, cough. The elder's fit of coughing immediately drew the concern of many present. Elder brother, are you unwell? Great elder, is all well? You should exert yourself less, esteemed elder. Not only the elders seated at the main table, but also the numerous others standing were deeply concerned for this elder. He was the grand elder of the Qin sect, who had become the de facto leader of the sect after the current sect master's combat prowess was compromised due to injury. Supporting the vast sect for nearly a decade, the Qin sect is known for its strict regulations, particularly among the older generation of elders who are predominantly principled. As powerful attack-type soul masters, they revere strength and obey only the mighty. In the Qin sect, they have always favored brute force over diplomacy. Since the disappearance of the former Douluo Tang San and the current sect master's semi-retirement due to injury, the authority of the sect master's lineage has suffered greatly, leading many elders to harbor discontent. Thus, after sustaining significant losses from the incursions of the Spirit Hall, the elders' resentment towards the sect master's lineage has intensified. The Spirit Hall's recent actions, cough cough, are aggressive. We must unite and heed the sect master's arrangements, cough cough, rather than creating chaos among ourselves. The Grand Elder retained a semblance of authority, and his words held some weight, leading many elders and several soul saints to fall silent. Since the death of the previous pope of the Spirit Hall, who was gravely injured by Tang Hao, the subsequent pope, Bibi Dong, lacked sufficient authority to restrain the die-hard loyalists of her predecessor. This failure resulted in a fervent assault on the Qin sect, igniting the first great conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Qin sect. In this battle, the Spirit Hall incurred numerous casualties among high-ranking soul masters and elite soul masters alike. Although the Qin sect emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory, suffering nearly 1,000 casualties among its elite forces, with the 6 elders among them losing their lives, the Grand Elder severely injured, and the 7th Elder mourning the loss of a son, while the remaining elders each bore injuries or losses of kin. In this conflict, instigated by the sect master's son Tang Hao, the sect master's lineage faced no losses. The current sect master was in seclusion at the time. His daughter Tang Yuehua was in Tianshui City, and his eldest son Tang Xiao returned only after the incident, while the youngest son Tang Hao remains unaccounted for. The stark contrast in outcomes only fueled the bitterness, as many resented the sect master's lineage for suffering no losses while their ranks were devastated. Furthermore, after Tang Xiao's return, he repeatedly defended Tang Hao, stating that his younger brother bore no fault, which many found intolerable. Sect Master, the Grand Elder, softly called out, and the elder in the primary seat slowly opened his eyes. The former continued, "Make a decision. Should we unite with the 6 major sects and secure the support of the Tiando Empire to confront the Spirit Hall directly, which would necessitate retreating into Tianshui City? Or shall we forfeit the battle and withdraw, though to evade the Spirit Hall's pursuit would require returning to the founding site of the sect, all while considering whether the Spirit Hall would adhere to the agreements established by Qin Douluo in the past?" Cough, cough. The Grand Elder's remarks ultimately concluded amidst his coughing, and the gazes of the elders fell upon the visibly unwell sect master. Behind him stood the silver-haired middle-aged man, his eldest son Tang Xiao, who was also watching his father intently. Sigh. Ultimately, it is my failure in raising my son that has led us to this predicament. The sect master of Qin sighed deeply, his words chilling Tang Xiao's heart. Elders, please prepare the direct and collateral disciples. Should circumstances turn dire, we shall retreat to the founding site, and a message shall be dispatched to expel that rebellious son from the sect. Father, how can you say such a thing? Tang Xiao could no longer contain himself, a fierce aura emanating from him. This dispute was instigated by the Spirit Hall. It was Qin Shuanji who led the assault to capture Yin, which led to Tang Hao's conflict and subsequent injury. Although Qin Shuanji is now deceased, Yin is your daughter-in-law, carrying your grandchild. How can you act thus? Just because the Spirit Hall dispatched a few soul masters, must the Qin sect cower? Is this how we uphold our status as the foremost sect in the world? Tang Xiao, do you think this is your place to speak? An elder abruptly rose, his voice raised in anger. Tang Hao acted thoughtlessly, uniting with a soul beast to produce a progeny, thereby igniting a direct confrontation with the Spirit Hall and causing the deaths of so many disciples, including the 6th elder. If not for his lack of foresight, this situation would not have arisen. To speak in defense of that soul beast, are you implying that you too? Enough, Elder 7, cough, cough, cough. The words of the 7th elder became increasingly caustic, prompting the Grand Elder to admonish him sharply, nearly causing him to choke amidst his own coughing fit, rendering him even weaker. Chapter 65, Reactions from All Sides. 7th Elder, Do you not possess any sense of decorum? The Grand Elder's rebuke was clear. Yet the implications of the seventh Elder's words had already been laid bare. Feeling insulted, Tang Xiao's fury surged forth, his overwhelming presence crashing upon the seventh elder, who staggered back, feeling the force of the tempest. Although Tang Xiao was merely a second-generation member of the sect, he was the most powerful among those present. During the tumultuous events involving Tang Hao and Ayin, he had been sequestered in seclusion, striving to break through to the rank of title Douluo, and thus had been unable to assist Tang Hao. By the time he arrived at the scene of the conflict, it was already too late. He had wandered in confusion for quite a while, before learning of the war between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, returning only to find devastation. The elders harbored resentment toward the sect master's lineage, and naturally, they were not kind to Tang Xiao. However, when the seventh elder insulted his relationship with Ayin, Tang Xiao could no longer suppress his anger. Ayin represented a cherished memory for him, the unattainable woman who ultimately became his sister-in-law. During their travels, both he and Tang Hao had fallen for her, but she chose the latter, prompting his departure. Following this, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, striving to break through to title Douluo. Heaven knows how he felt when he received the news of the conflict. Now, faced with the seventh elder's humiliation, how could he endure it? Enough. Do you not see me as your father? Do you presume that having achieved the rank of title Douluo, you can take command of the Haotian sect? Before Tang Xiao could finish speaking, a furious voice erupted nearby, his father rising abruptly, scolding him, causing Tang Xiao to hastily lower his head in submission. Sect Master, esteemed elders. At that moment, another agile soul master entered, bowing as he reported. The Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect have each brought over 1,000 soul masters, and the Tiando royal family has also dispatched envoys, all awaiting outside the castle. Father, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the royal envoys have all arrived. If we unite with them, we can certainly repel the Spirit Hall's invasion this time. Upon hearing this news, Tang Xiao's eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope. His heart brimmed with indignation towards the Spirit Hall. As his friend was on the verge of breaking through to a title Douluo, his inflated pride led him to dismiss his father's decision. At this moment, the Grand Elder also spoke up, addressing the sect leader, urging for a prompt decision. With the support of the two major sects and the Tiando imperial family, we indeed possess the capability to triumph in this battle. It is a matter of war or peace. The numerous elders and senior members of the Haotian sect fell silent, all eyes turning towards the sect leader. Their prior uncertainty stemmed from concerns that such a conflict would lack support from other factions, making it difficult to engage the Spirit Hall in battle. However, the proactive assistance from these influential powers now ignited a glimmer of hope within them. Alas, the sect leader of Haotian let out a long sigh. With the backing of the two major sects and the imperial family, we could indeed repel this assault from the Spirit Hall. But what comes after? The loss of Qin Xuanji, the son of Qin Douluo, is at stake. Will he truly remain idle? If Qin Douluo intervenes, who among us can stand against a 99th level title Douluo? The Haotian sect is no longer the formidable entity it once was, without my father's presence. We cannot withstand the Spirit Hall, even with the alliance of multiple forces. Their willingness to aid us stems from the belief that my father still stands with us, providing a chance to oppose Qin Douluo. Yet, should a fierce conflict erupt, and Qin Douluo appears while my father does not, we in the Haotian sect would be powerless against him. What then shall we do? Can we bear the consequences? If the Spirit Hall and various factions engage in chaos resulting in Qin Douluo's emergence, the heavy losses would inevitably fall upon the Haotian sect. The atmosphere in the hall fell into a heavy silence. Even Tang Xiao refrained from speaking. The sect leader sighed once more and then spoke solemnly. Elders, prepare the soul masters from both the direct and collateral lines. As for the envoys from the two major sects and the imperial family, kindly decline their assistance. Inform them that this matter will be handled solely by the Haotian sect, without any external aid. Understood. Among the 5 surviving elders, an elder with long eyebrows bowed first in compliance. He was the second elder, taking charge of the elder hall's affairs in the absence of the heavily injured grand elder. Outside the Haotian sect's castle, 2 factions of over 1,000 individuals each were resting. Although both had come to support the Haotian sect, the temperament of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was notoriously difficult, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which valued harmony, did not enjoy a particularly good rapport with them. This discord primarily stemmed from grievances dating back to the initial ranking of the 7 sects, where the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which revered strength, felt aggrieved by the placement of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, predominantly composed of auxiliary soul masters. Ahead of them, during the establishment of rankings, the current leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Engine, was defeated by the seven-killing Sword Shun Exine. Thus the latter took precedence. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect remained resentful, believing that the seven-treasure glazed tile sect had gained their position through irregular means, winning through assistance rather than strength. Consequently, despite both being within the upper three sects, their relationship remained strained. Among the ranks of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect stood the newly appointed leader, Ning Fengji, clad in battle attire. With a visage as refined as jade and an air of gentle elegance, he appeared to be in his 30s. Though typically mild-mannered, his expression was currently grave. Beside him stood two distinguished elderly figures, one bore an appearance reminiscent of a youthful child, exuding an almost imperceptible aura of menace, while the other appeared gaunt, resembling a skeletal figure, with an even more pronounced formidable presence. At that moment, a soul master approached and bowed before the three. Sect leader, the Haotian sect has responded, stating they will manage the situation independently and require no assistance. Furthermore, their message to the Imperial envoys and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is the same. What is the Haotian sect truly contemplating? Ning Fengji's face reflected astonishment, as he felt he may have made an erroneous decision. Just then, another soul master arrived to report. Sect leader, the royal envoy, Prince Xuesheng, has arrived. Ning Fengji instructed his subordinates to escort the royal envoy over. Before long, a middle-aged man in splendid attire appeared. Though of average height and possessing a dignified countenance, his somewhat small eyes detracted from the overall impression. Upon meeting Ning Fengji, he hastily clasped his fists in greeting. Ning Fengji spoke directly. Prince Xuesheng, you must have received the Haotian sect's response as well. Prince Xuesheng shook his head. Indeed, but I cannot fathom what the Haotian sect is thinking. Ning Fengji sighed deeply. They refuse to accept assistance. In that case, we can only act according to the circumstances. This exchange led to a shared glance between the leaders of the two factions, both feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, a middle-aged man exhibited a similarly troubled expression, torn between the desire to leave with his team and the inability to make that decision. Chapter 66. The tigers roar as 3,000 tread upon Haotian. 120 miles outside of Tiando City, a vast assembly of soul masters had gathered, with Yen at the helm, riding a swift steed amidst the throng. Their army was now merely 20 miles from the Haotian sect. Reporting to the Holy Sun, we have observed soul master teams from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, and the Imperial family outside the Haotian sect, numbering approximately 2,000. The Spirit Hall in Tiando City has also relayed that the Imperial Guard has assembled outside the city. A flying soul master descended onto a jostling carriage and then urged a swift horse to Yan's side, delivering the latest updates. The flying soul master's report was heard not only by Yan, but also resonated clearly among the many high-ranking powers of the Spirit Hall, all eyes converging upon Yan. Do not concern yourselves with them. As long as they do not obstruct our advance or hinder the army's movements, we shall ignore them and proceed at full speed. I want us to reach the Haotian sect within an hour. Yin issued the command casually. It was entirely expected for the Tiando Empire and the two major sects to react, given their proximity to the Haotian sect and their shared interests. Yet, Yin was resolute that the Haotian sect would inevitably yield, dismissing these forces entirely. With Yan's orders disseminated, over 3,000 soul masters, wearied from their long journey, quickened their pace, while additional forces from the Spirit Hall nearby converged, gradually encircling the Haotian sect. This development was not lost on the major factions closely monitoring the situation. As morning sunlight bathed the earth within the heavily fortified Haotian sect, numerous disciples, having gone several nights without proper rest, were in less than optimal condition. The warm rays of sunshine added a touch of warmth, prompting them to instinctively shake off the fatigue and bask in the light. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm echoed clearly. With this warning, the entire Haotian sect sprang into action. Countless soul masters, including many high-ranking members within the conference hall, rushed to the battlements, while the soul masters stationed outside from the two major sects took up a vigilant stance. As the sun climbed to its zenith, those positioned west of the Haotian sect finally discerned the horizon, where a formidable army loomed darkly, a sight both imposing and fierce. Thousands of soul masters rode their mounts, a multitude of powerful auras converging into a singular force, sweeping across the land with an overwhelming momentum. Their numbers were at least 3,000, all elite soul masters. each at least of the third ring Soul Master level. This battalion belongs to the Spirit Hall, comprising the elite Knight Corps of 3,000 formidable warriors. And this is merely the beginning. On both the southern and northern flanks of the castle, thousands of Soul Masters have emerged. Although they may not match the prowess of these 3,000 elite soldiers, their sheer numbers, exceeding 10,000, undoubtedly impose immense pressure upon the members of the Haotian sect. Not only the Haotian sect, but the Soul Masters dispatched from the two major sects for support, as well as the elite Soul Masters sent by the Tindo royal family, now find themselves encircled, each one on high alert, fearing that the Spirit Hall might eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Beneath the warm sunlight, the 3,000 elite warriors of the Spirit Hall array themselves outside the Haotian sect with impeccable order and a grandeur that stirs unease among the weary members of the Haotian sect. Each Soul Master from the Haotian sect finds themselves discreetly swallowing their apprehension, as if facing a formidable enemy. The frontline warriors stand as rigid as statues, their hearts gripped by fear. Their trepidation is not unfounded. The force mobilized by the Spirit Hall is indeed terrifying, with at least 10,000 Soul Masters, each possessing the second ring of power. These individuals could easily contend against 100 foes on the battlefield, and wiping out an army of 100,000 would not pose a significant challenge. In contrast, during its prime, the Haotian sect could muster over 10,000 Soul Masters. Yet since the retirement of the previous Haotian Da, Tang San, 30 years ago, the sect has been on a downward trajectory. After the recent death of Qin Emperor, they have engaged in numerous conflicts with the Spirit Hall, and now, counting both direct descendants and numerous affiliated Soul Master factions, the Haotian sect can barely field 5,000 Soul Masters. "Brother, the white-armored Earth Dragon clan has also arrived," remarked Yu Engine, clad in black and blue dragon armor, as he pointed at the conspicuous members of the Sacred Dragon Legion within the Spirit Hall's ranks. The Spirit Hall clearly stated in the past that the white-armored Earth Dragon clan was not to set foot in Tindo. This is a provocation to our Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Yu Engine, known as the Thunder Douluo, wore a grim expression. Having sensed at least 3 presences among the 3,000 elite warriors of the Spirit Hall that rivaled his own strength, one of which he recognized as their longtime adversary. The white-armored Earth Dragon clan. On the Douluo continent, Soul Masters with dragon bloodline spirit abilities are often formidable. And the two largest families are the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the white-armored Earth Dragon clan. While the former is undoubtedly stronger, the latter boasts a vast number of members, allowing them to compete with the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. These two clans share a long-standing enmity. Had it not been for the protection of the Spirit Hall, the Blue Lightning Overlord sect would have long since subdued and annihilated the white-armored Earth Dragon clan. Meeting once again, their rivalry is palpable. The power of the Spirit Hall is profoundly intimidating. Among the ranks of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Prince Xueshing, beside Ning Fengji, gazed at the disciplined formation of the Spirit Hall's army, his expression growing grave. As the leader of the troops, he understood better than anyone the terrifying lethality of such an orderly force, especially considering they were all Soul Masters. Furthermore, this might not even represent the full extent of the Spirit Hall's strength. Ning Fengji, the newly appointed leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, felt his previous confidence wane. He had believed that the gap between the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall, while present, would not be insurmountable. The harsh reality had now revealed itself. The disparity between them was at least tenfold. Ning Fengji's calculations were not erroneous. The Spirit Halls might indeed surpass that of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School by a factor of 10. In the later stages of the original narrative, the Spirit Empire engaged in warfare with the 2 major empires, preparing no fewer than 5,000 Soul Masters to suppress their territory, while deploying 50,000 Soul Masters of the Third Ring and above to form an army for battle. These Soul Masters, each capable of contending against 100 foes, would have rendered the 2 million ordinary troops dispatched by the 2 major empires nothing more than fodder. Had it not been for the intervention of the plot, the 3,000 Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall arrayed themselves outside the western gate of the Haotian sect, flanked by the elite Sacred Dragon and Angel Legions, as several figures emerged at the forefront of the formation. Yen, under the protection of numerous powerful figures from the Spirit Hall, stepped forward and addressed the castle. "I am Yen, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. I implore the sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang, to step forth and converse." His tone was tranquil, yet imbued with a commanding presence that resonated throughout the battlefield, amplifying the pressure felt by the Haotian sect. "What business does the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall have with my Haotian sect?" Tang Xiao, standing beside the sect master, could not restrain himself from speaking, his voice echoing with formidable soul power across a 10-mile radius. The Haotian twin stars live up to their reputation. Tang Hao Dit Ba Qian Sunzi. And although Tang Zhao's innate talent may be somewhat inferior, he too has broken through to the rank of title Douluo. I wonder when my Blue Lightning Overlord sect will witness such splendor. Tang Zhao's declaration instantly shifted the perceptions of many factions present towards the Haotian sect. Among the ranks of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, Yu Yuanjin wore an expression of awe, his eyes betraying envy. A title Douluo. Who would have thought that the Haotian sect would produce yet another title powerhouse? Truly, the #1 sect in the world lives up to its name. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School also displayed a look of envy, though his own talent was not lacking. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile spirit had suffered a flaw during its evolution, limiting it to merely 7 layers of soul rings, preventing him from advancing beyond the peak soul sage, let alone becoming a soul Douluo. Over the years, the ancestors of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had attempted to re-evolve their spirit, but alas, their talent and capability paled in comparison to that of the ancestor who had initially evolved the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, resulting in failure each time. Now, at a mere 30 years of age, Ning Fengji found himself nearing the end of his path in soul cultivation. Although he had yet to reach level 79, his future accomplishments were becoming increasingly discernible. The greatest agony for a person is to foresee their path and lose sight of their goals. Thus, witnessing Tang Zhao's breakthrough to title Douluo filled him with profound envy. Douluo of the Howling Sky, Yin lifted his gaze, not towards Tang Zhao, but rather towards the sect master of the Haotian sect. I come today as a representative of the Spirit Hall. You are not qualified to speak with me. I kindly request a response from Sect Master Tang. While Yan's words were calm, they dripped with unrelenting humiliation. Tang Zhao could not help but clench his fists, and the members of the Haotian sect felt a wave of indignation wash over them. Dan Xiao, the confirmed future sect master of the Haotian sect, a figure at the pinnacle of the continent, was coldly dismissed by a mere 7-year-old child, deemed unworthy of dialogue. This was undoubtedly a profound insult for a title Douluo. However, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall present felt no sense of wrongdoing. Yan's identity today was different. As the holy son of the Spirit Hall, he represented the face of the Spirit Hall. While a mere title Douluo was but an achievement he would undoubtedly surpass in the future. This little whelp is exceedingly arrogant, Tang Zhao seethed, and the expressions of the senior members of the Haotian sect grew grim, especially among the elders. Despite their tendency to support Tang Zhao, they usually took a protective stance against external threats. The 7th elder, in particular, was ready to unleash a torrent of vitriol. Old 7, stand down. Zhao, you too. The future of the Haotian sect will rest in your hands. You must not act impulsively. The sect master of the Haotian sect restrained the 7th elder with a wave of his hand and turned to Tang Zhao, who was still clenching his fists, offering words of counsel. He then raised his voice, addressing Yin. Holy son of the Spirit Hall, what business do you have with our sect? The commotion atop the Haotian sect's castle did not escape the notice of Yin, who was surrounded by the mighty army. However, he remained utterly indifferent. With 5 titled Douluos stationed around him, 2 skilled in control-type martial soul fusion techniques, and 2 unmatched Douluos of the formidable level of 96. He felt impervious to harm unless Tang Chun and Poseidon himself intervened. Master Tang, he declared, tilting his head to regard the visibly distressed leader of the Haotian sect. 2 years ago, my predecessor, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, perished due to your son, Tang Hao. I have come today for retribution. The Haotian sect must either surrender Tang Hao or provide an explanation. Today, a resolution is imperative. Upon uttering these words, Yin merely raised his right hand slightly, and a resplendent brilliance surged from various points outside the Haotian sect. Over 10,000 soul masters simultaneously unleashed their martial souls, creating a magnificent spectacle. Countless soul rings shimmered in hues of white, yellow, purple, and black. Although most were merely white and yellow, the sudden eruption of formidable energy instilled fear in the hearts of the opposing soul masters, compelling them to release their soul rings in response. The Haotian sect side also witnessed a rise in soul rings, with thousands of soul masters predominantly showcasing similar martial souls. Apart from a few hundred Haotian hammer soul masters, there were also several from affiliated families, totaling nearly 100 different martial souls. Not only these 2 primary factions, but the 2 major sects and hundreds of elite royal guards initially poised to support the Haotian sect also unleashed their martial souls. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect soul masters bore a resemblance to those of the Spirit Hall, with a diverse array of martial souls. Though only around 100 possessed the core 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul, the affiliated soul masters of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect were the most numerous among the 7 sections. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had sent forth its entire elite contingent, boasting around 300 soul masters with the core Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, while the remaining hundreds also possessed draconic bloodlines. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect maintained high standards for its affiliated soul masters, requiring them to possess a dragon bloodline, ensuring purity through intermarriage within the clan. Consequently, they had the fewest affiliated soul masters among the 7 sects, yet this bolstered the cohesion of their clan. During the soul hunting operation, not a single member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect surrendered. The majority of their 1,800 clansmen perished, resulting in the highest casualties inflicted on the Spirit Hall. Witnessing over 15,000 soul masters simultaneously unleash their martial souls was a sight to behold. As the renowned commander of the Qin Empire, Prince Shueshing, observed, though the few hundred he commanded also released their martial souls in defense, their numbers paled in comparison, rendering them mere cannon fodder in this grand display of might. After steadying himself, Yin raised his head once more and spoke with unwavering firmness. Master Tang, my pope, the sole heir of the high priest has been slain. Do you wish to fight? His words reverberated through the heavens and earth, drawing all eyes to the Haotian sect leader as countless individuals awaited his decision. Would he initiate a battle involving over 15,000 soul masters, potentially drawing the Tiando royal army into a chaotic continental conflict? Or would he choose to retreat and seek a peaceful resolution? At this critical juncture, Tang Xiao, the father of the son who had witnessed the Haotian sect's ascent to glory and its subsequent descent into despair, felt beads of sweat form on his brow, his nerves fraying. Saint Son, you jest, the Haotian sect leader responded, and with just that remark, a myriad of emotions surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Rebellious Sun Tang how has colluded with soul beasts, causing a great calamity, and his whereabouts remain unknown. I have expelled him from the sect. Henceforth, he is no longer a disciple of the Haotian sect. The actions of the Haotian sect have been reckless, and, as its leader, I have failed in my duty to guide my son. Thus, we shall retreat to our founding location, seal the mountain, and reflect in seclusion. How does this explanation suffice? Chapter 68. The advance and the coercion outside the western gate of the Haotian sect's castle, as the leader's voice resonated within and beyond the sect. The majority of the over 10,000 soul masters displayed expressions of disbelief. No one could have anticipated that the typically domineering Haotian sect would concede, retreating to an unimaginable extent, sealing the mountain and reflecting in seclusion, a clear indication of dissolving the sect. Leader? 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 The calls, imbued with a multitude of emotions, echoed within the Haotian sect's castle as countless soul masters grappled with the reality of their leader's decision, unable to reconcile this retreat with the sect's traditional demeanor. This cannot be true. How could the Haotian sect retreat? How can they? My husband, my son perished in the previous battle. With the Haotian sect's retreat, what significance remained in their previous actions? Reflecting in seclusion. Ah, what a splendid notion of reflection. This was the Tang family, the Haotian sect. It was absurd, utterly ridiculous. What a farce for the so-called #1 sect in the world. The collapse of faith bore unimaginable consequences, particularly for those affiliated with the Haotian sect. They had fought valiantly for the sect's prosperity, all for the hope of a brighter future for their loved ones. The Spirit Hall had previously ignited hostilities with the Haotian sect over the death of Qian Xuanji, and the greatest sacrifices had not been made by the core members of the Haotian sect, but by these external disciples. How many lives had been lost among these affiliated soul master factions? They had prepared to fight desperately, only to be met with the leader's public proclamation of the sect's error, a truly laughable situation. Had the Haotian sect gone mad? How dared they act thus, betraying the empire? Outside the Haotian sect's castle, Prince Shueshing's countenance was grim, for the current might of the Haotian sect was significantly bolstered by the clandestine support of 2 empires. Without such backing, how could a martial sect alone manage the sustenance of over 10,000 individuals? Kakan sect, how surprisingly astute, Ning, Fenjimaterd. Shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile, as if he had come to a realization, his expression growing markedly more neutral. What are these fellows up to? The Spirit Hall knocks at their door, and they shrink back. If they're so eager to kneel, why not simply capture Tang, Hao, and send him to the Spirit Hall? This Tang is clearly a product of a formidable lineage, yet he has turned into a mere dog. What a farce for the so-called #1 sect in the world. Yuan Zhun of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could not contain his indignation, cursing vehemently. The renowned, strongest individual, Tang Chun, was his idol, and he held great admiration for the younger Tang Hao. Yet, he looked upon the current leader of the Haotian sect with disdain. Now, witnessing the dismantling of the once mighty sect, his frustration boiled over. All the astute individuals recognized that with the leader's proclamation, the events of the day had reached an irrevocable conclusion. The Haotian sect had effectively rendered itself impotent, completely capitulating and extinguishing the spirit of its disciples, while simultaneously dragging the two supporting sects and the royal family into a quagmire of despair. If it can be said that prior to this dialogue, the conflict between the two factions was evenly matched, now, should hostilities resume, the odds would be tilted at best to 7-3, with a high likelihood of the Haotian sect facing a catastrophic defeat. Their morale has waned significantly, and the so-called 9 strikes of Haotian have lost much of their potency. Indeed, the Lord of the Tang has shown great sagacity. The demands of the Spirit Hall are merely a pretext. Given that the Haotian sect has severed ties with Tang Hao, we of the Spirit Hall are quite satisfied with today's declaration. After a deathly silence, Yan's voice resounded once more as he gazed up at the Haotian sect leader atop the castle, a subtle confidence gracing his lips. Since the Haotian sect wishes to retreat into seclusion and reflect upon its past, the Spirit Hall will not impede their choice. The land where the Haotian sect was established is a site of great significance, where our esteemed elder once battled the former Haotian Dao, Tang Chun. A covenant was established then, and under no circumstance shall anyone from the Spirit Hall violate it. Lord Tang, please proceed. As he spoke, he gestured politely with his right hand, a motion that elicited feelings of humiliation among the many powerful figures atop the Haotian sect's castle. Yet none dared to display overt reactions, their expressions revealing a complex array of emotions. By the time the Haotian sect leader made his decision, many of the sect's formidable members had already steeled their hearts. In fact, when Yan articulated the covenant on behalf of the Spirit Hall, there was a faint sigh of relief among them, grateful that the Spirit Hall adhered to their agreement. Standing atop the castle, the Haotian sect leader issued orders once more, commanding his disciples to retreat to their ancestral grounds. The ancestral land of the Haotian sect lies 300 miles east of Tiando City, nestled beyond a secluded mountain village surrounded by towering peaks. Due to the elder Qin Douluo suffering a setback during his confrontation with Tang Chun, a vow was made that no one from the Spirit Hall would tread upon this ground. Following Tang Chen's victory through geographical advantage, he was revered as the world's strongest, and subsequently founded the Haotian sect here, which later flourished and relocated from this ancestral site. Little did even Tang Chen anticipate that one day, this very place would serve as a retreat for the Haotian sect survival. With the issuance of the Haotian sect leader's commands, countless disciples, both direct and collateral, began to stir within the castle, packing their belongings under the leadership of the 5 remaining elders, making their way to their ancestral land 200 miles away. Observing the ensuing chaos within the castle, a faint smile graced Yan's lips. While others were in a state of frantic disarray, even the usually composed Qin Douluo appeared slightly flustered. Yan remained the epitome of confidence and calm, for he understood the precarious situation of the Haotian sect all too well. Tang Chun had fallen into the city of slaughter, rendering him nearly incapacitated. And given the current strength of the Haotian sect in conjunction with the 2 great empires and their sects, should a large-scale conflict erupt, the Spirit Hall would be virtually guaranteed victory. In the original narrative, when faced with the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect ultimately chose to retreat into seclusion. This time, he had intentionally left the eastern gate unguarded, hinting at the inevitability of their choices. He did not believe the Haotian sect had any other alternatives. Though today's actions might be perceived as villainous, the Haotian sect was bound to falter eventually. In the original tale, they too opted for seclusion, and whether Yan was involved or not, the outcome would remain unchanged, devoid of any moral burden on his conscience. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the Tiando royal family, having chosen to wade into this tumult, would soon meet them. As the Haotian sect capitulated, Yan's gaze shifted to the over 2,000 soul masters outside the castle. With his command, more than 3,000 elite soul masters from the Spirit Hall advanced, ultimately encircling the 3 factions. Chapter 69. The Words of Tang Xiao. The sect master Ning of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect and the sect master Yu of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. We of the Spirit Hall have come to the Haotian sect today to seek an explanation on behalf of the former pope. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Yin, leading the elite forces of the Spirit Hall, halted 100 meters from the three factions and spoke aloud. Are you here to support us in seeking an explanation, or do you harbor other intentions? Before the western gate of the Haotian sect, Yin commanded the Spirit Hall forces to encircle the over 2,000 soul masters from the three major factions. His tone laced with mockery and amusement. In response, the ranks of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect stirred with unease. They had intended to bolster the Haotian sect against the Spirit Hall, yet they were taken aback by the Haotian sect's swift capitulation, leaving them in a precarious position. Not only were they ensnared within the encirclement, but now Yin approached to interrogate them, leaving them at a loss for words. Should they confess their original intent to oppose the Spirit Hall? With so few of them, were they even qualified to confront such an entity? Upon meeting the Holy Sun, one cannot help but be impressed by your remarkable youth. A voice emerged from the ranks of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Dressed in battle attire, Ning Fengji, flanked by the Bone Douluo and the Sword Douluo, stepped forward, accompanied by the sullen Prince Xuexing, whose displeasure was evident as he fixed his glare on Yin. When Yin spoke, he had cast a glance at the Tiando royal family's banner, but had deliberately omitted addressing Xuexing. An oversight that would hardly be met with kindness from the prince. Ah, the holy son of the Spirit Hall. A cryptic laugh emanated from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as Yu Yuanzheng and Yu Luomian emerged before the crowd. Yan's gaze swept over them, his demeanor unperturbed and his tone steady. Esteemed sect masters, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Your Highness, we have come solely out of concern that the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall might clash due to a misunderstanding, with no ulterior motives. Ning Fengji spoke on behalf of the group, though Yu Yuanzheng was somewhat displeased. He recognized that pressing the matter further would yield no benefit and simply huffed in response without further comment. Meanwhile, Prince Xuexing, standing beside Ning Fengji, was disinclined to speak as well. I see. That is reassuring. I had thought someone might seek to instigate conflict for personal gain, Yin remarked, casting a knowing glance at Prince Xuexing. If anyone among them desired a war, it would undoubtedly be the Tiando royal family, for they were situated close to Tiando City, their stronghold, allowing them to mobilize their might swiftly. Should a conflict erupt between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall, the top three sects would inevitably be drawn into the fray, necessitating royal support for victory. The royal family would then be poised to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Your Highness is being overly cautious, Ning Fengji replied with a smile, though he instinctively glanced at Prince Xuexing, who had previously been probing for alliances. It seemed there was indeed some intent behind his actions, yet for the time being, the royal family remained their ally and could not be alienated over mere suspicion. Both sect masters would do well to remain vigilant, keeping a watchful eye. After all, there are those among us who are quite adept at political maneuvering. With hearts as dark as night, Yin continued with a smile. Since neither of you harbors any ulterior motives, and no conflict has erupted here, might we take our leave? While I trust in the character of Lord Tang, the Spirit Hall must ensure that the Haotian sect adheres to the agreement. It would be prudent for you to maintain a respectful distance. With that, Yin gestured, and the Spirit Hall forces parted, creating a passageway to the west. Esteemed guests, please proceed. Thank you, Holy Sun. Ning Fengji wore a radiant smile, directing the team of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to exit the encirclement through a designated opening. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the royal entourage followed suit, although they did not venture far, halting at a distance of 500 meters from the Haotian sect's castle. Such perceptiveness. There was no need to concern ourselves with them for the moment. Once we have concluded matters with the Haotian sect, there will be ample opportunity to engage with them. Yin had anticipated that the brash members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would cause trouble. However, their restraint left him with a tinge of disappointment. After commanding the troops thus far, he had not been afforded even a single chance to take action. Each one of them was a cunning old fox. Your Holiness, the members of the Haotian sect are beginning to withdraw, yet not all are inclined to leave the castle. It appears only the direct and collateral lines of the Haotian sect are hastily retreating. Should we make arrangements along the way? An aerial soul master from an angel legion landed beside Yin, reporting the latest developments within the Haotian sect's castle. No need. The few hundred from the direct and collateral lines of the Haotian sect are inconsequential. It is the affiliated powers of the Haotian sect that constitute the bulk of the matter. I recall there are many among them who have not registered with the Spirit Hall, Yin remarked, gazing at the chaotic Haotian sect castle, a cold smile gracing his lips. Thousands of unregistered soul masters, some even possessing significant strength as soul saints, if left unchecked, could easily become evil soul masters, a grave threat to society. As the Spirit Hall, The sanctum of soul masters. We must take responsibility to prevent such tragedies from occurring. Relay my orders. Once the direct and collateral lines of the Haotian sect have retreated, our forces shall occupy the castle, ensuring we soothe those outer sect soul masters of the Haotian sect and encourage their registration. With Yan's command issued, the elite forces of the Spirit Hall began to mobilize, gradually tightening their encirclement and advancing to the periphery of the Haotian sect's castle. Yin tilted his head to regard the plaque inscribed with the words Haotian sect, shaking his head with a sigh. What a pity! From this day forth, there shall no longer be a premier sect of the world. Whoosh! A figure descended like a mountain at the western gate of the Haotian sect, prompting the Spirit Hall soul masters who were about to proceed to rein in their horses in vigilance. Douluo Jiao and Douluo Ge cautiously positioned themselves in front of Yin, as all eyes converged upon this imposing individual. Douluo, Xiaotian, the Spirit Hall has not obstructed the withdrawal of your Haotian sect members. Yet I wonder why you stand in our way. Yan's gaze met that of the formidable figure, who was none other than Tang Xiao, the elder of the Haotian twin stars. At this moment, Tang Xiao's face bore a suppressed emotion, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Yin. The Haotian sect shall return. Bearing the glory of the world's foremost sect, Tang Xiao declared resolutely, raising his hand to summon the plaque of the Haotian sect, which he carefully cradled. I eagerly anticipate it. Do not disappoint me. Yin replied with a faint smile, then lightly flicked his horsewhip, urging his steed forward as the multitude of soul masters from the Spirit Hall continued onward. Chapter 70. The Four Great Clans. Yin led the myriad soul masters of the Spirit Hall into the castle of the Haotian sect. Beyond the wide corridor beneath the castle walls lay an expansive plaza, now teeming with people, most of whom wore expressions of fear and anxiety. Master Tang, your complexion looks rather poor. Do take care of your health, Yin remarked, quickly spotting Tang Xiao's father, the current master of the Haotian sect. The two father and son were the most formidable cultivators of the Haotian sect, remaining behind to prevent the Spirit Hall from acting against their word. The expression on the Haotian sect master's face was grim. Your Holiness, why have you ordered the obstruction of my Haotian sect disciples' departure? Yin feigned confusion. Surely not. The direct and collateral lines of your Haotian sect chose to retreat into seclusion. Have I not already allowed their departure? As for the remaining individuals, they are merely outer sect soul masters and should not be included in your seclusion. What do you mean? Tang Xiao, clutching the Haotian plaque, approached his father, and upon hearing Yan's words, he was instantly enraged, exuding an astonishing aura of menace. TSK, Douluo Xiaotian, why must you be so impulsive? Do not misunderstand. I have yet to finish speaking. Yin shook his head, glancing at the throng of tens of thousands in the plaza, all of whom were families of soul masters dependent on the Haotian sect. Even the most time-honored families of soul masters contained a majority of ordinary individuals, though they had a slightly higher probability of producing soul masters compared to common folk. Please do not panic, everyone. We merely need to take a moment to facilitate soul master registration for the disbursement of subsidies, Yin announced, his voice resonating through the plaza. Gradually, the anxious crowd began to calm down. After delivering these words, he turned to Tang Xiao and his father, smiling as he continued. There is no need for misunderstanding. I mean no harm. Most of these soul masters have not registered. If we were to disregard this matter and allow them to act freely, the consequences are unimaginable. 2 years ago, following the death of the previous pope, chaos ensued, leading to an alarming rise in the number of evil soul masters across various regions, resulting in public disorder and countless casualties, a cautionary tale. Tang Xiao and his father were left speechless by Yan's remarks. The soul masters under the Haotian sect, aside from a fraction who had registered their martial spirits, had largely never undergone registration for various reasons. It was evident that the Spirit Hall intended to incorporate these soul masters dependent on the Haotian sect into their ranks, yet their actions bore no fault. They were registering to provide subsidies for the soul masters, leaving no room for objection. Yin suddenly fixed his gaze on Tang Xiao and his father once more. Master Tang, were you not planning to lead your kin into seclusion? Why the delay? Once a promise is made, it should be fulfilled promptly. Having two titled Douluos lingering before me leaves me feeling quite insecure. Yan's insistence on hastening their departure was undeniably an affront, especially considering this was the long-standing stronghold of the Haotian sect, now being urged to vacate. Tang Xiao nearly lost his composure. Xiaoer, we should depart. The Haotian sect master intervened, halting his son's movements. In an instant, the two figures vanished from sight, the titled level experts swiftly pursuing their departing kin. Dispatch orders for the Spirit Hall in Tiando City to send personnel to prepare ample subsidies. Ensuring these soul masters are registered without delay, Yin instructed in a low voice. His command swiftly relayed. Soon, hundreds of Spirit Hall officials with prior registration experience arrived at the plaza to facilitate soul master registration, distributing bags of gold soul coins. The remaining individuals within the Yin sect castle, after the initial turmoil, gradually settled into calmness, for the Spirit Hall had indeed refrained from taking aggressive actions against them. Soul Masters, Great Soul Masters, and Soul Masters of the 3 tiers were registered and subsequently received their subsidies. Among the affiliated Soul Masters of the Yin sect, aside from the elderly, weak, and young, there were nearly 3,000 capable fighters. While the number of advanced Soul Masters was not substantial, should this group be fully incorporated into the Spirit Hall, they would become formidable assets against the Yin sect. Most of these Soul Masters, once reliant on the Yin sect, lacked any particular skills, and without the sect's protection, their livelihoods became precarious. The subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall were largely accepted without resistance. Just as events were unfolding smoothly, a tumult erupted at the eastern gate of the Yin sect's fortress, drawing Yan's attention. It appeared that several Soul Masters were attempting to breach the defenses established by the Spirit Hall in their bid for freedom. An esteemed Soul Emperor approached Yan, reporting the situation. Holy Son, some Soul Masters are trying to leave the fortress. Among them are high-ranking Soul Masters, seemingly from the 4 major single-attribute clans affiliated with the Yin sect. The 4 major single-attribute clans represented the elite among this group. However, there was no need for haste. They should be allowed to depart and guided toward the ancestral grounds of the Yin sect. Yin advised caution, ensuring that there would be no casualties. He had already devised a plan in his heart, and now he instructed his troops accordingly. His main objective in pressuring the Yin sect was to subdue the thousands of Soul Masters left behind after the sealing of the Yin sect, with the primary target being these 4 single-attribute clans. Despite the once illustrious status of the Yin sect as the foremost sect in the world, it had long fallen from its former glory, yet it still boasted 5,000 Soul Masters. Excluding the hundreds of direct and collateral kin that could not be subdued, over 4,000 remained, with the true elite being those from the 4 single-attribute clans. These clans formed the most vital segment of the Yin sect's outer sect. Categorized into the strength, break, control, and agility clans, each having reached the pinnacle of their respective domains, with some even surpassing a few among the 7 major sections. The strength of these 4 clans was formidable. A single clan could rival a significant portion of the lower 4 sects, and 2 clans combined could contend with even the first-rate powers of the Douluo continent. However, these clans had always been loyal to the Yin sect and had previously experienced considerable friction with the Spirit Hall, making their subjugation a challenging endeavor. At this moment, a vast assembly of nearly 2,000 individuals surged forth from the eastern gate of the Yin sect's fortress after breaking through the barriers set by the Spirit Hall. Leading the charge were 4 elders, each appearing to be in their 60s. Among them, 3 had hair as white as snow, while the 4th had dark hair and a slender frame, his countenance notably grim. Of the 3 elder men with white hair, 1 shared a similar slender build with the dark-haired elder, while the other 2 were robust and sturdy, resembling the vigorous Tang San. Without exception, the aura of these 4 individuals was exceedingly formidable, each possessing at least the strength of a 7-ringed soul sage, with the most powerful among them nearing the pinnacle of an 80-level soul Douluo. These 4 were the leaders of the 4 strongest single-attribute clans affiliated with the Yin sect: Titan of the Strength clan, Rhino of the Break clan, White Crane of the Control clan, and the mightiest among them, Yang Wudi of the Break Soul Gun clan. Chapter 71. Beneath the Ancestral Grounds. Old Goat, Old Bull. Old Gorilla, something seems amiss. The people from the Spirit Hall have opened the eastern gate so easily. It appears they're driving us toward the ancestral grounds of the Yin sect, at the forefront of a nearly 2,000-strong procession of the 4 single-attribute clans. The slender, white-haired elder scanned the surroundings, noticing that only the east lacked concentrated soul master fluctuations. Realizing something was amiss, he called out to his companions. "What? Old Crane, are you certain?" The taller of the 2 robust elders turned to shout, his arms elongated like those of a gorilla. He was Titan, the leader of the Strength clan, possessing the highest cultivation level among them, nearing the strength of a soul Douluo. "My sister married into that place. How can I not be familiar with it?" replied White Crane, the leader of the Agility clan, taking flight with remarkable speed, his wings unfurling as he soared into the sky. However, as he attempted to fly south and north, He encountered flying soul saints who obstructed his path, leaving only the east devoid of any soul power fluctuations. Beside Titan, the bull-like Niu Gao growled angrily. Those ruffians from the Spirit Hall, are they preparing to strike? Why then did they allow the people of the Haotian sect to escape? Are they planning to recruit a batch only to betray them later? The leaders of the four clans expressed their frustration at the Haotian sect's foolish decision to retreat and seal themselves away, pushing everyone into a dire situation. If it comes to that, it will be better to fight our way back and engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, raged Yang Wudi, the strongest among the clans. His temperament blunt and unyielding. White Crane hastily intervened. Old Goat, do not act impulsively. The Spirit Hall does not seem inclined to employ lethal force. Perhaps there's another scheme at play. If we recklessly engage now, over 1,000 of us could perish here. Titan added, indeed, the enemy is strong while we are weak. We cannot afford a head-on clash, since the Spirit Hall is driving us toward the Haotian sect's ancestral grounds. Let us proceed and unite with those from the Haotian sect to discern their true intentions. Outside the Haotian fortress, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect converged at a single point. Ning Feng Ti, Yu Yuanten, Ten Jing, Gurong, and Yuluomian gathered in a tent to deliberate the circumstances. Upon discovering that the Spirit Hall was assimilating the remnants of the Haotian sect, Prince Xueshing of the Heaven-Do royal family sensed impending trouble. He had already returned to Tian-Do City, heading to the royal palace to report to Emperor Shui, determined to devise a way to thwart this development. The soul masters under the Haotian sect were elite. If they were further absorbed by the Spirit Hall, the latter's strength would swell, making life increasingly difficult for others. Ning Fengji sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed deeply. The Haotian sect's choice to retreat and seal themselves away had left a legacy that was undeniably tempting. The Spirit Hall was impatiently attempting to seize this opportunity, and the royal family was also beginning to act. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect felt envious, yet it paled in comparison to these two powers. After all, they are merely a group of ordinary soul masters. What need is there for so many vassals? Yu Yuanjin's companion, Yu Luomian, scoffed dismissively, unconcerned. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had always looked down upon ordinary soul masters, and very few of the Haotian sect's vassals were worthy of their attention. At that moment, a soul master entered the tent and approached Ning Fengji, reporting, Sect Master. The latest news indicates that the single attribute clans from the Haotian sect have seemingly broken through the encirclement of the Spirit Hall and are now heading toward the ancestral grounds of the Haotian sect. The Spirit Hall has dispatched a large contingent to pursue them, with the Angel Army, Sacred Dragon Army, and the Guardian Knight Corps all mobilized. At their current pace, they are expected to reach the Haotian sect's ancestral grounds by dusk. The four single attribute clans, the Spirit Hall. This is problematic. Ning Fengji's brow tightened as he sensed the complexity of the situation. The image of Yan's confident visage flashed through his mind, hinting at a deeper understanding of the unfolding events. In the outer sect of the Haotian sect, the four major clans were the only remnants of value, particularly the Bray clan, whose Break Soul gun was likely second only to the Haotian sect's own weapon spirits. Yu Yuanjin wore a thoughtful smile, recognizing that their strength was no less than that of the lower four sections. The Spirit Hall would find it challenging to subdue these resolute individuals. A captivating drama was about to unfold. Uncle Jin, Uncle Gu, Master Yu, I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is more intricate than it appears. We should all proceed together to investigate, Ning Fengji declared after a moment of contemplation, rising to make arrangements. Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo quickly stood, while Yu Yuanjin leisurely followed suit, accompanied by their movements. A select force of 200 elite members from the two sects set forth toward the ancestral grounds of the Haotian sect, 300 miles east of Tian-Do City. Nestled within a valley embraced by towering mountains, a secluded village is bustling with nearly 1,000 weary souls diligently constructing makeshift abodes. These individuals are the direct and collateral kin of the Haotian sect, forcibly relocated to this ancestral ground. Suddenly, two figures descended swiftly, prompting the workers to heighten their vigilance. Upon recognizing their identities, however, they felt a measure of relief. It was none other than the sect leader and his son, Tang Xiao, who had come to ensure their safety. The leader of the Haotian sect cast a casual glance over the assembled group, feeling somewhat reassured by the sight of no apparent casualties. Yet, a lingering unease compelled him to inquire the elder with notably long eyebrows. Elder, what is the situation? Have there been any unusual occurrences along the way? The elder promptly reported, Rest assured, sect leader, Our journey has been relatively smooth, and all scattered parties have managed to establish temporary safety. It appears that the Spirit Hall has indeed kept its promise. Very well, the sect leader replied. It seems that the Spirit Hall still values its reputation. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant and cannot afford to lower our guard. After offering a few more words of caution, he began to organize their efforts, aware that their abrupt relocation had left them ill-prepared for tonight's accommodations. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the Haotian sect's members finally erected some decent shelters, just as they were about to prepare dinner. A sudden shift in the atmosphere caught the attention of the sect's upper echelons, their expressions shifting to concern as they glanced toward the foot of the mountain. Elder Seven could not suppress his ire, exclaiming, "So many soul masters are approaching, and their auras feel oddly familiar." The four major clans of single attributes, and it seems even the Spirit Hall is among them. Have these rascals finally made their move? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the sect leader's countenance darkened. Accompanied by several soul saints and soul Douluo, he made his way to the outskirts of their encampment, where they could survey the valley below, revealing a dark tide advancing ominously from the west. Chapter 71. The Encirclement of the Four Clans. At the base of the Haotian sect's ancestral land, beneath the encircling mountains, the four major clans of single attributes, having journeyed tirelessly for half the day, came to a halt. Just a few hundred meters ahead lay the peak of the Haotian sect, yet they found themselves unable to proceed, for at the mountain's foot, the elite forces of the Spirit Hall had formed an impenetrable barrier of over 1,000 soul masters. Old goat, old gorilla, old ox. It seems we are truly in dire straits this time, lamented by he, the leader of the Min clan, who had just descended from the sky. He had attempted to break through to find an escape route, but was thwarted by 5 soul saints of the angel army, who had effectively sealed off all avenues of escape. At the mountainside of the Haotian sect, numerous strong figures observed the unfolding chaos below. On the plain at the mountain's foot, nearly 2,000 members of the four major clans were encircled by over 3,000 elite troops from the Spirit Hall, making any attempt to break free exceedingly difficult. What schemes are these ruffians from the Spirit Hall concocting? The Haotian sect's warriors pondered, sensing an ominous plot. They felt a compelling urge to intervene and assist their beleaguered comrades below, but hesitated, fearing that any action might give the Spirit Hall leverage against them, thus finding themselves in a precarious dilemma. Yuan, leading the elite forces of the Spirit Hall, stepped forward and declared, "Esteemed clans, the Spirit Hall extends its courtesy. We merely wish for you to complete your soul master registration. Yet, you choose to forcibly escape. Are you preparing to become the scourge of the world as rogue soul masters?" A hearty laugh erupted from within the ranks of the four clans, as a robust elder with graying hair responded, "You Spirit Hall wretches, spare us your theatrics. Had you not deliberately released us from the castle, we would never have escaped in the first place. Now, you corner us here. What is your true intent?" The speaker was Titan, the leader of the Li clan. Despite his rugged appearance, possessed a keen intellect. He had sensed that something was amiss from the outset, but lacking sufficient strength, he could only parry the Spirit Hall's provocations. Now, beneath the Haotian sect's ancestral land, he had no other recourse but to raise his voice in warning to the Haotian sect. Titan held a lingering resentment towards the Haotian sect for its dismissal of Tang Hao, for he had once been guided by him and regarded him as his master. His true loyalty lying with Tang Hao. Yuan, gazing at Titan, mused that this seemingly coarse yet astutely perceptive elder was among the most difficult to subdue within the four clans. However, Yuan's primary objective was not Titan himself, so he felt little need to expend excessive effort on the Li clan. As Yuan continued his discourse, he raised his gaze, locking eyes with Tang Xiao from a distance, and casually remarked, "There is another reason for my actions. I am quite curious to see whether the Haotian sect will indeed uphold its promises." His voice, amplified by soul power, resonated throughout the assembly before he shifted the conversation and issued commands. "Relay my orders. The Angel Army, the Holy Dragon Army, and the Guardian Knights are to exert their utmost efforts to ensure that none escape." With Yuan's command, over 3,000 elite soul masters from the Spirit Hall simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, a multitude of soul rings soaring into the air, illuminating the sky with a kaleidoscope of colors: white, yellow, purple, and black. "Do they think I fear them?" Titan bellowed, his aura surging dangerously close to that of soul Douluo. Feeling the pressure of the situation, the Haotian sect dared not retaliate, leaving them stifled. Yet, he and his brothers were resolved to fight fiercely, finding solace in the knowledge that they would not go down without a struggle. "Li clan, unleash your martial spirits." With Titan's fierce command, a cadre of towering muscular men, their arms elongated and formidable, stood ready, their fists clenched and muscles rippling with power. As the light of their martial spirits enveloped them, their forms expanded, darkened muscles gleaming ominously, and bristling black fur sprouted across their bodies, rendering them reminiscent of mighty gorillas. A thunderous roar erupted from Titan, as the seventh soul ring, dark as night, glimmered ominously above him. As his soul skills coursed through him, his form swelled, revealing a massive, shadowy gorilla that towered over the assembly. Old gorilla, you speak truly. Today is indeed a day of pent-up frustration. I shall not shy away from battle, declared Niu Gao, the leader of the Yu clan, as he resolutely commanded, Yu clan, release your martial spirits. In response to Niu Gao's fierce cry, a group of stout men, slightly shorter than those of the Li clan, emerged to unleash their own martial spirits. Their skin turned a slate gray, resembling hard limestone, and each bore a single horn protruding from their foreheads. Niu Gao, much like Titan, revealed his true martial spirit, a colossal armored rhinoceros that appeared before the countless onlookers. The immense figure exuded an overwhelming pressure, making it difficult to fathom the chaos that would ensue should it charge into the ranks of the enemy. While an average soul saint might evade a multitude of soldiers through cunning, this armored rhinoceros, akin to a war beast, possessed the sheer brute force to trample through the elite forces of thousands. Old Crane, your Min family is not adept in combat. It is prudent for you to remain behind to safeguard our families. The task of forging a path forward should rightfully belong to my Pa family. The Pa family's chief, Yang Wudi, raised his right hand, unleashing an astonishing aura that swept across the surroundings as his martial soul manifested, a spear of imposing length. The spear, entirely black, gleamed with a chilling radiance, measuring 8 feet in length, with a spearhead extending an astonishing 4 feet and a shaft as thick as a man's arm. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings emerged in an impeccable arrangement, shimmering around the spear in a dazzling display of brilliance. As Yang Wudi gripped the hefty, dark iron spear, he transformed. All previous emotional fluctuations dissipated, and his essence, spirit, and vitality coalesced entirely around the weapon in his grasp. While his soul power may not have been the highest among the 4 clan leaders, he was undeniably the mightiest in battle, relying solely on the strength of his spear. Holding the soul spear, no opponent could sway his resolve. Unyielding and unstoppable, this was the aspiration of the Pa family, and, as its leader, Yang Wudi's prowess in breaching defenses ranked among the finest on the continent. Today, he would carve a path for the 4 great clans with the spear in his hand. In Chapter 72, the clash of martial souls ensues. The 4 great clans, strength, control, and defeat, each possess their unique attributes. In the western domain of the Haotian clan's ancestral land, Yin stood within the military formation, observing the 3 clan soul masters preparing to break through with their martial souls. A confident smile gracing his lips. He then turned to Elder Tooba, instructing, please personally lead the Holy Dragon Army to subdue the strength and control clans. Rest assured, Odison, I shall demonstrate the might of the continent's foremost power-type beast martial soul, replied Tooba Shi, one of the 5 titled Douluo, who led the elite Holy Dragon Army into a fierce confrontation against the advancing trio of clan soul masters. Each disciple of the Holy Dragon sect was adorned with a layer of white scales, their robust bodies embodying the martial soul of the white armored earth dragon. Although not a true dragon, they were indeed close kin, significantly inferior to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Yet they were dragons nonetheless, exuding formidable dragon might, holding an absolute advantage over the mighty gorilla and armored giant rhinoceros martial souls. Tooba Shi, a titled Douluo, unleashed his 7th soul skill, revealing a colossal earth dragon radiating a platinum glow on the battlefield, while the optimal arrangement of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings captivated the attention of countless onlookers. In the distance, hundreds of soul masters from the 7 treasure glazed tile clan and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus clan cautiously observed the spectacle. Beside Yu Engine, the leader of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, Ulumian gazed enviously at Tooba Shi, who had unveiled his martial soul's true form. Brother, I never anticipated Tooba Shi would breach the title of Douluo. I should not have let the white armored earth dragon clan slip through our fingers. A shadow of discontent flickered in Yu Engine's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Though Tooba Shi had achieved a breakthrough, his white armored earth dragon lacked the stature to challenge the supremacy of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. As the battlefield erupted in conflict, colossal martial souls collided. With a mighty gorilla, armored giant rhinoceros, and white-armored earth dragon engaging in a fierce confrontation. The sheer magnitude of their battles was reminiscent of war machines, creating an awe-inspiring scene. At this moment, Tuoba Shi, a 9-ring title daw, found himself besieged, effortlessly countering the armored giant rhinoceros and the mighty gorilla, while maintaining an advantage over the latter, who, despite his overwhelming strength, presented only slight pressure. However, the true threat lay in the Pa family's unique weapon martial soul, the Pa Soul Spear. Despite Yang Wudi's relatively modest cultivation level, he posed a significant danger, nearly landing blows that would have pierced Tuoba Shi's defenses on multiple occasions. Old gorilla, old bull, create an opportunity for me. On the battlefield, Yang Wudi evaded Tuoba Shi's dragon claw and maneuvered behind the fallen Yo Gao, bellowing fiercely. With a thunderous roar, the titan mighty gorilla struck his fists against his chest, channeling energy as his 5th and 6th 10,000-year soul rings shimmered simultaneously, amplifying his strength dramatically. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Tuoba Shi's dragon head. Tuoba Shi had anticipated this assault. Tilting his head back, he activated his 6th soul ring, instantly retaliating with a yellow claw that sent the titan sprawling. Just as Tuoba Shi prepared to pursue his advantage, the Yo Gao he had pinned suddenly exerted his strength, wrapping his arms around one of Tuoba Shi's legs while using his feet to lock the other, effectively immobilizing him. At that moment, Yang Wudi sprang forth from behind Yo Gao, not brandishing his Pa Soul Spear, but instead hurling a foul-smelling powder. The moment the odor reached Tuoba Shi, he felt a wave of dizziness and quickly focused his soul power to dispel the toxin. In the air, Yang Wudi flicked his spear forward, merging with it as he unleashed a formidable aura that surged toward Tuoba Shi's chest. In that instant, Yang Wudi's presence reached its zenith. Tuoba Shi sensed a sudden lethargy enveloping his body, as if the terrifying spear were poised to pierce him. Clang! As a titled Douluo, Tuoba Shi was not easily caught off guard, and in a heartbeat, his 8th soul ring blazed to life. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a resounding dragon roar that reverberated through the heavens, sending a tangible sound wave directly towards Yang Wudi. The impact of the sonic wave momentarily hindered Yang Wudi, causing his speed to falter, his garments torn asunder, revealing bloodied skin beneath. Yet, in that critical moment, Yang Wudi did not flinch. His spear surged forward, unwaveringly aimed at Tuoba Shi's chest. That relentless determination filled the air with an aura of impending doom. In that instant, Yang Wudi's 7 soul rings illuminated sequentially, unleashing a devastating strike fueled by potent soul power. The ferocious energy of the spear tore through the air, creating a web-like fracture in its wake. As the 7th soul skill finally ignited, black flames enveloped the Pa Soul Spear, cascading over Yang Wudi, with the flickering black light of the 7th soul ring enveloping both him and his weapon. For soul masters above the soul sage rank, the activation of the 7th soul ring marked the demonstration of their full power. The Pa family's leader, Yang Wudi, wielded the 7th soul skill, manifesting an attack of unparalleled ferocity. In the grand tapestry of existence, every event is predestined, and the cultivation of weapon martial souls is inherently more challenging than that of beast martial souls. Thus, in the later stages of cultivation, the soul skills of weapon martial souls frequently surpass those of beast martial souls, a truth exemplified by the manifestation of the weapon soul true form. Though the true form of the beast spirit is formidable, its augmentation effects are somewhat inferior to that of the tool spirit's true form. Upon unleashing the true form of the destruction spear, its shape did not undergo a significant transformation. It retained its previous dimensions. However, at this moment, the destruction spear had entirely morphed into a manifestation of black flames, while Yang Wudi's body had also taken on a similar obsidian hue, devoid only of the layer of flames. In this instant, Yang Wudi became one with his spear, swiftly breaking through the air currents to present his weapon before Tuoba Shi, exuding a brilliance so sharp that even the titled Douluos observing the battle felt a tightening in their hearts, their expressions turning grave. For at this moment, Yang Wudi possessed the capability to injure or even slay them. Chapter 73. Captives in Succession. Ding. Beneath the battlefield of the Haotian sect's ancestral grounds, when Yang Wudi unleashed his peak attack power by activating his 7th ring, the 9th spirit ring above Tuoba Shi's head shimmered brightly, releasing a powerful surge of soul energy that radiated a dazzling earthen glow, shaking the ground within a 10,000-meter radius. Bang, 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 in a series of muffled thuds. Including Yang Wudi at the zenith of his attack power, 3 single-attribute soul saints were instantly sent flying, the earth beneath them undulating like tumultuous waves, causing numerous soul masters to struggle to maintain their footing. You 3 certainly have reason to be proud, having compelled me to employ my 9th soul skill. However, this is where it all ends. The voice of Taoba, she echoed from the great maw of the white-armored earth dragon, as his claws lifted, drawing forth endless sand and stone, swept up in a yellow storm, towards Yang Wudi and his companions. The old gorilla, the old bull titan, and Niu Gao found themselves somewhat outmatched by such tactics. Their colossal true forms were swiftly ensnared, leaving only Yang Wudi to deftly maneuver his black spear, skillfully countering the onslaught of flying debris to temporarily evade disaster. This fellow is proving to be quite troublesome, akin to a hedgehog. After ensnaring Titan and Niu Gao, Taoba, she shifted his gaze towards Yang Wudi, now facing a dilemma. Dealing with this overwhelmingly powerful adversary, crushing him would be simple, for the latter had invested all his points into attack. With Taoba, she's defensive prowess, he could afford to trade injuries, eliminating his opponent with minimal harm to himself. Yet, Yin had commanded that he capture this tenacious individual alive, and it was clear that Yang Wudi would not cooperate, posing a risk of inadvertently killing him. Shilong, Bloodstinger. This clan of the Breakers excels, not only in offense, but also in the use of poison. I implore you to take action personally. Yin, having noticed Taoba, she's predicament, swiftly made the necessary arrangements. The 2 formidable soul Douluos, possessing impressive auras, immediately led hundreds of Tool Spirit Masters to encircle Yang Wudi and the Breakers. Shilong and Bloodstinger, both soul Douluos personally chosen by Yin, were vital pillars of the Spirit Hall, each at the 89th level. In the original narrative, 20 years hence, they would achieve breakthrough to title Douluo, rendering them potent adversaries against the Breakers. On the battlefield, as Yang Wudi once again wielded his spear to shatter the chaotic stones and sand, the 2 powerful figures descended upon him from either side, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Shilong, tall and slender like a javelin, stood before Yang Wudi, nodding to introduce himself, recognizing the latter as a worthy opponent. Upon releasing his spirit, a serpent spear materialized in his grasp, measuring approximately 12 feet in length, its head curving with a sharp bifurcation resembling a serpent's forked tongue. The serpent spear, adorned in shades of azure and violet, was encircled by 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, exuding an oppressive force akin to that of a near-tidal Douluo. If Yang Wudi embodied the unity of man and spear, Shilong approached an even higher echelon of complete integration, where the serpent spear and his essence had achieved a terrifying degree of harmony without the need for conscious effort. High-ranking Tool Spirit Masters, in certain respects, often prove more formidable than their beast spear counterparts. The Bloodstinger, of average stature and balanced physique, bore a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, appearing unremarkable at first glance. Yet, upon releasing his spirit, his body swelled like an inflated balloon, countless purple spikes erupting from within, covering his form. He presented a fiercely menacing visage, with even his hands transformed into purple, spiked appendages, enveloped in an unusual violet hue. This soul master spirit was the exceedingly rare stinging porcupine, cultivated to the level of soul Douluo. This spirit possessed capabilities such as potent venom, a resilient form, and the ability to project toxic spikes, rendering it an extremely dangerous spirit and a significant countermeasure against the Breakers' poisonous tactics. As numerous Breakers unleashed various poisons across the battlefield, Bloodstinger inhaled deeply, activating his 3rd soul ring, consuming the vast majority of toxins in the vicinity as if he were a leviathan swallowing water, leaving not a drop behind. Following the infusion of terrifying venom, Bloodstinger's body radiated an otherworldly glow, with the purple spikes covering him now shimmering with a heavy, iridescent aura, rendering the Breakers' toxic strategies ineffective. With Titan and Niu Gao subdued, Yang Wudi faced off against Shilong, while the 3 clan soul masters, having lost their leader, were besieged by numerous others. Ultimately overwhelmed and captured, forced to the ground one by one. At this moment, Yang Wudi forcibly steadied himself, his grip tightening around the destruction spear, which trembled slightly, concealing its dark brilliance. Just as he made the slightest movement, Shilong surged forward like the wind, the serpent spear not thrusting outward, but rather held diagonally at his side, trailing a long line of afterimages, creating an elusive and unpredictable aura. As he and Yang Wudi crossed paths, the serpent spear unfurled, manifesting 9 spectral images that converged upon Yang Wudi. The black light surged forth like a venomous dragon. Yet Yang Wudi advanced rather than retreating, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he unleashed the explosive soul power brimming with sharpness. While his opponent attacked with 9 strikes, Yang Wudi sought only one, disregarding his own defense. The black radiance of the destruction spear surged, all his momentum coalescing into this singular thrust, aimed directly at Shilong. Yang Wudi's fierce and determined strike compelled Shilong's 9 illusory images to converge, forcing the azure violet serpent spear to meet the destruction spear head-on. Bang! In a resounding clash, a sphere of black light flickered at their point of contact. Shilong wavered, while Yang Wudi staggered back half a step. In this pure confrontation of soul power, he ultimately fell short against the 89th level Soul Douluo. You deliberately left such glaring openings, hoping to trade injury for injury. Yet this is not a duel between the two of us. There is no need for haste. Although it may seem somewhat unsporting, I can only act thus to avoid harming you. Once you join the Spirit Hall, we may engage in a fair contest. Shilong regained his balance. His aura fixated on Yang Wudi. As he locked onto his target, he quickly discerned that the latter was riddled with vulnerabilities, seeking to compel him into a trade of wounds. However, his current task was merely to restrain his opponent. Shameless. I shall never ally with the Spirit Hall. Yang Wudi declared resolutely. Yet, in the next moment, he held his breath and pivoted for a thrust, only to find Shilong's speed outmatching his own. The spear poised against the gun. Restraint is a matter of relativity. Yang Wudi's penetrating attacks lose much of their potency when faced with soul masters of the same type. For his penetration relies on his techniques, and those of similar ilk can counter his moves, engaging in a clash of skills that prevents his penetrative strikes from accumulating their maximum force. Behind him, the 5th soul ring of blood piercer flickered ominously as a cloud of toxic mist enveloped him. As he was besieged by 2 soul Douluos who possessed means to restrain him, Yang Wudi's stamina gradually waned, and the hand gripping the soul-breaking spear trembled slightly. Chapter 74. The Stasis of Extremes. Give me the strength to break through. Yang Wudi's breath quickened, realizing that his time and opportunities were dwindling. He could not afford to wait until his strength was entirely depleted and he was captured. Summoning the last of his soul power, he activated all 3 of his 10,000-year soul rings simultaneously. The inky flames once again engulfed his body, and a resolute determination shone in his eyes as he unleashed a devastating thrust. The overwhelming force surged forth, aimed directly at Bloodpiercer. This time, he charged forth with unyielding resolve, disregarding the possibility of being blocked by Shilong's spear. In their previous clash, although they had both suffered, Yang Wudi had still sought victory amidst defeat. But at this moment, he understood that today would not afford him another chance. He had resigned himself to the notion of death. This strike was not an attempt to kill, but rather an act of self-destruction, forcing Bloodpiercer to defend while he recklessly pressed on. Should this thrust connect, his demise would be inevitable, for he refused to be captured. Having already embraced the will to die, Yang Wudi was proud, and more importantly, he was fierce, perceiving that his opponent aimed to exhaust him before capturing him. He would rather choose death, yet even in death, he would not surrender. He would charge forth to meet his end at the hands of his adversaries. At this moment, Shilong found himself in a quandary. Yang Wudi's strike was not only swift, but also immensely powerful. If he chose to ignore it, Bloodpiercer would either be fatally wounded or severely injured. If he attempted to block, Yang Wudi's reckless advance would surely lead to his own demise. The latter was clearly intent on seeking death. Alas, such a talent. Why must he harbor such a misguided mindset? A sigh escaped from Yin's lips as an enigmatic figure materialized before Yang Wudi. After a deft parry with a staff, the figure retreated slightly, the staff spinning shadow, dissipating Yang Wudi's formidable thrust with ease, while a gentle force restrained Yang Wudi in place. I am the conquering demon. Should you wish to submit to the Spirit Hall, I could offer you guidance. This elder was none other than the conquering demon Douluo, one of the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall. Yang Wudi's previous desperate move was indeed formidable, though Shilong was slightly stronger. He found it challenging to counter Yang Wudi's death-seeking resolve. However, in the presence of a level 96 offering, even the desire for death became an arduous endeavor. The conquering demon Douluo was a powerhouse of the previous generation, a twin brother to the Titan Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Together, their combined might ranked among the top 3 within the Spirit Hall. From afar, the Sword Douluo, Chan Xin, observed the conquering demon Douluo entering the fray, a grave expression clouding his features. The Spirit Hall had dispatched an offering, leaving no room for opportunity. The prowess of these 2 offerings coupled with the likes of Gui, Mei, and Yu Guan, meant that even if the strongest from the three major sects united, the odds of victory were slim. Old Goat. As Yang Wudi's soul-breaking spear finally dissipated and he collapsed to the ground, a profound desolation enveloped by he, who had been protecting the elderly, weak, and children. Among the four major clans, Yang Wudi had the closest bond with him. How could he fail to comprehend his old friend's final act? An unwillingness to fall into the hands of the spirit hall, seeking death, and yet finding himself unable to attain it? The sorrow and tragedy were overwhelming. He surveyed the surroundings. Titan and Yogao had just been dragged out from underground, and the three major clan warriors who had charged in a battle were now almost entirely captured. The sole masters of the Min family hovered in the air, shielding the elderly and children below, but their situation was rapidly deteriorating. The encircling forces in the sky continued to close in, and the flying soul masters dispatched from the Tinshui Holy Hall had arrived. Min family, take the children and break through. Bai He's eyes reddened as he suddenly dove into the crowd, lifting two children. He cast a deep glance at his three captured old companions before his seventh soul ring flickered, accompanied by the radiance of his martial soul. The swift-tailed swallow appeared as a streak of light, soaring towards the ancestral grounds of the Haotian clan. At this moment, Bai He harbored a singular thought: escape. He must reach the ancestral grounds of the Haotian clan. Even if the four major clans fell, he had to preserve a flicker of hope. The swift-tailed swallow was inherently a fast martial soul, and he was the most accomplished among his kin. Even a typical title Douluo could not match his speed. Initially, given his agility, escaping alone was challenging but not entirely hopeless. However, he was not alone. He had friends and family, and he could not abandon them, which is why he had persevered until now. Yet now, the situation had changed. The soul masters from the three major clans had all been captured in their failed charge. Relying solely on his Min family to protect the nearly 10,000 weak and elderly was virtually impossible. In this predicament, the only option was to preserve a small ember for the future. Though it pained him deeply, he recognized that he had but one choice: to take a few children, minimizing their impact on his speed, and guide them into the ancestral grounds of the Haotian clan. Even retreating was preferable to being captured by the Spirit Hall. You wish to leave forcibly? I have long anticipated your intentions. It won't be so easy. Suddenly, two figures flashed in the sky, revealing Yu Guan, who had been safeguarding Yen, and of course, Gui Mei was alongside him. Brilliant silver flames erupted almost instantaneously from Gui Mei, while a golden flame enveloped Yu Guan. In that fleeting moment, the 9 soul rings adorning both of them ignited simultaneously, enhancing the splendor of their golden and silver flames. The two titled Douluos faced each other, their hands clasped, and as their bodies fused, the 18 soul rings they possessed coalesced into a colossal golden-silver halo that quietly surged forth. In an instant, the world seemed to transform into hues of gold and silver, and everything around appeared to come to a standstill. The bodies of Gui and Zhu Douluo vanished at the moment the golden-silver halo formed. The immense ring shot into the sky above the Haotian clan's ancestral grounds, instantly transforming into a massive halo over 100 meters in diameter. At this moment, even the swift Bai He found himself immobilized mid-flight, unable to advance another 30 meters. Just how powerful could a martial soul fusion skill, executed by two titled Douluo be? Bai He and the Min family members preparing to flee with the children bore witness to a divine force that was utterly insurmountable. Gui and Zhu always acted in concert, not merely due to their close relationship, but also because of the existence of this martial soul fusion skill. A closely guarded secret of the Spirit Hall. In the current continent, very few soul masters possessed martial soul fusion skills, and among titled Douluo, the number was even fewer. The brilliance of the gold-and-silver dual halo shone brightly, illuminating their formidable technique. The full name is the Dual Attribute Stagnation Domain, a realm that can immobilize the skills and actions of opponents. Even a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years would be instantly subdued upon entering, and the soul masters of the Minzi clan would find no escape. Chapter 75. The spine is broken. Buzzing. The originally short distance of 100 meters was but a fleeting moment for Bai He, yet at this instance, it loomed like an insurmountable chasm. As he was pinned in the sky by the two powerful titles of the Spirit Hall, shadowy figures flickered into existence from every direction, completely sealing off his avenues of escape. The flying soul masters of the Spirit Hall were not necessarily swifter than him, but unlike him, they did not solely rely on agility. Their combat prowess was generally superior, and with their greater numbers, they could afford to lie in wait while effectively blocking all directions. Not to mention, they possessed domain powers that made capturing him all too effortless. As the golden and silver halos retracted, numerous soul masters from the Minzi clan plummeted to the ground like dumplings, captured by the waiting flying soul masters of the Spirit Hall. He watched in despair as his kin were seized, children falling into enemy hands, including his beloved granddaughter, causing his heart to feel as though it were being mercilessly torn apart. At this moment, he dared not linger. Clutching the two children from the Pa and Min clans who had just awakened their martial spirits, he desperately sought to change direction. However, no matter how he twisted and turned, flying soul masters guarded the path ahead. And even the rare opportunities he encountered were thwarted by the golden and silver light that momentarily immobilized him, a suffering beyond imagination. Ultimately, he was forced into a trap, channeling his soul power into a streak of light as he charged directly toward a soul saint in the eastern sky. Although he was not adept in combat, he was still a seven-ring soul saint with considerable offensive capability. Yet, just as he resolved to dash forward, the adversary suddenly evaded, and a massive net descended upon him. Caught off guard, he found himself ensnared, and he sensed the net tightening around him, severely restricting his movements. "Uncle!" As he fell into the net, Tang Xiao could not help but call out. He could endure the capture of others, but he was his mother's brother, his own uncle. Bang! A flash of dark light emanated from Tang Xiao's palm, but before he could lift the Haotian hammer, a hammer heavier than his own came crashing down, suppressing his martial spirit. Tang Xiao, the Haotian sect, has already closed its doors and retreated. "Besai Tang Xiao." His father rasped these words, his gaze fixed on his son's face, filled with anguish and resentment. Tang Xiao felt a wave of suffocating despair wash over him. He understood that his father was suffering the most, yet he had to endure. He ultimately succumbed, ensnared by the net and dragged back towards the foot of the Haotian sect's ancestral mountain. He struggled desperately within the net, looking up at the Haotian sect master who was clenching his fists. "Sect master, we old fellows can be captured, but the children are innocent. Sect master." He cried out hoarsely, prompting many of the powerful figures from the Haotian sect on the mountainside to widen their eyes in shock, their fists clenched tightly. In the end, he was dragged away. The soul masters of the Minzi clan struggled for a long time, yet they too were ultimately captured one by one. Without the protection of soul masters, those members of the four great clans without soul power had no choice but to surrender. As nearly 2,000 members of the single attribute four great clans were brought into the Spirit Hall S ranks for registration. Each of their eyes burned with fury and resentment, not only towards the Spirit Hall, but even more so towards the Haotian sect members just 100 meters away. While they had felt abandoned when still at the Haotian sect fortress, the sensation had not fully registered. After all, just yesterday, they were still part of the Haotian sect, and many on the mountain were their beloved friends and family. Even when the Haotian sect was compelled to relocate, they could understand to some extent and reluctantly accept it, for the feeling was not yet tangible, and they did not perceive themselves as forsaken. However, just moments ago, their esteemed sect master had blocked the Haotian sect's assistance. Watching them be captured helplessly, to them, this was an act of betrayal, a stark realization of abandonment, making it unbearable to accept. Human anger and resentment can shift targets, especially when there are two targets involved. It is often the weaker one who bears the brunt of blame, for it is human nature to prey upon the vulnerable. Thus, the single attribute four great clans found themselves in such a predicament. They resented the Spirit Hall's ruthless extermination, but their hatred was directed even more fiercely at the Haotian sect for their inaction. The Spirit Hall could still be considered an enemy, but what was the Haotian sect? A friend? Only at this moment did they truly comprehend the difference between direct descendants and outer disciples, in the eyes of the Haotian sect's upper echelons. The single attribute four great clans were not seen as the backbone, but rather as a sacrificial part, beneath the ancestral grounds of the Haotian sect. As all members of the single attribute four great clans were detained by the Spirit Hall, Yin rode a magnificent steed to the foot of the Haotian sect's ancestral mountain, looking up to once again meet the gaze of the Haotian sect master. "Master Tang, the Haotian sect has indeed kept its promise this time. I admire it truly." Yin surveyed the surroundings before speaking aloud. Since the Haotian sect is so committed to its promises, this holy son cannot refrain from expressing appreciation. "Elder Qianjun, please present Master Tang with a grand gift on my behalf." As Yan's words fell, Qianjun Douluo, who had remained by his side, summoned forth a glimmer of light within his palm. The dragon-patterned staff flew forth, retrieving a large stone from the ground, and as he wielded it, the sound of stones cascading to the ground echoed, revealing the outline of a stone tablet. Bang! Qianjun Douluo suddenly swung his palm, sending the roughly carved stone tablet soaring, ultimately embedding itself in the mountainside after traversing thousands of meters, standing directly before Tang Xiao and the others. This rough stone tablet was not adorned with beauty. Its surface bore only 4 characters: uphold, faith, and promise. Originally a phrase of commendation, in this context, it brimmed with irony. Ha ha! The Haotian sect master's body trembled, a laugh devoid of clarity escaping his lips as he spoke to Yin below. Thank you for the monument bestowed by the Spear Hall. Yin gestured for several elders and offerings to return to his side, and when the 2 elders Giju and the 4 great offerings stood around him, he continued, Well said. Well said. Master Tang, with your broad vision and ambition, you understand that enduring a moment of humiliation leads to tranquility. Such a feat of patience is indeed admirable. However, it is a pity that the spine of the Haotian sect is broken. Though the knees have not yet bent, they can no longer stand straight. Henceforth, there shall be no more number 1 sect in this world. How regrettable it is. The number 1 sect has long since vanished, hasn't it? Ha ha. The Haotian sect master trembled at his words, laughing uncontrollably until tears streamed down his face. A bloody tear fell from the corner of his eye, and his body convulsed violently as he spewed forth a rain of blood, droplets splattering onto the stone tablet, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Chapter 76. The Haotian affair concludes. Father, sect master. As the Haotian sect master collapsed, the members of the Haotian sect were thrown into chaos. Tang Xiao hurriedly knelt, supporting his father with his hands. Siwea, hold onto it. The Haotian sect master called out to his son, pointing at the stone tablet stained with his blood. Heart-wrenching pain engulfed Tang Xiao, and in that moment, he could only nod in agreement repeatedly. He understood his father's intentions, preserving this stone tablet to ensure that the shame of today would never be forgotten. When the Haotian sect emerged once more, the spirit hall must pay the price. Very well. A flush of color graced the pale visage of the Haotian sect master, reminiscent of a fleeting return to vitality. He summoned his remaining strength to impart his final instructions. Shower. I still recall 30 years ago, under your grandfather's guidance. The Haotian sect was at the zenith of its power. Alas, under my stewardship, the sect has waned, and today it retreats into seclusion. I have let down the ancestors of the Haotian sect. I am truly sorry, O Haotian. In a moment of intense emotion, the sect master closed his eyes and collapsed into Tang Xiao's embrace. Tang Xiao's soul power surged uncontrollably, his fierce gaze brimming with rage and resentment. It turned out he was not deceased, merely unconscious, which relieved him somewhat. He had been on edge, fearing the rumors of someone dying from overwhelming anger were true. Among the ranks at the mountain's foot, Yin gazed intently at the scene unfolding on the mountainside. When the Haotian sect master fell silent, he was startled, worried that an attack might be imminent. Thankfully, several reassured him that the sect master had merely fainted, not actually passed away, allowing his anxious heart to find a bit of solace. At this juncture, the leader of the Sacred Dragon Army, Tuoba Shi, spoke in a grave tone. Holy Son, leaving the Haotian sect intact poses a great threat. Today may not be the right time for overt action, but in due time when the storm has passed, opportunities will arise. No need for that, Yin replied. If we truly wish to dismantle the Haotian sect, the elders would inevitably suffer casualties. It is far too risky. Furthermore, we are on the territory of the Tiando imperial family, where news could easily leak, causing unnecessary chaos. After some contemplation, Yin ultimately dismissed this alluring suggestion. He certainly wished to eradicate the Haotian sect in one fell swoop. Yet the surrounding elders and advisors, including Tuoba Shi who proposed the underhanded scheme, were not inclined to sacrifice their strength. 30 years prior, before Tang Chen's retirement, the Haotian sect was in its prime, basking in glory. Those present had all lived through that era, acutely aware of the might of the world's strongest. Beneath their imposing exterior, they were deeply apprehensive. Despite the current bravado of the Haotian sect's retreat into seclusion, none dared to confront it head-on. Yin understood their hesitations, which stemmed from the fear that Tang Chun was still alive, waiting to settle scores when he resurfaced. Under such circumstances, even if Yin were to issue a forceful command, these top-tier powerhouses would not comply. He himself was unafraid, knowing that Tang Chun, trapped in the city of slaughter, was essentially incapacitated, yet he could not voice this information. Tuoba Shi's suggestion of a clandestine strategy to gradually weaken the Haotian sect seemed appealing, but would be futile against such a formidable force. To utterly obliterate the Haotian sect one would need to act with overwhelming power and be willing to sacrifice titled Douluos. However, this brought them back to the initial dilemma. These titled Douluos harbored trepidation towards Tang San. Would they dare to risk their lives? Thus, in the current situation, Yin had no choice but to retreat, seeking not to lower the guard of his enemies, but rather to lull them into a false sense of security. He intended to wait until he deemed the moment ripe for a surprise attack to annihilate the Haotian sect. Let us depart. There is no need to linger. As the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall remarked, the backbone of the Haotian sect has broken, though it still exists and possesses strong members. How much of a threat can it truly pose? The foremost sect in the world has ceased to exist. From afar, Ning Fengji and his companions witnessed the entire spectacle. The once ambitious young sect master, now newly ascended to power, shook his head in sorrow, as if mourning alongside a fallen rabbit. After this battle, the Haotian sect's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. They watched helplessly as the 4 major single-attribute sects were captured. Even if it were a forced situation, it revealed their true nature to the world of soul masters. Even if they were to emerge once more, few would be willing to join the Haotian sect. With only a few hundred direct and collateral descendants, what hope remained for resurgence? Ning Fengji comprehended the situation clearly, realizing that Yin had achieved his objective. Aside from absorbing the subordinates of the Haotian sect, he had destroyed their reputation. Henceforth, even if the Haotian sect were to rise again, stripped of its name and trust, reclaiming its former glory would be an arduous task, let alone posing a threat to the Spirit Hall. Human nature, indeed a fearsome entity, compounded by the machinations of one who calculates it so deftly. Could he truly be merely a 7-year-old child? Before departing, Ning Fengji cast a profound glance at Yin, imprinting this unsettling child in his mind. The arrangements made by Yin today left him in awe, yet a chill settled deep within him. Yan's methods were not exceptionally sophisticated. He merely capitalized on the Haotian sect master's retreat, pushing him further back until he achieved an outcome that nearly annihilated the Haotian sect. When he placed himself in the shoes of the Haotian sect master, he realized there was no recourse, hence the chill within him. Today, it was the Haotian sect. Tomorrow, could it be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? When would it be the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? What audacity this child possesses, so unrestrained. Does he not fear Tang San's return? Or does he possess concrete intelligence regarding Tang San? Yet that seems implausible. If Tang San were truly in peril, how could the Spirit Hall allow the Haotian sect to remain? Ning Fengji grappled with the logic and confidence behind Yan's actions. The 4 major single-attribute sects had been captured and subdued, while the elite forces of the Spirit Hall began to clean up the aftermath. This battle had been a crushing victory, with the 4 sects targeted and restrained. Remarkably, both sides had sustained no casualties, a rare occurrence indeed. Odisson, it is growing late. We must make our way to Tiando City. After making some arrangements, to Oba, she inquired about Yan's next instructions. At this moment, the gaze of the Spirit Hall's upper echelon upon Yan had shifted, infused with newfound respect. Having endured the series of events surrounding the siege of the Haotian sect, they felt a genuine admiration for Yan, signifying that he had begun to establish his own standing within the Spirit Hall. Chapter 77. The Balance of Grace and Authority. Now is not the time for friction with the Tiando imperial family. We need not enter the city just yet. Let us instead take residence in the castle for a while. Yin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Compared to the Haotian sect, the Tiando imperial family was a larger, more troublesome entity, yet also more manageable. The Tiando imperial family, or rather the 2 great empires and the noble factions they represented, posed a significant challenge due to their long-standing dominion over the continent, having cultivated their own prestige and influence that even surpassed that of the Spirit Hall. However, for the Spirit Hall, the threat posed by the 2 great empires paled in comparison to that of the Haotian sect, as they lacked the top-tier military might to directly challenge the Spirit Hall's position in the realm of soul masters. Moreover, their vastness meant a multitude of individuals, complicating any efforts to confront them. Yet, dealing with such a colossal entity as an empire could not be rushed. Employing the same strategies used against the Haotian sect would yield counterproductive results. Thus, Yin had no intention of leading his forces into Tiando City. Doing so would only unsettle the Tiando imperial family, and who knew what chaos might ensue. In the present era of the Tiando royal family, the Snowy Knight Emperor stands at the pinnacle of his reign, a sovereign of considerable merit, revered throughout the empire. Yin has no need to confront him directly, for he is merely a soul sect established through an abundance of resources, and in a decade or 2, he will be aged and pose no real threat. leading his army back to the castle that once belonged to the Haotian sect. It became evident that the members of the original affiliated Soul Master factions within the castle altered their expressions once the members of the 4 single attribute clans were returned. Though they shared the outer sect of the Haotian sect, there existed significant disparities within it, with these 4 clans representing its apex, their strength nearly rivaling the lower 4 sections. The fact that such formidable clans were captured by the Spirit Hall instilled palpable dread within them. If the Spirit Hall's initial support was akin to a mere date, intended to placate their anxieties, the return of the 4 clans felt like a blunt instrument, imparting the lesson of true power and the necessity of a dual approach of both grace and authority to quell any lingering ambitions. As Yen stationed his forces at the castle, the Soul Master teams from the 2 major sects, which originally belonged to the Haotian sect, were also in motion. The myriad occurrences of the Haotian sect had left them in turmoil, and they were eager to return to their sections. The upheaval at the Haotian sect was abrupt and impactful. As witnesses and leaders of the 2 major sects, they grasped the magnitude of the ensuing turmoil. Their urgency to return to address the situation palpable. Within the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Fengji was organizing his disciples for their retreat when yet another Soul Master entered to report. An intelligence officer hastily informed him of the current situation, stating, "Sect Master, we have just received word that the Tiando Imperial Guard has turned back and is reinforcing the city's defenses. Moreover, the Snowy Night Emperor has secretly ordered troop movements. The royal family's actions are too sluggish. By the time they muster their forces, it will all be over," Ning Fengji remarked, shaking his head. Truth be told, the Snowy Night Emperor's actions were not overly slow. However, no one anticipated Yan's series of swift and decisive maneuvers, leaving them little time to react. When the forces of the Spirit Hall initially arrived, both the royal family and his 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, along with the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, envisioned the Haotian sect leading the charge against the Spirit Hall, with them providing support. Yet, no one could foresee that the Haotian sect would revolt, not only retreating into seclusion, but also abandoning so many Soul Masters to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall, being a sanctum of the Soul Master community, had the moral high ground in assimilating these Soul Masters, leaving the 2 major sects present with neither the courage nor the strength to contend. As for the royal family, their current actions reveal their stance. They regard Soul Masters with both utility and suspicion, and concerning significant matters involving the Spirit Hall. The Snowy Night Emperor must heed his minister's counsel. By the time their discussions conclude, it will be too late. Even if the royal family were to react swiftly, it is doubtful they could compete with the Spirit Hall, which boasted an impressive lineup of powerful figures, including 3 elders and 2 esteemed offerings, alongside 5 titled Douluo. The combined strength of the top 3 sects barely held its ground. The royal family, in contrast, possessed only a handful of titled offerings, rendering them unreliable in such monumental affairs. Once they received concrete intelligence, their only recourse would be to withdraw and fortify their defenses. 5 titled Douluo and over 10,000 Soul Masters, coupled with the presence of a martial soul temple within Tiando City, might not suffice to instigate a regime change in the Tiando Empire, but it could certainly facilitate a change of leadership within Tiando City. One could only imagine the Snowy Night Emperor's unease in this precarious situation. At that moment, another Soul Master responsible for reception entered to report, "Sect Master, the Spirit Hall has dispatched envoys, requesting a meeting with us. Additionally, it seems the Blue Lightning Overlord sect has also sent a messenger. But Sect Master Yu has dismissed him and is preparing to depart." The Spirit Hall's desire for a discussion at this juncture likely harbored ill intent. However, given that the Blue Lightning Overlord sect had already declined, we too should refuse, albeit in a tactful manner, citing urgent matters requiring our attention. Ning Fengji, ever the diplomat, made prudent arrangements, having already surmised some of the Spirit Hall's intentions. With the Haotian sect's downfall, the alliance among the 7 major sects was shattered, yet the remaining 6 still possessed significant strength. The Spirit Hall's overtures were merely attempts at seduction. Having witnessed their might, Ning Fengji contemplated the possibility of engaging in dialogue. Yet, with the Blue Lightning Overlord sect Yu Yuanjun having outright refused, he, as an ally, could not betray their trust, at least not overtly. Sanson, both the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect have declined the invitation for discussion. Within the Grand Hall of the Haotian Castle, Yin sat in the main seat, conferring with the elders and high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall regarding forthcoming strategies. The esteemed elder, Shilong, entered the main hall to deliver the responses from the 2 major sects, and an immediate silence enveloped the room, all eyes turning towards Yin. The refusal is unsurprising. To be frank, I never anticipated the Blue Lightning Overlord sect would be amenable to negotiations, Yin acknowledged with a nod, having expected their reluctance. As for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, they would likely choose to stand with their allies. Thus he had foreseen their rejection when he initially dispatched envoys. However, sending envoys served a purpose. Sometimes, one must adhere to formality, even when the outcome is foregone. After a brief pause, Yin continued, "Send for the leaders of the 4 clans. Additionally, prepare to arrange a visit to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect's stronghold once the Blue Lightning Overlord sect has departed." Chapter 77. An Audience with Ning Fengji. Saint Sun, the individuals have been brought forth. Within the council chamber of the castle, Yin and the elders had not waited long before the leaders of the 4 clans were ushered in. As Yang Wudi, Titan, Bai He, and Yogao re-entered the chamber, their status had irrevocably changed, and they gazed up at Yin, who occupied the main seat, their emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. Just yesterday, they had been esteemed elders of the Haotian sect's outer sect, deliberating strategies against the Spirit Hall. Yet now, they found themselves as prisoners, their fates resting in the hands of a mere boy, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, not yet 8 years of age. Yin set down the scroll in his hand, lowering his gaze slightly, and with a serene smile, he addressed them, esteemed clan leaders. "It is a pleasure to see you once more. I trust you are faring well." Titan, with his gorilla-like stature and booming voice, retorted, "Boy, why must you feign civility? Being captured by your Spirit Hall is our misfortune. Do with us as you will." This brash giant, though appearing crude, was in fact a cunning fox attempting to provoke. Yet, he underestimated Yin, believing he could indulge in this bravado without consequence. Yin shot him a cold glance and replied pointedly, "Clan leader Titan, I recognize your intellect, but do refrain from showcasing your petty cleverness. If you persist in this folly, it may not only jeopardize yourself, but also lead to the demise of your entire clan. The annihilation of your 4 clans and their 2,000 souls would hardly be a loss to me. If you refuse to cooperate, I would have no reason to spare you for future opposition." Yan's frigid gaze and emotionless words sent a chill through the hearts of the 4 clan leaders, leaving them suddenly uncertain of their fate. In a previous decree, Yan commanded that not a single member of their clan be harmed, and he devised numerous strategies to capture them all alive. This made them realize that the Spirit Hall had intentions towards them, seeking to recruit them. Initially, they planned to maintain a facade of indifference, believing that since the Spirit Hall had invested significant resources in capturing them, they would likely refrain from taking rash actions. However, they were taken aback by Yan's directness, which left them somewhat flustered. Deep down, they were reluctant to accept Yan's words. After all, the Spirit Hall had expended considerable effort to seize them, and executing them would not only tarnish their reputation, but also render all previous efforts futile. Yet, the coldness in Yan's gaze and his utterances instilled a sense of conviction in them, leading them to instinctively believe he might truly follow through on his threats, causing their hearts to race with anxiety. At this juncture, Bai spoke up, "Your Highness the Son of Heaven, surely the Spirit Hall would not go so far as to kill us after expending such effort. What would you gain from our deaths?" Yin replied, "Once again, I pose the question. If you refuse to cooperate, what benefit would keeping you alive bring me beyond wasting provisions?" He paused momentarily before continuing, "Moreover, I see that some of you have children. The Spirit Hall, for all its faults, does possess a system for nurturing orphans and cultivating loyal followers. Baihe, if I recall correctly, your granddaughter is still in her infancy, is she not?" Baihe faltered at the thought of his granddaughter, barely a few months old, and felt a wave of despair wash over him. "What exactly do you want from us, Son of Heaven?" At that moment, Yang Wudi could no longer contain himself. His tone was sharp, reflecting his current emotional state. He was not one for needless chatter, always straightforward, unlike Titan and Baihe, who might employ empty rhetoric. His willingness to engage in dialogue signified a willingness to negotiate. Yin calmly responded, "Is it not clear what I desire? I seek the allegiance of your 4 great clans to the Spirit Hall." "Impossible." Yang Wudi shot up, glaring coldly at Yin. "Though the members of the Haotian sect may be unscrupulous, we cannot simply turn to the Spirit Hall after being captured. The actions of the Haotian sect today are utterly disgraceful. They will become our enemies in the future. I cannot stoop to their level, for if I did, what would distinguish me from them?" Yang, as the leader, expressed his enmity towards the Haotian sect. "And you 3, what do you have to say?" Yin remained unfazed by Yang Wudi's demeanor. Such straightforwardness was, in fact, easier to manage. Step by step, progress was being made, and Yang's declaration of enmity towards the Haotian sect was merely a beginning. Niu Gao, too, grumbled, "As for my Yu clan, we will no longer assist the Haotian sect. But we will not simply pledge allegiance to the Spirit Hall. From this day forth, my Min clan shall also have no ties with the Haotian sect." After a lengthy silence, Bai He finally spoke, his heart heavy with disappointment. Though he understood the Haotian sect's leader had his reasons, the thought of being forcibly taken away without any response was disheartening. With the Yu, Min, and other clans expressing their stances, the only remaining clan, the Li clan, hesitated to speak, drawing the attention of many towards Titan. With Bai He, from the Min clan, severing ties with the Haotian sect, what would Titan's stance be? With a smile, Yin remarked from his elevated position, "Yang clan leader, see? Your own people are already divided in their hearts." Yang Wudi frowned and turned to shout, "Old gorilla, what are you thinking? Do you still harbor illusions about the Haotian sect?" Niu Gao, understanding Titan better, was infuriated by his friend's attitude. "Old gorilla, do you still hold hope for that Tang Hao? Let's not forget who is responsible for our current predicament." The words of Yang Wudi and Niu Gao bore weight. After much hesitation, Titan finally declared, "My Li clan shall have nothing further to do with that group from the Haotian sect." He still left himself an exit, not stating his position unequivocally. However, Yin did not press further. For now, it sufficed that the four great clans openly disavowed the Haotian sect as their leader. The process of division and persuasion would require time and patience. With a wave of his hand, Yin unleashed a surge of flames that coursed through the four individuals, instantly severing the ropes that bound them. He then addressed them, "Since you are willing to distance yourselves from the Haotian sect, you shall be friends of the Spirit Hall. Coincidentally, I am considering a visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to meet with Master Ning. You four clan leaders should accompany me." Having spoken, Yin stepped forward, followed closely by the three elders, two offerings, and other high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. The four clan leaders stood in the Grand Hall, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to grasp the situation. However, their curiosity proved too great to resist, and unwilling to miss such an opportunity, they decided to follow suit. The Soul Masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were stationed not far from the castle, and as Yin and his entourage approached, they prepared to break camp. Upon seeing so many formidable members of the Spirit Hall, they immediately heightened their vigilance. In such circumstances, Ning Fengji could not remain in the shadows and was compelled to make an appearance. "Master Ning, it is a pleasure to meet again. If you are unwilling to come to the castle, I have no choice but to visit you personally. Will you not invite us in for a chat?" Outside the camp of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yin smiled at Ning Fengji, whose expression was far from pleasant, especially upon noticing the four clan leaders, once associated with the Haotian sect, trailing behind the Spirit Hall's procession, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The Spirit Hall's visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School undoubtedly pertained to discussions of confidential matters. The involvement of the four clan leaders, formerly aligned with the Haotian sect, raised questions. Had they betrayed and joined the Spirit Hall, or was there something else at play? "Please," Ning Fengji, unable to ascertain Yan's intentions, did not dare underestimate the young man before him. Though he harbored many doubts, he could not voice them. Nevertheless, he promptly moved aside, gesturing for Yin to enter. Yin led the way into the tent, followed by the others, while Ning Fengji and the Bone Duo remained last, ensuring the perimeter was secured with their disciples, unwilling to let their guard down. Inside the tent of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji respectfully offered Yin a cup of tea as a gesture of courtesy before inquiring, "Your Highness, may I ask what brings you to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Yin gently lifted the teacup, blew lightly on the surface, and replied, "I trust Master Ning is aware of my intentions. The Haotian sect has fallen, and the two imperial families only wish to have you bear the brunt of their burdens. Why does the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School not consider collaborating with the Spirit Hall?" "Your Highness, I find this statement somewhat perplexing. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has always engaged in trade with the Spirit Hall. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, known for its gemstone-based martial souls, excelled in commerce and investment, making it the wealthiest among the seven sects, with numerous collaborations with the Spirit Hall." However, Yin was not inquiring about that aspect. Ning Fengji was merely feigning ignorance. "Master Ning, do you truly find such remarks amusing?" Yin continued to gaze calmly at Ning Fengji before adding, "Are you aware of the distinctions the Spirit Hall makes between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, and the Haotian sect?" Without awaiting a response from Ning Fengji, he continued, "The distinction among the three of you lies in the fact that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Haotian sect are excessively arrogant and thus rather detestable. I simply cannot fathom from where they derive their confidence to look down upon the Spirit Hall. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has managed to expand its business to such an extent, which leads me to believe that you possess considerable discernment. Furthermore, there exists another difference. Regarding the Haoyin sect, there remains a certain reluctance in the hearts of the elders, as they are unclear about Tang San's specific circumstances and harbor some reservations. However, this is not the case with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Although extinguishing you would pose some difficulty, I believe the elders would harbor no such reservations now. As Yan's words fell, the nearby Chrysanthemum Douluo let out an enigmatic chuckle, and even among the 5 titled Douluo, including the 2 great offerings, a gravity-laden atmosphere descended upon Ning Fengji and his companions. Despite being within the confines of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's tent, surrounded by thousands of their elite members, Ning Fengji felt as though he were submerged in frigid waters, an overwhelming chill enveloping him, as if his very life were precariously grasped in another's hands. Oomph! A cold snort pierced the air like a beacon of light in the darkness, rousing Ning Fengji from his suffocating trance, his gaze towards Yin tinged with trepidation. To Ning Fengji's right, the sword Douluo, Qin fixed his cold gaze upon Yin and stated, "If the Spirit Hall seeks to consume the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, are they not afraid of shattering their own teeth? Within 7 steps, I am confident that I could claim the head of any one of you." As he spoke, he met Yan's eyes, his earlier cold snort having dispelled the oppressive presence exerted by the 5 titled Douluo. As a 96th level sword Douluo with the 7 killing sword martial spirit, he possessed the confidence to take any head. Sword Douluo, I concede that you indeed possess such capability at this moment. However, I advise you to refrain from emulating that reckless Tang Hao. The lessons learned for the Haoyin sect's past should suffice. Yin regarded the sword Douluo with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of composure, before turning directly to Ning Fengji. Ning Sect Master, I have come today to persuade the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and I do so with sincerity. I possess a small trinket that I wonder if you might be interested in seeing. As Yin spoke, the soul guide on his wrist emitted a slight tremor, revealing an unusual metallic object that he held in his grasp. A modern observer would find it strikingly familiar, resembling a rare toy firearm, albeit crafted from metal. Ning Fengji, Qin, Gu Rong, and the members of the Spirit Hall regarded the object in Yan's hand with curiosity, for it was something they had never seen and did not comprehend its purpose. Sword Douluo, be cautious. Yan lifted the revolver towards Sword Douluo Qin, aiming at the side of his head, and with a slight pressure of his right index finger, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by a dull, thunderous sound, an indistinct shadow shot towards Qin at an astonishing speed, causing the air to momentarily distort. In the next instant, Sword Douluo Qin had vanished from his original position. His reflexes were swift, and he attempted to intercept the projectile with his sword energy, but it proved futile. The bullet was simply too fast. Fortunately, Yin had not aimed at his body. As he swiftly pivoted, the bullet grazed past him, penetrating the tent and soaring into the sky. Bang! 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 Yin stood, repeatedly pulling the trigger in Qin's direction, the shots firing almost simultaneously due to the short distance between them, with the bullets reaching Sword Douluo within a second. A massive, ancient sword, 2 meters long and half a foot wide, materialized in the air, arriving in Qin's palm an instant later, adorned with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black soul rings. This was the sword Douluo's weapon, the top-tier martial spirit, the 7 killing sword. Qin's response was extraordinarily quick as the 4 bullets locked onto him. The 7 killing sword in his palm shifted slightly within a second, successfully blocking all 4 bullets, which adhered to the spine of the sword. Bang! At that moment, Yan's wrist flicked, and just as he was about to pull the trigger again, he unexpectedly released another bullet that arced through the air, launching a surprise attack from the side. Qin swung his sword to intercept the final bullet, using his soul power to draw all 5 bullets from the air into his hand, deeply contemplating the impact they had just imparted. His expression turned grave. Yin raised his hand to blow away the gunpowder residue from the muzzle, then smiled at Ning Fengji, saying, "Ning Sect Master, the times have changed, and I believe you would be inclined to discuss this little trinket with me." Chapter 79. Yan's Intentions. Sir Uncle, what are your thoughts? Ning Fengji did not respond to Yin immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to Sword Douluo Qin, who was tasked with receiving the 5 bullets. This individual was the cornerstone of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, having experienced firsthand the power of Yan's device, and thus could provide invaluable advice. Sectmaster, this device indeed possesses unique qualities. Qin glanced at the unassuming trinket in Yan's hand, still grappling with disbelief over its capabilities. Its speed was astonishing, and its power formidable. Even a high-level soul master could be gravely injured or even lose their life if caught unawares. I was taken by surprise with the first bullet. However, I was able to intercept the remaining 5 with some preparation. The weapon spirit can be used to block it, but as for beast martial spirits, even defensive ones, unless one reaches the high-level soul master threshold, they would likely be unable to withstand it. As Qin spoke, his countenance grew increasingly solemn. Having genuinely experienced the speed and power of the firearm, he became acutely aware of Yan's terrifying and unfathomable nature, making him feel increasingly unsettled. It is exceptionally suited for the 7-treasure glazed tile sect master. After expressing these thoughts, he caught Ning Fengji's gaze, signaling him to take this matter seriously. Even if it meant temporarily deceiving the spear hall, this object must be secured. His tone was grave, addressing Ning Fengji with the title of sect master, underscoring the importance he placed on this issue. Indeed, the Holy Sun has presented us with something impossible to refuse. Ning Fengti noted Toukchuli, then turned to Yan with a wry smile, remarking, a device capable of compelling a titled Douluo to unleash their martial spirit, even causing them to suffer losses. Moreover, it appears to operate without any sign of soul power fluctuations and is remarkably easy to handle. For auxiliary soul masters, this treasure is akin to a second life. Ning Fengji had witnessed its power firsthand, compelling the attack-oriented Sworddaw Qin to resort to his martial spirit, and following that, Qin's high praise for it demonstrated its true potency. Yan then retrieved 6 more bullets from the soul guide, loading them into the handgun before tossing it to Ning Fengji. Sect Master Ning, you may test its power for yourself. After receiving the trinket and examining it momentarily, Ning Fengji aimed it at the ground. With a thunderous bang, a cloud of dust erupted, revealing a faint hole. I never expected this device to possess such force. Its power is indeed impressive. Ning Fengji rubbed his wrist, surprised by the recoil of the firearm, nearly injuring himself due to the unexpected force. Sect Master Ning, as for the force exerted, it can be summarized thus: the greater the recoil, the more formidable the power. Yan smiled and continued to elaborate. Generally, ordinary individuals would find it utterly impossible to wield it. Lacking any cultivation, they would risk shattering their hands upon forced usage. However, for soul masters deficient in offensive capabilities, particularly those of the support type, it becomes a divine artifact. Did Ning Zong actively take notice? Yin was quite satisfied with Ning Fengji's response, feeling that his considerable efforts in specially modifying this firearm had not been in vain. Having resolved to join the Spirit Hall, Yin naturally harbored a vigilant mindset towards Tang San's ascendance. To stifle Tang San's rise, the most effective approach would be to directly dispatch someone to eliminate him. Yet, across the entire Douluo continent, apart from the Grand and Second offerings, none dare to claim they could definitively subdue Tang Hao. The frustrating situation lay here. After having bullied the weak once, the Grand Offering had grown reluctant to take action against Tang Hao again. And as for the Second Offering, the Golden Crocodile, Douluo, merely feigned politeness, utterly incapable of issuing commands, and moreover, both Tang Hao and Tang San were not easily dispatched. Such troublesome protagonists ought to be eradicated if possible. If not, it was wise to refrain from acting prematurely. Lacking certainty and unable to find a suitable opportunity to expose the location of Holy Spirit Village, Yan could only resort to alternative measures, seeking to curtail any potential advancements by Tang San. The reason Tang San was able to develop and ultimately bring about the downfall of the Spirit Hall, aside from the support of the Sea God and the Shura God, was precisely due to the celestial-grade spiritual herbs he acquired, along with the extensive arsenal of concealed weapons. Yin was well aware of the location of the celestial-grade spiritual herbs, yet he was not prepared to act on them just yet. He had yet to fully establish himself within the Spirit Hall, and his current stage of cultivation was progressing rapidly. Thus, there was no immediate need to hasten the absorption of those herbs. For the time being, he would not focus on the Sunset Forest, but rather, he could contemplate the concealed weapons of the Tang sect. Although the Tang sect's concealed weapons sounded quite impressive, boasting considerable power, the reality was that the knowledge regarding soul-guided devices had significantly deteriorated in this realm. If this individual were to traverse to the Sun-Moon continent, he would likely encounter countless frustrations. To return to the main topic, Yan's creation of the firearm was, in essence, a preemptive strike against the market for concealed weapons. They were fundamentally similar, yet the firearm possessed greater power and was easier to handle at a lower cost. Indeed, the cost of the firearm Yan manufactured was remarkably low. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary homebody, having only perused materials on modern firearms without any practical experience. However, Toy replicas of firearms. Particularly the revolver-style toy guns he often played with as a child could easily be transformed into something resembling a real gun by substituting plastic for metal. What he crafted was not a particularly intricate firearm, but rather a simple revolver-style gun, arguably the easiest type to manufacture. Having previously disassembled toy firearms and now possessing flames of extreme temperature, forging the imitation parts was not a challenge for him. The genuine difficulty lay in creating the ammunition, particularly the smokeless powder. Fortunately, Yan's intellect encompassed a wide array of knowledge, and with access to abundant resources within the Spirit Hall, he managed to produce a batch, thereby facilitating his demonstration to Ning Fengji. Among the various types of Soul Masters, it was undoubtedly the support-type Soul Masters, who were more vulnerable and easily eliminated, that stood in dire need of such a device. However, with the advent of firearms, provided they mastered their marksmanship, the survival capacity of support-type Soul Masters would experience a significant enhancement, particularly for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which primarily consisted of support-type Soul Masters. This invention was of utmost importance. Ning Fengji was not foolish. He recognized its value, but would he reject it due to the Spirit Hall? Such a feat was beyond him. Perhaps deep down, he understood that entangling and collaborating with the Spirit Hall was not advantageous for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School at present. Yet the school was not solely under his dominion, and not all members possessed foresight. Many within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would only perceive that the firearm could save their lives, which would be sufficient for them, rendering Ning Fengji unable to refuse the gift presented by Yan. Chapter 8. Firearms and Soul Guidance. The Saint Sun produced this object without fear of potential repercussions for the Spirit Hall in the future. Ning Fengji toyed with the small contraption in his hand. It was simple to wield and possessed immense power, capable of threatening high-ranking Soul Masters under unexpected circumstances. Furthermore, he discerned no trace of soul power within this item. What did this imply? Even ordinary individuals could wield it, posing a threat to Soul Masters. Should it infiltrate the military and be mastered en masse? Soldiers with superior physical conditions could contend with lower-ranking Soul Masters, and coupled with the vast number of ordinary people, how could Soul Masters maintain their elevated status? Lord Ning, did you not just clearly sense the recoil of this gadget? Even a rank 1 Soul Master would struggle to manage it. A moment's inattention could result in a shattered hand. How could an ordinary person handle it? Yan dismissed Ning Fengji's remarks with indifference. This device in his hands, when compared to modern firearms, was fraught with shortcomings. While the force of the bullet was great, the recoil was more than tenfold that of a Desert Eagle. And ordinary individuals should prepare for broken hands if they attempted to use it. This was intentional on his part. His original intent in creating this item was to hinder Tang San's rise and limit his capacity to widely distribute concealed weapons among the military. Concealed weapons were designed for assassination and, compared to firearms, were quieter and could be poisoned, thus possessing considerable lethality. In comparison, concealed weapons could be more lethal to Soul Masters due to their stealth, making them harder to defend against. However, firearms possess 2 advantages that concealed weapons could not match. 1, their manufacturing cost is inherently lower than that of intricate concealed weapons. And 2, despite being noisier, they also deliver greater power. Cost-effective and potent firearms are easier to popularize, and the semi-automatic structure allows for simpler reloading. Wise individuals would undoubtedly recognize the superior choice. However, now that Yin had created this device, he had taken precautionary measures. This firearm, designed with an emphasis on power, could deal tremendous damage in the hands of Soul Master, provided they could withstand the recoil. Not only could they maneuver flexibly, but they could also engage in gunfighting techniques, much like he had demonstrated against the sword Douluo. Conversely, should an ordinary person attempt to wield such a weapon, they would find themselves lacking in both resilience and agility, relegated to the role of a stationary cannon. Once their position was exposed, evasion from a Soul Master's lethal assault would be impossible. Of course, even with stringent precautions, the secrets of the firearm would likely be unraveled, though that would certainly take many years. These gunpowder weapons involved 2 entirely new realms: mechanical physics and chemical explosives. The field of mechanical physics was somewhat more manageable. Handguns could be disassembled, and the structure of revolvers was not overly complicated. Yet, Yan's design, intentionally prioritizing power while neglecting recoil, would require at least a decade or more for the 2 great empires to optimize it to the point where ordinary individuals could wield it. Moreover, even if they refined the structure of the firearm, without the formula for the gunpowder, they would be a loss. The formula for smokeless powder originated in modern times. Built upon a mature black powder system and a relatively complete chemical framework, which was as incomprehensible to the native inhabitants of Douluo continent as ancient texts. Without specialized individuals to disseminate and teach the modern chemical system, achieving results from scratch would be akin to chasing a dream. However, there remains an obstructive figure in this world, Tang San. The mechanisms and hidden weapons of the Tang sect, as well as explosive devices akin to the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, overlap significantly with the realm of firearms. Perhaps in the future, as Tang San matures, he may assist the nobility in unraveling some of the secrets. Yet fully mastering the technology remains an improbable endeavor. Yan's smokeless powder is meticulously crafted from raw materials he personally extracted, with each step executed almost entirely by himself. The environmental conditions and timing of various chemical reactions demand considerable attention. Without a grasp of the underlying principles, the products created would be mere monstrosities. It can be posited that as long as Yan's recipe remains undisclosed and unmastered, the firearm replicas produced by the two great empires would be akin to mere toys. Moreover, even should firearms become widespread, they would ultimately favor soul masters. The maximum range of modern firearms, such as anti-tank guns, illustrates this. An ordinary person can barely manage 3 shots before succumbing to the recoil, as the effective range of firearms is contingent upon the physical limits of the human body. While it is not impossible to create firearms with greater power and range, one must first contend with the issue of aiming. The recoil alone could inflict grievous harm. Soul masters, however, differ from ordinary individuals. Their soul power is an extraordinary energy system that defies logic, allowing them to withstand greater forces. Consequently, the firearms they wield would possess enhanced range and power, and any aiming issues could be adeptly assisted by soul techniques. Thus, even if firearms were indeed disseminated within the military, the conflict between soul master armies and ordinary armies would result in a massacre when the distance is maintained. Nevertheless, with the advent of firearms, the frameworks of both realms will inevitably evolve and mature, enabling ordinary individuals to wield significant lethality, which would undeniably impact the status of soul masters. Yet, this dilemma is one that Yin has already contemplated and resolved in his mind. For the firearm system to develop to such a degree, it would require at least several centuries of accumulation. However, in no more than 30 years, Qian Renxue will ascend to godhood. Below the realm of the divine, firearms will be nothing more than laughable sticks. Thus, Yin is entirely unconcerned about the two empires advancing in this domain. Moreover, he possesses foresight, understanding that the future will not belong to the realm of mechanisms and gunpowder, but rather to the sweeping dominance of soul guidance devices. For soul masters, soul guidance devices are akin to magical artifacts for Qi practitioners, significantly enhancing the efficiency of soul power utilization and greatly augmenting their combat prowess. As depicted in the original narrative, soul guidance devices have rendered the Tang sect's hidden weapons obsolete. Yin, endowed with the intellect of Dawn, possesses a distinct advantage in researching this field. It is precisely because he has already achieved some results in the soul guidance system that he dares to present this innovation to forge a collaboration with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He is indifferent to the dissemination of this knowledge and would rather see the nobility of the two empires invest substantial resources in its research and refinement. For by the time they achieve results in this area, Yan's soul guidance system will likely have undergone significant breakthroughs, allowing him to introduce entirely new soul guidance devices to his peers, proclaiming that the era has shifted, and that firearms will be irrevocably buried before they ever reach their zenith. A man who both initiated and concluded the era of firearms, a title that resonates profoundly and will surely be etched in the annals of the two empires. Once the foundational framework of the soul guidance system is established, the advantages of soul masters over ordinary people will expand infinitely, relegating the nobility to the annals of history. However, all of this requires the passage of time, and the innovations he presents now are merely a means of buying that time. Chapter 81, Collaboration and Guilds. Lord Ning, how have you considered our proposal? Yin did not afford Ning Fengji much time for contemplation. He had already displayed considerable sincerity and could scarcely believe that this esteemed leader would decline, given the Saint Sun's earnestness. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is naturally eager to collaborate. Ultimately, Ning Fengji chose cooperation. It was not that he lacked resolve, but rather that Yan's offer was exceedingly generous. Even in comparison to hidden weapons, firearms hold a distinct advantage. Not to mention that there are currently no comparably effective defensive tools available. After Yin personally demonstrated this remarkable weapon, Ning Fengji's mind was made up. Such a unique armament is crucial for auxiliary soul masters, and should he let this opportunity slip, he would be a historical pariah. Yan nodded with a smile. Excellent. Since Lord Ning is willing to discuss, let us proceed to the specifics of our collaboration. The Spirit Hall has absorbed thousands of soul masters and tens of thousands of other members following the dissolution of the Haotian sect, all of whom require proper arrangement. In this regard, we will need Lord Ning's cooperation and support. Saint Sun, this is what we previously discussed, is it not? A flicker of astonishment crossed Ning Fengji's eyes. He had anticipated that Yan would address collaboration concerning this small gadget. The prospect behind it stirred his interest. Yet he did not expect Yan to shift the conversation to the placement of soul masters, a seemingly unrelated topic. Lord Ning, regarding this matter, did we not already converse about it? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School wishes to custom-make firearms for the defense of our auxiliary soul masters. Simply submit the necessary documentation. However, ammunition is a consumable and will require separate calculations. Yan explained, smiling. This weapon, after all, is perilous. If it were to circulate, it would not bode well for the soul masters. Those who would disseminate such knowledge would be seen as traitors to the soul master community. A label I am certain you and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School do not wish to bear. Thus, I kindly request that you submit the required information regarding the soul masters in need, and the Spirit Hall will naturally facilitate the exchange upon verification. I trust that Lord Ning comprehends and supports this request, correct? Yan's words rendered Ning Fengji speechless. The label of a traitor to the soul master community was a heavy burden to bear, yet he recognized the truth in Yan's words. Should this knowledge indeed spread within the community, those who facilitated its dissemination would be tantamount to betraying their kin. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengji spoke again. Your considerations are indeed profound, Saint Sun. I have been rather rash in my previous thoughts. However, I am unaware of what sort of collaboration you envision. Ning Fengji's tone regained its calmness. Internally, he understood that Yan was leveraging the firearms to pressure him, yet he found himself without recourse. As the Spirit Hall wielded considerable influence and possessed what the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School required, he had no choice but to acquiesce to collaboration. The thousands of newly registered soul masters will incur a subsidy of at least 1 million gold soul coins annually, a sum that the Tiando royal family is likely to be reluctant to provide. This matter will require Lord Ning's assistance in negotiations. Yan initially posed a challenging question to Ning Fengji. Following the dissolution of the Haotian sect, the remaining thousands of soul masters presented a dilemma. The Spirit Hall could absorb them, but the financial burden would be substantial. It would be even more advantageous to secure some subsidies from the two empires. As Yan spoke, the leaders of the 4 major clans leaned in attentively. This matter directly pertained to the interests of those former outer disciples of the Haotian sect. Indeed, newly registered soul masters under the soul sect do enjoy imperial subsidies. However, as for the royal family, I can only do my utmost. Ning Fengji's expression darkened. Yan's request for him to resolve this issue was not merely about finances, but rather a push for him to confront the Tiando royal family directly. The representative of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School approaching the royal family for subsidies, even with valid reasons, would undoubtedly create a rift in their relationship, one that could not be mended easily thereafter. Had this occurred a day prior, Ning Fengji would undoubtedly have been unwilling. However, at this juncture, what choice remained for him but to silently acquiesce with a nod? There was another matter to consider. The soul masters above the rank of soul sovereign had lost their financial subsidies, leading to a myriad of complications. This was particularly problematic for those soul masters who lacked acumen in economic matters, as they could easily resort to desperate measures under certain circumstances. In the best-case scenario, they might find themselves reduced to mere entertainers in the grand soul arena. Yan shared with Ning Fengji his unique perspective. Continuing the distribution of subsidies to soul masters was unfeasible. Thus, he proposed a more profound collaboration with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, aiming to establish an organization or guild that would facilitate soul masters in acquiring economic benefits, which he suggested naming the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild he referenced was a commonplace concept in many Western fantasy novels, serving as a platform that provides practitioners with avenues for earning a living, thereby allowing them to showcase their talents. In the Douluo continent, the lack of subsidies for the powerful soul masters above the soul sovereign rank meant that, aside from a select few with specialized skills willing to align themselves with major powers, many soul masters struggled to earn even 100 gold soul coins in a month. Take, for instance, the Min family among the 4 great clans. They had invested all their talents in agility, rendering their direct combat capabilities rather feeble. Without financial support, their development was severely hindered. In the original narrative, while the Spirit Hall had ambushed the 4 great single-attribute clans when they severed ties with the Haotian sect, their subsequent actions merely involved suppression without crossing the line excessively. The Li clan, the Yu clan, and even the Pa clan had managed to establish themselves over the course of a decade or two. Yet, the Min clan was struggling immensely, barely able to muster 200 gold soul coins. Even the White Crane, a soul sage, was at a loss. The Min clan possessed formidable abilities. Although their combat prowess was lacking, they could fly at great speeds, making them invaluable scouts within a soul master team. Yet paradoxically, they found themselves in dire straits due to their lack of channels to showcase their capabilities. What Yin aimed to accomplish was to create a suitable platform for employment, thereby strengthening the Spirit Hall's influence and control over mid to high-ranking soul masters. The difficulty of achieving success in this venture was considerable. However, should he attain even modest results, the Spirit Hall could amplify its investments, further solidifying its dominance within the soul master community. Moreover, this initiative could only be spearheaded by the Spirit Hall, as the nobility of the 2 empires could exert influence only within their own territories. And the 7 great sects currently lacked a unifying leader and sufficient power. Only the Spirit Hall had the reach to span various cities across the continent, facilitating the movement and interaction of soul masters. Once the communication issues were resolved, the project would be well on its way to fruition. Should this endeavor succeed, Yin would rise to a position of great significance within the Spirit Hall, ranking just below a handful of individuals. Chapter 82. The Astonishing Plan. The Crown Prince truly harbors grand ambitions. Inside the encampment of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji struggled to suppress the tumult within his heart, forcing a smile towards Yin. From the 2 revelations Yin had disclosed, he discerned the child's terrifying ambitions. Whether it was the initial presentation of the firearm or the subsequent targeted plan, both had the potential to alter the landscape of the continent. Should he succeed, the power and influence of the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly expand. Life is but a fleeting autumn, a mere 100 years of ephemeral glory. Some fade into obscurity, while others leave an indelible mark on history. If given the choice, I believe many would opt for the latter. Yin regarded Ning Fengji and others with a serene smile before continuing. I'm not particularly interested in wealth, power, or status. Rather, I aspire to be remembered throughout history. I wish for future generations to think of me when they reflect upon this era, for that would constitute true achievement. Master Ning, do you agree with my perspective? Yan's words were imbued with gravitas. While others still pursued wealth and power, he had already set his sights on the legacy he would leave behind. Particularly striking was his assertion of disinterest in riches, reminiscent of a modern-day Jack Ma who eschews material wealth. Such ambition is genuinely formidable. What future might the Spirit Hall carve under the guidance of this child? And what fate awaits the Douluo continent? Ning Fengji was profoundly shaken, his gaze towards Yin shifting once more. Initially perceiving Yin as merely a capable child, he now recognized that the boy's vision and foresight extended far beyond his own comprehension. As the newly appointed leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, his focus was primarily on the development of the sect, ensuring it did not lose its reputation. Whereas this child was contemplating how to secure an immortal legacy, a distinction that altered the very framework of ambition. The Crown Prince speaks true, Ning Fengji remarked, feigning agreement as Yan's gaze returned to him, though he remained in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What is going on? What other plan? He realized he was entirely out of sync with Yan's thought process, feeling as though he was being led by the nose by a child. A humiliating predicament indeed. Yet, Yin was unperturbed by Ning Fengji's mental turmoil and continued, Master Ning, you must be aware that certain plant-type soul masters, particularly those specializing in auxiliary roles, excel at cultivating and even mutating crops. Now, imagine if we could acquire entirely new resources that enhance the probability of awakening innate soul power, thus aiding auxiliary soul masters in their cultivation. What might that entail? Is it even possible? Ning Fengji gazed at Yan's enigmatic smile, struggling to believe. While rare, precious materials existed on the Douluo continent, he was well aware of the scarcity of herbs capable of directly enhancing soul power, having consumed some himself. Yan's insinuations seemed to suggest he was preparing to cultivate these invaluable herbs in abundance, an audacious idea, one that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School neither possessed nor dared to attempt due to the immense investment required. Yin smiled confidently. How can we know what is impossible without attempting it? I plan to disseminate this information. Can you guess how many auxiliary soul masters would be willing to assist me? Ning Fengji was left speechless, caught between rationality and an inexplicable voice of support deep within. Logically, he believed Yan's idea would likely fail, as many predecessors had been unable to achieve similar feats. Yet, the prospect of success resonated with a yearning for greatness. If this endeavor were to succeed, it would indeed etch Yan's name into the annals of history, rendering him a monumental figure within the Soul Master realm, eternally remembered and revered by the continent. Yan and Ning Fengji locked eyes, their gazes drifting to the others within the tent. Even the two high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall regarded him with a newfound complexity, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment and admiration for his ambition. Yan's third proposal essentially mirrored the contemporary initiatives of various botanical laboratories, aimed at the domestication and cultivation of existing crops and edible plants to yield entirely new, nutritious, and precious agricultural resources. Just as the dogtail grass, through countless generations of cultivation, can transform into millet, so too can plants undergo beneficial genetic mutations after being extensively planted and domesticated over generations, yielding entirely new and precious crop resources. If such an endeavor were to be undertaken in modern times, the investment would be substantial, and tangible results would be elusive for at least a decade. However, a significant distinguishing feature of the Douluo continent, in contrast to the contemporary world, is the existence of martial souls, an extraordinary phenomenon devoid of rationality. Ordinary plant martial soul wielders can significantly assist in crop cultivation, even in the absence of innate soul power. What was once a meager annual harvest could potentially yield bountiful produce under the influence of martial souls, possibly even achieving multiple harvests in a single year. Such effects are not limited to those with awakened soul power. Powerful plant soul masters can employ their martial souls and soul power to nurture and accelerate the growth of plants, leading to rapid propagation and, after several generations of cultivation, the potential to obtain the desired resources. What Yin seeks is not merely new grains akin to millet, but rather entirely new crop resources imbued with spiritual energy that could enhance cultivation and be produced in abundance. Should this plan succeed, it would dramatically elevate productivity in the feudal society of the Douluo continent, bringing with it immense prestige and opportunities that no plant-type soul master would wish to overlook. What must I do for the Holy Sun? Ning Fengji's voice bore a hint of bitterness, laced with a measure of reverence. First, there was the formidable firearm capable of altering the continent's dynamics, followed by the establishment of a mercenary guild to stabilize societal circulation. And now, this ambitious crop cultivation plan. Yan's ideas were increasingly astonishing, leaving Ning Fengji utterly in awe. Although the other had yet to achieve success, he felt no inclination to compete. He recognized he could not match such a person. I hope the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can disseminate this news within the Heaven Do Empire. For among support-type soul masters, the reputation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed formidable. Yan's smile was laden with meaning, causing a shiver to run through Ning Fengji. What did the Holy Sun imply? Was he suggesting that the influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was too significant? Ning Fengji found himself lost in thought, while Yin offered no further explanation. After further discussions, he departed the temporary residence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, returning to the castle to organize matters. Chapter 83. Entering Heaven Do City. Your Highness, in recent days, the military movements of the Heaven Do Empire have been frequent, with nearly 500,000 troops gathering near Heaven Do City, poised to encircle at any moment. Within the castle's conference hall, Yin sat at a long table attending to affairs, while she long reported the latest developments from the outside world. It had been approximately half a month since Yin had threatened the Haotian sect, and, as time passed, the Haotian sect's retreat into seclusion stirred significant turmoil across the Douluo continent. Originally, the alliance of the seven major sects wielded influence in the spirit master community that could rival that of the Spirit Hall. Yet, within a mere fortnight, the Haotian sect disbanded. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School began to negotiate with the Spirit Hall. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect contracted its power, and the remaining four sects pursued their individual agendas. Among the lower four sects, the Elephant Armor sect, like the upper three sects, resided within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, while the remaining three sects were situated within the Star Luo Empire. The seven major sects in the Spirit Master community were not ranked solely by raw power. Rather, they were assessed based on their prominence in specific domains. For instance, the Haotian Hammer was reputed as the foremost weapon martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon as the premier beast martial soul, excluding the Six-Winged Angel. and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as the foremost support sect, excluding the unique lineage of the Nine-Star Begonia. The Sacred Dragon Sect, once favored by the Spirit Hall to contend for a place among the 7 major sects, ultimately failed due to this very reason, having been deliberately suppressed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, while the other major sects ostracized them, leading to their ultimate defeat. Among the 7 major sects, the upper 3 were genuine titans, possessing title Douluo and capable of directly confronting the Spirit Hall, whereas the lower 4 sects resembled mere mascots, at least in this generation. Lacking any title Douluo, with the Spirit Hall exhibiting absolute power, they had opted for clandestine communications. Consequently, in the brief span of merely half a month, the influence of the Spirit Hall within the Spirit Master community surged to 70%, a feat that, in the original narrative, had taken 2 decades of meticulous effort to achieve. This time, however, Yan's maneuvering led to the forced dissolution of the Haotian sect and a wavering stance from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, allowing the Spirit Hall to reclaim its dominance over the Spirit Master community. Thus, when confronting an adversary, it is often advisable to pursue total annihilation for maximal gain. During our encampment these past 2 weeks, nearly 20,000 Spirit Masters have congregated in Heaven-Do City, and it seems the royal family is becoming increasingly anxious. Yan, who had been diligently writing on a scroll, lifted his gaze to meet Shilong's report with a faint smile. Yan shook his head and stretched to alleviate his fatigue before turning to ask, "Shilong, is there an auction event taking place today in Heaven-Do City?" Shilong, misinterpreting the inquiry, promptly responded, "Holy Son, do you wish to purchase something? I shall arrange for it immediately. There's no need for that. Simply inform the 2 venerable ones. We shall pay a visit to Heaven-Do City. The current royal family is akin to a startled bird. Perhaps a little intimidation will yield unexpected benefits." As he spoke, Yin rose to loosen his limbs. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, and from a side chamber, another figure appeared, none other than the Elder Protectors, Zhu Douluo Yuguan and Gue Douluo Gue Mei. These 2 elders, both possessing formidable soul power at level 95, had been rotating shifts with the 2 venerable ones, guarding Yan's safety, especially after his recent monumental achievement, as many sought his life. "Elder Gue, Elder Yuguan, my esteemed protectors, I would appreciate your company on this excursion." After meeting with the 2 protectors at the door, Yan offered a slight bow to the title Douluo before boarding the carriage, with Shilong and Ci Shui volunteering as the drivers. Such a formidable entourage would render Yin impervious to any threat, even from a 1,000,000-strong army. As Yin sat in the carriage, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, by the way, what have the members of the 4 single-attribute families been up to lately? Ci Shui promptly replied, reporting to the Holy Sun. The Strength Clan and the Control Clan have been designing and constructing the Heaven-Do branch of the Mercenary Guild within Heaven-Do City. While Niu Gao of the Control Clan seems unproblematic, Titan of the Strength Clan has been engaging in numerous questionable activities, making it difficult to rein him in. However, some of the collateral branches of the Strength Clan may still be amenable to our cause. As for the Agility Clan, they have formed an exploration team with the elite members of our Spirit Hall. After a period of coordination, they have been performing excellently. Following your instructions, they have ventured into the Sunset Forest to gather various resources and specimens, while the Apothecary Hall of the Bray Clan is now operational. Interestingly enough, despite the Agility Clan having familial ties with the Haotian sect, it appears that both the Agility and Bray clans are the most likely to align with us in the Spirit Hall. Esteemed Elder Shilong, please notify Yang Wudi to accompany us on this journey. Yin nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the unwavering loyalty of the Titan clan to Tang Hao. He did not harbor hopes for substantial gains. Rather, the mere defection of a member from the Titan clan would suffice. Such clans are indeed not easily fragmented, yet circumstances can dictate otherwise. A clan leader who disregards the welfare of their kin may ultimately face ruin. However, Titan, being a man of great renown and formidable capability within the outer sect of the Haotian school, maintains excellent relations with the other 3 clans. It would be prudent to spare his life, akin to how the Uchiha clan dealt with Uchiha Madara and Naruto, expelling a leader who neglects the greater good, ensuring the happiness of all. As Yin schemed to discreetly manipulate the Titan clan, Yang Wudi approached alongside. Shilong, Yin gestured toward the space atop the carriage, inviting, "Please, Master Yang, take a seat. There's a grand auction in Tiando City today, and my knowledge may be insufficient. I hope to rely on your expertise. The auction may present some rare treasures, and should you find something of interest, do not hesitate to express your desires." "Young master, were you not intending to meet with the members of the Tiando royal family?" Yang Wudi inquired after settling down, unable to suppress his curiosity, as she long had shared insights during their journey, which seemed to diverge from Yan's narrative. Indeed, we must meet the Tiando royal family. However, our approach differs fundamentally from their visit to us, Yin replied, as the carriage proceeded steadily. The Snow Knight Emperor is an astute individual. I believe he comprehends the proper course of action. At the eastern gate of Tiando City, as a carriage ambled forth, the elite guards atop the city wall tightened their grips on their long spears. Chapter 84. The Grand Auction House. Tiando City, as the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, is undoubtedly a place of great prosperity and bustling activity. Despite the recent military mobilizations by the Tiando royal family throughout the city, its vibrancy remains unscathed. The streets of Tiando City are wide and immaculate, lined with numerous shops, and throngs of people flow incessantly. The carriage gradually made its way to a semicircular edifice at the city's heart. This building appeared quite peculiar, characterized by its entirely curved surface, resembling half a sphere nestled upon the ground, devoid of any signage save for the emblem of a hammer, the distinctive mark of the Imperial Auction House. The auction house sprawls over an extensive area, with a diameter exceeding 500 meters and soaring heights of over 80 meters. Being situated in the capital, where every inch is precious, the vast expanse of this auction house attests to its esteemed status and significance within Tiando City. The entrance to the auction house is similarly semicircular, radiating a creamy white hue, with 4 tall maidens stationed before it. These maidens, evidently selected with great care, all stand around 175 meters tall, possessing well-proportioned physiques. While they may not be breathtakingly beautiful, their charming visages are nonetheless captivating. Appearing no older than 20, they don flowing gowns that extend to the ground, with sleeves reaching their wrists, revealing not an inch of excessive skin, yet their fitted dresses accentuate their graceful curves. Embroidered in silver thread, the gowns bear floral designs that subtly form letters, and the maidens, in perfect unison, rest their hands before them, smiling warmly, a professional yet endearing smile. Welcome, esteemed guests. As the carriage came to a gentle halt, 6 individuals alighted, joined by 2 who had driven the carriage, making a total of 8 as they approached the grand entrance of the auction house. One of the maidens stepped forward, bowing slightly. Leading the group was Shilong, who produced a token from his pocket. Upon seeing this token, the maiden's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, and she promptly gestured for them to follow. Please, right this way. As she spoke, she took delicate steps forward, guiding the group into the auction house. The interior of the auction house, while not ostentatiously adorned, features a floor of creamy marble and walls embellished with various relief sculptures. The colors are minimal, presenting a clean and elegant aesthetic. Along the corridors, in addition to the sculptures, there are wall-mounted display cases showcasing porcelain, armor, and other artifacts, reminiscent of a museum of craftsmanship. The guiding maiden exhibited commendable professionalism, pausing every 10 steps to indicate the direction with a gesture, her gaze occasionally assessing the peculiar assembly of guests, pondering which among them could be the host. Especially considering the young boy, who appeared merely 7 or 8 years old, sheltered in their midst. The auction center is located on the 2nd floor of the auction house, with 8 staircases leading up from the main hall. Before entering the auction house, the guiding maiden distributed masks to the guests, a precaution for their safety. As attendees of the auction could vary greatly in identity, it would be unwise to inadvertently reveal their identities to prying eyes. The auction center features a different set of attendants compared to the previous maidens. Clad in similarly white attire, their dresses exude a bolder allure. The attendants, with more voluptuous figures, wear sleeveless garments that expose their midriffs, while the short skirts barely reach 7 inches above the waist, revealing gleaming, fair thighs, complemented by white high-heeled shoes, adding an extra layer of temptation. The group accompanying Yin did not linger on the allure of these maidens. Each protector was at least a rank 7 soul sage, possessing discerning tastes. As for Yin, even if he felt interest, he was constrained by his youth. Esteemed guests, please follow me. A striking attendant led them into the auction center, which resembled a grand auditorium. At the center stood a circular platform, surrounded by concentric rows of seats. The seating was divided into 4 colors. The 3 rows closest to the platform were red, followed by black, purple, yellow, and white, designated for bidders of varying ranks. Access to the innermost red seats required a special passage, guarded by dedicated security personnel, marking it as the exclusive million-level VIP area, accessible only to those of high status. This group, naturally possessing esteemed identities, found entry into the red VIP area uncomplicated. However, Yin had little interest in positioning himself at the forefront and instead chose a seat within the white section, with the 7 companions settling beside him. Yang Wudi occupied his right side, while Judo sat to his left. The 2 attendants were adjacent to Yang Wudi, with Shi Long and Sishu was seated in the front row and Gue Douluo concealed in the shadows of the rear. Typically, the premium auction within the Grand Auction House commences only in the evening, and at this early hour, the venue was sparsely populated, with merely a quarter of the seats occupied. The items up for auction were largely mundane, lacking any truly extraordinary treasures to capture one's attention. After scanning the offerings briefly, Yin lost interest, propping his chin on one hand while the other languidly rested on the arm of his chair, his fingers idly tapping in boredom. Although the current auction items did not meet his expectations, he remained composed. His visit to the auction house served a dual purpose. On one hand, he indeed sought to unearth some treasures, while on the other, he awaited the arrival of an individual, confident that this person would soon grace the auction venue. The host on the podium exhibited remarkable eloquence, managing to sell 3 items at high prices in less than 15 minutes. At that moment, after another exquisite jade sculpture was claimed, the host picked up the microphone once more, beaming at the bidders as he announced, "Next, we have a rather unique treasure up for auction, which will surely pique the interest of those who collect soul-guiding devices." A small cart, shrouded in red cloth, was wheeled forward, concealing its contents. However, its elongated shape hinted at something intriguing within. "Now, I invite all esteemed guests to take a closer look," he continued, gripping the red cloth and dramatically pulling it away. Revealed under the lights was an oddly shaped object resembling a metallic pillar, rectangular in form, shimmering splendidly in the illumination, with blue luminescent patterns dancing across its surface, creating a captivating spectacle. What could this be? Yin, originally just glancing casually from his white seat, found himself unable to resist standing up, gazing intently at the auction item on stage.